Layla Rewellen was an extremely beautiful and understanding little girl. She used to live in a happy family with both a father and a mother. But who would have guessed that her mother would have an affair with another man and leave home? Layla's father, unable to bear such a great shock, changed into a different person, drinking all day and night, and finally, he passed away in pain. Layla became an orphan at the age of 12, having to live off distant relatives, but they could not support her forever. So, she was entrusted by an uncle to Bill Lemmer, a gardener at the Duke's mansion, who had no relationship with Layla's family. What will Layla's new life be like in this foreign land? Will she still have to endure the torment and contempt of others? Let us follow along. The train is moving to the outskirts of the city, where the scenery is beautiful and the air is fresh. Layla, in the spring when the flowers bloom, let us go to the park together. Father, with a weak face, a gentle smile, and that promise. All have become the past. Spring has ceased to come to me. The life of an orphan child who has to depend on relatives is truly miserable. Layla was always made fun of by the boys in the family. If you want to stay at my house, you have to do a welcome ceremony. At such times, she could only protest weakly. If you do not like it, then let go. One of them started to get annoyed and snapped at her. Don't like it, then get out. My aunt's children would torment me whenever they had the time. They used harsh and contemptuous words to insult Layla. Even if we are related, I will still send you to the orphanage. Why should my family raise you? A child abandoned by her mother. Not only did they use words to torment her mentally, but those kids also used physical force to torment her physically. They pushed Layla into the lake without feeling any guilt at all. Layla sank deep into the lake, just like she was sinking into the despair that life had brought her. I struggled to return home with a bruised body, then my uncle's punch landed straight on me, causing red syrup to spill all over the floor. He angrily blamed all the faults on a little girl. It is all because of this spoiled brat. Ever since you came here, bad luck has kept coming. Especially on the days he lost everything at the gambling den, no one could stop his cruel abuse. My aunt tried her best to stop his violence. Please stop, are you going to kill her? But once the alcohol took over, even heaven could not stop him. The time I spent there was like hell. But a child with nowhere to go like me had no choice but to endure. However, misfortune piled up like snow falling all night. Layla said in a trembling and weak voice, Auntie, I won't be a bother. I will be obedient and do everything that is asked of me, so please do not abandon me, Auntie. But the response to that pitiful plea was a dismissive wave. It is over, Layla. Go to other relatives and ask them for help. Layla looked up at her aunt with tearful eyes. She had no other choice but to make this painful decision. Wouldn't it be better here? Go and be strong. On one of the coldest winter days, I became a child with no place to rely on. After that, I went to other relatives' houses, but all Layla received were words of scorn and contempt. What is the use of a girl? It is just a waste of money. What mistake did you make to get kicked out? I have no intention of taking children like you into my home. Look, how do you think we can help you in this situation? Cutting expenses is not enough. No one wanted to take in the orphan child of a traitor, a child abandoned by her mother. Coincidentally, or perhaps not. While she was at a dead end in her life, a distant relative called out. He jotted something down on a piece of paper and asked, Do you know Berg? Layla quickly replied, Yes, sir. He gave her a piece of paper and instructed, Go there and find this person. I will contact them beforehand. Layla carefully read the information written on the paper. And so I left Lovita, where I was born and raised, boarded a train, crossed the border, and arrived in Berg. The train kept chugging along the tracks. Layla sat inside the train carriage with a brighter expression, looking forward to a brighter future. With a small hope in the unfamiliar name on the paper, Layla finally arrived at Berg Karlsvar station. She slowly stepped off the train, carrying her bag. Outside, people were bustling back and forth. Layla stood dumbfounded, looking at the surrounding scenery for a long time with worry in her heart. This is Berg. Can I find it? What if I can't find that person? Now I can't go back to Lovita. No, do not think like that. This is the country where my father was born. Thanks to that, I can speak Berg. During the time when her family was still harmonious, her father was always proud of his daughter Layla. My daughter is a genius. She quickly went to look for someone to ask for directions. Layla told herself, "It is okay. It will be all right." While she was struggling to find someone to help her, Layla noticed a postman passing by. She quickly called out, "Excuse me, Mr. Postman. I have to go to the place written here. Can you show me the way?" The postman bent down to read the address on the paper. "Let us see, the Duke Herhard's gardener, Bill Lemmer. Huh. If it is him, then I know him well. I am on my way to the mansion right now, so follow me." Layla smiled brightly as everything went smoothly. "Yes, really, thank you, sir." Sitting in the horse-drawn carriage, Layla innocently admired the romantic scenery along the way. Everything made her squeal with delight. The sadness in her heart seemed to be completely soothed. Over there is the mansion where the Duke lives. This world is like a fairy tale. Is he the gardener for this beautiful mansion? What kind of person is he? Will he accept me? Thousands of questions kept popping up in Layla's head. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw something ahead. An elderly man was diligently gardening. Layla knew that he was the person she was looking for, so she quickly adjusted her hair and clothes. With a straight posture, a bright and polite face, she approached him and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Bill Lemmer?" The man stuck his shovel into the ground, stopped what he was doing, and confirmed, "Yes." Layla was eagerly waiting to see his face. He looked at her and introduced himself, "I am Bill Lemmer." His stern and somewhat fierce expression made Layla a little scared. "Calm down, I have practiced many times on the train." Immediately after, she quickly regained her composure and confidently introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Bill Lemmer. My name is Layla Rewellen. I come from Lovita," she said with a bright smile to win his favor. Bill thought to himself, "Lovita, no wonder her pronunciation sounds so strange." He asked, "You mean you crossed the border?" Layla quickly replied, "Yes, by train." Bill curiously got to the main point. "So, what do you want with me, Mr.?" Bill's question took Layla by surprise. She stood still in embarrassment. He clearly said he would contact her beforehand, but perhaps. Bill also found it strange that the little girl just stood still without saying a word. Suddenly, the postman from earlier appeared and waved to Bill. "Found her, have you?" He then asked, "Did you bring this child?" The postman explained, "Yes, I met her at the station. She said she was looking for Bill, so I brought her here. It just so happens I have a letter for you." Bill reached out to receive the letter. The postman said, "It seems to be a letter from Lovita." Layla and Mr. Bill were startled in surprise. Bill carefully opened the letter to see. "To Bill Lemmer, a child will come to you. Her name is Layla Rewellen, daughter of Albert Rewellen. The girl's mother had an affair and left home for a long time. Because of that, Albert became addicted to alcohol and died from illness. So she moved in with relatives, but none of them could afford it. My house is also dirt poor and can't take another mouth to feed." Just reading this far made Bill feel something was off, but he still tried to continue reading. "It has been a long time, but I heard you are a gardener at the famous Duke's mansion. Among her distant relatives, I think your circumstances are the best, so I sent her there." Bill went berserk. He could not control his emotions and yelled, "What? What distant relative? We are barely related. Her father and I do not even remember each other. Now you tell me to raise the child of a distant relative I have not seen in over 20 years. Why send that little girl to this widowed Bill Lemmer?" At the end of the letter, Layla's uncle added a postscript, "If things do not work out, send her to the orphanage." Bill crumpled the letter in frustration at being put in this passive position. This damn guy, how could he send the message so quickly? What was he thinking? Is he even sane, no matter what? We are relatives, and we are adults. How could he let a child travel all the way here alone? Layla was deeply moved by the words of a stranger who cared about her. Bill also realized the selfishness of Layla's relatives. That is right. Whether she lives or dies in this remote land would not affect you guys. He glanced at Layla, the most pitiful child at this moment. It is still cold, and she is only wearing this much. She looks as thin as a rail. It seems like she has not been eating properly. Traveling such a long distance with only a single bag. Bill covered his face in helplessness at this difficult situation. Layla called out, "Mr. Bill Lemmer." He turned to look at Layla with a sad face. She tried to stand on tiptoe as much as possible and said, "I am not that small." Next week I will be 12 years old. I can read and write. I can also help with any kind of work. Bill's eyes widened in surprise at the understanding nature of this child. A sudden silence fell between the two of them. The sun was gradually setting. Mr. Bill had packed up his things to go home. He told Layla, "Follow me. First, we have to eat our fill before we can decide anything." So Layla quickly followed behind Mr. Bill. By the time they reached the small house, it was completely dark. Inside, everything was neatly arranged. Layla looked around curiously. Are the other family members not here? Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she realized something. Could it be that he lives alone? A moment later, Layla sat neatly at the dining table. Seeing that she only ate a little bit, Mr. Bill asked Layla, "Is that all you are going to eat?" Layla hurriedly explained, "Yes, sir. I only eat a little, really." "Mr. Bill bluntly said, "I hate picky eaters. You have to be able to eat everything like a cow, at least." Layla was very surprised that someone had told her to eat a lot for the first time. So she reached forward and took a lot more food onto her plate. While eating, Layla said, "Being like a cow is a bit difficult, but I am a good eater." Mr. Bill thought to himself, it seems she has survived by being perceptive. Suddenly, he became serious and asked, "But you? Aren't you afraid of this old man?" Layla smiled innocently and answered honestly, "You do not scold or hit me, and you give me such delicious food. So I am very grateful to you. You are a good person." Those words touched Mr. Bill's heart. How has she lived that she is grateful for such small things? These damn people. He slammed his glass down on the table in frustration. Even though she is pitiful, it is absurd for me to raise this child. I have to finalize this child's situation by next week at the latest. But where should I send her? A new day began. Layla stood looking at herself in the mirror. She recalled what Mr. Bill had said last night, "Stay here until you decide where you will go." She was very sad to see that this situation was not much better than before. As expected, it is the same this time. Where should I go now? Layla opened the door and stepped out of the room. The first thing that caught her eye was the sight of Mr. Bill making breakfast. Layla put on a bright smile and greeted him. "Did you sleep well, Mr. Bill?" He turned around and replied, "Yeah, it was okay." Then he focused on cooking. Layla stood dumbfounded, not knowing what to do now. So she ran to find some chores to help him with. "I will take these plates to the dining table." She carefully arranged the food on the table. Finally, the two of them sat at the table and enjoyed breakfast together. "I will eat well." Mr. Bill gave her a full plate of food and said, "Here, eat a lot." Layla's eyes widened at his attentiveness. She burst out laughing and replied, "Yes, I will eat like a cow." Inside the mansion, the servants were gathered in groups, chattering nonstop. "Have you heard the news? Bill Lemmer has taken in a little girl." The others were stunned by this shocking news. Bill, a little girl. It would be more believable if he were raising a lion or an elephant. Really, it is definitely a little girl. That is so strange. Ever since his wife passed away, Bill has lived alone until now. He does not have any children. There must be something going on here. If that rumor is true, is not that a big deal? How can a stiff person like a log raise a little girl? Who knows, maybe he will take better care of her than we think. He is good at taking care of flowers. The best gardener recognized by Duchess Norma. Maybe those qualities in his work will help him take care of the child well. Oh, children and flowers are not the same. It is not my business anyway. It is just a rumor, so let us not pay attention to it anymore. Suddenly, a young man standing by the window told everyone, "It seems it is not just a silly rumor. Look over there." Everyone curiously rushed to the window to see. They jostled each other to get a better look. Down in the courtyard, Layla was carrying 2 pots of plants behind her to help Mr. Bill. Those who witnessed the scene exclaimed, "Oh my God, it really is a little girl. Good heavens, a little girl with blonde hair, how old is she? Look at her running behind him. But how did a child like that end up staying with Mr. Bill?" The strange story of Layla Rewellen, an orphan child, quickly spread among the servants. Inside the mansion, Layla carefully brought flowers to the maid there. I brought some flowers. Everyone was very friendly when talking to her. Thank you. You are Layla, right? Here, take these cookies. Layla asked in surprise. For me, the maid smiled and said, that is right. Enjoy them. Layla's face lit up with happiness as she held the package of cookies. Thank you. Goodbye, everyone. After learning about Layla's pitiful fate, everyone was moved. So, will she end up in the orphanage after all? I do not know. We will have to wait and see what Bill Lemmer decides. Whenever anyone asked about the child, Bill Lemmer would repeat the same answer. I am thinking about it. Since I can't keep her here, I need to think it through carefully. He thought about it from spring to summer. The image of Layla following Bill Lemmer and helping people gradually became familiar. Her hard servants who observed the two came to a conclusion. Bill Lemmer, the best gardener in Arvis, is someone who only has a talent for growing flowers. At Bill Lemmer's house, Mona brought a basket to his house. What is this? She excitedly said, cookies and cake. There was a tea party for the madam yesterday. Bill bluntly said, I hate sweets. But her reply left Bill speechless and embarrassed. Oh really? These are for Layla. Bill complained, lately, everyone's been using Layla as an excuse to come in and out of my house. Someone's happy. A kind maid gave Layla a pretty dress. This is my sister's dress, but it is still new. She even brought books. This is a detective novel. And someone brought a lot of writing tools. Even the nanny who has never visited me before. Occasionally people come to see Layla even if they have nothing to do, which gives me a headache. Mona said, that is because Layla is naturally beautiful. A polite and well-behaved child makes it impossible for people not to care for her. Like a cute little squirrel frolicking in the forest. It has been a long time since there has been a child in the Duke's territory. Do you remember, our Duke has been elegant since he was a child. The two were chatting when Mona screamed in panic as she saw Layla climbing a tree. Wait, Bill, what is she doing? Look over there, she is climbing a tree. Contrary to her fearful attitude, Bill just sat calmly without any worry. He even complimented her. I do not know who taught her, but those tree climbing skills are pretty good. Hearing that, Mona furiously shouted at Bill. What are you talking about? Did you teach her that? Bill Lemmer, how can you raise a child like that? He was a little startled but confidently declared, I am raising her well. What is the problem? Mona retorted. Yes, but she is a girl. Just doing delicate things like planting flowers is not enough. Oh my God. Do not tell me you are planning to raise that lovely girl into a boy like you. Just imagining that made her face show clear signs of horror. Oh, that is terrible. Bill immediately dismissed Mona's absurd thought and said, honestly, you worry too much. She just needs to eat well and be healthy. Mona gently asked, anyway, have you decided yet? Bill pretended not to know anything and asked back, what are you talking about? Mona asked, about Layla. Summer's here. Haven't you decided where she will go yet? Faced with that question, Bill chose to remain silent without answering. He had intended to review the child's situation within a week, but he still had not made a decision. In the end, there is no other way but to send her to the orphanage. But is the orphanage reliable? Bill was very concerned about Layla. Whenever she went somewhere, he would carefully remind her, Layla, do not go too far. She cheerfully replied, yes, sir, I will go to the riverbank and come back. Every time he saw Layla, Bill felt extremely troubled. Where should I take her? Can she grow up without getting hurt again? This was a question without an answer. Lost in his deep thoughts, Bill did not realize when summer had arrived. The child gradually grew up under his warm yet indifferent care. Layla enjoyed looking at the beautiful Arvis forest. Birds fluttering in the forest seemed like a fairyland. Layla was a girl who loved birds. The forest also changed day by day as the child grew. Tree branches bloomed and bore fruit. The weather was warm, and the animals expanded their range of activities. Every day welcomed new life. Looking at the shimmering light on the surface of the Schulter River, this place suddenly resembled paradise. Making the nightmarish time in Lovita seem distant, Layla sat on her familiar tree branch and recorded the things she saw every day. One day, when she has to leave here, just by opening this notebook, Layla innocently enjoyed the peaceful moments in this forest. Then, even if misfortune returns, after a day of wandering around, Layla also decided to return home. She opened the door wide. I am home. Uncle, where are you going? Uncle Bill said, there are a few places I need to go, so I am getting ready to go out. Layla hesitantly called out in worry, Uncle. Seeing that, Uncle Bill immediately reassured her, don't make that face. I am just going downtown to buy some new clothes. Layla curiously asked, clothes? Uncle Bill explained, Duke Hard is about to return. I can't let you greet him looking like that. The sparkling rays of sunlight shone through the leaves. Layla walked and wondered, Uncle, is the Duke the owner of this territory? Uncle Bill said, that is right. Now that the semester is almost over, he will return to the mansion. He will live in Arvis during the summer break. Layla was surprised. If it is summer break, does the Duke also have to go to school? Uncle Bill explained, the Duke is only 18 years old, so he has to go to school. Layla's eyes widened in astonishment. 18 years old, the Duke. Uncle Bill could not help but laugh at the little girl's naive expression. Are you that surprised? Let me tell you something even more surprising. He became a Duke when he was your age. The more Layla listened, the more shocked she felt. My age. Suddenly, Bill used his hand to stroke the head of his little niece. At Berg Station, everyone lined up solemnly to welcome the Duke back. Finally, he arrived. The Duke appeared with a dashing appearance, his breathtaking beauty no different from an A-list star. Upon seeing him, the butler immediately bowed his head in greeting. Welcome home, master. Let me escort you to the mansion. The people present there also admired the Duke's radiant beauty. Everyone escorted him back to the mansion. Outside the station, the Duke suddenly stopped when he saw the means of transportation he would be using. A horse-drawn carriage, the butler replied, yes, sir. Duchess Norma is not comfortable with cars. The Duke smiled and said, I know. She always considers cars to be vulgar and dangerous lumps of metal. Hearing that, the butler hurriedly apologized. I apologize, master. Next time, However, the Duke said with amusement, it is okay. It is not bad to have a classic experience once in a while. Let us depart. The butler immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, master. On the grounds of the mansion, everyone also gathered to welcome the Duke. The carriage carrying the Duke was moving through the streets of Berg. In the carriage, the butler carefully reported some necessary matters to the Duke. During your stay in Arvis, we will have a social meeting, a board meeting regarding insurance for merchant ships. So, throughout the journey, the butler kept talking non-stop. The carriage passed by a place with 2 rows of lush green trees. From inside, we could also see its peace and poetry. Seeing this beautiful scenery, the Duke could not contain his delight and unconsciously smiled. At the mansion, a stern voice reminded everyone, no one is allowed to make any mistakes today, understand? Everything has been prepared, so do it well. Layla thought to herself, is it because today is the day the Duke arrives? Everyone seems tense. The maid turned to talk to Layla. Did you buy new clothes to welcome the Duke? She smiled excitedly and replied, yes, my uncle bought them for me. After hearing Layla say that, Uncle Bill's face was expressionless. An announcement rang out, the Duke has arrived. The carriage stopped right in the grounds of the mansion, and the Duke's relatives also came out to welcome him back. Both his grandmother and mother were very much looking forward to seeing their grandson after so many days apart. The Duke stepped out of the carriage with a serious expression. His grandmother took the initiative and said, Matthias, you are home. He immediately hugged his grandmother and asked, yes, Grandma, are you well? Then, he turned to hug his mother. Hello, mother. She smiled and praised Matthias. You have grown taller again. Grandma chuckled and said to her grandson, I have prepared a meal. Let us go inside. On this side, Layla also shone like an angel. Throughout the whole time, she only dared to look down at the ground, and only saw the footsteps of people passing by. After seeing everyone leave, Layla asked Uncle Bill, Uncle, has the Duke gone inside? He looked at her and said, anyway, next time you have to greet him. She politely replied, yes, Uncle. On the way back home, Layla walked and talked to Uncle Bill. It is a pity, you prepared new clothes for me, but I did not get to meet him. He said, Duke Hard is often seen in the forest, so I will ask for permission first. She curiously asked, does the Duke like the forest? He recounted, generally, he likes it. The Duke enjoys hunting very much. Layla was extremely surprised and asked again, hunting in the forest? Uncle Bill calmly replied, well, Is not it obvious that the Duke hunts in the forest of his own territory? She asked further. So, the Duke also hunts birds. Uncle Bill said, the Duke probably enjoys hunting birds the most. You will be surprised if you see the Duke shoot. Even though he is young, he is a marksman. Layla clutched her dress and hesitantly said, why shoot birds? Even without hunting, there is plenty of food in the mansion. Uncle Bill gently explained, for nobles, hunting is a pastime. Birds are the most interesting target among the species. Layla's eyes started to tear up. She honestly said, I hope the Duke won't like hunting anymore. Her words stunned Uncle Bill. Oh dear, do not say such difficult things. Bill resolutely asked again, could that happen? But the answer to her question was Uncle Bill's helpless silence. A week later, in the Arvis forest, Layla excitedly ran into the forest. Because she heard the chirping of baby birds coming from the top of a tall tree. She quickly looked up to check this sound. In a moment, she climbed up to check. Finally, the eggs have hatched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, for the whole morning, Layla lay on the tree watching them. Are you guys hungry? Wait a minute, your mother is coming back with food soon. Saying that, Layla slowly sat up. Old memories suddenly flooded back into her mind. Mother, where are you going? At that time, her mother gave her a gift and said, Layla, Mother will go far away. Layla innocently asked, so, Mother will come back late, she said, very late. She asked again, Mother will come back when I finish this jar of candy, right? The mother gently touched Layla's cheek and replied, yes, that is right. Layla sat dazed as she remembered those things. She looked up at the sky and was startled to discover. Mother bird, it turns out that the mother bird has returned with a worm in its mouth. Layla hurriedly left. I have to get out of here quickly. It will be wary if I am here. She landed gently. Layla only dared to stand below and observe them. All 5 baby sparrows had hatched successfully. Their feathers were also very soft. Just 2 weeks old, and they had developed very well. All of this was recorded in her diary. Layla excitedly said, at this rate, I will be able to see the baby birds fly soon. She became much more cheerful. I have to tell everyone. Suddenly, she heard the sound of horses moving very close below. Layla curiously peeked down to see who it was, and if it was safe to come down. No, it is best to wait for him to pass, she thought. So she sat very still on the tree, not daring to move a muscle. I will come down when he is gone. But, unfortunately, Matthias chose that very tree to stop and rest. Layla leaned forward to see when he would leave. Her eyes sparkled when she caught sight of his face. But due to carelessness, Layla lost her grip and tumbled forward. Hearing a strange noise, Matthias quickly glanced over to see what it was. At the same time, he pulled out the gun he had prepared at his side and aimed it directly towards the source of the noise. Seeing the gun, Layla was startled. When I saw the Duke pointing the barrel of his gun at me, could that be a gun? She thought in panic. Layla frantically clung to the tree trunk and stammered, I was going to wait for you to pass before coming down. Matthias lowered his gun and looked up, asking, who are you? Layla trembled and replied, I am Llewellyn. He curiously asked again, what? She used all her composure to answer clearly, Layla Llewellyn. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly climbed down and ran off. Seeing Layla running and screaming as if chased by a ghost, Uncle Bill was startled and asked, Layla, what is wrong? She recounted in a panic, Uncle, I just met someone in the forest. I think it was Duke Hard. Jet black hair, deep blue eyes. His voice was as light as a feather. And he even had a gun. There'll probably be more people later. After listening to Layla's story, Uncle Bill just laughed out loud. I told you, you must have met Duke Hard hunting. I told you before, you might often see the Duke in the woods later. Did you greet him? Layla was still haunted by the scene earlier. Greet him, how? At that time, Layla was nothing but a disheveled mess, and she had not even introduced herself properly. Suddenly, Layla's eyes widened in realization. If so, that person was the Duke. On the other side, the Duke had raised his gun and started hunting. A loud gunshot startled Layla. That gunshot just now was hunting. Layla froze at the thought. So he is hunting birds. Uncle Bill's words echoed in Layla's ears. The Duke probably likes bird hunting the most. You will be surprised if you see the Duke shooting. Even though he is young, he is a sharpshooter. Subconsciously, Layla could only scream in protest, "No, no." Uncle Bill put his hand on Layla's shoulder and said, "Come on, let us go inside." Seeing her standing still as a statue, he called again, "Layla." Tears of sorrow rolled down Layla's face. Matthias von Herhard, the heir to the most prestigious family under the royal family, possessed the qualities and dignity of a top aristocrat, an elegant and harmonious appearance. Everyone praised him as the Herhard family's masterpiece. It seemed everyone was proud of and respected him. Only one person in the territory had a different opinion, Layla Rewellen. That day, Layla rushed into the forest with the thought, if he is still in the forest, many birds will lose their lives. For him, the smaller the bird, the harder to catch, the more interesting it is. So they are the perfect living targets. He does not even care about the prey he shot, even if they are covered in syrup, or even dead, so he just leaves them as they are and walks away. Not long ago, the mother sparrow had died while searching for food for her children. The newly motherless chicks. Layla carefully used a handkerchief to wrap their bodies. The chicks gradually passed away, unable to leave their nest even once. During the month the Duke hunted in the forest, Layla secretly buried those unfortunate birds and decided to nickname him the Beautiful Bird Hunter. Of course, that was only Layla's personal decision. No matter how many things happened, the Arvis forest retained its picturesque beauty. Layla stood inside the house, gazing at the new day through the window. Uncle Bill also stood silently watching Layla for a long time. He understood her sadness as the birds continued to perish. Bill suddenly approached Layla and extended his hand in front of her. She looked up at him with affectionate eyes. Seeing her adorable expression, Uncle Bill could not help but smile. Layla placed her small hand in his. There was a large, ancient tree in the mansion's garden. Layla spread out a blanket and sat under its shade. While Uncle is working in this hot weather, is it okay for me to rest alone? But if I say I want to work? Uncle Bill had snapped, I told you to sit here, Layla. I will be really angry if you follow me again. No matter how much she pleaded or what she did, he would not change his mind. I really hate disobedient children, you know. Faced with such threats, Layla could only obediently comply. After giving his instructions, Uncle Bill did not forget to pat her head before leaving for work. I will call you later. If you are hungry, eat some peaches. Dejected, Layla could only bury her face in her hands. Suddenly, a stranger approached where she was sitting. A young boy, upon seeing Layla, cheerfully greeted her, "Hello." She looked up with a bewildered expression. Who is this? I have never seen him before. The boy sat down next to Layla and started chatting as if they were old friends. Do you live here? Layla replied, Here. I live with Uncle Bill. He was extremely surprised. Uncle Bill, don't tell me it is that scary gardener. Layla quickly defended him. He is not scary. But the boy still could not stop being afraid of Uncle Bill. Do you always get that impression every time you see him? She asked him back, Do you live here too? He smiled brightly and said, No, I came with my dad. My dad is the Herhard family's private doctor. He came to examine the old madam today. Sometimes I come here with my dad. Mrs. Norma said it was okay. After listening, Layla could only reply, Oh, I see. The boy seemed to really like Layla. She felt quite puzzled as he kept staring at her. He curiously asked her, How old are you? Layla shyly replied, 12. Hearing that, the boy laughed in delight. Same as me. But you look so small. Layla gaped at him when she heard him body-shaming her. So she bluntly replied, You are small too. Being called small by a girl, he immediately stood up and boasted, What? No way. I am the tallest in my class. Layla pouted and said, Anyway, you are smaller than Uncle Bill. Hearing her words, he replied in astonishment, What? How can anyone be taller than that uncle? Not even adults. Layla stubbornly insisted, No, small is small. He whined, Aren't you being too mean? The boy then changed the subject. The shade here is so cool. Layla, hearing that, silently guessed, Does that mean he is going to stay here? She looked at the bag of peaches Uncle Bill had prepared. So she took out the knife and a peach. and carefully peeled it meticulously. The boy sitting next to her saw this and curiously asked, "That is a knife. You are so funny. Why would a girl carry that in her bag?" Layla said, "Uncle Bill put it in for me. Don't tease me." After cutting the peach in half, Layla offered him one half and asked, "Do you want some peach?" The boy immediately replied, "Yes, thank you." Saying that, he used his little nose to inhale the fragrant aroma of the peach. While eating, he asked, "But why do you look so lifeless? Is something wrong?" Layla hesitantly said, "Well, the Duke and his friends keep hunting birds." He still did not understand what she meant. "So what?" Layla said, "They kill birds for fun." Thinking someone would share her thoughts, Layla was disappointed to find this boy also held the same mindset as everyone else, that hunting was just the way it was. Layla turned to him, her eyes filled with sadness. "Do you think so too?" The boy flinched, denying it. "Oh, no way. I do not. I feel so bad for them. Animals can feel pain and sadness too." Layla foolishly believed his lies, thinking he was a strange one, but it turned out he was a good person. Seeing that, she offered him the remaining half of the large peach. "Do you want more peach?" He could not control his craving and replied, "Yes. This peach is so juicy and sweet." Layla smiled, sharing, "I picked it in the forest." As they were chatting happily, the boy's mother called out, "Kyle, time to come home." He quickly stood up, saying goodbye to his new friend. "I have to go now." "Kyle Ettman. What is your name?" Layla also stood up and shook his hand as a greeting. "I am Layla, Layla Rewellen." Kyle beamed, "Layla Rewellen. Nice to meet you, Layla." "See you later," he said, waving goodbye to Layla. As Layla watched him leave, she wondered, will we ever meet again? Unexpectedly, at the same time, Kyle called back, "Layla, next time I will bring you some delicious food." Layla smiled and waved goodbye, but a subtle sadness filled her heart. Maybe I won't be here by then. It was better to keep it to herself. As soon as Kyle met his mother, she asked curiously, "Kyle, who is that girl?" Kyle excitedly recounted, "She lives with the gardener." "She is the same age as me, Mom." His mother gently placed a hand on her son's shoulder and glanced back at the girl Kyle had just met. "Is that so?" Finally, Mr. Bill finished his work and called out, "Layla, come down here." Hearing the call, Layla quickly gathered her things and rushed down to Mr. Bill. "Are you done, Uncle?" he reminded her carefully. "Slowly now, do not fall." As they walked, Mr. Bill asked, "Are you hungry?" Layla politely replied, "No, I had a peach earlier. I met a boy just now, he is my age." Layla stopped mid-sentence as someone walked by. It turned out to be the Duke and his friends. "You are so skilled. How do you hit every shot?" "That is right. It is amazing to hit such a tiny bird." Matthias also quickly recognized the girl he had met in the forest the other day. Seeing him looking at her, Layla became much more timid. "Mr. Bill quickly bowed to the Duke. "Greetings, Your Grace." Matthias cheerfully replied, "It has been a while, Bill." Mr. Bill turned to introduce Layla. "I apologize for not telling you sooner, but I will be letting this child stay in Arvis temporarily. Although we have already asked the madam's permission, I thought I should still inform Your Grace." Layla quickly bowed her head in respect. One of Matthias's friends pointed at her and asked, "Is that the girl?" "The one who lives in the forest. She is always hiding behind trees, peeking at us and secretly burying the birds." Hearing this, Matthias glanced at Layla. He also recognized her as the child sitting in the tree that he almost shot, mistaking her for a bird. Matthias agreed to Mr. Bill's request. "All right, do as you see fit, Bill." Mr. Bill bowed his head in gratitude. After their conversation, the Duke and his party left. As Layla looked up, she saw a servant carrying a dead chicken. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene, Layla closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Mr. Bill seemed to understand, and quickly comforted her, saying, "Layla, let us go home." She nodded, "Yes, Uncle." At the ladies' tea table, young Claudine sat listlessly, lacking energy. Her mother, seeing this, reminded her daughter, "Goodness, Claudine, act like a lady. Do you know where we are? Stop sighing like that." Claudine grumbled dejectedly, "I am so lonely and bored." Her mother smiled and said, "Then go play with your brothers and come back later." Claudine leaned back and said, They treat me like I am invisible. Plus, they always talk about things I do not understand. Matthias's mother was also present. She stroked her puppy and said, "Indeed, it is rather dull here. There is no one your age to befriend." Hearing this, Claudine turned to her mother and said, "See, mother, Madame Herhard understands me." Claudine's mother frowned and silently signaled her to tone it down. Claudine suddenly stood up and asked, "I have been curious. Who is that child? She seems to be my age. Could I play with her?" The lady turned to look in the direction Claudine was pointing. "Let me see, isn't that the orphan child from abroad? I am not sure she would be suitable company for you." Claudine smiled and replied, "It is all right, Madame Herhard. It would be more interesting than playing with a dog." Claudine's mother flushed red. "That is enough." Madame Herhard just smiled and rang the bell beside her to summon a servant. "Bring that child here. I mean the child the gardener is looking after." After receiving the order, the maid hurried out to call Mr. Bill. He turned and asked, "What is it?" She relayed Madame Herhard's request. "Madame Herhard asked me to bring Layla over." Mr. Bill felt a little anxious. Madame Herhard, why would she suddenly? She explained, "Miss Brandt wants to play with Layla." Mr. Bill glanced at young Claudine. "Play? Why would a noble lady who wants for nothing want to play with Layla?" It was Madame Herhard's order, so he could not refuse. Seeing Mr. Bill's worry for her, Layla said, "Uncle, I will go see the madam and come back." Left with no choice, he sighed and agreed. The maid led Layla before everyone. "I have brought the child, madam." Everyone's eyes fell on Layla. Seeing her up close for the first time, they noted her beauty. Even the madam exclaimed in admiration, "What a lovely child." "Well, Claudine, do you like her?" Claudine replied cheerfully, "Yes, I do. Thank you, Madame Herhard." Layla stood dumbfounded, wondering, what does that mean? Everyone here wore candy-colored clothes, but no one seemed curious about Layla's thoughts. Immediately after, the madam summoned another servant and gave an order. Layla was pulled away by the servant to a place she had never been before. The servant bathed Layla in a luxurious bathroom. Although the servant's hands were rough and clumsy, Layla endured it. It was compulsory. Any slight mistake could cause trouble for Mr. Bill. After the preparations, the servant sternly instructed Layla, "Miss Claudine is the daughter of Baron Brandt, meaning you cannot behave carelessly. Remember that." The door finally opened. The servant led Layla to Miss Claudine. "Miss, I have brought the child." Claudine put on an affected air and said to Layla, "Hello, come here." "What is your name? How old are you?" Layla answered immediately, "I am Layla, miss. I am 12 years old." Claudine was a little surprised. "Really, I thought you were younger. You look so small." Layla froze. This was the second time today. She had been called younger than her age. Layla tried to calm herself. Think of Mr. Bill. "I have to endure this." Claudine sat down at the piano and cleared her throat. "Can you play the piano?" Layla shook her head. "No, miss." It was the first time she had seen such a large piano. Truly the daughter of a wealthy family, she thought. Claudine began to play a melody for Layla. "Do you know this song?" She sang as she played. Claudine stopped playing and turned to ask Layla, "Do you?" Layla honestly replied, "No, miss. This is the first time I have heard it." Claudine changed the subject to making artificial flowers, but Layla still did not know anything about it. Through games like dice and cards, Layla remained completely clueless. Claudine asked about the last game. "Do you know how to play chess?" The familiar answer came, "No, miss." Claudine sighed, her face full of disappointment. Suddenly, she uttered 3 words, so pathetic. Layla froze, sitting still as a statue. Claudine stood up and walked straight to the door. Her feet moved lightly and stopped in front of Layla. Such an ignorant child. Layla clenched her fists. The unintentional words unconsciously hurt her. Claudine ignored her and walked straight to the door. "I was looking forward to having fun, what a waste." Before leaving, she did not forget to add a final insult, no different from a dog. Layla lowered her head, not daring to show any emotion. Claudine left, leaving Layla alone in the vast, empty room. Layla's inner self screamed. She really wanted to go home, back to Mr. Bill, but she still had to wait. The young lady might come back. Uncle, that is right, is not it? At dusk, Layla finally left the suffocating room. She carefully descended the stairs. Miss said you can take the dress and this. The maid blocked her path and offered Layla a gold coin. Layla did not understand, and just stared at the coin in the maid's hand. The maid took Layla's hand and placed the coin in it. Take it. You should be grateful for what your superiors give you. Understand. With that, she left. Layla looked at the coin in her hand, clutching it gently. Layla walked quickly, as if wanting to escape from this place. Don't think about it anymore. Just go home quickly. After all, things like this. After only a few steps, Layla heard a familiar voice call her name. She stopped, turned around, and saw, inevitably, at this very moment, the young lady from earlier, Claudine. Why must it be? Layla clearly heard the three people on the other side talking. Who is that? The child the gardener's raising. At times like these, she felt truly fortunate that the Duke was not present. Claudine called her with no ill intentions, just to say goodbye. Be careful, Layla. Layla clenched her fist, bowed her head to the young lady, and thought, get out of here quickly. This strange and bizarre place. Layla ran as fast as she could, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Uncle is waiting for me too. Suddenly, her oversized shoe slipped off. Layla lost her balance and tumbled forward. Layla trembled in pain. The gold coin slipped from her hand and rolled away. It kept rolling, vibrating a few times. Just as it was about to come to a stop, a pair of feet stepped on it. Looking at the shiny leather shoes, Layla could guess who was standing before her. Leather shoes and gray trousers. Layla looked up to confirm. It was none other than the Duke. Looking into his eyes made Layla feel even worse. Duke Hard made Layla feel her insignificant existence here. Layla bowed her head to him. She caught a glimpse of the Duke's red lips, as if they were curling up into a smirk. Looking down at Layla's bleeding feet, she became aware of the reality, and the pain in her body miraculously disappeared. What am I thinking right now? Layla's eyes fell on the gold coin lying on the ground. Duke Hard also looked down. The last words Miss Claudine had said to Layla. Layla reached out and picked up the coin. The young lady's insults echoed in her ears, no different from a dog. Those words pierced deep. Layla clutched the coin tightly, carefully stood up, bowed to the Duke, and ran away. Her heart remained silent throughout the entire ordeal. During her journey back, Layla's every step felt heavy. It was as if something was rising from the bottom of her heart, choking her. Passing through the forest path, she saw the warm light emanating from the house, like flying birds. Layla realized what it was. From a distance, she saw Mr. Bill standing at the door, waiting for her. As soon as they met, the tears Layla had been holding back suddenly flowed. That is the sadness. It was a normal morning like any other. Mr. Bill knocked on Layla's door. Aren't you going to the forest today? Layla smiled and replied, I am planning to stay home today, Uncle. Bill nodded, all right. He closed the door and sighed deeply. 2 days had passed since the encounter with Miss Claudine, but Layla had confined herself to her room, making Bill extremely worried. He walked absent-mindedly along the corridor, went to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water, then sat down at the table. Looking at the quiet atmosphere in the house, Bill could not help but feel sad. Was this house always this quiet? Bill frowned, lost in thought. During dinner, Layla suddenly handed Bill the gold coin. I have this for you, Uncle. Miss Claudine gave it to me. Bill was surprised. He suddenly realized. Now I understand why she was so upset after returning from the mansion. Bill put the salad bowl down and asked Layla, was it that young noble lady? Yes. But why are you giving this coin to me? Layla explained immediately, this is probably a lot of money. So no matter how uncomfortable I feel, I can't throw it away. The image of her bowing at the Duke's feet flashed in her memory again. Layla brushed aside the thought and continued with a smile. I thought about it a lot and felt it was not right. But if it can help me repay you even a little, I want to give it to you. Bill did not say anything, only remembering that day. From the moment I saw Layla return home in such a disheveled state, like she was running away from someone. I guess she had been hurt at the mansion. So, even though I pretended not to know for fear of making her cry, Bill blamed himself. Damn it. But he told Layla, that is the money you earned, so you should keep it. Layla was surprised. Money I earned, how? Bill declared to Layla, yes. This is the money you earned after working. Dealing with a bored noble is quite similar to the work I do. And you did a great job, so you can probably accept it. That is right. Bill proudly encouraged his niece, and even gave her a large piece of meat as a reward. Layla's mood brightened considerably after being encouraged by her uncle. Really? Bill nodded and continued with more encouraging words. That is right. Congratulations on entering the world of adults, Layla. Layla admired the gold coin in her hand. Her spirits momentarily lifted. However, something still bothered her. But uncle, I am still young. Bill immediately dismissed his niece's negative thought. If you can earn a living with your own strength, then you are an adult. Layla, you have done that. Just once, and only one gold coin. There are many adults in this world who can't earn that much in one go. Bill placed a large plate of food in front of Layla, making her gasp in surprise. Such a beginning is a success. Because you have had a good start, you will also become a wonderful adult in the future. Mr. Bill's wonderful words of encouragement quickly lifted Layla's spirits from the depths of despair. Bill looked at the plate of food and reminded her, you have been eating like a bird for days, so eat this. Remember, I like children who eat like a cow. Layla nodded, and immediately picked up her fork, to enjoy the meal. She did not forget to ask, Uncle, if I eat well, will I grow taller? Bill nodded, probably. What is wrong? Did someone call you small? Layla pouted, no, but I seem to look like a child. Bill covered his mouth, chuckling to himself, because you really are a child. I just said you are an adult, and now I am contradicting myself. Bill stood up and offered to get Layla some apple juice. She readily agreed. When Bill returned, Layla asked, by the way, Uncle, if this is the money I earned, can I use it freely? Bill nodded and asked immediately, of course. What do you want to do? Layla confessed, I want to buy a notebook. My old one is full. Bill naturally agreed. Layla wants a new set of colored pencils. Bill did not object either. Suddenly, Layla suggested to Bill, don't you want to buy anything, Uncle? Bill was slightly surprised and a smile spread across his face. What? Buy something for me, yes. Bill smirked, his eyes full of suspicion as he looked at Layla. Believe it or not, what if I told you I wanted something expensive? What would you do? Layla replied excitedly, if so, I will try to earn a lot of money, save up, and buy it for you, Uncle. Bill let out a hearty laugh, satisfied, and clinked glasses with Layla. I will wait and see. Bill glanced at his niece, pride evident on his face. She is such a smart and lovely child. With her slender figure and delicate face, she will surely become a beautiful young lady when she grows up. But that might not be a good thing, I suppose. In difficult circumstances, beauty is like poison. Without a place to rely on, she will be vulnerable to danger. Bill was already getting a headache just thinking about it. Therefore, I plan to find a trustworthy place to send her. But what will happen if I can't find such a place? Damn this scary world, and its wretched people. Despite his worries, Bill remained as cheerful as possible when talking to Layla. He asked if she wanted another glass, and Layla readily agreed. Yet, Bill still had some concerns. At this rate, will she become an alcoholic when she grows up? No, it is just temporary, just temporary. Days like these continued to pass. After a long period of contemplation, Bill finally came to a decision. Layla bid farewell to Bill before leaving. I will be back, Uncle. Bill nodded, not forgetting to remind her, remember to return before sunset. Layla nodded, and leisurely departed. One day, this adorable troublemaker unexpectedly appeared in my life. Layla grew up amidst these thoughts. Her new clothes became small, and her skin became increasingly fair. The room, which was originally a temporary storage, now resembled a young lady's chamber. The image of the child running on the trail became clearer. I do not know when it happened, but Layla has become like the roses I care for. Now a beautiful and vibrant 18-year-old young lady, Layla picked enough strawberries to fill her basket. Then, carrying it, she returned. Uncle, you are home early today. Bill, who had been waiting in front of the house for a while, smiled at Layla. Layla returned the smile, her beautiful face radiating sunshine. Still here in Arvis, with Bill Lemmer. Uncle, look at this. Layla excitedly showed Bill a basket full of strawberries. What is that? Layla replied excitedly. Wild strawberries, look how much I harvested. Tomorrow, I will pick some more, and we will make wild strawberry jam. Bill looked at the overflowing basket and jokingly asked, all of this, are you planning to sell the jam? Layla nodded thoughtfully. That is not a bad idea, actually. Bill took out some ripe red peaches. I have peaches. Do you want some? Yes, please give me some. Bill split a peach in half. He gave one half to Layla. The two of them ate, while admiring the scenery. It is summer now, so the peaches are ripe. The bright sunlight filtered through the leaves. Birds sang melodiously in the trees. Layla watched them intently, a strange sense of peace rising within her. Yes, summer is here again. As night fell, Layla said a hetisk. Long hours of reading blurred her vision. Layla tiredly rubbed her aching eyes. This is bad. The exam is coming up, but it seems like my eyesight is getting worse. If I save up a little more, I can buy glasses. Layla immediately thought about business. 20 jars of strawberry jam, no, 30 jars, wait. An idea, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Why do not I make wild strawberry jam too? All of them will fetch a good amount of money, right? So, tomorrow I will go early to pick as many wild strawberries as possible. The thought immediately lifted Layla's spirits. Suddenly, Layla's door opened, and Uncle Bill poked his head in, worriedly asking, Layla, it is late. Why are not you asleep yet? Layla quickly replied, yes, I was planning to study a little more before going to bed. Bill could not help but praise her. You are so diligent, but remember to go to bed early and do not overwork yourself. Layla nodded and wished Bill good night. Bill left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Layla relit the candle. She adjusted the brightness slightly, pulling herself together. She continued to focus on her studies. She recalled a long time ago when Bill first decided to send her to school. The people around them strongly opposed it. Everyone believed that there was no point in sending an orphan to school, even if she continued to live here. When she grew up, she would only need to find a suitable husband or work as a maid for the Duke's family. But Uncle Bill dismissed all the prejudices of those around him and insisted on sending Layla to school. She remembered the first day she stepped through the school gates, how overjoyed she and Bill were. He reminded her, there is nothing to worry about, Layla. Come on. And so, Uncle Bill led her step by step onto the path of knowledge. Layla learned little by little about the strange world outside. Every day brought new things to learn, and she was always happy when her curiosity was satisfied. Every evening, Layla sat in the living room with Bill, sharing her day at school. He always responded with a familiar look and the words, Layla, you will become a wonderful adult someday. This was Layla's favorite phrase. Whenever she heard it, her eyes would sparkle. It was like a magic spell. On nights, she heard those words. She would drift off to sleep, imagining her grown-up self. I want to show everyone the wonderful adult I have become, just like Uncle said. That is the first repayment I can make. To achieve that, I have to do well on this exam, and then there will be a happy summer break. The thought further fueled Layla's determination. But suddenly, she remembered something. Summer was coming again. That person, Duke Hard. After the Duke graduated from university, following family tradition, he attended the Royal Military Academy and was commissioned as an army officer. Due to his service on the foreign front, he had been absent from Arvis for the past 2 summers. And he would return this summer, which also marked the return of gunfire to the forest after many years. This was why Layla felt particularly sad. At Gillis Academy for Girls, Layla and her close friends were discussing their summer break plans. When asked, Layla brushed it off, saying she would figure it out later. Suddenly, the 3 of them saw a familiar figure. A tall, handsome young man was tilting his head, searching for someone. Layla, look, he is here again. The young man, spotting Layla, waved excitedly. From such a distance, Layla naturally could not see clearly. She squinted her eyes. It was Kyle, happily calling her name. The appearance of a handsome young man at a girls' school quickly drew everyone's attention to Kyle. Layla recognized him, her eyes immediately brightening. She quickly bid farewell to her friends and left. Guys, I will go first. See you tomorrow. Bye. Layla walked straight towards Kyle, curious. Why are you here? Why did not you come to my house? It is more convenient. Kyle calmly replied, it is on the way anyway. But Layla understood him. Although she had mentioned it, Kyle still skipped his tennis club practice to go home with her. This annoyed the club members greatly. Why is not Kyle coming? Isn't he going to see that girl again? That is how it was. The seniors and members of the club always teased Kyle like that. Kyle blushed, quickly fanning himself with his shirt. To meet Layla as soon as possible, he had run all the way here. There is a vanilla ice cream shop you like on the way back. Do you want to have some? Layla readily agreed. Kyle always wanted to make the most of his time with Layla. So how can I just practice tennis? As they strolled and ate ice cream, Layla suggested, there is a book I need to read. Let us stop by the bookstore later. Layla continued eating her ice cream. Her every action was under Kyle's watchful gaze. Meanwhile, the club members were clamoring to have his name removed from the club. However, tomorrow's worries were for tomorrow. Kyle did not hesitate to go to the bookstore on the street. Kyle looked around restlessly while Layla focused on what she wanted. Kyle glanced at the page Layla was reading. Is this the book you want to read? Layla nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah, the migratory birds have returned. I plan to record which birds will return during this break. Right, you always liked birds. Kyle stole glances at Layla. Her delicate face, petite figure, and intelligence. Kyle's eyes were filled with affection. Today, can't I confess? Layla, noticing his intense gaze, looked up at Kyle. He did not say anything, just smiled gently, thinking to himself, I really like you. Seeing Kyle staring at her without speaking, Layla asked curiously, Kyle, is there something you want to tell me? Kyle turned his face away in embarrassment. Ooh, no. He quickly changed the subject. Have you finished choosing? Don't you want to look at other books? Layla nodded. Yeah, just buying this one is enough. Let us go home now. Kyle followed behind, telling himself, not yet, it is not the right time yet. I am not sure about Layla's feelings, so if I confess hastily, our long-standing friendship will become awkward, and I do not want that. Of course, Layla is getting more and more beautiful, making it hard for me to hold back, but I will try to be patient, so I can continue to see that smile. Honestly, I also wonder if it is necessary to become lovers. We have known each other for so long. Wouldn't it be better to become husband and wife directly? Now that it is so peaceful like this, we will definitely be a loving couple in the future. Layla talked about her studies, while Kyle was still lost in thought about the distant future. Marriage? Huh. It would be appropriate to get married right after graduating from university, right? Kyle closed his eyes, imagining how Layla would look in a wedding dress. Probably no bride in the world would be as beautiful as Layla. Kyle Ettman's wife. Just the thought made Kyle grin from ear to ear. His face flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Unexpectedly, Layla turned around to look at Kyle. Why are you smiling? Layla's sudden question left Kyle momentarily speechless. Layla added another sentence that stunned Kyle. Is me failing geometry that funny? Well, you are usually good at it, so it is understandable that you would not get it. Layla hopped onto her bicycle and rode off, leaving Kyle frantically running behind her, trying to explain. Wait, Layla, it is not like that, I was thinking about something else. Layla ignored his explanation, pedaling faster, leaving Kyle breathlessly chasing after her. Hey, wait! Finally, he caught the back of her bicycle, relieved. Let us go together. As they continued walking, Kyle suddenly asked, Hey, have you heard the news? What news? I heard that Duke Hard is coming back. It has been almost 2 years, right? Layla's cheerful expression darkened, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Kyle, not noticing the change, continued nonchalantly, I heard that the servants in the mansion are all in a flurry. Aren't you interested? The mention of the Duke brought back painful memories. I do not want to see him. Especially since that day, the day Layla knelt at her Hard's feet to pick up the gold coin, it had been a lingering pain in her heart. Although Miss Claudine was the one who called me into the mansion, left me there, and gave me the money, it was the Duke who made me feel absolutely terrible. It left a different kind of wound than the contempt and oppression I endured from my relatives when I was young. Every time I see the Duke, I remember that day. I have tried to avoid him at all costs. Even when Miss Claudine visited the mansion and called for me, it was just a brief passing. Even when the maid gave me the money, she never looked up. She always kept her head bowed as low as possible, so as not to see him. Even if her heart passed by, he would not see her face. Layla truly hated him. That memory is a wound I want to forget, but he keeps reminding me of it. Layla lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. Suddenly, Cal stopped in front of her bicycle and asked, "Layla, can I become an officer too?" Layla was surprised. An officer? Kyle immediately started boasting. Becoming an officer like Duke Hard and earning a sharpshooter medal, hitting the enemy with every shot, Captain Ettman. Very cool, right? Kyle gave a sly grin. Immediately, Layla shut him down. Kyle, have you forgotten? You can't even kill a chicken. His daydream was shattered by Layla's cold words, bringing Kyle back to reality, embarrassed. Why bring that up? This story went back to last year. One fine day, after visiting Layla's house as usual, Kyle incurred Uncle Bill's wrath. "Kyle Ettman, why do you keep coming to my house every day?" Uncle Bill grabbed Kyle by the collar, scolding him furiously. "And a rich young master like you does not eat at home. Why do you insist on eating here? It is too much. No, you are not allowed to come to my house anymore." Kyle was panicked by the ban, his inner thought screaming, "No, Uncle, it is only here that I can be with Layla. I at least need an excuse to study together." But outwardly, he had to say something different. "Uncle, I will pay for the meals. Please feel free to ask me to do anything." Bill frowned. People were being so sincere, he could not refuse. "Is that so? Come here." Bill led Kyle to the chicken coop. The first task he assigned him was to prepare the ingredients for dinner. Kyle was soundly defeated by a chicken, a memorable experience. He was then scolded by Uncle Bill. "This brat can't even catch a chicken. He is truly a useless larva of the Ettman family." Kyle froze, tears welling up. He was so dejected that Layla had to take him aside to comfort him. Since then, the name useless larva of the Ettman family had haunted Kyle. "You know, since that day, he has not called me by my name anymore." "Why, out of all the meaningful names, larva, larva." Layla burst out laughing, teasing Kyle, the gentle larva. Kyle was helpless. "Even you too," Layla explained. "I cherish you because you are like that." "Are you making fun of me?" Layla became serious again. "No, really. I hope these hands can save lives, not hold a gun." "Isn't that better?" Kyle replied, touched. "Of course, I will become a doctor." But he did not forget his endless passion for earning a medal. "If so, I will become a military doctor." "Can a military doctor receive a medal?" Layla chimed in. "Of course. It is a noble job of saving people, right?" Although he heard that, Kyle still had his doubts. "Is it, though?" Suddenly, a car appeared in their sight. Kyle and Layla intentionally stepped aside to make way for it. The car slowly passed them by. Inside the car was a familiar figure, Layla's nemesis, who had indeed returned. Duke Hard. It was unclear whether he actually saw them or not. The car continued on its way, away from them. Kyle and Layla started discussing. "Was that Mrs. Norma?" Layla immediately denied it. "No, I am sure it was not her. I heard she does not like cars." Kyle was still wondering. The current car models are a combination of technology and style. Layla did not understand what he was talking about. Kyle suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, that is right. What is it?" Kyle rummaged through his bag and realized he had forgotten to bring something for Layla. "The geometry notebook I was going to show you. I left it at home today." Layla narrowed her eyes, making sure she heard correctly. "Really?" Kyle replied honestly. "Yeah, I left it on my desk." Layla did a 180-degree turn and carefully instructed, "Then I will wait for you at home. Remember to come for dinner on time." "You must bring it to me," Kyle called after her. "Hey, are you waiting for me or the notebook?" Layla replied coldly, "The notebook, obviously." The harsh truth saddened Kyle. "Anyway, I will go home quickly and come over." Layla called back, "Take your time. It takes time to cook dinner anyway." Kyle sighed. "I know. See you later." Layla watched her friend's retreating figure and smiled naturally. She continued cycling, lost in thought. What should I do tonight? Layla rode leisurely along the sunny road, a sense of peace before the approaching storm. Her heart looked at the bright sunlight through the car window. After a moment of thought, he called out, "Hessen." The man turned around. "Yes, Your Grace." Her heart's request to stop the car startled Hessen. He had to ask again to make sure he heard correctly. "Your intention is to stop here, Your Grace." Her heart looked at him firmly and replied, "Yes, I will take a walk." The car screeched to a halt. After letting the Duke out of the car, Hessen continued, "Then I will wait nearby." Her heart declined. "No need. I will walk." The Duke's strange behavior made Hessen break out in a cold sweat. What is going on? His Grace returned a week earlier than expected, so the servants in the mansion are already busy, and now he suddenly wants to walk alone. Hessen was about to say something more, but was interrupted by the Duke. "No, I will see you at the mansion." Since his master had spoken, Hessen could not do anything else. "Yes, I understand, Your Grace." Under the bright sunlight filtering through the shady trees, her heart took off his hat and strolled leisurely along the road. He closed his eyes, enjoying the fresh air he had not experienced in a long time. Suddenly, a conversation came flooding back to her heart's memory. His mother had suggested to him, "Matthias, will you get engaged this summer?" Her heart readily agreed. It is time to get married and have an heir. She offered to help him with a suitable young lady from a good family. "I think Miss Claudine is the most suitable for the position of the next Duchess." Her heart accepted her suggestion because Claudine von Brandt was a young lady of suitable lineage and status. Seeing her son agree to the arrangement, her heart's mother was very pleased. "Then I will arrange for Miss Brandt to sit next to you at the welcome back to Arvis ceremony." Her heart did not refuse, wholeheartedly agreeing. Life was like that. Even without desire or aspiration, everything was perfectly prepared. A perfect life, so obvious that it felt boring. A perfect person in this life. From a perfect student to a perfect officer, now I will marry a perfect woman and become a perfect father. As Duke Gerhard, helping the family to develop sustainably. Just like my grandfather and father did. Yes. At that moment, a figure on a bicycle approached. Layla rode leisurely on her bicycle, her face full of joy. She passed the Duke like a gust of wind. Layla felt that the person looked somewhat familiar, and turned her head to look. The figure before her shocked her. Duke Gerhard. Her handlebars immediately wobbled, and Layla screamed. Before tumbling to the ground, the bicycle, following its momentum, also fell to the ground, fortunately not landing on her. Layla and her belongings were scattered everywhere. Her heart looked at the girl before him, suddenly feeling like he had met her somewhere before. Her distinctive golden hair reminded him of that child. The child the gardener had asked to stay, the little girl who wandered all day in the forest burying dead birds. Layla Rewellen. Is she still living in this territory? Layla looked up at her hard. His eyes were also focused on her. Layla jumped up. She respectfully apologized to the Duke. Layla's eyes caught the object on the ground. Only then did she realize that all her books had been scattered. Layla sat down and picked up each book one by one. Her actions were observed by her hard. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to speak. "Are you Layla Rewellen?" Hearing her name, Layla froze. But she kept picking up her books, apologizing to the Duke. Her heart was somewhat angry. Just as Layla was about to pick up the remaining pen, her heart coldly stepped on it. Layla froze. She tremblingly tried to pull the pen towards her, but in vain. Her heart coldly ordered, "Layla Rewellen, I am calling you." Layla clenched her hand. She boldly replied, "Yes, Duke, please speak. I am listening." Her heart's eyes immediately widened. He looked at Layla for a few seconds, then withdrew his foot to let her retrieve the object. Her heart said nothing and quickly brushed past Layla, leaving her slightly shocked. "Why did not you say anything?" Her hand holding the pen trembled. Layla turned sharply to look at her heart's back, thinking angrily, "Then why did you do that? Do people know that the perfect Duke everyone praises behaves like this?" Her heart put on his officer's hat and walked forward calmly. After gathering her belongings, Layla also quietly followed him with her bike. The wheels rolled along the road. Her legs, still aching from the impact of the fall, were trembling. But Layla's worries overshadowed everything. Seeing his leisurely appearance, Layla guessed, "Is he planning to walk from here to the mansion? I hope his long legs will make him walk faster." Layla could not just overtake him. The sunlight still filtered through the trees. Suddenly, her heart stopped. Layla also quickly stopped. She looked nervously at her heart. He looked steadfastly at Layla with judging eyes. Time passed, and that child had grown up. No longer a little girl, but a woman. Layla Rewellen. Roses are the national flower and pride of Berg Mansion. They bloom in full color, and every summer the Duke returns to his estate, making the servants busier. Every time he returns, many guests visit the mansion to attend various parties or meetings. Their hard work is a testament to the character of their master. Count Brandt is the second most prestigious nobleman in Berg, only after the Herhard family. They are one of the distinguished guests who need a special welcome. When they arrived, Duke Herhard was already at the gate to greet them. "Please come in." Count Brandt politely shook his hand. "It has been a while, Duke Herhard and Madam." Officially, the Brandt family was invited to the mansion to welcome summer together. But the Count's only daughter, Claudine, was the real reason for the visit to Arvis, which everyone knew. Duke Herhard also looked up to greet her appearance. Claudine gracefully stepped out of the car. She smiled at the person escorting her. "Hello, Duke Herhard." The Duke also nodded to her. "Hello, Miss Brandt." Before announcing the engagement, the two families needed to negotiate to promote mutual friendship. Claudine was more aware of this than anyone else, so she always appeared in her most formal and proper attire. The greenhouse always looks so beautiful. Madame Herhard must have brought paradise here. Madame Herhard was naturally very pleased with her future daughter-in-law. "I have taken care of it carefully for a long time, and I hope to pass it on to someone who understands its value." Her enthusiasm made the Brandt family feel appreciated. After chatting for a while, Madame Herhard wanted the young couple to spend more time together. "Matthias, please take Miss Claudine to visit the Arvis garden. We have some things to discuss here." The Brandt family agreed with Madame Herhard. So Matthias quickly stood up. He walked over to Miss Claudine and extended his hand to her. "Shall we go, miss?" Claudine placed her hand in Matthias's. Suddenly, he remembered another small hand, but his face showed no expression. Claudine replied, "Yes, Duke Herhard." The little girl from years ago had become a perfect lady. Matthias also formally escorted Claudine, just like their first meeting. Nothing was new, whether close or distant. They had known each other for a long time, so they both knew. The handsome Duke Matthias Herhard and Miss Claudine Brandt were both nobles to their very core. They chose each other in this political marriage, which was the biggest and clearest reason. While strolling through the Arvis garden, small birds always perched beside Claudine, making her exclaim, "The birds here are so beautiful. I can't believe they follow people like that. Is there a secret?" Matthias nodded to the gardener to explain. "It is wing clipping, miss." Claudine stroked the little bird on her hand. "Wing, don't they hurt?" The gardener shook his head and said, "No, because I only trim their feathers." "Are you curious, miss? I will show you." Claudine tilted her head and asked Matthias, "Is that all right, Duke Herhard?" And he completely indulged her. "Do as miss wishes." So the servant quickly prepared the tools. The gardener went to a large cage nearby and held a small yellow bird in his hand. Its smallness caught Matthias's attention. He asked, "What kind of bird is this?" And the gardener introduced it as a canary. "They sing very beautifully, sir." The little bird was held still, and a cloth covered its eyes. The gardener spread one of its wings with one hand and held scissors in the other. Although they have little contact with humans, their alertness is still very high. If you clip both sides of their wings so they can't fly far or hide, they will become more docile. Claudine curiously asked, "Do they really have to be clipped?" As usual, the gardener firmly snipped the scissors. Birds that can fly freely are difficult for humans to tame. Clipping them like this also helps them avoid getting lost or flying into dangerous places. They won't get hurt, so it is also good for them. Very quickly, the bird's feathers were trimmed. From the gardener's hand, it angrily flapped its wings and struggled. But it could not fly far before landing on the table. The bird flapped its wings again, wanting to fly away, and once again quickly landed on the ground. The little canary tilted its head, looking at the large shoes in front of it. Matthias reached out and picked it up. The little bird immediately cried out and struggled to escape his palm. The gardener hurried forward to catch the little bird. "Oh my, it can't be tamed right away, sir. It needs some more time to get used to it." The gardener lifted the lively bird in front of Claudine. "Would you like to tame it, miss?" But she smiled and declined. "It is enough for me to watch. Thank you for answering my question." She then turned to Matthias. "Now let us go back, Duke Erhard." The Duke paused for a moment, looking at her outstretched hand. Then politely took her hand. The image of a small hand holding a pen suddenly appeared in his mind. But Matthias chose to ignore it and turned away with Claudine. Halfway there, he suddenly ordered the gardener. "Bring it to my bedroom." The gardener looked at Matthias, not quite understanding. "What was that, sir?" The Duke, with a calm expression, replied, "That bird. My canary." He was talking about the small bird still in the gardener's hand. On a beautiful sunny day, there was a little girl who shone no less brightly than the sun that day. This morning, while helping to arrange flowers for the Erhard mansion, Layla chatted a bit with the maids. "Thank you, Layla. That must be heavy." "It is not heavy, but it seems someone is coming to the mansion." The maid nodded. "The Brandt family is coming." Layla gasped and thought, "So Miss Claudine is coming this year too." "That is right, because the Duke has returned to the mansion." The maid whispered in Layla's ear, "Hey, you know, the Duke and Miss Brandt are getting engaged." Layla was extremely surprised and repeated, "Engaged?" The maid elaborated, "Yes, I used to wonder who the perfect bride would be to marry our Duke." Finally, the Viscountess's visits have borne fruit. After that conversation, Layla went to her berry garden as usual. When the Duke returned, the forest remained quiet, probably because he was busy with the engagement. "So I have to finish today, before the Duke takes over the forest." Layla quickly picked the red berries from the bushes. "Before Miss Claudine calls me more often." She poured all the berries into the large basket she had brought. That same day, the Duke's car also returned to the mansion. The butler went out to the car to greet him. "I have prepared everything you need at your villa, sir. We have a meeting with the directors this afternoon, so the car will pick you up around noon." Duke Matthias got out of the car and nodded in acknowledgement. This was the place where one could see the whole view of the Schulter River and the Arvus Forest. Matthias liked different styles, so he had renovated the boathouse into his private villa, because he and his mother rarely walked to the riverbank. The Duke's long legs strode up the stairs. He slowly took off his heavy vest. This villa was his own world. When he did not have a schedule, he often stayed here, and idly admired the scenery of the forest and river, or read books. Sometimes he even took naps here. The villa was where he could comfortably do anything. Today was no different. After resting and reading on the sofa, Matthias put down his book and went to change. He loved swimming in the river during this time. Matthias placed his bathrobe on the chair. Then he seriously stretched his whole body, and then took a running start and jumped into the sparkling water under the sun. The moment he immersed himself in the river, the sky amidst the lush green trees, the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, the birds singing. The noisy engagement talk that people had been mentioning for the past few days gradually faded away amidst the quiet river. The marriage negotiations between the Erhard and Brandt families went smoothly as planned. The engagement period was 1 year, and during this summer, their engagement would be officially announced. Now he had sufficient status to become Duke Erhard without needing to be an officer for too long. He had been in the guard for 2 years and then retired. After marriage, he planned to focus on the family business. Until now, it was still the same. His life went smoothly like a quiet river, all according to his wishes. But who knew that variables would exist? That day, Layla was also sitting on an apple tree by the river, reading the newspaper. She was startled to see Duke Matthias and dropped the newspaper in her hand. They chose this way to meet again. It was also that same newspaper that made the Duke discover that right next to the river, there was a girl sitting on a high branch staring at him. Layla thought she was mistaken and had to rub her eyes several times. When she opened her eyes and looked again, the naked man bathing was still there. What is that? It is a person, a man. But a naked man. Could it be Duke Hard? Layla was shocked. Oh my god, it really is the Duke. What on earth is he doing out there? Matthias ran a hand through his wet hair, pushing it back from his forehead. His attractiveness made Layla, even though she covered her eyes, still peek through her fingers to look. No, do not look anymore. Close your eyes. She did not expect the Duke to swim towards her. Layla blushed in surprise. And then became panicked. Keep swimming. Why is he swimming this way? No, do not come here. Oh, really, do not come here. Layla was so scared she almost screamed. She quickly climbed down from the branch she was sitting on and ran away without looking back. On the way, she ran into Kyle, who was looking for her. Kyle called out to her with a smile. Thank goodness, I was just about to look for you. My uncle said you were. Before he could finish his sentence, Layla crashed into his chest. Kyle caught her. Layla, are you okay? What is wrong? Why are you running so fast? She was panting and could not speak properly. Kyle was also made anxious by her. What is wrong? Did something happen in the forest? What? Did you encounter a wild animal in the forest? Amidst Kyle's questioning, she remembered the fresh image of the Duke she had just seen. Layla felt so embarrassed, she wanted to faint. No, but I would rather encounter a wild beast. Kyle's worry intensified. Hey, calm down, Layla. What is wrong with you? If it is not a gorilla, did you see a ghost? Layla thought to herself. No, it is scarier than that. Kyle tilted his head and looked at her. But you said you were going to pick wild strawberries. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the fruits of her labor from morning till now. Oh, my wild strawberries. Kyle asked again. I do not know why you are like this. If so, I will go with you to bring them back, okay? But at his offer, Layla panicked and refused. No, thank you. She left without any explanation. At the base of the tree, 2 baskets full of wild strawberries and the newspaper were still there, showing how hastily their owner had left. Duke Matthias also strolled over. With one hand in his pocket, he looked at the things the girl had left behind. Matthias sat down to examine them. Wild strawberries. She is planning to strip this mountain bare of wild strawberries, huh? He then looked up at the high branches. This was where he had seen Layla. Memories of the past flooded back. As a child, he had also come here many times to call Layla down. It is little Layla Rewellen. Matthias's expression softened. He chuckled. Could it be that she still likes climbing trees and playing around like that? A few days later, Layla went into the city. She went to get a pair of glasses. The shop owner handed her a pair of round glasses to try on. Can you see clearly like this? Layla's blue eyes blinked behind the yellow frames. It feels like a whole new world has opened up. The shop owner nodded in agreement. It is understandable, since your eyesight is very poor. It must have been inconvenient for you lately. Layla was extremely satisfied with the glasses. Except for the inconvenience when reading, it is usually fine. The shop owner pointed at the eye chart to check her eyes one last time. So, try reading this small line. Can you read it? Layla happily replied. Very clear. These glasses were very important to her. Finally, I have glasses that I earn myself. Thank you. Arves wild strawberries. I have been diligently making strawberry jam to earn money for these glasses, despite the heat. With her glasses, Layla waved goodbye to the shop owner and left. Goodbye, uncle. The shop owner warmly said, come again next time. But why am I remembering those embarrassing memories on such a beautiful sunny day? Too bad. I just finished getting my glasses today. It is the same with the Duke, even if it is his territory. How could he swim naked in broad daylight like that? What if someone saw him? Anyway, I should not wander near the river until the Duke leaves. It is a shame I can't go to my favorite area, but I absolutely can't run into him again. Just then, someone called Layla. She stopped, recognizing the familiar voice. Could it be Miss Claudine? Layla turned around to look. The first person to catch her eye was Duke Matthias, whom she was trying to avoid. Layla instinctively flinched in fear. Her cheeks slowly flushed red. At this moment, Claudine leaned out from beside him. It has been a while, Layla. Layla immediately lowered her head. Hello, Duke and Miss. She sighed inwardly. It has only been a short time since we last met, and he has already become a gentleman. Claudine greeted her. Your glasses almost made me not recognize you. Are you doing well? Layla replied. Yes, I am fine, miss. The young lady then extended a friendly invitation to Layla. We are on our way to that hotel for tea. Would you like to join us, Layla? It has been a while, so let us have a cup of tea together. The unexpected invitation surprised Layla. Me. Claudine did not forget to ask Matthias's opinion. Is it all right, Duke or hard? And he nodded in agreement. So Claudine took the lead. Follow me. Layla could not refuse and followed. Yes, miss. Layla thought to herself, it will only be a moment, right? I have an appointment with Kyle in the city. Luckily, there is still time. Why does the miss want me to come along? I have nothing to say. Even though I do not understand, I am not curious about the reason. Although we are in the same space, my presence is like it does not matter, just like when I was 12 years old. Today, I just need to accept it. Only Layla looked at the person in front of her. Thanks to my glasses, I can see the Duke sitting opposite me more clearly. His eyes since I was little, every time I looked into the Duke's crystal blue eyes, I innocently thought they were as clear as a piece of music, but now I feel very shy. Layla felt completely unnatural. I just decided to avoid him, and now I am sitting face to face like this. But why am I the only one who feels embarrassed? Doesn't the Duke feel ashamed about that day? Normally, being caught like that would be embarrassing, right? Thinking back, I think I have heard before that to nobles, commoners are no different from objects. If that is true, then it is not hard to understand. Who would be embarrassed in front of objects, and no object would be embarrassed to see someone naked. So now I am just an object, an inanimate thing. Claudine continued to talk to her. Layla, how's school? Are you having fun? Layla lowered her head and replied, yes, miss. The miss asked again, what do you plan to do after graduation? Layla did not hide her ambition. I am taking classes to get a teaching certificate. Claudine was surprised to hear her plan. A teaching profession. A teacher, that is a great plan. It seems to suit you. Isn't that right, Duke Herhard? Layla looked at Matthias. He politely nodded and said, yes. Something seemed to sink in Layla's heart. Claudine's voice continued, for this party, I feel it should be like this. What do you think about inviting the misses of the families? Amidst the exchange between the young lovers, Layla remained silent, clutching her hands on her lap. There was no room for her to interject. After a while, Layla stood up. Excuse me, Duke and Miss, may I take my leave? I have an appointment with a friend later. Claudine looked at her gently. Is that so? Then you can go ahead. I was very happy to see you today, Layla. Layla bowed her head respectfully and replied, then I will take my leave. Have a good time. After saying that, she quickly turned and left. Matthias only glanced at her back for a moment. Then his gaze fell on the still full teacup on Layla's table. The friend Layla had a lunch date with was Kyle. He laughed loudly at her new glasses. You scraped all the strawberries on the mountain to make jam and sell them. Congratulations on achieving your goal. Rewellin, Layla pushed her glasses up. Stop teasing me. Why have you been laughing at me all this time? Do I look weird wearing glasses? I am not used to them yet. Kyle playfully lifted the glasses off Layla's nose. Do you know, if you wear glasses, your eyes will become as big as a mouse's. Layla was so teased that she grabbed his collar angrily. Kyle begged for mercy while laughing. Hey, do not do that. I know. You are just like Uncle Bill at times like these. Come on, let us eat quickly. I am starving after playing tennis. Kyle handed Layla a bottle of water. Drink this with your meal. At the same time, Duke Matthias's carriage stopped by the side of the road. Claudine's voice asked, is there a traffic jam? And the coachman reported, yes, miss. It seems a carriage is blocking the road ahead. Beside her, the Duke was looking intently out the window. He accidentally spotted a familiar figure. So it was a date with that boy. Across the street, Layla and Kyle were joking and having lunch. That boy is Kyle Ettman, the son of the chief physician. Matthias looked at him a bit longer. In the cafe earlier, Layla did not touch her teacup. She just sat still with her hands on her knees, then quietly left. Her expression was restless and uncomfortable, like she wanted to run away. A few rays of sunlight pierced through the trees along the road and shone through the carriage window, making the Duke's eyes sparkle. In his mind, he remembered the image of Layla as a child. When he was still in the military, Layla did not act like this, running away from him. To go to that boy. The image of Kyle smiling next to Layla stabbed into Matthias's mind. It was because she wanted to go to that boy. That she left me, her smile when she is with that boy is so bright. To be with that boy. In the following days, Layla's presence was noticed by Mrs. Brandt, and she did not seem pleased. Could it be? That child, the orphan adopted by the gardener, is she still living here? Claudine, holding an embroidery frame, replied, Yes, mother. It is that child. She is beautiful, is not she, mother? The older she gets, the more beautiful she becomes. The madam frowned at her daughter. Don't you notice? Miss Claudine smiled. How could that be? I know she is very beautiful. I have not seen her in a long time, but Layla is even more beautiful than I imagined. She has a petite figure, the delicate features characteristic of Lovida women, mysterious blue eyes, and fair skin. That is why I suddenly invited her to come with us. The tea party that day was not accidental. Miss Claudine intentionally brought Layla along with her and Matthias. I am curious. How would Duke Gerhard react when he sees a child growing up beautifully in his territory? So Claudine deliberately brought the Duke along. And he was just as I expected, both interested and appropriately indifferent. A perfect, restrained personality. So Claudine calmly said to the madam, I know what you are worried about, but I do not want to pay attention to such things. The madam looked extremely uneasy. It is because you are young and do not understand men. If it were me. Claudine interrupted the madam. Are all the beautiful girls in the world supposed to disappear from Duke Gerhard's eyes? She smiled as she embroidered on the fabric in her hands. Like you said, I am young, so I do not understand men well. But I understand that a prestigious man always has a few mistresses. Her words startled the madam. Oh my, Claudine. Yes, so even if that happens, it is not surprising. He may desire beautiful women, like father and other men. But a man who behaves appropriately towards his legal wife is fine. It is the one who does not know moderation with his legal wife that has a problem. And Matthias clearly belongs to the first type. He was someone who would not abandon his family's reputation for a momentary desire. Besides, there was another reason why Claudine was not worried. Although I do not hope it happens, if the Duke makes me his legal wife, I will be more comfortable if it is that girl, someone I can hold in the palm of my hand. She won't be able to affect my position at all. Her daughter's words almost made Mrs. Brandt fall back. Oh my, Claudine, what are you saying? You really, in Claudine's eyes, she was a frail mother who had struggled many times to give birth to her. The madam did not hear a word from her daughter. Anyway, it is not good to let such a girl near Matthias. I come here every year, so why am I only seeing that girl now? Claudine knew she was insecure about not being able to produce an heir, causing her feelings for her father to gradually cool down. Then beautiful women appeared, gave birth to sons, and stole her father's love, making her mother always live in such worry. Although she felt sorry for her mother, she was also tired of that pity. The madam anxiously said, I have to talk to Duke Gerhard. Claudine asked her, Mother, would it be a problem if Duke Gerhard took notice of a beautiful, low-born girl? I am the legal wife. The madam was speechless. Claudine, you do not know anything about love. She told Claudine, love can make people blind, but Claudine just laughed. Love, because of love, I have witnessed Mother washing her face with tears every day. Her hands did not stop embroidering. So I will absolutely not be like Mother. What I want is not a withered love when abandoned, but a perfect marriage that can protect my dignity and honor. At the same time, in his mansion, the canary Matthias brought back had been tamed. It no longer struggled like before. On the contrary, it actively perched on his hand and chirped for a while. Matthias slowly stroked the canary's feathers. Then the Duke looked down at the flower garden in front of the mansion. It was Layla with a sunny smile and blonde hair. Something Matthias found hard to take his eyes off. A while later, at Uncle Bill's wooden house, Kyle walked up and shouted, Layla, I am here. But the house was closed, with no movement inside. Kyle leaned against the railing, waiting for his friend to return. It seems she went out to work with Uncle Bill. But it is almost time. I will wait a bit. In the warm sunlight, Kyle happily thought, the future Mrs. Edmund is still beautiful even with glasses. He remembered when he rode his bike to take her home. Layla said, "You bought a sandwich earlier. Let me buy dessert this time." Kyle chuckled. All right. Why do you have to be so meticulous?" Because he wanted to go home with her. He deliberately did not ride his bike when he met Layla. When he felt Layla's small hand gently grasp the hem of his shirt, Kyle just wanted to shout to her, "You can hold on tighter." At that time, Layla smiled beautifully and said to him, "Hey, Kyle, I will buy you ice cream." Kyle was so happy, but he still told himself, "Don't rush, take it slow. I have decided." But all decisions melted before Layla. As soon as she looked at him with her big round eyes and gave him the ice cream, Kyle's heart pounded like it was about to explode. His whole body felt hot. Sometimes I have dreams that make me feel guilty. More than anything, what bothers me the most is the fear and anxiety. Even though we sit next to each other and Layla chats with me about trivial things like, "The clouds are beautiful today," I am still afraid that one day, someone will appear and take Layla away. If so, I would rather defy everything and confess. Just then, Layla returned and called his name. Kyle turned around happily, only to find a girl wearing a flower-covered hat waving at him. "Kyle." Immediately, Kyle could not help but laugh. What is with that rustic hat? Both Uncle Bill and Layla were dissatisfied with his reaction. But Kyle, like a fool, still did not notice their displeasure. "Hi, Uncle. Wow. Why is there a giant vase here? Oh my God. Do not tell me you bought that yourself. Where did you pick it up?" Layla was extremely angry. "I did not pick it up. Uncle bought it for me." Kyle immediately changed his expression and gave 2 thumbs up in praise. "Oh, no wonder it looks so beautiful now that I look closely. Uncle's taste is amazing." In the end, Kyle received a bump on the head from Uncle Bill. Then Layla arranged for him to sit at the dining table. "Come on, eat." Kyle tearfully nodded. "Yeah, I will eat well." Inwardly, he cried, "Even so, I am still invited to eat." He misspoke, but the food Layla cooked was delicious. After the meal, Kyle went to where Layla was reading outside on the porch. "Are you still mad?" Layla did not look at him, coldly replying, "Yeah." Kyle hurriedly pleaded with her, "I am sorry. If I had known, I would not have done that." "But why did he suddenly give you a hat?" Layla said it was because she asked for it. Kyle was extremely surprised. You never ask Uncle for anything." Layla held her glasses in her hand and recounted softly, "It is because Uncle seemed sad when I bought expensive glasses myself, without saying a word to him." She missed how sad Uncle Bill was when he said to her, "If your eyes are not good, you should have told me first. How could you do it yourself without saying anything to me, Layla? Am I that untrustworthy?" She shook her head repeatedly. "That is not it. It is just that I have always been indebted to Uncle, so I wanted to try to be able to buy glasses for myself. Uncle has never been angry with me since I was a child." No matter how I explained it at that time, his eyes were still very sad. After that day, Uncle and I were very awkward every day. So Layla decided to call out Uncle. At that time, she could not think of what to do, so she asked him to buy her a beautiful hat. Layla stroked the hat. "And Uncle bought me this hat, the hat he chose himself. And someone teased me about it being rustic, did not they?" Kyle was extremely ashamed. "Oh, you should have said so earlier. I am not the kind of trash who makes fun of a gift like that." Layla scolded disapprovingly. Someone sneered as soon as they saw it. "Nothing is more beautiful than flowers to Uncle, so the one with the most flowers is the most beautiful. A cold uncle personally went into a women's clothing store and bought this hat for me. I know how special that is. How great that feeling is." Layla hugged the hat to her chest. "To me, this is the most beautiful and lovely hat in the world. So do not tease me anymore, okay?" Kyle quickly replied, I know. A moment later, the door of the house was pushed open. Uncle Bill went out wearing a coat and a hat. He looked at Kyle and asked, "Why has not this brat gone home yet?" Kyle looked at him longingly. The man who loves Layla will have to accept being second best, because the #1 spot for Layla would always be Uncle Bill. Before leaving, Uncle Bill said to Layla, "I have to go to the city center." She smiled and obediently replied, "Yes, Uncle. Come home early." Looking at the two of them, Kyle also felt happy for them. It is natural. It is useless to be jealous. After that, only Kyle and Layla were left reading. Kyle dejectedly covered his face with the book, his thoughts drifting with time. She has not looked at me once. I borrowed this book for nothing. Meanwhile, Layla was happily engrossed in her book, munching on cookies. Who is the culprit? Next page. Kyle slightly opened his eyes and looked to the side. Does Layla know how beautiful she looks when she is focused on reading? She is also cute when she chews on cookies. Kyle decided to sit up and talk to her. Hey, Layla, is there ever a time? Just then, Layla heard someone approaching. Kyle also looked in that direction. It was the sound of hooves slowly approaching them. Both Layla and Kyle stood up to greet them. Because the person who appeared was Duke Matthias. Both of them, following protocol, had to step down to greet him. Kyle bowed. Hello, Duke. Only Layla was distracted, constantly brushing off cookie crumbs. Her heart was in turmoil. Why is he appearing right now? Kyle gently nudged her hand and whispered, Stop it, you have brushed it all off. Their intimate gesture was seen by the Duke. The Duke asked, Where's Lemmer? Layla replied, He just went down to the city center for a bit. Do you need anything? The Duke looked at Layla and asked, Do you do the rose picking, Miss Rewellen? Layla nodded. You mean the roses in the garden, right? The Duke took that as her agreement. He left and instructed her, Bring a moderate amount. Deliver them to the mansion for me. Layla quickly prepared to go to work. Kyle stared at her. You are even wearing your new hat. He offered to go with her. I will help you with some chores too. Let us go together. But Layla refused. It is okay. There is nothing to do. Kyle said again, Then I will wait for you at home. Layla, carrying a small basket, told Kyle to go home. Mrs. Edmund will be angry if she knows you are playing here again. Don't get scolded because of me. Go home and study. This time, he could not say anything more. Kyle watched Layla leave and wondered, It is strange. Why did he have to come here directly to give a chore like bringing roses? No, it must have just been a convenient stop. It is not strange at all. But why do I suddenly feel uneasy? He thought, then reassured himself, No. Why would it be Duke Herhard of all people? Why should I worry about a nobleman who is about to get married? He watched Layla wave goodbye to him, his heart stirring. It seems I have been too sensitive lately. Why do I keep feeling uneasy? Kyle murmured Layla's name. At this time, at Matthias's mansion, Layla placed the basket of roses on the table. Duke, I have brought the roses as you requested. However, Matthias coldly said, Bring different ones. Layla thought she had misheard. Excuse me. Matthias did not even look up and said, Don't choose bright colors. Do it again. Don't choose gaudy colors. Do it again. Matthias, the fastidious one, did not like the flowers the young lady just brought in, or was that just an excuse to prolong Layla's time with him? Layla lowered her head, accepting the request. Yes, I understand, Your Grace. Stepping outside, the bright sunlight combined with the frustration in her heart made Layla boil. She tied her hair back neatly. No gaudy colors, eh? And yet he said to bring something appropriate. Just as her anger peaked, there was something on the ground for her to vent on. Layla kicked the stone, sending it flying far away. Why did not you just tell me the color you wanted from the beginning? Layla looked back at the magnificent villa. Although she did not know the structure of the mansion, she knew that this riverside villa was the Duke's private space. A place rarely visited by guests or strangers. In such a personal space, why ask for flowers to be brought in like this? Probably for his fiancée, Miss Claudine. Having guessed his intention, Layla had chosen bright roses to suit Miss Brandt's taste, and this was the result. The accurate conclusion is, everyone's assessment of the Duke is wrong, completely wrong. How can someone who bothers others under the scorching summer sun be a good person? I do not know what others think, but I really hate the Duke. Despite her intense dislike, Layla's hands picked flowers with remarkable agility. Where will the story between these two go? After selecting the flowers that met Matthias's requirements, Layla wrestled with how to face the Duke. I will just look straight ahead and go in. Just then, the two men who had been talking with Matthias in the room came outside. Seeing the small girl, the older man said, Layla, you have worked hard. The girl politely greeted him back. Hello, sir. Where is everyone going? He replied. We are returning to the mansion. Work hard. This was a private villa, and now the other two had also left. This meant that only the Duke and Layla were in the villa now. Her heart beat faster for no reason. Though there were no feelings yet, being alone with a man did make things a little ambiguous. When Layla entered Matthias's room, she found him sleeping with his eyes closed, resting. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, his handsome face became even more defined. Layla observed him slowly. Is he sleeping? He looks tired. I wonder if it is, because I always see him looking so composed that he now looks like a stranger. So what should I do now? Should I wait here or just leave the flowers and go? Just then, as if reading Layla's mind, Matthias opened his eyes and looked at her. Layla quickly bowed her head and announced, Your Grace, I have brought the new roses. New flowers, may I leave now? Layla asked softly. Matthias did not answer but instead countered with a question, If you could, would you leave? Layla quickly responded, Although I made a mistake earlier, this time I brought the right color you wanted. Having said that, Layla suddenly felt a chill down her spine. I was so annoyed, I just said what I was thinking. Yet Matthias was not angry at all. He looked at the documents in his hand and said, All right, sit down. Layla was relieved that he did not get angry. It seemed she had finally chosen the color he wanted. However, she did not want to stay here too long. That is not necessary. If your grace is satisfied, I will take my leave. It seemed Matthias did not want to let her off so easily. He found another reason for her to stay. Miss Rewellen, if you have brought the flowers, is not arranging them also your task? Layla stammered in response, but my flower arranging skills are not good. Matthias maintained his gentle demeanor. Well then, what should she do now? Just a simple question, but it put Layla in a difficult position. She sighed wearily. Right now, there is only the Duke and me in this villa. Even if I am not skilled, it is still part of my job. Layla sat down and began to take each flower stem she had picked and arrange them in the vase. Matthias, although his hand was writing on the paper, his eyes were fixed on Layla. Looking at her suddenly reminded him of the canary in his bedroom. At first, it trembled in his hands. When he moved it to the bedroom, it went silent as if dead. After a while, it gradually let go of its guard and started following him. No matter how difficult to tame, it could now perch on his hand and rub against him, their eyes meeting as it sang a beautiful song. Like it was chirping about a love story. And Layla Rewellen, what about her? As Layla looked up, she caught Matthias staring at her. The awkwardness prompted Layla to quickly do something. She grabbed the vase on the table. Oh dear, there is no water in the vase. Then she hugged the vase and rushed out. After a while, the rose vase was arranged. Layla felt like she had just escaped a disaster. I have finished arranging them, Your Grace. Do you like them? Matthias recalled Layla's earlier words. I do not know how to arrange flowers. Her honest words. But he still commented, they look terrible. Layla could only apologize, then I will ask someone who can arrange them better to come here. At this point, Matthias told Layla to sit down. Layla froze for 5 seconds. Yes, what is it? Matthias repeated, sit down Layla. He placed a covered plate of food in front of her. Eat. Layla, in anticipation, opened the lid of the dish. On the plate were 2 sandwiches and a glass of cold water. Seeing Layla's bewildered expression, Matthias was also confused. Why does she look so flustered? Is she tired from working so hard? She likes that. She will eat it with gusto. And smile brightly, like the sun. If you like such things, I think I have compensated you appropriately. The result is rather poor, but you have done the gardener's work. So, from the beginning, Matthias had noticed Layla's every action, and even prepared a meal as compensation. My cold-hearted CEO. Layla replied coldly, Thank you, Your Grace. I am fine. Matthias took a sip of water, pondering the thoughts of the girl across from him. If you have no further requests, I will take my leave. Matthias placed his glass down on the table. Is that what you mean? Matthias thought and then began to speak. Layla, were my words a request? In the previous chapter, Layla had said to Matthias, if you have no further requests, I will take my leave. If you intended it that way. Layla, that was a request. Not a favor. Layla clenched her fists, trying to maintain her composure. I know that could never be a favor. Anyway, my feelings do not matter, so refusing would be useless. Layla then sat down silently. Further refusal might make the situation worse. It would be better to eat quickly and then leave. She reached for a sandwich. Layla suddenly remembered she had already had lunch and a snack earlier. Whether it was due to running back and forth between the garden and the villa or the scorching heat, she could not swallow anything. Holding the sandwich in her hand, she felt uneasy. Is this really just payment for a chore, or is it punishment for my terrible flower arranging? Probably the latter. While holding a mouthful of sandwich, Layla caught Matthias's gaze. She felt puzzled. Why has he been staring at me all this time? Layla lowered her head to avoid the Duke's gaze. Matthias continued to watch her calmly. Still the same as when she was little. When she saw things she should not have seen, she would just lower her head, pretend to be busy, and run away, to the point of being annoying. After thinking it over, Matthias placed his glass on the table. Suddenly, Matthias reached out and took hold of the ribbon on Layla's hat. He spoke, Layla, as a lady. You should take off your hat indoors. Layla froze, stunned by his action. At this moment, Matthias had removed Layla's flower hat. He was close to Layla, acting as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Layla felt incredibly dizzy after this action. She imagined herself kneeling at Matthias's feet, and then laughed at herself. I have tried to endure. Even in difficult situations, I still smile calmly. No matter what orders are given to me, it is all right. But my uncle's gift cannot become a laughingstock for others. Having thought this through, the heroine stood up and declared resolutely, I will now return home. So please return my hat, Your Grace. Matthias responded calmly, not rushing, then eat. Once you have finished eating, I will return your hat and let you go home. It is easy. Layla refused to be humiliated any longer. She firmly declined, No, I do not want to. I do not want to eat. I can't eat now. So, please return my hat. Matthias stood up and walked towards her. You do not want to. Layla quickly changed her tone to one of conciliation. I am wrong. Please give me back my hat. Matthias held the hat high, out of her reach. Seeing this, Layla called out, Your Grace. Then she pleaded with him, Give me back my hat. Matthias's gaze remained the same, watching Layla intently. The sandwich on the table fell to the floor. Matthias's eyes were so beautiful, the emerald green was captivating. But his actions were not beautiful at all. Matthias suddenly threw her flower hat out the door. Seeing that, Layla rushed out the door in a panic. She stretched out her hand to grasp at any small glimmer of hope. But it was too late. Layla could only stand and watch. As her precious hat fell into the river below, Layla immediately ran down to the courtyard below to retrieve the hat. Following the current, the hat had drifted quite far. Layla was bewildered. What should she do? She could not reach it. She had to hurry before it drifted further away. At this moment, Layla suddenly recalled her past. Her cousins bullied her. They gave her a memorable debut. They threw her into the lake. Layla could not swim, so she panicked, flailing, trying to yell as loud as she could for someone to hear. But those wonderful cousins did not care at all. Let us see how you do. Try your best. Back in the present, the image of herself drowning came back to haunt Layla. Her feet froze in place. It was so terrifying. Suddenly, Layla remembered the image of Uncle Bill excitedly bringing the flower hat he had personally chosen to give her. Why are there so many kinds of hats in this world? I bought this at Lynn's. If you do not like it, just take it back there and exchange it. Layla was so excited at the time. Uncle, you personally chose it for me. It is so beautiful, Uncle. I have to use it carefully. I can't waste it. Her uncle then asked. Without hesitation, Layla put on the flower hat with a happy face. What do you think, Uncle? Does it suit me? Uncle Bill smiled kindly, looking at her like his own little daughter. Yes, it is beautiful. Because it was a gift from Uncle Bill, Layla could not be afraid. She started to take off her glasses. Then she carefully placed the glasses on a towel. Matthias was still standing on the balcony, looking down with an emotionless expression. The image of Layla stepping into the river made him hesitate. Could it be? Is she going down to the river to retrieve that hat? At this moment, Layla's whole body was in the water. She was slowly approaching the hat. Matthias was still intently watching her every move. The section of the river near the villa was not deep. But further out, the water was deeper than his own eyes. Layla was now very close to the hat. She reached out to grab it. Then she tightly grasped the hat string. Got it. But Layla did not know that she had gone out very far, and the water here was very deep. The feeling of being adrift, without any support, immediately sent Layla into a panic. She could not swim, so she struggled. But the more she struggled, the more the water swallowed her. Seeing the situation was not good, Matthias turned and went downstairs. The sandwich was still lying on the floor. Eat, get the hat back, go home. Why does something so simple have to be so complicated? Layla used all her strength to surface. But how could someone who could not swim manage? Matthias had now run down to the river. Layla let go, sinking into the river but still clutching the flower hat in her hand. Matthias then sped up, jumping directly into the river to save Layla. His arms wrapped tightly around her small frame, and he pushed Layla upwards. The two slowly surfaced. The sunlight was still as bright as ever. Matthias had now brought Layla ashore. Layla was limp like a lifeless body but still clutched the hat tightly to her chest. Layla slowly sat up. Matthias was relieved to see Layla wake up, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw she was all right. Matthias was also soaking wet. But what caught his attention was that Layla was still clutching the hat. Even after falling into the water and nearly drowning, she still held it so tightly. What is that hat? Matthias turned his face away, giving a sarcastic smile, whether for Layla or himself. Seeing him laughing like that, Layla turned to look at him. Her face was full of resentment and anger. Why? How could you do that? Layla clenched her fists. She stood up, facing Matthias. In the end, how can he still laugh after all this? Whose fault is it that things turned out like this? The hat is all wet. Then Layla shook the flower hat to get rid of the excess water, but some of it splashed onto Matthias. Although a little worried, she did not care. Layla pursed her lips tightly, showing her disapproval. Whatever. Even if I had not splashed him, he was already wet. Layla, fueled by the situation, used the hem of her dress to fling water everywhere. Matthias just sat silently, watching Layla wring out her clothes. He wiped the water from his face and uttered a typical CEO phrase, interesting. I did not expect things to be so interesting. Hearing this, Layla thought to herself, what is so interesting? Then she asked him, why did you do that to me? Matthias started to speak, Layla, first of all, should not you express your gratitude to your lifesaver? Hearing him speak so shamelessly stunned Layla. What are you talking about? Layla replied fearlessly, I think if you had not thrown my hat into the river, none of this would have happened. Matthias stood up after hearing that and retorted, no. If you had obediently eaten the sandwich and gone back, this would not have happened. Layla felt a little guilty hearing that. Her cheeks gradually reddened, and she lowered her head. Matthias continued, taking advantage of the situation. He flicked the water on his hand at Layla. If you can't swim, do not blindly jump in like that. Layla bit her lip and endured, trying to suppress the feelings of injustice and anger that were about to burst out. Endure. After all, the Duke is the master of Arvis. My actions will make Uncle Bill uncomfortable. All for Uncle Bill. For Uncle Bill. Then she bowed and said, thank you for saving me, Duke. Matthias was buttoning his shirt. He asked Layla to do it again, like a lady. Layla's anger surged, but she had to chant in her head, for Uncle Bill. She replied, I apologize, Duke, but I am not a lady like a noblewoman. Matthias replied to Layla, even so, you must behave like a lady in front of me. Whoever you are, I am still a gentleman. Matthias stared at Layla as if waiting for something. His logic left Layla speechless. Then she put her hat back on, gently bowed, and said, thank you for saving my life, Duke. Now, if you will excuse me, I will take my leave. Goodbye. Having said that, without waiting for permission, she hurried past Matthias. Her steps were strong. I won't break down today. I won't become a joke for that man anymore. Absolutely no crying. I can't cry for someone like that. Please. Layla tried to prevent the tears that threatened to spill from flowing down her face. Layla stepped out of the sight of those river blue eyes and ran home, just like the day she picked up the gold coin and ran. Now, the shadow of the hat could not hide her red eyes. I hate this. Layla ran even faster. She had seen him strolling along the forest path with Miss Claudine before. The image of the gentleman escorting the beautiful lady was like something out of an old court fairy tale. Layla unconsciously followed their figures with her eyes. At the end of the path, the wind unfortunately blew off the lady's hat. He slowly walked to the edge of the path, picked up the hat, and returned it to Miss Claudine. Elegant and graceful gestures. Yet today, he offended Layla with the same beautiful gestures as that day, with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. Bright sunlight pierced through the trees. Layla could not overcome her emotions. She hid her face against a tree trunk and cried from her own humiliation. Her eyes were red, while Matthias maintained a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. In front of Layla, he became cruel. As the matter could not be changed, Layla used the river water to wash her tear-stained face. She leaned against a nearby tree to rest. The day had passed in such a distressing way. A moment later, Layla continued on her way, no longer feeling humiliated, but angry. Seriously, my savior, acting like a lady. Layla vented her anger on a small stone on the road. Layla's resentment towards the Duke surged, so she kicked a pebble by the roadside with all her might. Watching the innocent pebbles fly, Layla frowned in her blurry vision. Only then did she realize the fatal mistake she had made. Layla froze. Oh, my glasses. The distance home suddenly felt much further. Oa Matthias is ville. Clear music echoed in the large room. Matthias sat in a corner, meticulously examining Layla's glasses. Looking at them reminded him of the little girl who always looked at him with a frown. Her eyes, usually tired and ordinary, had a particular sparkle that caught his attention. Matthias reached for a cigarette. He put it to his lips and lit it. Matthias slowly stepped out onto the balcony, Layla's glasses in his hand. He tossed the glasses playfully. Holding them in his palm, Matthias suddenly remembered his first encounter with Layla, the child who said she would stay in Arvis for a while. He tossed the glasses again. But that child had unconsciously grown into a woman. Within Matthias her heart's territory. He thought of her standing here the day before. The girl with the sparkling, magical green eyes, looking at him. A fresh and sweet fragrance. Layla was like a rose blooming throughout the summer, Matthias thought. Matthias casually held Layla's glasses in his hand. He pondered over these thoughts. The stream of memories made Matthias exhale a puff of smoke. He murmured Layla's name. Matthias whispered the name like the summer heat. He kept repeating it, the name rubbing against his tongue, irritating him. After tossing them around playfully several times, Matthias put the glasses away in a drawer. The thought of the green eyes behind the glasses also disappeared. Matthias had taken a long bath. He quickly changed and adjusted his clothes. Outside, the sky had darkened. It was time for Matthias to leave the villa for a party, returning to his usual perfect Duke Herhard appearance. He strolled towards the waiting car. As soon as Matthias got in, the car started. It was a peaceful midsummer night's dinner. At Uncle Bill's house. Perhaps the crows took them, Uncle Bill said to Layla. Those birds are always crazy about shiny things. Remember your hair clip. Layla chuckled softly. Of course, how could I forget? It was a gift from Uncle Bill to Layla on her 13th birthday. It was stolen within the first few days of wearing it. Just remembering that made Layla's heart ache. Uncle Bill also remembered how, from that day on, she had searched every crow's nest in the forest, but never found it. Layla pouted. If that happens again, no matter how much I like birds, I will hate crows. Uncle Bill comforted her. Don't worry too much. If necessary, you can buy new glasses. If you can't find them, you must tell me, Layla. Don't keep it to yourself. She nodded in agreement. The truth was, Layla did not dare tell Uncle Bill that the Duke had thrown her hat into the river, so she could not say she had left her glasses at the dock. That would only upset him. Layla thought her glasses must still be there. She planned to quietly retrieve them in the morning. Early the next morning, Layla went to the villa. But she searched around and could not find her glasses anywhere. She clearly remembered leaving them on her handkerchief. Suddenly, she noticed her poor handkerchief lying alone in a corner. The missing handkerchief meant the glasses placed on it had been moved. Could it be the Duke? Layla could not believe it. She thought the Duke had no reason to take them. Just then, a crow was perched on a branch above. Layla suspected it was the culprit. She yelled, "Where did you put them? Where are they? Was it really you?" Layla was at a loss as to how to find her glasses. The suspect could only be one of the two, the crow or the Duke. A pigeon flew to Kyle's window. Kyle looked out from his room and greeted it. This was Layla's mail carrier with 2 years of experience, named Phoebe. Phoebe's special traits were being unafraid of people and having a big appetite. Upon receiving the letter, Kyle thanked Phoebe, but Phoebe was not satisfied. Just words. Understanding, Kyle fetched some food for Phoebe as payment. Kyle held the letter, puzzled. "We have an appointment at the library later. Why would Layla send a letter now? Could she be late?" The letter read, "Kyle, I lost my glasses. I have to go look for them today, so I can't keep my promise to go to the library with you. I am so sorry." Kyle stood up abruptly in surprise. The glasses Layla worked so hard to buy, how could she lose them? Without thinking, he quickly grabbed his coat and left. Kyle's mother was puzzled. "It is almost time for class. Where are you going?" Kyle lied to get by. "I am going to the library to study, then I will be back, Mom." But his mother guessed correctly. "Aren't you going to Layla's again?" Without another word, Kyle walked out the door. "Layla will come with me, and I will be back soon." Exasperated with her son, Kyle's mother felt helpless. He is always around Layla. An important time is coming, and how long does he plan to keep playing with that girl? Kyle quickly arrived at Layla's place. Hearing a familiar voice, Layla looked over curiously. He immediately asked, "How did you lose your glasses? Have you found them yet?" "I have not found them yet," Layla said. Kyle offered, "How about I buy you a new pair? Let us go to the city center now." Layla was silent for a moment. Then she asked Kyle, "Why?" Kyle suddenly remembered. He was so hasty that he forgot what kind of person Layla was. She thanked him but said, "It is okay, I do not need that. Besides, I am planning to keep looking." Kyle had known the meaning of that look in Layla's eyes since they were young. No matter what anyone said, she would never back down. That was the stubborn look of Layla Rewellen, who was determined to achieve whatever she set out to do. The next day, Layla began rummaging through crow nests. Kyle held the ladder below for her and asked, "Any luck?" Layla replied, "Not this time either." A crow flew aggressively towards Layla's head. Kyle quickly warned her to be careful. In an instant, a flock of crows attacked Layla, and she had to give up and climb down. Not finding anything there, the two went to the next spot together, truly determined. Suddenly Layla asked, "Kyle, should not you be going home now? Thank you for coming with me, but I can go alone now." Of course Kyle wanted to search with her. Because even if he tried to stop her, Layla would not listen, so he had to go with her. And seeing Layla with crow feathers in her hair was also quite amusing. From afar, the Duke's car was approaching. The butler saw them and wondered, "What are those kids doing?" The chauffeur chuckled and said, "I heard about it too." He said, "Apparently a crow took Layla's glasses, so they must be looking for that crow." In a place like this, all sorts of stories spread. Matthias wondered, a crow? There is no way she did not know she left her glasses at the dock. The fact that she was searching crow nests made Matthias wonder if she really did not know. Or did Layla not want to know? Seeing Layla's figure passing by outside. In that moment, she also happened to make eye contact with Matthias. Seeing the person in the car, Layla was also slightly surprised. The two passed each other like that. Layla's disheveled appearance made Matthias chuckle inwardly. Layla was bewildered. Why is the Duke looking at me like that? She felt unlucky but quickly thought she should try harder. Kyle, standing beside her, asked, "What now, Layla?" She said, "Come on, let us go to the next crow's nest." Whether crow or Duke, Layla had narrowed down the suspects to two. Since then, Layla wandered in the forest for a few more days, and Kyle happily accompanied her. But all efforts were in vain, and Matthias pretended not to care. After all, she looked very happy searching through all the bird nests. As time passed, the foolish actions of the two became boring. In the following days, Matthias put aside his busy schedule to go to his private villa. Marquis Linman will be arriving tomorrow afternoon, the butler informed Matthias. He asked, "What about Riet?" "He is arriving earlier than expected," Matthias said. The butler said, "The old madam has instructed us to prepare for tomorrow's lunch. He also hopes that if you are not busy, you will join them," he reported to Matthias. Suddenly, Matthias saw Layla lurking outside the villa. He smiled and said to the butler, "All right, let us do that. Then I will have the car ready for you tomorrow afternoon," he replied. "Have a pleasant time." Having finished their business, the butler and the servants left. The car gradually disappeared from the villa. Layla, standing outside, also noticed. She stared at the villa but still did not dare to enter. However, for the sake of her glasses, Layla finally went in to see Matthias. She said, "I apologize for coming to see you like this, Duke." Matthias observed her, thinking she was completely different from when she had waved her hat and skirt in front of him before. After a moment, he spoke to Layla. "All right, what is it?" She hesitated. "I apologize, I have something to ask." Suddenly, a phone rang. Matthias slowly stood up. Layla remained standing there, not daring to look directly at Matthias. He brushed past Layla to answer the phone. She did not understand, but it seemed to be a complicated contract. Layla thought again and realized he was still working at the villa. It made sense, given the vast scope of the Herhard family's business, that he would be busy. So how can the Duke always look so calm and relaxed? Even when he smiles, his eyes are quiet, his posture straight, as if ingrained in him. Even when having a business conversation on the phone, I can sense the overwhelming presence of the head of the family. It was no wonder everyone praised the perfect Duke Herhard. Layla thought, that is right, so someone like that, Duke Herhard, who is always praised by everyone. Could he be the suspect who took my glasses? No, I am the pathetic one for asking such questions. Layla thought that way. She felt pathetic, thinking such baseless thoughts. It might be more effective to go back and search the remaining nests again. Layla planned to do so. While still on the phone, Matthias glanced at Layla. Layla spoke up, softly saying, "Goodbye, Duke. I will excuse myself." Matthias covered the phone with one hand. "Wait," he said. Layla was confused. However, she did not dare disobey Matthias's command, so she stood still. Layla really did not understand what Matthias meant. At this time, Matthias had also finished his call. He told Layla, "Go ahead. What were you going to say?" Layla clenched her hands and spoke softly. She said, "The other day, when I fell into the water, I left my glasses at the dock. I wonder if you saw them." "Let me see, I do not think so," Matthias said. "But it seems I hid them." These words greatly surprised Layla. Layla hastily asked, "My glasses, did you really hide them?" Matthias stepped closer and said, "What do you think?" Was he teasing her again? Layla wondered and said, "I did not think you would do that." She hesitated. "That is awful, Duke," Layla said sadly. Night had fallen, enveloping the entire palace. A banquet was taking place inside. This was the master suite. A royal servant brought in the food. Riet took a glass of wine and said, "I never thought such a private space could accommodate everyone. The Duke is so generous with his fiancée's request." Claudine bashfully said, "Riet, you are drunk. The engagement ceremony has not even taken place yet. It is embarrassing for everyone to call me that." Others chimed in, "What is the harm? It is the truth. It is just us here. What is there to worry about? Everyone here knows Claudine will become the next Duchess." Riet just laughed without saying anything. Then Claudine wanted to quickly end the party. "It seems like everyone has had too much to drink." "Shall we get up?" the man interjected. "I just sat down." "No need to be so troublesome. If you are uncomfortable, I apologize, Madam Duchess Herhard." Suddenly, Riet noticed something. "What is that? A birdcage?" "That is unexpected, Matthias. What strange hobby have you picked up?" The bird in the cage suddenly flew away. Then it landed on Matthias's hand. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Matthias was trying to raise this bird. Riet's face was incredulous. "Not someone else, but you are raising it yourself." "What is this? Are you raising it to hunt this time? How pitiful." "It seems the bird does not know what kind of person our Duke is. The bird is entrusting its life to a master bird hunter." Should we call this foolish or pitiful? Claudine, what do you think? Claudine said softly, let us see. Can we call it a bird that is both foolish and pitiful? It seems like the bird you brought back from the greenhouse last time. Have you named it yet? If not, I would like to give it a name. But Matthias did not want to. It is not worth it, miss. It is just a bird. Everyone laughed, especially Riette. Truly a foolish and pitiful bird, in love with a hunter who won't even give it a name. Claudine's eyes glanced to the other side, towards the bird perched on Matthias's hand. Layla was trying to fall asleep. She tossed and turned. Then she remembered the time she spoke with Matthias. I never thought you would do such a thing. Because it is awful, Duke. Layla had mustered all her courage to ask him, and yet, the butler came to call Matthias. He received an urgent telegram and returned immediately. There is content that needs your confirmation right now. A cold nod as if telling Layla to leave. She had to return without being able to ask more about the glasses. But even so, she was certain now. It was not a crow that took them, it was the Duke. Why take my glasses? Does he also like shiny things like crows? What should I do now? How long do I have to keep coming back and demanding them? It seems like he does not intend to return them easily. But I can't wait forever. Is there no better way? I guess it is highly likely the glasses are stored somewhere in the villa, as there is no need to bring something found at the dock all the way to the mansion. Today, the Hard family is gathered for a dinner party, and everyone, including the Duke, is enjoying it late into the night. Surely no one would visit a secluded villa like this in the middle of the night. With detective-like reasoning from a mystery novel, Layla devised a slightly thieving plan. If I quickly go to the villa and secretly look for the glasses. The moon is bright, making it easier to go. Let us go. Let us get them back. No, at least let us check. It will probably be all right. After all, they are my glasses. At the Hard family's party venue, Matthias gazed at the flowers on the balcony, murmuring the name Layla Rewellen. Now is the time to check my trap. Layla must have realized the implication in my words, but her green eyes looked at me intensely as if to say so. She rummaged through the crow's nest in the forest for days just to find her glasses. This time she certainly would not let it go easily. She will definitely fall into the trap. Matthias had returned to the mansion long ago. He observed the glasses in his hand. What is this bait for? Although there is no answer, I do not care. The window suddenly burst open. Matthias was surprised. Layla was climbing in through the window, putting her foot inside first. Then slowly and stealthily entered the house. Anyway, Matthias will catch her first and then think later. The window suddenly burst open violently. Layla's foot quickly stepped inside. Each movement was extremely gentle. Deep blue eyes observed the surroundings. Matthias perceived the sound just now. I deliberately left the window open to listen more easily. Could she have come in through the window? Although that was beyond my expectations, she always surprises me. Layla did not dare to turn on the light. It was so dark in the room that she could not see anything. Matthias peeked, after boldly entering the mansion. What was she planning to do? So she was searching the drawers. It is a pity there was nothing special there. Trying to search, but Layla found nothing here. There was nothing in other places either. Layla did not know where else could be hidden. This was bait for Matthias to achieve his purpose. So that he could get that girl. No, she is no longer a girl. She is Layla Rewellen. I think I can easily recognize now the reason why I waited for this pathetic trap. Layla was still diligently searching. Suddenly Matthias's voice echoed from behind, looking for this, making Layla extremely startled. Why is the Duke here? Clearly, there is a party at the mansion today. This is bad. What should I do now? How should I explain the situation? I apologize. I did not know the Duke was here. I am very sorry. Matthias said in a deep voice, if I was not here, could you just barge in, like a thief? Layla's eyes turned towards Matthias's hand. Those are my glasses. I just wanted to find my belongings. It is the glasses that the Duke hid. Despite her bold actions, there is a hidden timidity. She is already trembling. Matthias's footsteps turned away. Layla did not know what the Duke was going to do. Where is he going? Is he going to throw the glasses into the river like the hat? No, if that happens, I will never be able to find them again. No, please stop, Duke. Please, those are my glasses. The shawl wrapped around Layla suddenly fell off, leaving only a thin nightgown. Matthias looked down. Layla blushed and covered herself. She knelt down, picked it up, and slowly put it back on. There was a hint of laughter in Matthias's voice. Layla, you have seen my body. Now it is funny to come here in just your nightgown. Layla was in a very awkward situation. It was an unavoidable circumstance. It was not intentional. I had no other choice. Looking at Matthias's current face, Layla did not know where to hide. Just endure it. The current situation is very unfavorable for me. The Duke will immediately arrest me for theft, or simply throw the glasses into the river. For him, it is too easy to disadvantage me. I did not mean that. I apologize, Duke. Layla's appearance made Matthias laugh a little. Why are you suddenly acting like a lady? You said you were not a lady. Layla said anxiously, anyway. The Duke is a gentleman. Matthias's lips curved. The sound of laughter echoed outwards. Who knows, Layla, I might not be a gentleman either. Seeing a slight opportunity, Layla pressed on. No, the Duke is a gentleman, the finest gentleman in her heart. Matthias stepped closer to her. Is that so? That is a generous assessment. Layla laughed. How dare I assess the Duke? That would be absurd. Doesn't everyone think so? That is right. I do not think so. There is no such thing. So, Your Grace, please return my glasses. They are very difficult to make. They are very important to me. I am very sorry for intruding into the mansion to find them. Matthias walked closer to her. Layla, look up. The glasses were suddenly put on her. Layla did not think Matthias would put the glasses on her himself. He even touched her hair. The look Matthias gave Layla looked very deep. His hand involuntarily touched Layla's cheek. Matthias's expression seemed to want to say something. The moonlight tonight was very clear and bright. The night was incredibly beautiful. Now Matthias understood what that feeling was. This girl, I yearn for Layla. This beautifully grown woman. I also know the outcome of this feeling. Ambition will only exist for a short time and then disappear. Am I willing to leave a stain on my life just to satisfy that feeling? Is Layla worth it? No. If so, then why not? The hand that was touching Layla's lips was slowly releasing. The answer to this was too obvious. You should leave now. Layla's figure on the road late at night. She was gradually leaving the mansion. How did I leave? Saying goodbye and returning. On the tree-lined road. All memories were hazy. The thing I remember most clearly is those deep blue eyes, like a swallowing river. That hot hand. The touch like fingers entering and exiting the mouth. The pull that made me hold my breath. Immediately afterward was the feeling of pain and shame. I do not know why he treated me like that. The oil lamp in the quiet night looked so sad. Layla's eyes were filled with complexity. I do not want to see him again, not ever again. Not only that, Matthias could not forget the moment just now either. It has been days since I have seen Layla Rewellen, who often helps Bill Lemmer in the garden. So since the day she found her glasses. That night, holding Layla in my arms, I thought a lot about my feelings for her. And after coming to a meaningless and dull conclusion, I let her go. Because I believed I could control that kind of emotion. But precisely because I let her go like that, it made her leave so far away, which is good. Matthias was contemplating Layla. Suddenly someone entered and said to Matthias, "Young master, we have prepared well for the hunt." Elsewhere, Cal saw Layla holding a basket and asked, "Are you going to do laundry? Let us go together." Layla cheerfully replied, "Thank you." While hanging clothes, Layla pondered, 10 days, that is how long I have avoided him. Cal turned to Layla, "After we finish this, let us go for a walk. To that tree by the river that you like." Okay, because Layla did not want to go near the river. She tried to politely decline. "A walk, let us go next time. I still have a lot of work to do at home." Kyle asked in surprise, "Why? That is strange. Why have you been staying home lately? I thought you would go out more after finding your glasses, but I do not understand why it is the opposite." Layla smiled. "Is that so?" And even the forest, she did not set foot in. Not seeing Layla wearing her glasses, Kyle wondered, "But you found your glasses. Why are not you wearing them?" Layla immediately said, because I am afraid of losing them again. I will only use them when reading, even when going out to the garden to help Uncle. When returning, Layla also quickly left as if running away. To avoid the Duke, Layla has to continue living like this until summer ends. Suddenly, there was a sound in the distance. A group of people on horseback arrived, carrying guns on their shoulders. Kyle spoke up, "Looks like there is a hunting party. That is great." Layla froze for a few seconds. When Matthias turned to look at her, Matthias's eyes stared at Layla. Layla fearfully hid behind the clothes hanging on the line. Then Layla quickly pulled the clothes and hid behind them. Summer is ending and autumn is coming. After getting engaged to Miss Claudine, he will leave here for the capital. So if I try to endure for one more season. Matthias walked for a bit, then stopped, looking carefully once more. Layla remained still, hiding behind the clothes. Kyle looked at Layla. "Aren't you happy? Do you want to come to my house? It is okay." "Kyle, it will end by tonight anyway." Layla bent down to pick up the basket. "Let us go inside." Seeing that, Kyle ran over to help. "Here, I will carry it." "Are you really okay?" Layla replied. "Yes, Kyle, it is okay." When he leaves, peace will return to the Arvis forest, these chaotic days. Then Layla looked towards the forest. "Anyway, I have to go into the forest tonight for a bit. There will be many poor birds that need to be buried." In the forest, Matthias said to everyone, "I will walk around for a while longer. You all can take the guests back first." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, we understand, Duke." Dusk began to fall. Suddenly, Matthias stopped his horse, because he saw a bird perched on a branch. Matthias pointed his gun at the bird. His eyes focused on the target. The moment he aimed at the intended target, the shot wounded the bird. Despite losing a lot of blood, the bird still tried to fly away. Matthias found it amusing. "Like I said, today was a satisfying hunting trip, but even so, I still feel like something is missing. Maybe it is because of that bird desperately trying to escape. It seems like I hunted more kinds of birds today." Layla, carrying a shovel, entered the forest. Every few steps, there was another dead bird. Layla cursed under her breath, how hateful. She dug each hole to bury the unfortunate birds. "I hate this unpleasant hobby of the Duke of her heart. But there is something strange." Layla looked closely at the graves. "I bury birds every year, but the even spacing of the graves like today, I have never done before. No wonder I keep feeling uneasy. It is better to bury the last bird and then return." Layla hurried back with a worried expression. She stopped in fear because she saw someone ahead. Matthias said, "Continue, Layla Rewellen, you have to do your job." Layla approached Matthias. Being nearsighted, she tried to see clearly who it was. Matthias's figure gradually became clear. Matthias spoke, "Hello, Layla." Layla was startled when she saw the Duke. So, knowing I would go bury them, he deliberately. "That red string. That is the string I used to tie to the newly hatched birds on the banks of the Shelter River last year. The birds that migrated from the south after winter finally lost their lives where they were born, just because of that man's petty amusement." Seeing Layla silent, Matthias continued, "Continue, Layla Rewellen, do your job." Layla bent down and continued as Matthias said. Matthias pressed, "Did you tie that string?" Layla replied sadly, "Yes." Matthias continued to ask, "Why?" "I wanted to know if the birds that migrated would return. But I did not want a reunion like this." "It seems like you are criticizing me, but what is the problem? This is my territory, my hunting ground. I am just hunting my birds." "But that is because you know, the birds do not. For the birds, this is just the forest, where they were born and raised, the place they want to return to no matter how far they go. Do I also have to understand the feelings of birds? That is not it. Even so, you should not hunt so cruelly." Layla picked up the shovel and pondered, "Does the Duke know how much courage it takes to say these words, compared to when I was young and only had an address in hand and dared to climb aboard a train?" Layla Rewellen understands those birds, but do you understand what hunting is? Do you want a friendly hunt? Layla thought and sighed. "I apologize, Your Grace, I spoke a bit arrogantly. Please forgive my rudeness." Matthias asked Layla, "Why do you like birds so much?" It is probably not an interesting story for the Duke. Layla's answer made Matthias curious. Layla focused on burying the birds. Finally, the burial was finished. I have finished my work. I ask for permission to return, Your Grace. Matthias saw a new target again. As Layla walked away. Then Matthias picked up his gun. Layla calmly returned. Then Matthias's voice called out, "What to do, Layla? It seems your work is not finished yet." Layla looked up at the branch, her fear showing. "I would rather you just tell me directly what mistake I have made, Your Grace." Matthias looked at Layla. "A mistake?" "Yes, please tell me. What did I do wrong to deserve such a terrible punishment?" "I am not punishing you. I am doing my job. You are just doing yours." "A mistake? I do not know." Matthias lowered his gun. "Why do you like birds so much?" Hearing Matthias's question, Layla froze. She recalled her unpleasant past with her mother. Her mother left when she was young. Despite her cries, her mother still decided to leave. Hiding that painful truth, she calmly told Matthias, "Because they are always with me. When I was young, I traveled to many places. No matter where or when, birds were always there. Always by my side. The birds leave when the seasons change. But as long as I wait, they will come back. There is no season without birds, even in places without birds. They are the most free and beautiful existence in this world, and they are by my side. I like them." Layla's eyes welled up. It might seem meaningless to the Duke. Matthias's cold eyes looked at Layla. Layla wiped the tears rolling down her cheeks. "Is this what hunting is all about?" Matthias said coldly, "If necessary." The two stood looking at each other for a long time. Matthias looked at the watch in his hand and opened it to check the time. Seeing that it was getting late, Matthias hurriedly said, "Layla, I want everything in my world to be in its proper place, to be where it needs to be, not meaninglessly hiding or running away." Layla did not understand what Matthias meant, so she asked, "What does that mean?" Matthias got straight to the point, "Stay in that place." "I do not know where I should be, Duke." Matthias told Layla, "Think about it more carefully. You do not know if you find the answer, maybe I will hunt more amicably." His figure and horse ran quickly into the forest. Recalling what she had said, "I really do not understand where I should be, Duke." He was on his horse, going somewhere. Matthias did not particularly expect anything from Layla Rewellen. It is just that Layla only needed to stay in her place, as the orphan living in his forest. As the curious student. After graduating, she would become a teacher and forever stay where she should be. Like the rules of his world. He was born into a world ruled by perfect order, and then he became the master of that world. In that order, everything was simple and clear. Living true to the role and expectations assigned was not difficult, even a little boring at times. A worthy heir to his grandmother and mother. A tolerant master to his servants. A superb soldier on the battlefield. A brilliant businessman with the directors. Matthias was always something to someone, and he willingly assumed that role. The people around him were no different. They maintained their predetermined roles and attitudes, with emotions refined within appropriate limits, interacting in an orderly manner. That was the world that Matthias had seen, heard, and learned. But what about the ordinary orphan living in his forest? Nothing. There was no room in the Duke's life for the presence of a useless person. This was the first time he had something that was nothing. The feeling of having an existence that did not need to become anything was strange, but not bad at all. On the contrary, her emotions exceeding the appropriate limits made him quite happy, like the moment he hit a flying bird with a single shot, especially the tears. He liked Layla when she cried. A woman crying is very beautiful. I want to make her cry again. Melodious music played in the room. Footsteps approached and called, "Duke Herhard." He turned. She said, "Did you enjoy your walk? I am waiting for you. I heard the hunting was great today, was not it?" Everyone seemed to still be buzzing from returning from the hunting grounds. They only talked about that. Of course, if they keep talking about hunting until the party ends, it will be a bit awkward. He said, "Next time, miss, you should also join the hunt." She replied, "Thank you for your offer, but I must decline. If I see blood right before my eyes, I might faint in front of everyone." She reached out and took his arm. "Instead, Soon I am thinking of hosting a party at Arvis myself, also as practice. After marriage, I will personally receive guests, so Madam suggested I try practicing first. He said, my mother, yes, Madam cares about me that much. She is truly thoughtful. Since this is the first party I am hosting, I want to invite everyone I want to invite. Is that all right, Duke Herhard? He turned to her and smiled. Do as you please, miss. As the short summer night passed, and a new morning arrived, Matthias thought it would not be bad if the next hunt was a little gentler. Layla, standing in the rose garden as usual, helped the gardener. She had returned to the place where she should be. Looking out from the mansion, he said, see, it is easy, Layla. The scene changed to a wing of the house in the garden. I have brought the flowers here, miss. Thank you, Layla. Put them there. She said, if there is nothing else, I will excuse myself. Suddenly, the woman said, Layla, could you please cut a bouquet of red roses for me? One bouquet is enough. She bowed her head and replied, yes, miss. Then slowly turned to leave. The women at the table began to gossip. That girl, even though she behaves very politely, her attitude makes others feel arrogant. Does not it? Yes, her eyes are like, she does not know her place. I do not like it at all. The woman from before spoke up to defend her. Don't be like that. Layla is a pitiful child. Of course, I know Layla has that flaw, but be generous with her. The other two women shrugged and said, you are too lenient with the servants. Before becoming Madame Arvis, it is best to discipline people like that girl first. She thought to herself, actually, it is not hard to understand why they react that way. Even I, who have been observing for a long time, think the same. A docile attitude stemming from absolute indifference. Even young ladies from prestigious noble families want to be friends with me, but Layla has never shown joy or delight when I allow her to approach me. Not only does she not try to make a good impression, but she also appears to be patiently enduring. The fact that an orphan like Layla makes me have these kinds of feelings. After a while, miss, I have brought the roses. Is this enough? She replied, yes, thank you, Layla. Today, I am going to give you one more gift. Looking towards the maid behind her, she understood. Because as a pitiful orphan, you still can't get used to receiving a gold coin. I want to give you a gift you will never forget. It is an invitation, Layla. The two women sitting at the table were quite surprised. What, Claudine, are you going to invite her? Layla, holding the invitation in her hand, said, why are you giving me this? Claudine replied, consider it a graduation gift from me. It will be a beautiful memory for you. The two ladies have agreed as well. Layla still did not understand why. The gentlewoman said, I truly hope you will come. I believe you won't refuse my invitation. Hearing this, Layla was moved to tears, unable to hold them back. Matthias was strolling through a shop. He glanced at a piece of jewelry, a necklace. It looked quite eye-catching and attracted his attention. A string of pearls studded with 4 sparkling emeralds. He seemed to be somewhat moved by it. But in the end, he quickly turned away. The scene shifted to a wooden house. Oh my God, I am so angry. I do not understand why nobles are so terrible. Mr. Bill said, it seems the rumor that Layla will attend the party is spread, has not it? His wife replied, what else? To the point that people are saying Miss Brandt treats poor Layla like her pet dog. It is understandable. Ever since she was little, whenever she felt bored, she would call Layla over. Isn't that enough? Now she is inviting her to a party full of nobles. She says it is thoughtful, but on occasions like this, how will the poor girl control herself? Really, Layla is not the type to get easily discouraged by things like this. Just showing up for a bit and leaving is enough. His wife sighed. How can she be so heartless after all these years? She does not know how to care for her daughter. Mr. Bill replied, daughter, I am just thinking about where to send the girl. I have not decided anything yet. Suddenly, his wife exclaimed, you think about it when it is time to marry Layla off, when you are holding your grandchild, and even when you are in your grave. He, used to this, simply replied, here we go again. I told you. I am just stop nagging. Let us buy Layla a beautiful dress. As a surprise gift. Layla is also a girl. She will surely be happy. He replied, I think that is a good idea too. but Layla is someone who never wants to be indebted to me. You know, if I say I will buy her a dress, she will definitely refuse. I know, so I will do it for you. She confidently replied and held out her hand. He looked at her hand with a dubious expression. Then he leaned over, stood up and went somewhere. Now he was holding a brown bag in his hand. Still keeping your money in that old bag. Put it in the bank, he replied. Compared to the bank, this wooden house in Arvis is much safer. But if Layla finds out about this, she will make a fuss. His wife replied, don't worry. On the day of the party, I will make sure Layla does not recognize it. Then he took out a wad of cash. Is this enough? She replied. Take a little more. For parties like that, she needs more than just a dress. He slapped the table. All right. Buy whatever you need. All of it. His wife chuckled. It is rare to see you so generous. All right. With this, we will make those arrogant noble women gawk at Layla's beauty. Suddenly, the door burst open. I am home. Both of them panicked. One hid the money, the other hid the bag, pretending nothing had happened. Layla asked, Mona, you are here too? His wife replied, I brought some snacks, including strawberry cake and cookies that you like, Layla. Layla replied, then I will change quickly and come out to eat with you. Mona quickly refused and rushed out the door. Unfortunately, I have to go now. Bye, Layla. What is so urgent? Left with her uncle, Layla. What are you going to do? About that I mean, that party. She brightly replied, that party. I am just planning to stop by for a bit, and then come home right away. It just so happens that Professor Edamon is also invited, so I will go with Kyle. Her uncle thought to himself, that is good. It is rare that freeloader is useful. He said, so, Layla, you do not need anything, like a dress, for example. Layla stammered, a dress? No, it is okay, uncle. I am just going for a short while anyway. That is strange. For special occasions like this, you need to dress properly. Are you planning to wear your uniform to a place full of nobles? She smiled and replied, that would not be bad, would it? Seeing her positive demeanor left him speechless. Not wanting to bother anyone, trying her best not to be indebted to anyone. I understand her intentions clearly. I understand clearly, but I do not know how to coax her. I can only grumble. Suddenly, she walked over and took his large, calloused hand. This surprised him a little. It is okay, uncle. It really is okay. He just silently watched her comfort him in return. They were no different from a real father and daughter. Time shifted to late at night. When Layla was fast asleep, her hands suddenly gripped the blanket tightly. She woke up in shock, tears in her eyes. She sat up immediately. Slowly breathing, Layla tried to calm down. Looking around, she told herself, this is my room. I had a nightmare. In the dream, I returned to the days of my childhood, wandering from relative to relative, being bullied and harassed, brutally beaten. Even so, she begged them not to abandon her. Back then, all she could do to avoid being abandoned was to do housework constantly, eat less, and live like an object tucked away in a corner. But no matter how hard she tried, whenever she had to move to the next relative's house, she would not cry. She would practice smiling. The more she wanted to cry, the more brightly she smiled, because no one in the world liked a crying orphan. Constantly being chased from one place to another, she became better at smiling. Until the day she finally left her hometown alone and came to Berg, the smile could not appear anymore because she knew the address in her hand was her last hope. If she was abandoned again, she would have to go to the orphanage. So, that day, she smiled with all her might when she met Mr. Bill's warm and compassionate gaze. He led her to an empty room. Stay here for now. The little girl at that time looked around. Her first step across the threshold of that room. The day she returned to her family, the day she had a place called home. Perhaps she would never forget it for the rest of her life. She opened the window wide to let the wind blow in and carry away all the worries in her mind. So it was okay. The next day, the Duke's party would be held tonight. To say she was not nervous would be a lie, but she also did not want to worry or hesitate too much. Just attend bravely, stay quietly, and then return. Miss Claudine would not know that she had chosen this life. After that, she went to the kitchen to cook breakfast. Her uncle walked out absent-mindedly. I am up, Layla. For Mr. Bill and this warm wooden house, to protect what she cherished, she was willing to do anything. She smiled and said, Did you sleep well, uncle? Cars were waiting outside the mansion. The butler adjusted Matthias's clothes. Just as instructed, everything went smoothly, master. They left about an hour ago, so the goods should have been delivered by now. Matthias nodded to the butler. Then Matthias lit a cigarette for himself. The news about Claudine inviting Layla to the party this time has also been relayed to me by Mother. Praises about a kind girl who knows how to give compassion and kindness. Such words are absurd, but I do not object. So, if I leave it alone, I might be able to witness an interesting scene. If Layla appears in shabby clothes today, Claudine will stand in front of everyone and try her best to appear sympathetic and compassionate towards her. She will probably enjoy being able to crush the pride of someone she hates. Therefore, I do not want Claudine to achieve what she wants. That pleasure should belong to me, and only me. I do not know how to share what is mine with others. A moment later, the butler spoke hesitantly, Master. What shall we do with those items? The gift that the chef prepared instead of Bill Lemmer has been delivered here through Hanson. And the other replaced items have also been delivered to the wooden house as gifts from Bill. There is no need for worthless items anymore. And then Matthias ordered them to throw everything away. At Bill Lemmer's house, Layla was surprised by the number of gifts piled up in the house. Uncle, how much money did you spend? Bill did not know how to answer her. Let us see. How much did I give Mona? I did take care of a few things, but I did not expect it to be this much. Clothes, shoes, gloves all look luxurious. Even if I do not know much, I can tell they are expensive. The shop staff even delivered them directly. It must have cost a lot of money. And that necklace too. How much is that necklace now? Even though I have spent a large sum, if Layla can enjoy the party without losing face, it is worth it. Come on, I have taken care of everything. You do not need to worry. You silly kid, worrying about nothing. But Layla was worried. Uncle, this is too much. Bill said, What? Don't you like it? I think it is fine. Layla, on the other hand, did not think so. No, how could I not like it? It is just for one day. I am just going for a little while and then leaving. How can I let you spend so much money? I want to return these things. Bill was taken aback. What? I prepared these gifts, and now you want to return them? Layla, if you do not wear this to the party, I will never look at you again. Layla's eyes widened in surprise. What? This time, Bill was truly angry. You never want to accept any favors. I understand that, but Layla, between people, there is no need to draw such clear lines. It looks like this, but it is all fake, cheap stuff. In my heart, I want to give you the best things in the world, but you know, my circumstances are not like that. Come on, if you do not even want to accept this small gesture, just leave it. I will take it all and use it as firewood. And Layla, I will never see you again. Understand? Bill angrily turned away and left. Layla could only watch his back without being able to do anything. Looking at Bill's expression, it was clear he had wanted to say those things for a long time, fearing she would hate him. Bill sat down sadly. He did not know why he was like this. He did not know when his emotions had spiraled out of control, leading him to say such harsh words. No matter what, he should not have said he would not see her again. Oh dear, this temper of his. Lost in a whirlwind of emotions, a voice called out beside him, Uncle. Bill was utterly surprised to see who it was. Kyle, you little rascal, I always thought of you as a kid, but dressed up like this, you look quite the man. Kyle was a bit curious. Why are you out here, Uncle? Where's Layla? Bill simply pretended to look away, who knows. Kyle was surprised. Huh, Layla is not home. The party's about to start. The door suddenly opened, catching both Bill and Kyle's attention. Long, slender legs emerged, accompanied by elegant shoes. Layla was shy as she stepped out. Even she felt a little unfamiliar with herself. That dress, those eyes, along with the jewelry, further enhanced Layla's beauty. Kyle could not take his eyes off Layla as she appeared in this attire. Bill put his arm around Kyle and turned him away. Stay focused now. You will be taking my place tonight. That means protecting Layla. Can you do it? Kyle firmly replied, "Of course, I will protect her." Taking a deep breath, Kyle walked back. Layla lowered her head and said, "Do I look strange? I still feel like this outfit does not quite suit me." Kyle smiled brightly and said, "Not at all. You look beautiful. I am being honest." "Well then, shall we go, Miss Layla? Just bear with it a little. Today is a special day. Think of it as not just being friends, but being my companion for the evening, Mr. Etman." Hearing these words, Layla felt much more confident. "All right, I will try." "Uncle, we are off." Bill waved goodbye. "Yes, go on. I just hope you do not get hurt today and can enjoy a good time, Layla." The mansion was bustling with activity, a whole area illuminated by lights, blending with the soft melodies of music. Layla kept worrying about her outfit. Kyle reassured her, telling her it was fine and not to be so tense. "Just trust your companion tonight." The two of them also caught Matthias' attention. He directed his gaze towards Layla. His eyes were fixed on Layla and Kyle. His expression became more serious. Hassan truly was a perfect butler, evidenced by Layla's appearance. Even without elaborate makeup or extravagant attire, Layla still shone with her own beauty. The emerald necklace on her fair neck also made her stand out. I saw that necklace in a display window on my way to a rendezvous. Its clear green color, like a summer forest, left a deep impression on me. On my way back to the manor, I asked Hassan to buy it for me, because I imagined her eyes would sparkle like emeralds. It seemed Layla had noticed too. Duke Matthias was looking at her. It startled her. His gaze did not leave her for a moment. Layla quickly looked away. She did not want to face him right now. Matthias maintained the same expression but seemed somewhat displeased. A man approached. "It has been a while, Duke Herhard. How have you been?" But Matthias was thinking about something else. Even while conversing and greeting acquaintances, his senses were constantly drawn to a certain place. Tonight, the doctor's son will proudly escort Layla, as if she were his, even though she is wearing clothes that belong to me. Claudine introduced Layla to everyone. They all warmly welcomed her. "So, you are the friend who has been with Miss Layla. It is a pleasure to meet you. But this name sounds unfamiliar. She is the orphan the gardener at the Arvis Manor took in and raised." Claudine looked at Layla and smiled, then said, "She was a lost orphan. Thanks to the permission of Duke Herhard and his wife, she was able to stay here. That is how we met." "Don't worry. Despite her difficult circumstances, Layla has grown into a worthy individual, and she is preparing to become a teacher after graduation. Isn't that wonderful?" Everyone admired Claudine. Miss Layla is wonderful too, but Miss Claudine's kindness is truly admirable. Perhaps that is why the Herhard family cherishes you so much. "I heard you are about to get engaged." "Congratulations," Claudine chuckled. "I am a bit embarrassed that I am receiving congratulations before the news is officially announced. And Duke Herhard has just arrived." Everyone said Matthias also wanted to be by Claudine's side. Claudine happily gestured to Matthias. "Duke, you are just in time. These are my friends. I would like to introduce you. This is Miss Bertha of the Count Meitner household. And this is Miss Grizz of the Marquis Weiss household." Layla prayed they would not notice her. "And this is Layla. Do you remember, we went to a cafe together once?" Matthias did not smile or say anything. Layla did not dare look up. "Hello, Duke." It is strange. A child who is always as calm as a still lake, no matter how humiliated, yet blushes in front of the Duke, flustered to such an extent. Could it be wrong to keep such a girl by Matthias' side, as mother suggests? In fact, on the day everyone went hunting in the forest together, Claudine could not shake off a sense of unease. That day, Duke Herhard said he would take a walk alone in the forest and let everyone else go back first, only returning to the mansion in the late afternoon as the sun was setting. Normally, there would not be anything strange about it, but that day there was something very suspicious. Did the Duke really just stroll until late afternoon? And Layla, with her meager circumstances, how could she be wearing such splendid attire tonight? Emeralds, diamonds, even pearls, all exquisitely crafted, too meticulous and beautiful to be fake. If someone gave Layla a necklace like that. Kyle suddenly appeared. "Excuse me, pardon the interruption, but may I take my dance partner away? My friends would also like to meet Layla." Claudine was surprised. The doctor's son. The one who transformed Layla into a princess tonight was not Duke Hard, but Kyle Ettman. Even if she came with a dance partner, we can't keep Layla to ourselves. Claudine could not believe it. Impossible. No matter how wealthy the family is, he is still just a doctor's son. While walking away, Claudine called out to Layla. You look beautiful today, especially that necklace. Layla, puzzled, simply thanked her. Then Claudine turned to Matthias. The necklace suits Miss Layla very well, does not it, Duke? Matthias also replied curtly, it suits her well enough. It seemed his answer was to Claudine's liking. After being freed, Layla whispered her thanks to Kyle. He simply wondered, why do you put up with it? They treat you like a joke and humiliate you. Why does someone as proud and intelligent as Layla just silently endure it like a fool? Layla was not being submissive, whatever. It is not entirely wrong. I am an orphan, indebted to Uncle Bill, and I will become a teacher. Don't worry, I do not mind those words. Kyle was exasperated with Layla. Layla leaned against the railing. Human nature is multifaceted, Ethan. But Kyle found it too much for one person. Anyway, you are quite the smooth talker. Layla subtly dismissed Kyle. You can go now. You have many people to meet, and your mother is waiting for you. Kyle said, I came here today as your dance partner, so I will stay by your side. That is what I want. Why are not you saying anything? Layla avoided him. I just do not know anymore. Kyle teased her. Don't tell me you are that embarrassed. Your face is red. Layla covered her face. Really, I am not. Then his mother arrived. Kyle, what are you doing here? I have been looking all over for you. Do you know how important today is? Come here quickly. There are people who want to meet you. Kyle, are you joking with me? Even Lady Norma is looking for you. You are not going to keep her waiting, are you? Layla nudged him. Go with your mother, Kyle. I will wait for you here. Kyle's mother nodded. Thank you for understanding, Layla. Kyle said worriedly, I will be right back, so you have to wait, okay? Layla smiled and waved. Then she fell back into her own thoughts, listening to the melody of the music. The music is so beautiful. My role is over now. Now, all that is left is to quietly wait for Kyle here. The music continued to play. Something caught Layla's eye. Seeing her own reflection in the window. Layla remembered what Uncle Bill had told her. He said that, but to me, these things are more beautiful than I deserve. The dress, soft as if woven from clouds, the shoes adorned with exquisite embroidery. And this necklace too. I never thought there could be such beautiful imitation jewelry. Perhaps that is why Miss Claudine said that. Maybe it was not entirely a compliment, but rather mockery or pity conveyed subtly. But it does not matter. This is a gift from Uncle Bill, and that is enough. Layla suddenly saw someone. It was Duke Hard and Miss Claudine. And Matthias had also seen her. Then his eyes shifted back to Claudine. Layla felt a strange sensation in her heart. She always became melancholic like this. Claudine's hand rested on the railing. The night air is so refreshing. I love summer because the nights are always beautiful like this. What about you, Duke Hard? Matthias replied indifferently. I do not particularly like summer, Miss Claudine. Claudine continued. That is surprising. I thought you liked summer. Duke Hard, you are such a cold person. Of course, I do not mean that as a reproach. You know. Actually, I like that coldness of yours, the way you always maintain your composure and elegant aristocratic demeanor. Claudine stepped closer to Matthias. Duke, kiss me. I like the Duke's coldness, but should not there be at least a minimum of passion between us? Matthias deliberately emphasized, a minimum of passion. A very compelling observation. Then Matthias touched Claudine's neck. His eyes were tender, accompanied by a warm smile. In that hazy state, Matthias imagined it was Layla. Remembering the scene where they stood together under the moonlight, Matthias suddenly snapped out of it. He was still paying attention to Layla's mood. Then slowly lowered his lips to Claudine's. The sight of them kissing outside the mansion. Only Layla witnessed it. Claudine's shoulders trembled. And then, Matthias's eyes kept looking at Layla, as if he wanted to see her reaction. That expression Layla did not know why she kept looking at them. She also recalled the time Matthias had touched her lips, gently soothing them. And suddenly, Layla blushed for no apparent reason. She turned and walked away, leaving without waiting for Kyle. The door slammed shut. From beginning to end, Matthias watched Layla. Their lips parted. Claudine was inwardly triumphant. The night was incredibly beautiful. Matthias said, "Now, shall we return, Miss Claudine?" Their hands touched once more. Claudine smiled. "I am certain, Duke Hard. We will make a wonderful couple." Layla ran until, exhausted, she stopped, bending down to touch her shoes. "The shoes Uncle bought for me are stained with blood. I just want to go home right now. What should I do? I promised to wait, so I should probably go back. But I do not have the courage. Maybe I should sit in the garden for a while, then go back when Kyle returns. It should be okay to sit here, right? I came as a guest today." Layla took off her shoes. "No matter how I think about it, I can't understand. How could they do that? They clearly knew someone else was there. Perhaps they did not even care. In their eyes, servants are no different from objects." Layla was deep in thought about the moment just now. Why did he do that? It is disgusting. The lights in the room were incredibly bright. Kyle's mother said happily, "How could they bestow such a great favor? It is so kind, madam." She smiled in response. "It is nothing compared to Dr. Edmund's dedication as our family physician. As everyone knows, the Baron Arndt family is a prestigious one. It would be beneficial for both families to have a suitable match." Kyle's mother was very pleased with this. "Baron Arndt has a daughter, the same age as my Edmund, and it is time to think about marriage. This is such a wonderful opportunity that it came to us on its own. Yet, my only son is still infatuated with that orphan, Layla. There is no other way. If he continues like this, I will have to step in. Madam, if it is not too much trouble, could I go greet them now?" She agreed. "Certainly, Mrs. Edmund. They are also attending the party tonight. Greeting them beforehand would not be bad. And they called for Baron and Baroness Arndt. Grandmother personally arranged the match. Although they do not have a title, the Edmunds are much wealthier than the Arndts, and their reputation is no less impressive. If the two families become closer, then despite the difference in status, this is still a reasonable marriage." Kyle wanted to leave, but his mother disagreed. "This is the party I prepared for you. It is rude to leave. Don't say another word, just stay here." A mother full of love and expectations for her son. And the son, although he wanted to leave, couldn't bear to disappoint his mother. If that is the case, then fine. Matthias set down his glass. The obedient son's innocent first love, the outcome is clear. Kyle will forever play the role of the dutiful and courteous son. And Layla will be abandoned amidst the mother's ambition and the son's obedience. In the end, she will remain here. In my forest. In the place where she belongs. In the garden, Matthias saw Layla sitting dejectedly on a bench. He looked at her with tender eyes. Layla had fallen asleep. Matthias moved closer to Layla, bending down to get a better look at her sleeping face. Then Matthias sat down beside her. Matthias stared intently. The wound on Layla's foot was bleeding. Blood stained her shoes. Layla's eyes fluttered open, drowsily calling out, "Duke." As Matthias picked up her shoes and stood up. Layla startled awake. "My shoes." Matthias spoke. "Should I return these?" Layla quickly said, "Yes, please." Before returning the shoes, Matthias requested Layla, "Well then, try crying once, Layla." Layla was bewildered. What, taking someone's precious belongings and then telling them to cry? Does he always find ways to tease people like this for his own amusement? Layla's saddened eyes seemed to be anticipating something. If only Kyle could come now, she thought. Matthias noticed and followed Layla's gaze, knowing who she was waiting for. So Matthias said directly, "He won't come." "Kyle Edmund, the one you are waiting for." "No, that is not true, Your Grace. Kyle is a man of his word." "Really, you seem very sure." "I understand Kyle far better than you do, Your Grace." "Don't be so confident, Layla." Layla looked at Matthias hesitantly and said, "I really do not understand why Your Grace hates me so much." "Let me see. The reason I hate you. Hating you improves my mood. When you cry, I find it amusing. When you beg, I feel happy. Matthias's answer annoyed Layla. How can you say such things? Layla, I am just answering your question. You do not act like this with others, do you? So why only with me? Matthias gave a short answer. Because it is you. Layla, not anyone else, but you a nobody. Matthias's words hurt Layla. Even the relatives who used to say harsh words and chase me away, or the drunken uncle who beat me every day, no one ever trampled on my heart like this. I apologize, Your Grace, for being a nobody and daring to stay on your territory. If that is the case, you should not have allowed me in the first place. Matthias asked Layla, don't you find that too heartless? Layla's eyes welled up. You have already been heartless enough. So what are you going to do now? Chase me away? Matthias said calmly, no, do not worry. You are still useful. I just said you are nobody. Matthias looked at Layla. That is your role. Layla was about to apologize to Matthias once more, but before she could, Matthias stopped her. Don't apologize anymore. Matthias moved closer to Layla and said, the Kyle Ettman you are waiting for won't come. So, Layla, cry. Beg if you want. Inside the magnificent mansion, everyone was merrily enjoying the party. Cheers, Matthias. Matthias recalled Layla's image. Layla cried. She cried beautifully. So I was willing to return the shoes. When I left the garden and walked to the end of the promenade, Layla was still standing there, tears streaming down her face. Those tears, because of me, belonged entirely to me. Funny how those tears erased the discomfort I felt when looking at her, and the indescribable feeling when I kissed Claudine while looking at her. Matthias was deep in thought about Layla, when suddenly Layla's figure brushed past. Today, Layla realized a clear boundary between herself and that boy. The meaning of that position, and the reason why that boy did not come to her in the end. Layla asked a servant, please tell Kyle that I left early. And Layla hurried away. Matthias called the servant back. Master, what do you need? Call Count Klein for me, on the second floor, at the balcony. The servant immediately left. Matthias knew the Count would not come, as he had left early. Calling him was just an excuse to buy time. While the servant went to look for the Count, Layla quickly left the garden with her familiar gait. A person who fiercely protects what belongs to her, yet does not linger over things that are not hers. She did not look back once, as if there was no longer any reason for her to stay. The servant returned. I apologize, Master, Mr. Klein has already left. Matthias said calmly, is that so? Thank you. Matthias returned to the party. Halfway there, Matthias stopped. He looked down at Kyle's table. Kyle Ettman. Even if the doctor's son heard Layla's message, and belatedly left his mother's arms to look for her, it would not change anything now. Layla has left. And the boring summer night party will continue. The next morning at Layla's house, Uncle, we really have to leave now. If we keep going like this, we will miss the train. As Layla was closing the door, Uncle Bill asked, Layla, are you really okay? You will be alone for several days. I am fine. It is only 3 days. Besides, this is your brother's funeral. You have to go. Uncle Bill sighed. Even though we have not seen each other for decades, my absence probably won't be a big deal. Don't worry, I will be fine. Uncle Bill replied, yeah, I know. But Layla, did something happen between you and Kyle at the party? Layla immediately said, me and Kyle? No, nothing happened at all. That is good then. But it is strange that I have not seen that boy around lately. Layla told Uncle Bill, we have both been busy lately. Kyle also has to prepare for the university entrance exam. Oh, right. That must be it. You two are so close. I was worried for nothing. All right, Layla, if you are too scared to be home alone, let Kyle come over in my place. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Bill felt uneasy. No, I can't trust him anymore either. He instructed Layla, you have not forgotten what I told you, have you? Always lock the doors carefully. Even if it is hot, you have to keep the windows closed. The hunting rifle is hanging in my room. If you need it, Layla quickly finished Uncle Bill's sentence. Bring it to bed with me, right? If there is a bad guy, I will shoot him right away. Eat well. Study hard. Is that all? Then, Uncle Bill looked at Layla. One more thing. If Kyle comes, send him home before sunset. If he refuses to leave, use a shovel to beat him out. Understand? Kyle was startled. Huh, to that extent. Uncle Bill continued, looking at him that day, I saw that he is a man now. The way he looked at you was not ordinary. Thinking about it, that boy is the most dangerous. Layla was embarrassed. Uncle, what are you saying? That is weird. Uncle Bill laughed heartily. I am just kidding, just kidding. All right, go inside now. I have already told Mrs. Mona. If you need anything, ask her. Okay, Layla nodded. Yes, Uncle. Be careful. Uncle Bill waved goodbye to Layla. I am leaving now. Although she pretended to be mature in front of her uncle, saying she was fine, it seemed like the next 3 days would be very long. There was a bird perched outside Kyle's window. A small piece of paper was tied to the bird's leg. Kyle saw it and went to retrieve it. Sorry, Kyle. You should not come to the cabin today. Uncle Bill has to go back to his hometown, so he will be away for a few days. I have an appointment to go to the library with my classmates. I will be back after dinner, so do not wait. See you next time. Goodbye. Kyle sadly threw the note down on the table. It has been a few days, and it is still the same notes. Appointments, going out, gardening, and now the library. At first, I was suspicious, but now I am sure. Layla is avoiding me. It is understandable. If it were me, I would do the same. I said I would be her companion, that I would protect her. But I left Layla alone. Kyle's mother, seeing him like this, scolded him. You idiot. Why do you keep torturing yourself like this? I am so despicable. I can't stand myself anymore. I should have left there sooner, but why could not I do it? So cowardly. I have a bad feeling that if this continues, I will lose her forever. Suddenly, Kyle stood up. No. I have to meet and talk to Layla directly. Layla was outside by the clothesline, carefully hanging each piece of clothing. Kyle's call of Layla echoed from afar. Layla heard it. It seems like someone is looking for me. Layla was surprised to see Kyle. Kyle said to Layla, I am really sorry. I was wrong. No, do not. I am the one who lied. Why are you apologizing? Layla immediately said, No, it is all my fault. I understand why you were like that. I promised to stay by your side, to come back right away, but I did not keep my word. I am sorry, Layla. There won't be a next time. Layla explained, Kyle, I was not angry or upset with you about that day, really. Then why? Why have you been avoiding me? Layla did not know what to say. I honestly was not mad at Kyle. It is just that day, I suddenly realized a truth that I had been trying to forget. That he and I belonged to two completely different worlds. Or maybe, I always knew that and just deliberately ignored my unhappy childhood. Layla remembered her childhood, the first day she met Kyle Ettman. My name is Kyle. And you, for the first time, someone reached out to her first. I am Layla, Layla Rewellen. Kyle happily replied, Layla Rewellen. It is nice to meet you, Layla. Not pity or contempt. Kyle and Layla climbed a tree together to watch the lovely birds. Do you mean these baby birds? Kyle exclaimed. Wow, they are so tiny. It is amazing. Are there any other places like this? Layla led Kyle to see other places. Yeah, come with me. He simply approached me with sincerity. Those warm memories and feelings, to me, are just as precious as meeting Uncle Bill. Layla led Kyle home. Uncle, Kyle is here to play. Kyle politely greeted, Hello, sir. You are, Kyle quickly said, If you do not mind, can I have dinner with everyone, Mr. Bill Lemmer? Not at all. Kumain. Why do children have to grow up? Remembering that pure sadness when I returned home, I decided one thing. For you, my dear friend, I will be the one to let go first. Layla put down her teacup. Kyle. I think it is time we kept our distance. Hearing this, Kyle's eyes widened as he looked at Layla. What? What are you talking about? Did you see that day? Yes, so this is the right thing to do, Kyle. Only then can we forever be good friends. What are you saying? To be good friends, we have to be apart. Do you know how unreasonable you are being? Layla said frankly, No, this is how I truly feel. I do not want to lose you. Who said anything about wanting to lose you? I do not want to lose you either. Layla's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kyle. We can't be apart. That can't happen. Kyle hurriedly stopped Layla's words, held her hand tightly and said, I will never lose you, and I won't leave you for that reason. Layla quickly withdrew her hand. Kyle, between us, it is finally time to grow up. Layla stood up and said, let us eat lunch, then you should go, Kyle. I will prepare it quickly. Kyle stared blankly at the hand that had just held Layla's, then slowly placed it down on the table. Riette was reading the newspaper when she saw the bird perched on Matthias's head. Then the bird hopped down and stood on Matthias's shoulder. How can that bird be so lucky? Even on this hot day, Duke Herhard is still wearing a tight, elaborate outfit. How can that bird play with him so casually without any worries? I never would have thought someone like Matthias would keep a bird as a pet like that. Especially with the expression on his face, it is a sight I still can't get used to. Riette whispered to Claudine, why do not you try wearing a yellow dress at the engagement ceremony? I think the Duke would adore you as much as that bird if you did. Claudine replied, no, I hate yellow. Besides, it is just superficial. Riette laughed, really, you will be the most powerful woman in our social circles, so surely a yellow dress would not suit that at all. Besides, you will be the lady who even surpasses the future queen, so you will need to control your appearance. Claudine immediately said, Riette, are you starting with that again? What is wrong? It is what everyone's saying. I have been wondering about something, Claudine. How do you feel about practically becoming a princess after you become a part of the Herhard family? Claudine was silent for a moment. Then, Claudine pricked Riette's hand with a needle. She pinched me, really. Claudine said coldly, stop joking, Riette. By the way, Matthias, when will you be discharged from the military? After your engagement, can't you just focus on your family's business? Matthias replied, I am not sure. It would not hurt for me to stay in the military for another year or two. Even so, I only say that because it is the Herhardi family tradition. But it seems you are much more dedicated to our country, Duke Matthias. After you are discharged, you will certainly be one of the most powerful dukes your family has ever had. Suddenly, Riette exclaimed, I can't believe your engagement is coming up soon. It feels so strange. Matthias held the little bird in his hand and put it in its cage. Then Matthias said, well then, you two can stay here and rest a little longer. Riette asked Matthias, where are you going, Matthias? Matthias said as he walked, the annex. I have a lot of work to do. It was a sudden, impulsive desire to go to the annex. I kept thinking about going to the annex and burying myself in work until dinner. It was certainly like that until I left the mansion. However, as I suddenly stopped and started looking around, before I knew it, I was standing on the path leading to the gardener's house. Matthias loosened his tie. The desire to feel it through her eyes. All my senses were focused on that as that uncontrollable heat began to build deep within my body. There are times when my will can't suppress those vibrations and moments of weakness. Every time I realize I am being swayed by these feelings, the discomfort within me grows. Longing that is not something that should be prioritized on my life's list. And of course, the same should go for Layla Rewellen. Lost in thought, Matthias suddenly realized, perhaps, that is precisely why I want to explore it further. The limits of these emotions. Suddenly, Layla's cries for help echoed from the garden. Help me, is anyone nearby? No, I think if I use a little more force, the branch will break. Calm down, I have to be calm. Just a little further, if I can reach it, I can. Layla said shakily, please. Layla's shoe slipped off and fell to the ground. Layla thought fearfully, if I fall from here, I will at least break my leg. Why is this happening when Uncle Bill is not home? A few minutes ago, after lunch with Kyle, I was on my way to see him off, but I suddenly heard birds chirping and started looking for it. I found a baby bird sitting on the floor crying, where am I? I am so sad. I could tell it was definitely a newly hatched bird from one of the nests in the large trees in the backyard. You must have fallen from your nest, have not you? You fell from quite a height, but at least it seems like you are not hurt anywhere. Don't worry, I will take you back home. I carefully put the baby bird back in its nest. Goodbye, be well. Be more careful from now on. All I had to do was get down safely after that, but fortunately, I escaped that critical situation by grabbing onto a nearby branch, just as I fell. However, it seems like it is only a matter of time before I fall to the ground. I do not know how much longer this branch can hold me. If only Kyle had not left yet. Maybe he could still hear my voice. Kyle. Kyle, please come back. I need help, Kyle. Matthias walked over and saw the shoe right in front of him. Up in the tree, Layla was still calling Kyle's name. Matthias looked up. What are you doing, Layla Rewellen? Why do you like climbing trees so much? Should I help you? Layla suddenly fell silent. A bewildered expression on her face. That voice. That is definitely not Kyle's voice. It is the Duke. Then Layla closed her eyes and called Kyle's name louder. Kyle. I do not think he will come. Layla angrily shouted at Matthias. Please leave. Why are you standing there if you are not going to help? You are clearly about to fall and are begging for help. I am not that heartless. Layla yelled. What are you talking about? Matthias continued. I can call the Etman guy you are calling if you want. But considering your height, I think it is better if I call his father. Layla replied. If somehow my legs are still okay, even if I fall, the first thing I will do is kick you. Like a small stone on the road, like a frail tree about to drop its fruit. But I have truly reached my limit. I can't endure it anymore. Oh, really? Then call me. Layla went mad. What? Matthias said. Call me to help you. Rather than beg a man like you to save me, I would rather let myself fall. But the branch keeps shaking, and I am scared because it is so high. At some point, I started calling him without realizing it, because he was my last hope. Your Grace. Layla let go of the branch. Seeing that, Matthias quickly ran over to catch her. And then, Matthias embraced Layla tightly. He came. I could guess what a smug look he had on his face at that moment, but I was too embarrassed to look. I fell from a very high place, but I did not feel any pain. I only felt a little dizzy. And my heart was pounding. Layla lay sprawled on top of Matthias, her heart plunging into a state of utter turmoil. She kept her eyes wide open, waiting for an unimaginably peaceful sensation that never came. But gradually, unfamiliar sensations began to stir. The scent of earth mingled with her own, blending with a faint hint of mint as Matthias raised his head to look at her. His arms wrapped around her gently, to prevent her from being injured. His large frame shielded both her head and her back. Finally, Layla realized who was responsible for her lack of pain. Their two heartbeats raced as if merging into one. It turned out this man had saved her. She recalled the scene of him teasing her earlier. The Duke had spoken as if he would not lift a single finger even if she fell. Her face began to flush a deep crimson, and her thoughts grew tangled. If she raised her head and their eyes met, what would she do? Just a moment ago, she had asked why he was still there if he was not going to help, and had even loudly told him to go away. She tried to sit up now, but when she had been falling, she had desperately called out the Duke's name. He was probably laughing at her inside. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, she did not know what to think regardless. The fact remained that he had saved her, and she had to sit up quickly and thank him. However, as she prepared to sit up, she felt something was wrong. For a while now, something had felt very strange. At that moment, Layla suddenly let out a soft cry. But the moment she realized what word had escaped her lips, she became so flustered that her face turned beet red. Just as she sat up in a panic, she was immediately pressed back down by a large hand. Matthias suddenly held her tighter and spoke, "Stay still." Layla gripped his lapel, resentment bubbling within her. "No, I do not want to. It could not be like this." Finally, she tried to push his hands away and sit up. She struggled slightly to escape his embrace. She did not want to stay like this for even another second. However, the more she struggled, the closer she came to Matthias. This could not happen. No, with that thought, she used all her strength to break free. Seeing him lose his advantage, she violently braced her arms to sit up. Finally, she crawled off Matthias, feeling utterly exhausted. Matthias also sat up, his ear bitten until it bled. "You have truly become a lady now, Layla." He touched his ear and spoke in a teasing tone. "This is a fitting reward for saving you from danger. A lady should show her gratitude like this." Hearing this, she retorted indignantly, "No, it is not. Why is it that only I must behave like a lady? You are not a gentleman either, Duke." Matthias suddenly reached out toward her, making her flinch. Then, the words you once said at the villa. Were they all lies? He was now leaning over, looking down at her as she lay on the ground. An image of the past Layla appeared, smiling as she praised him. The Duke is truly a gentleman. The #1 gentleman in Carlsbad. Remembering that, Matthias let out a thin smile. So that is how it is. Layla turned her blushing face away and countered, I was wrong. I completely misjudged you. Matthias reached out to touch her panicked face. Could it be? Is that so? He drew closer and closer to her. Rose petals were blooming in the darkness, both then and now. Accompanied by the blurring of Layla's mind. No, it is not right. In every passing moment, I have always endured in a polite, gentlemanly manner. She slowly lifted his hand and pleaded, please, let me go. Layla tried to turn away in embarrassment. Their current position was extremely suggestive. If he were a gentleman, how? How could he do such things? Thank you for saving me, but at that moment, Matthias's expression suddenly changed. He used his hand to lift Layla's ear, catching her by surprise. Unexpectedly, Matthias gently licked her ear. Then, he used his hands to tilt Layla's chin up, forcing her to look into his eyes. Finally, their lips drew close enough to touch. The words she intended to use to attack him were swallowed by him. It happened so fast, she did not have time to think. They just kissed each other breathlessly. Layla used both hands to grip Matthias's lapels tightly. It happened instantly. Though she tried her best to push him away, the more she did, the tighter he held her. But it was futile. With his strength, he could easily overpower her. She was completely trapped in his arms. Every time she tried to open her eyes, the dust blurred her vision. The scene before her seemed to spin the rustling of the leaves, the sky above. He kissed her frantically, raining kisses upon her fair neck. Matthias frantically bit Layla's lips as he shifted his weight, and then she saw his eyes again, the ground imprinted with the shadows of the trees. Then she met those eyes again. Her hands were now pulling at his shirt, exposing his collarbone. Both of them seemed drowned in that intense kiss. I felt like a prey being stalked. Faced with this situation, Layla became incredibly bewildered. How could he? Why would he? Her heart felt as if it were being surrounded by darkness. I do not understand any of this, and so I am terrified. The heat of this man keeps surging toward me. A feeling of strangeness and deep shame washed over her as Matthias continued to graze against her tender, white neck. His large hand tightly gripped her trembling one. Suddenly, he stopped. Layla's tears were now flowing uncontrollably. After doing this to me, his lips were swollen, and his deep eyes stared intently at her. Her face showed blatant loathing. Surely he did not give it any thought, just like when one steps on a coin. Even so, Layla tried to use her hand to wipe away her tears while turning her head away. Seeing this, Matthias slowly withdrew his hand from hers. He and she slowly sat up, keeping a distance between them. A light breeze blew through Matthias's hair as he stared at her. She was crawling away, even losing her shoes in the process. Layla picked up a branch from the ground. Her hands trembled as she held the branch high. It must be said that her entire body was shaking violently. Eyes full of tears, she looked toward Matthias. Seeing this, he let out a long sigh. A bleeding wound appeared on his lip. His eyes stared at her, making her uncomfortable. No, it was not right. Is it you again? Sunlight shone upon Layla's small house. Matthias then picked up his jacket and stood up. Then he calmly walked in the opposite direction from her. The sound of a gentle breeze rustled through. Seeing Matthias finally leave, she breathed a sigh of relief and let her body relax. The sunset glow fell upon the magnificent Duke's mansion. Matthias walked slowly toward that mansion. In his mind, the image of him catching her as they fell resurfaced. He looked back, then held her tightly as they hit the ground. Layla had been nestled perfectly against him. That moment of holding Layla in his arms. And then, when I saw her beautiful face, I completely lost all reason. There was only one desire. For that reason, Matthias frantically kissed her white shoulders. His whole body seemed to show cracks, like a beast that knew only lust. And that lust grew stronger and stronger without end. I wanted to just end this wave of desire like this after all. It was meaningless. It was all nothingness. The image of her crying in pain appeared in Matthias's mind. If Layla had not cried then. If I could have restrained the wildness and rage for that girl. But regardless, he stood still in contemplation. With each passing year, I returned to Arvis, and that girl grows more than the year before. The sunset and the night were gradually enveloping his soul. To me, it does not mean anything. Matthias reached out to lightly touch a blooming rose. At least before the summer, he thought, then gripped that beautiful rose tightly with his hand. Finally, he squeezed and pulled it up. Everything was still following its trajectory. But Matthias squeezed the rose stems so hard that blood soaked into the petals. Each blood-stained petal slowly fell to the ground. Finally, he raised his hand, from which drops of blood were falling. The flower was crushed ruthlessly by him. Just like you. Matthias's bloody hand slowly withdrew along with the falling petals. In the fading twilight, summer in Berg was truly very short. He stepped on those red-stained petals and walked away. Before long, as a cool breeze blew by, Matthias raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. It was also the time the sweltering summer ended. Everything would be as if nothing had happened, just like those petals falling to the ground. As if it were all a lie. On the other side, the faucet was running continuously. Layla was trying to scrub away the traces on her body. No, it could not be. She pulled her collar, trying to scrub away the red marks he had left on her neck. No, she lifted a whole bucket full of water. Then she poured it all over her body. After that, Layla immediately set the bucket down. Her whole body was soaking wet. She could not help but collapse, saying unwillingly, no. In another bedroom, Kyle sat dazed by the window, watching the sunset. He remembered Layla pulling her hand out of his, and those cold words, perhaps we should keep some distance, she had said before leaving. Layla still treated me as if nothing had happened. She still ate her meals as usual, still chatted softly as usual. The sky was as peaceful as if nothing had occurred. Then the scene of the two of them happily sharing a meal together reappeared. Throughout the time we were together, my heart often skipped a beat with anxiety, but I was willing to play my part perfectly in this play. But the spoon in his hand stopped for a moment as he looked at her. I just laughed and talked naturally, and she was no different from me. I wanted to let go of the anxiety in my heart and not create a burden for Layla. And when it was time for her to wave goodbye to him, but if that is the case, get home safely, Kyle. Then Layla turned and left, leaving Kyle with a jumble of thoughts. I still can't let go of the feeling of worry that eats away at me every day. He stood silently with his bicycle, watching her leave. Would the path to reach Layla's side disappear forever? Then I can't delay any longer. Thinking of this, Kyle turned his head with determination. If I have to marry according to my mother's wishes, then maybe this would not be a bad thing. Returning to the present, Kyle began to stand up. In his mind, sparks of hope were brightening. Layla, I do not think we will be able to protect each other if we are apart. I will protect us in my own way. Finally, putting his thoughts into action, Kyle went to knock on Dr. Edmond's door. Father, it is me. Hearing his son's voice, he said gently, come in, Kyle. He stood before his father and spoke, Father, I have something I want to say. Seeing his expression, the doctor's eyes shone with kindness. Looking at your expression, it seems to be something very important. All right, tell me. He began the story with a bit of sadness. It seems mother thinks I have reached the age to get married. Dr. Edmond chuckled a bit after hearing this. Is that why you have such a serious expression? That is right. Your mother mentioned it the other day without consulting you first. Then he bowed his head, holding a pen to adjust his notes. Your mother is like that, but you do not need to worry too much, Kyle. Your father and mother think differently. You do not need to think about getting married so early. Hearing this, Kyle clenched his fists and said clearly, that is not it. I have thought about marriage. This statement made Mr. Edmond look up in surprise. What, you want to get married? He spoke firmly. Yes, father. I want to marry Layla, and then we will go to university together. The scene shifted back to a dark room, with only a few lonely rays of light. Layla sat on the bed exhaustedly. I have not been able to sleep for 3 days. Her mind was filled with darkness. Was it because of the fear of being alone? I stayed awake until dawn before falling into a slumber, but a terrible nightmare struck and took me back to the distant past. A dark and blurry image appeared in her mind. I was beaten without knowing why. At the time I was abandoned in a strange place. And then the image of Matthias appeared once again. Sometimes I meet him in my dreams, the him of that day. Then she touched the red mark he had left on her neck. When I opened my eyes after wandering through the memory of a dusty afternoon, I just felt like crying. Layla looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a surge of resentment. The room seemed to grow gloomy along with her mood. If I could forget, I would want to forget. I deliberately immersed myself in work. That was also the reason why I slept with an exhausted body. But the image of Matthias from that day reappeared. However, the more I tried to erase the memory of that day, the clearer the remaining images become, like a shadow. At times like that, I feel as if I am being pulled down into a deep, dark swamp, along with a series of questions in my heart. Layla used water to wash her hands. Due to lack of sleep, both her body and mood had become as heavy as wet cotton, but I could not just sit still like that. Trying to wash her face, which was full of fatigue, I told myself I was living very well, because I promised my uncle. No matter what happens, she thought while tidying her clothes. Then she let out a soft smile. I must also keep that promise. Finally, Layla touched the door to her room. She walked to a place with gentle light and thought. Come to think of it, this is the first time, is not it? Layla looked at her sun-drenched kitchen. Ever since I came to Berg and met my uncle, I have never been alone. Looking at that empty kitchen, she realized everything. I always had my uncle by my side all day, and because it was so obvious, I had forgotten. But now when I am alone, no, stop it. Do not remember things from the past anymore. While feeding the chickens, she tried not to let her thoughts wander. Right now, Uncle is holding a funeral for his older brother in his hometown. Just think about the uncle who will return home looking tired. Next, she worked hard to feed the goats. If Uncle returns, everything will be fine. The fear of being alone in an empty room. And the sadness of having to grow up. She just went from one task to another, like drying clothes. She folded them neatly into her basket. Suddenly, Layla tilted her head to look the other way. She looked toward that familiar grass and spoke, along with the memory of that cruel first kiss. Then she quickly turned her head to avoid that place. All this confusion and stalemate, all of it, will be fine. Finally, Layla held the laundry basket in her hands and stepped forward strongly. As long as I can protect this life completely. In the small kitchen she shared with Uncle Bill. She was cleaning the stove and wondered, but why has not Uncle come home yet? Layla set the bowl down, a bit of anxiety in her heart. It was already dinner time, could it be? Blurred newspapers appeared before her eyes. The other day, I saw an article about a train accident. The article talked about a train accident that caused heavy casualties. Not only trains but also carriages and cars often have accidents. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She put down the towel in overwhelming fear. What if something terrible like that happened to Uncle? Then Layla took off her apron. If Uncle could not return home. She immediately rushed out of the small house. I have to go and see. Uncle. Layla ran in extreme anxiety. She kept running toward the other side of the forest with a mood that could not be worse. Assuming the worst situations was like a habit of mine, because the misfortune of being unprepared would be much more painful. Dense branches stretched out before her eyes. At least I should prepare my mind beforehand. I think I can more firmly accept my fate. She held up her skirt and ran fast, her heart in a mess. There were days I had to endure with that mood, but I do not know about Uncle Bill. The more she thought, the darker the world in her mind became. If something bad happened to Uncle, if I could not see him again, what then? Layla gripped her own clothes. If I were the only one left in this world. Just imagining it was heartbreaking. Thinking of this, she accelerated even faster. Memories of her childhood appeared in her mind. Colorful stones falling into a jar. A gift she received from a familiar voice. Layla, here's a gift for you. Then she looked at the piled-up luggage and asked blankly, Mother, where are you going? The woman bent down, touched her cheek, and soothed her. Layla, Mother has to go somewhere very far. Then, will mother return late? Layla tightly held the jar in her hands and asked a bit anxiously. Mother will return before I finish eating these, right? A flicker of hesitation appeared on the woman's face, and then she agreed. I will return. Hearing that, Layla happily waved goodbye to her mother. Mother, go safely. Later when she grew up, she finally understood the reason why. My mother was a woman too beautiful to live as the wife of a poor man. She had left us. The image of her father drinking every day to ease his sorrow appeared in her mind. They said mother had become the mistress of a noble family, then married a wealthy merchant, and left for a distant country. That only broke my father's already shattered heart even more. It did not help in finding mother. My father quit his job and drank every day, becoming a wreck who did not care for this life. Layla now touched her father's calloused hands. She tried to call her father, who was lying unconscious after a drinking bout on the road. Father, wake up, father. Her tears did not stop falling, along with her sobbing. Let us go home, okay, father? But unexpectedly, he snatched his hand away from her small ones. In that barren heart, there was no room for me. His face was now miserable, staring at his child. And then finally, he stood up abruptly and walked away. Since when did father not even want to see me, just because he could not stand seeing a face that looked like my mother's? Despite that, I could not give up hope. She just followed behind her father. She looked at the candy jar that was gradually emptying, filled with hope, because I believed that when mother returned, we could go back to those happy times. Looking at the jar gradually emptying made her heart waver violently. When the bottom of the glass bottle began to show, I had a bad premonition. Even so, I still had to believe. To me, mother. And then the glass jar had only one single candy left. At least she had given birth to me. The reason I could not eat the last candy was perhaps because of that. Returning to Dr. Edmund's luxurious house. He was sitting and drinking tea, chatting with Kyle. Have you thought it through these past few days? He put on an extremely serious face and spoke. Yes, my mind has not changed. Hearing this, he also spoke with admiration. All right, I know what you mean, how much you like Layla. Otherwise, there is no reason for you to be so stubborn. However, Kyle's father did not agree with his proposal. But Kyle, when it comes to marriage, you two are still too young. I think at this age, you two should focus on your studies instead. Hearing this, he nervously clasped his hands together and said, because mother wants me to marry the daughter of the Arndt family who is my age. The Brandt lady is also a year older than me but is already engaged to her hard. Then, Kyle raised his head and spoke his intention firmly. Actually, I think mother is preventing me from marrying someone like Layla, not because we are too young. Father, I do not want to marry someone I do not love in this way. That is why I am telling you this. Dr. Edmund heard this and felt a bit of a headache, rubbing his temples. Of course, I can't say it is not for that reason, but marriage is not just about two people. He quickly tried to persuade his father. I know that too. Family conditions, reputation. I do not mean those things are not important. Hearing that, he looked at Kyle with a confused gaze. Then why are you telling me you want to marry Layla when you already know all that? He quickly put his hand on his chest and said resolutely, although those things are very important, the person I will be with for a lifetime is the most important. He gathered all his courage to express his heart to Dr. Edmund. I want to be a good husband, a good father, just like you are now, father. So to me, the starting point for those things is Layla. Finally, with a sincere look, Kyle concluded, I want to become a better person when I am with her. I want to be her husband and the father of her children. Hearing these words from him made Dr. Edmund a bit stunned. Kyle. The smiling image of Layla appeared in his mind. If I am with Layla, there will surely be many difficulties. As if with all his sincerity, he let out a smile and expressed, but father, if it is not her, I do not have enough confidence to live such a life. She has become a part of my life. Kyle's eyes showed a spark of fierce determination along with a gaze full of love. I think the image of my parents loving each other also exists in Layla. It seems I have shown my best side in front of her, so I do not want to lose someone like Layla. On this side, Mrs. Brandt looked at Claudine and could not stop praising her. Oh my, you are so beautiful, Claudine. She spoke emotionally with tears in her eyes. Finally, this day has come. Hearing this, she said happily, You are already crying, mother. Don't cry today, mother. She then happily restrained herself. All right, do not worry. Afterward, Claudine looked at herself in the mirror, feeling extremely satisfied with her reflection. The image of a young man surfaced in her memory as he spoke of the sensation of defeating the royal family and seizing the position of the head of the Herhard family. Recalling those words made her smile as she thought. The Emperor of Berg had tried so hard to elevate his youngest daughter, whom he dearly loved, to the position of the Duchess. Then, the image appeared of Claudine looking down from above with a proud expression. The person the Herhard family had chosen was her, and of course, it was not because of love. She herself understood everything clearly. That choice obviously had a reason, even if she did not have a prestigious bloodline or a dowry as large as a princess's. She did not need to be treated like a princess. The Herhard family's pride was not hard to understand. If today's engagement went smoothly, her name would be placed even higher than the princess's. Just thinking about that made her feel like she could love everything in the world, whether it was a husband who did not love her at all, or even his little golden bird. Claudine then turned to the maid beside her and asked, Mari, has not that girl arrived yet? The girl quickly nodded. Yes, that is correct, my lady. Mari turned her gaze toward the window to observe. She should be arriving about now. Seeing Layla approaching with a basket of flowers, she announced, she is here. Lady Brandt spoke with visible annoyance. You called that orphan girl here again. Claudine continued to hum happily and said, I only called her because I need a few flowers to decorate my hair. Besides, it is good to send greetings to an old friend, mother. Hearing this made Lady Brandt call out unhappily, Claudine Brandt. Layla walked down the hallway, thinking to herself, today, the lady servant came to my house and ordered me to bring flowers to the villa for decoration, but now I understand. She understood the purpose for which she had been called. What the lady wanted was not the flowers. The lady's room was located on the east side of the 4th floor. Layla carried a basket full of flowers, walking up the stairs step by step. The closer she got to that room, the more her hands became soaked with sweat, and her throat felt parched. The image of her and Matthias from that day resurfaced in humiliation. She felt like a prisoner whose time for judgment had come. Layla's mood was like a drooping branch. No, that incident was just an accident. Perhaps he had already forgotten it, just like that it was clear. After that day, the Duke never passed through the forest again, so she should stop. Ending her train of thought, she now stood before Claudine's door. She took a long, deep breath as if preparing herself mentally. Finally, Layla raised her hand and knocked to ask for permission. My lady, I have brought the flowers as you ordered. A voice from inside called out, come in. Claudine twirled her dress slightly, looked at her, and asked, Layla, what do you think? It is beautiful, is not it? Layla immediately praised her. You look very beautiful today, my lady. Then she asked a final question. I suppose it would suit Duke Herhard's taste as well, would not it? This statement made her freeze, pardon. But she quickly regained her composure and said, yes, I am sure the Duke would think so too. This answer satisfied Claudine. Since you say so, I am relieved. Layla offered her congratulations. Congratulations on your engagement, my lady. Claudine replied politely, thank you. Thanks to you, my engagement will be more perfect. She then looked toward Mari and smiled. Mari quickly presented a gold coin and urged her, what are you doing? Show some gratitude and take it. Layla quickly accepted it and spoke with a hint of hesitation. Thank you, my lady. Her mind began to panic as she hurried to leave. Quickly, I must go back home, as long as it is not him. Layla pulled up her skirt and ran down the stairs. Suddenly, she froze. The sunlight shone through her hair. A familiar figure stood before Layla's eyes. Her face went blank as she looked at the person in front of her. Matthias, who had changed into formal attire, stood below looking up at her. Evers, walking behind, saw Layla and greeted her. Layla, it seems you are bringing things to Lady Brandt. Yes, that is right. She quickly bowed her head, hiding her expression. At that moment, a pair of legs blocked Layla's path. Seeing this, she raised her head in confusion. Why would not he just pass by? As soon as she looked up, Layla met Matthias's eyes as he stared intently at her. She looked toward him with a hint of shock. But then, his legs finally moved. He quickly brushed past her and walked up the stairs. Just like that, the sound of Matthias's footsteps faded away, leaving Layla alone. She took the hint and turned around quickly. On the other side, Matthias seemed to be significantly unsettled as well. The sunset gradually descended on the other side of the lake. Layla sat dazed on a nearby branch. It must be very busy at the villa now. The butler was worried there would be more guests today than ever before. She looked at the scenery before her and reflected on everything. Even though they were in the same territory, this place and the villa felt like two different worlds. I once thought this way. And then, seeing his face earlier made her feel even more exhausted. His eyes were exactly as they were in her deepest memories. With a face full of inner thoughts, she looked into the distance. Your eyes hold all of my sadness. Finally, Layla leaned down, her lips pressed tightly together. At that moment, a hand was placed on the tree trunk. A call made her turn her head. Layla. She turned and looked down, asking in surprise, Kyle, how did you know I was here? Kyle, dressed in formal clothes, spoke happily, I just had a feeling. This is your favorite place, especially right here. Hearing this, Layla quickly jumped down to him and asked in confusion, but Kyle, what day is it today? You are even wearing a suit. Are you going to the engagement party? Kyle put his hand behind his back and bowed as he replied, no, it is because today is a very important day for me. At that moment, Kyle suddenly brought out a bouquet of white roses and called softly, Layla. He held the bouquet before her eyes, making her freeze for a moment. With sincere eyes and the flowers in his hand, he said, let us get married. Marry me, Layla. A gentle breeze blew softly past. At the magnificent Duke's mansion, summer was coming to an end. The engagement between the Herhard and Brandt families went smoothly amidst countless congratulations from the attendees. In reality, it was an engagement meticulously calculated for the interests of both families, and the main couple was warmly welcomed and blessed. But those who saw the talented Duke and his youthful lady did not think that way. Close since childhood and progressing to an engagement, they discussed this marriage together. And then, the image of the youngest princess appeared in the gossip. From then on, rumors that the emperor's youngest daughter had been pushed out of the position of duchess and was hurriedly looking for a new fiancé spread everywhere. And just like that, this rumor became a hot topic of interest and discussion among the nobility for a long time, as time flowed into autumn. After hosting many guests, Arvis returned to its original peaceful appearance. At Layla's house, she was holding a newspaper. Matthias's image appeared in that newspaper. Matthias had received an assignment in the Royal Guard and had left for Rats, the capital of the empire. She read the newspaper in quiet contemplation. Claudine had also returned to the Brandt family's estate upon hearing news that he had left the villa to serve in the military. Her face now showed a sense of liberation. Layla was incredibly relieved, at least for the next year or so. The Duke would not return to the estate. Finally, Layla did not need to desperately avoid him anymore. And perhaps in the layers of painful memories that returned when they met, she could reassure herself that she could try a little harder. Finally, Layla folded the newspaper in her hand. She returned to her daily tasks. I have brought the flowers. Thank you, Layla. Is it cold outside? Yes, just a bit chilly. Wait a moment, I will return your basket. Yes, please. And then she overheard the conversation between the maids. Over there. If so, when will they hold the wedding? They are already engaged, after all. I heard it will be held after the Duke is discharged from the military. Some servants spoke up in confusion. Isn't that a bit late? Even if the Brandt family delays this marriage, it seems they still want to spend their honeymoon at Arvis. Layla stood quietly listening to those words. Then the maid returned and quickly handed her the basket. Here, Layla. She quickly took it. Thank you, I am going home now. She hugged herself tightly to keep warm, thinking, although it is unavoidable to hear news about him, I can endure that much. Her thoughts drifted in the cold wind. Once I get my teaching certificate and find a job, even if he returns here, we won't run into each other anymore. Thinking that, she looked up high. Seeing the snowflakes falling, she smiled and reached out her hand to catch them. It is snowing. The image of her clinking glasses with Uncle Bill in their cozy house appeared. If time continued to pass peacefully like this, perhaps she could return to her normal daily life as before. Under the continuously falling snow, a small desire appeared. I hope it stays this way. Layla clung to that hope, burying her head in her books and studies. Just like that, The snow finally melted, and the trees began to sprout and bud once more. The lovely rose branches also began to bloom in full. Finally, Matthias returned from the royal guard. His footsteps slowly descended the stairs. Suddenly, Matthias stood still in the middle of the steps. His back was straight as he stood beside the blooming roses. His gaze seemed to express an indescribable pensiveness. Finally, he quickly moved past the group. At the Herhard villa in Rats, a warm greeting echoed. The master has returned. Hessen helped him with his things and reported, "The two ladies are in the villa." Matthias asked in surprise, "My grandmother and mother?" He quickly replied, "Yes. The mistress came to Rats to attend the princess's wedding next month and said she would stay for about 15 days. Mrs. Norma quickly embraced her grandson and asked after him, "Matthias, it has been a long time. Are you well?" "Yes, grandmother." "Are you feeling unwell at all?" "Of course not." Next, Matthias quickly turned to ask Mrs. Elise, "Are you well, mother?" She also replied happily, "I had to come all the way here just to see you." In the garden full of blooming flowers next to the villa, Mrs. Elise touched the flower branches and praised them happily. "The weather here is warm, so the roses have already bloomed." Looking at the flowers and the mansion, her mood was excellent. The blooming flowers make this place even more beautiful, though it is still a bit simple compared to Arvis. Currently, she was walking with her son, Matthias. Suddenly, she turned to him and asked, "I heard from the Brants that you are going to extend your military service." He immediately replied, "Yes. I will extend it for about a year." "Fine. If your mind is made up, then so be it." Elise nodded and then smiled, saying, "But I did not expect the princess to get married before that. Have you heard any good news from Arvis lately?" She mentioned a name, Dr. Etman's son, right? Your grandmother said his name is Kyle Etman. Matthias replied, "Yes, I know him." A cheerful voice echoed in space, "I heard that boy is getting married soon. Do you know who his partner is?" "It is that orphan girl the gardener took in." The air suddenly went silent. "You probably forgot, but her name is Layla." At those words, Matthias's mood gradually plummeted. She continued talking, unaware that her son's expression was changing. "I did not expect that girl to become a bride who satisfies the conditions set by the Etman family. It is amazing. She truly is a clever girl. Suddenly, your grandmother's efforts to find a suitable match have become a joke." The image of Linda lying on her sickbed appeared before her. Your grandmother must be heartbroken. She once praised that boy as being handsome. I heard that because of this, Mrs. Etman, who tried so hard to find her son a prestigious match, has fallen seriously ill. But her husband has already agreed, so what more is there to say? Elise had already guessed her expression. She is a woman who values dignity, and this has caused her to lose status in the nobility. No noble family wants to be close to a family with a daughter-in-law of such low standing. Matthias's face became increasingly grim. Then he let out a thin smile and spoke, "Perhaps things might change. Since the two have not married yet." She lightly touched the flower branches and said gently, "I am not sure. Everyone says this matter is confirmed." Dr. Etman's intention was very firm, and just as she said, Cal was currently happily putting his bag over his shoulder, calling out loudly, "Layla." Furthermore, Cal had already fallen deeply for that girl. Layla slowly turned around, holding her books, toward the source of the call. As for Elise, she expressed a bit of admiration. That girl is quite pretty. Another issue is that his father has already given his permission. I did not expect that girl to capture Etman's heart like that. How bold. No, one should say she is smart. Of course, blaming that girl would be ridiculous. Matthias stood quietly listening to those words. The stupidest thing here is that Cal has fallen blindly in love with a girl. He let out a slight smile now. Then he reached out to hold a flower. He has brought disgrace upon the entire Etman family. Shifting to another scene, Matthias stepped out wearing a bathrobe. He used a towel to dry his hair but then noticed something nearby. It was a beautifully arranged flower vase. It seemed his mother had brought flowers here. Matthias sat on the chair by the window and gazed at the vase. Looking at the room filled with a gentle scent, his mind began to wander. The scent of roses drifted in the wind. I once thought about the summer spent on the estate. Looking at those roses made Matthias think of Layla Llewellyn, the child who ran around the garden and helped the gardener. Memories of her childhood figure surfaced in his mind. Since when had she become a part of that summer? She exuded a scent like that of a rose. And then the image of her as an adult with a radiant smile. A girl possessing a talent that made roses bloom, but also like a brilliant rose tended by the world. Then the fact that the gardener raised her is my misfortune. Thinking of this, Matthias closed his eyes and leaned back. Layla, she was nobody, but why did even her name have meaning? Regardless, this is a good thing. If that beautiful misfortune disappears from my sight. Finally, Matthias could only let out a long sigh. Then I will be the one to applaud loudly at your wedding. He whispered her name, Layla. But when summer comes, the roses no longer bloom. Looking at the blooming rose branch, he wondered, can I exist if summer comes but the roses no longer bloom? Matthias reached out his hand as if to touch the petal. The flowers will bloom, I will return, but what should I do if you are no longer there? As soon as he gripped the flower in his hand, he asked himself, what should I do? Then he glanced to the other side. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the object before him. On the table lay a piece of white paper. It was the application to extend his military service. He slowly picked up the application form. Then he stared at it gloomily. His expression gradually became extremely cold. He then slowly tore the paper to shreds. Finally, the paper was ripped in half. On the other side, Kyle was excitedly greeting Bill. Hello, Uncle. All right, where is Layla? He looked into the small house and asked, she is organizing things in the storehouse. He excitedly opened the door and stepped inside to greet her. Layla, seeing him, she greeted him back. Hi, Kyle. Kyle looked toward the shining light and said happily, the weather lately is so beautiful. The wind is cool and there are many flowers blooming along the road. It is the perfect weather for a wedding, right? Then he let out a gentle smile. So, let us get married, Layla. Layla stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and replied coldly, I am not getting married. Yet he still would not give up and clung to her. Fine, I will accept today's rejection. Now you won't even look at me when you refuse. I will ask again tomorrow. She continued to refuse Kyle. No, do not ask. My mind has not changed. Hearing that, his heart felt like it was breaking. He quickly followed her and said excitedly, I will confirm that again tomorrow. People's thoughts change every day. Bill watched this and lamented. That boy was rejected. But why does Bill Reamer's heart ache like this? He put his hand to his chin, closed his eyes, and thought, let us see. Exactly how many times has he been rejected? Since last summer, he has proposed every single day autumn, winter, spring. It is impossible to even count. He remembered last summer, catching the two of them arguing in front of the house. This really is not right. I am sorry, Kyle. I will act like I did not hear anything today. Even so, I hope you will think about it seriously, okay? Layla, if it is the two of us, even if we marry, we can live as well as we do now. Hearing those words, he immediately picked up a shovel. I knew one day this day would come. How dare that brat? Bill poked his head out to listen to what they were saying to each other and marveled. I thought, finally that boy has gone mad. Is it finally time to use the shovel? I thought it was just the rambling of a young boy, passionate with his own feelings, but a few days later, I realized I was wrong. In another room, a voice cried out in shock. What? Marriage, doctor? Exactly what are you saying? You mean you want my Layla to marry Kyle, Dr. Edmund confirmed. Yes. And if Layla marries Kyle, I want to send them both to university together. Of course, my family will support Layla's tuition. The more Bill heard, the more shocked he became. Go to university too. Dr. Edmund smiled and spoke. It seems you are very surprised by this sudden proposal. Hearing this, he stammered. What? Yes, of course. Then Bill bowed his head and said in disbelief, but doctor, why our Layla? If it is the Edmund family, you could find a much better marriage match beyond comparison. Dr. Edmund began to explain everything. Of course, I also faced many difficulties when making this decision. Although the world is changing, it is not that I did not hope for a daughter-in-law with a high family background and education. But I know very well that Layla is a good child without needing those things. Hearing this, Bill was a bit stunned. Mr. Edmund's face showed kindness. Isn't that why Kyle wants to marry Layla? Not long ago, he came to me and said so. He recalled his son's determined face. Isn't someone who can stay by your side for a lifetime more important than any condition? That made Dr. Edmund say proudly, thanks to Layla, he wants to become a better person. He said he wants to live as a good husband to Layla. That feeling is too sincere to be considered just a child's enthusiasm. Bill was equally surprised to hear this. Did Kyle really say that, Dr. Edmund spoke with certainty. Yes. You have also known my son for a long time, so I think you will recognize his sincerity as well. Finally, he made a suggestion. So first, I think we should take some time to observe. If by next year Kyle has not changed his mind, then I want to allow them to marry. Saying this, he let out a smile of anticipation. These things made Bill clench his hands together and think, although I hoped that one day Layla would marry and live happily ever after with a kind and thoughtful man like Kyle, I never dared to imagine she would actually marry into the Edmund family. Isn't that a family that lacks for nothing compared to the nobility? But even Dr. Edmund stepped forward to allow the two to marry, and even supported her to go to the university she had abandoned due to unfavorable circumstances. Thinking of this, his expression changed, becoming more serious than ever. And currently, he was silently observing both of them. This is a very good thing for Layla. The 1 year that Dr. Edmund suggested is almost up. Fortunately, Kyle's feelings have not changed. However, Bill's face suddenly contorted. But Layla is so firm. What should I do? Late at night, at their small house, Bill suddenly drained his glass of wine and slammed it down on the ground. He spoke his wish clearly. I approve of that marriage. Layla heard this and was confused. Pardon. Bill repeated once more. The marriage with that boy, Kyle, you should accept it. Marry that boy and go to university. I truly want that for you, Layla. She heard him and was surprised, then quickly refused. No, I can't do that. Bill became agitated. Exactly why? For what reason? Layla calmly explained the situation. For me to marry Kyle is absurd. It would make Kyle and the Edmund family a laughingstock. However, he did not think so and advised her, as long as you are happy, what others think does not matter. Moreover, did not Mr. Edmund already accept it, Layla? You only need to think about your own feelings. But Layla held firm to her point. Of course I like Kyle. There is no friend in this world as comfortable and warm as Kyle. That is why I do not want Kyle to be laughed at, because he is an important person. Hearing this, he immediately became angry. Laughed at? What about you? Exactly why are you so lacking in confidence, Layla? Huh? She clenched her hands and said, it is not necessary to do that. Then she raised her head and let out a gentle smile. I like the way things are now. No matter what anyone says, I believe I have nothing to be ashamed of. I am trying to become the adult you expect me to be, but uncle, regarding marriage, I do not know. To be honest, I am not even sure if getting married is necessary. Hearing this, Bill Reamer sat down and let out a long sigh. Layla continued trying to persuade Uncle Bill. I want it this way. I do not want to leave this Arvis garden. I do not want to leave you. And now that I have my teaching license, I can help you if I get a job at a school nearby. He heard that and thumped his chest, proudly declaring, the forest is not going anywhere. This forest will still be here, and so will I. When I am old and lose my strength, I will be forced to retire from gardening, but this Bill Reamer is still healthy enough to work for another 10 years. Then he gently stroked her head. Child, even if you leave this house and go to university, even if you get married. Finally, he let out a soft smile. No matter what you do or where you are, Layla, you are still Bill Reamer's little girl. Then he thought of the prospect of her having a happy family with Kyle. Besides, although rare, there are still men like that in this world, men who will surely become good husbands and good fathers. Bill's voice filled with happiness. Kyle is exactly that kind of man. Just think about how wonderful it would be to marry such a good man and build a real family. Kyle would never mistreat you in your entire life. Hearing that, Layla shyly protested. But we are a real family too. Her eyes were filled with love. We are family, Uncle, a real family. Bill heard this and gave a contemplative smile. Finally, he reached into his pocket to take something out. If you think this is a real family, then you must listen to Bill Reamer's words even more, Layla. Then, Bill placed a stack of money on the table. Here, a train ticket to Rats and some money to use there. He strictly and carefully instructed her. The university entrance exam is next week, so start studying hard from tomorrow. Don't think about refusing anymore. If you do not go to Rats for university, I will consider it as you thinking I am a fake family. She took the stack of money in her hands. Then, she said with some difficulty, Uncle. The house suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of glasses clinking against each other remained. She then spoke up and asked him, Uncle, if I fail the exam, we're still a real family, right? He jokingly replied, let us see. I will have to think about it. At the Karlsvar railway station. Layla then asked, Kyle, is not the doctor coming along? Kyle quickly explained that there was a critical patient, so he had to stay at the hospital. He said he was sorry he could not come. I see. However, she said with a bit of worry, is it really okay with just the two of us? Since this is my first time going to the capital, I am a bit nervous. But he replied very confidently, I know the way very well, so do not worry. I have relatives there, so I visit occasionally. Really, that is a relief. Kyle clenched his fists, feeling extremely determined in his heart this time. He absolutely had to show a reliable side of himself. Seeing the train arrive at the station, Kyle urged her, the train is here, let us go, Layla. He gallantly carried her things for her. Give me your luggage. Thank you, Kyle. Layla suddenly froze when she looked inside the train compartment. Her face looked a bit dazed. She remembered herself huddled here in the past. Back when she worried every day about where she would be thrown, she never even imagined a day like today would happen. After thinking, Layla gripped the train ticket in her hand and wondered, will there ever be a day when I can repay all the kindness I received from Uncle? She hugged the ticket to her chest and smiled gently, Uncle, I am leaving now, and I will be back soon. In Matthias's room, the rose petals had fallen. Matthias had originally intended to extend his military service by 1 more year. The scene shifted back to the military building. He had changed his decision and submitted his discharge papers. Colonel Farrell folded the file in his hand and said with regret, the reason for applying for early discharge is that the old lady of the Herhard family is getting on in years. So unfortunately, I cannot hold you back. It is an understandable choice, but I can't help feeling sad. He stood up with a hint of reluctance. It seems we have lost a capable officer. For the entire empire, it would be a greater loss to keep Duke Herhard in the army, but as a soldier. Matthias politely replied to him, thank you very much for everything. He heard this and gave a slight smile in return. Colonel Farrell highly appreciated that about Matthias, the fact that he chose a dangerous foreign front for his first post and achieved great success was the same. He reached out his hand to say goodbye. You have worked hard during this time, Captain Herhard. If you stop by Rats, you must definitely look me up. Matthias shook hands respectfully. Yes, Colonel, I will do that. He shook hands with each of his friends in the military one by one. After saying goodbye to the comrades who had been with him in the army, Matthias went straight to the military headquarters in the center of Rats. The handshakes passed by one after another after he met and greeted several more superiors there. Matthias also had farewell tea with the higher-ups. He visited the home of the chief of the general staff. Finally, he was able to complete his military service. Matthias took off his hat as if he had finished everything. He looked at the hat in his hand with a sense of relief. Evers quickly appeared and reported, the schedule for today has ended, so I will take you back to the mansion, Master. He bowed his head, preparing to step inside the car. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him look up. His eyes seemed to stop because of what was before him. The silhouette of a young woman with golden hair was on the street. This caused Matthias's heart to waver. Layla. He watched her walking happily on the street and wondered, why is Layla in Rats? This made him stop in his tracks. Evers called out to him in confusion, Master. Matthias suddenly put his military hat back on. He adjusted his appearance, as if preparing to do something. Meanwhile, Layla was still unaware, admiring everything. Seeing it again, it still looked so magnificent. She saw everything as if it were shining brightly. On her first day in Rats, she had visited the first natural history museum as recommended by Kyle. The more she looked, the more she became enchanted by it. Just as Kyle had said, the museum was like heaven to her, a wonderful place. If there was any problem, it was that it was too big and vast to explore in a single day. Earlier, she had decisively sent Kyle back to study. If only Kyle could have come here with me today, that would be great. You have your exam tomorrow. You have to study today. Kyle, it is fine to go together. No, it is not. And now she was exploring freely alone. At times like these, Kyle really was like Uncle Bill. Today I will spend the whole day seeing as much as possible. If I spend one more day, before leaving Rats, I can see everything. She walked confidently on the crowded street. Notebook and pen ready, physical stamina reserved, all prepared. But she did not expect that Matthias was quietly following behind her. Layla looked at everything and quickly took notes in her notebook. In that crowded throng, Matthias's figure appeared. His eyes kept staring intently at her. He watched Layla, who was engrossed in taking notes, and wondered today Layla Llewellyn looked like a child on a field trip. Matthias had been following her for a long time and still saw her walking without stopping. Even after passing through several large exhibition rooms, her excited footsteps showed no signs of fatigue, even though she wrote with a serious expression as if she had become a scholar. And seeing Layla's happy smile made him wonder even more, what is it that makes you smile like that? Deep inside, there was an indescribable emotion. Should he approach her? Looking at Layla with her golden hair fluttering in front of him, a desire arose within him. If I approach you now. Finally, he turned his face in another direction as if avoiding the thought. Layla then stepped down the stairs. She looked up at the glowing object before her eyes. A large, beautiful tree, illuminated by golden light. She stared in fascination at the butterflies shimmering with golden light. It made her recall the moment she first saw them in the past. Once again, her eyes were completely captivated by them. She quickly reached out her hand as if wanting to catch them. Layla stood on her tiptoes as much as possible. A very happy smile spread across her face. Layla's hand seemed to desperately want to touch that golden crystal bird. Suddenly, a large pair of legs stepped closer to her side. Her body was suddenly lifted off the ground. This made Layla gasp in shock. But thanks to that, she touched the glittering bird she had always longed for. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting the beautiful golden wings. The image of her golden hair blended with the shimmering golden bird. Matthias could not take his eyes off the scene before him. At this point, Layla also realized something was wrong. She slowly turned her head to look behind her. Matthias's large hands were wrapped around Layla's small waist. He slowly lowered her, their bodies nearly touching. Her feet finally touched the ground again. Her face was a bit dazed as she looked up. Matthias was also staring into Layla's sparkling eyes. His hands slowly withdrew from her waist, and they were quickly clenched tightly by him. The wings still glittered on that beautiful tree branch. Matthias slowly took off his hat. His handsome face was clearly revealed before her eyes. Layla stared at him, completely stunned. At this moment, Matthias was the first to speak. Hello. Layla, the scene of her touching the golden bird's wing earlier flashed back. She touched the hand that had just felt the bird's wing. Then she gripped the strap of her bag tightly, adjusting her composure once more. Just like that, the two stood looking at each other for a long time. The light still shone on those wings, but Layla's thoughts were in a panic. I tried to just greet him politely and turn back, but I could not refuse the nod that seemed to command me to follow. And so, Layla followed behind Matthias, but she kept a far distance from him. The awkward scene from earlier flashed in her mind. From the moment I met the Duke again, the nightmarish memories I had struggled to bury began to resurface. The image of the two of them close together that day reappeared in her mind, along with all the memories of that first kiss that I could never forget, no matter how hard I tried. Perhaps because of that, my heart kept pounding in anxiety. Thinking of this, she clenched her hand over her chest uncomfortably. Looking at Matthias's back made her even more suspicious. Where on earth was the Duke going? Surely he was not thinking of touring the museum together like this. The bustling sounds grew louder and louder. She looked on with a bit of surprise. Before her was a very busy cafe, the same cafe where she had eaten lunch with Kyle on her first day here. Matthias stopped and turned his head to look at her. Seeing that look on his face, Layla was stunned. What? Does he want to have tea with me here? Her face expressed her awkwardness. Because the girls around them were all talking happily to each other while looking at him, it seemed someone had recognized the Duke. What should I do? Seeing everyone looking this way made her even more uncomfortable. This could not be happening. Layla, feeling it was not right, bowed to say goodbye. It was a pleasure to meet you, Duke. I will take my leave now. Just as she turned to leave, Matthias spoke coldly, "Stand right there." She immediately stopped her footsteps. There were too many people watching here. But she still ignored him and continued to walk. Even if he was the Duke, in a place with so many people. Unexpectedly, Matthias stood right in front of Layla. Her hands gripped her handbag tightly. She put on a serious face and asked him, "Why are you doing this?" Layla honestly refused. "I do not like this, Duke." But his expression remained unchanged. Seeing that, she continued to speak, I do not like it. This is not right." Hearing that, Matthias let out a sly smile. Then he spoke, "Have you ever wanted to do something you were not allowed to do?" This sentence immediately made her flinch, and her face turned red. Everyone seemed to be paying attention to him. If so, why? Buying a cup of tea for an orphan living on my estate whom I happen to meet in the capital. What is wrong with this kindness? There is nothing wrong with it. After saying this, he gave a cunning smile. "What is the matter, Layla?" She clenched her fists in contemplation. Though I could not say I knew this man well. But I was certain of one fact. Matthias stepped closer and closer to Layla. And then he brushed past her, who was in an unwilling mood. This man would do anything to get what he wanted. A cup of tea was brought out with steam rising from it. Matthias also sipped his coffee, his eyes still fixed on her. On the other side, Layla's legs felt a bit uncomfortable. It felt as if she could not breathe. Matthias's eyes were still staring intently at her. Her face was sweating profusely, yet she maintained a shimmering aura. She would rather he say something instead. Finally, she could not take it and spoke first. "I did not expect to meet the Duke in this place." Hearing that, he set his coffee cup down. He asked her a question in return. "What business brings you to Rats?" She was a bit startled but did not hide it. "What? I came for the university entrance exam." Matthias was a bit surprised to hear that the university entrance exam. Until last year, she had said she wanted to be a teacher, but now she had decided to go to university. His mind wavered violently. This meant she had accepted Kyle Ettman's proposal. Bill Reamer probably could not afford to send her to university in the capital. It seemed the rumors about Dr. Ettman's determination for the two to marry were true. Layla also asked curiously, "But is the Duke also interested in natural history?" Matthias answered honestly, "I have no interest." "You know that, Layla. I have no interest in these things." She then asked a bit awkwardly, "If so, then do you have an appointment or?" Matthias let out a happy smile again. "You know that too." Which made Layla shiver when she saw it. She remembered the way he had lifted her earlier. No, that must have been a coincidence. And those two eyes meeting made her feel even gloomier. "I am just an orphan living on the Duke's estate." Finally, looking at the tea on the table made her more uncomfortable than ever. A lowly orphan receiving unwanted. She clenched her fists and countered, "No, what I know is simply that the Duke hates me." Her face was very blunt as she spoke. Matthias bowed his head and gently confirmed, "That is right." But in truth, a crack had appeared in his mind. "Right now, I truly hate you terribly, Layla." Hearing these words, Layla fell silent for a moment. Then she spoke in response, "If that is the case, then I will leave." Matthias widened his eyes and asked, "What?" Layla did not hesitate to repeat herself, "I will leave so as not to disturb the Duke's territory." She clasped her hands and said clearly, "Anywhere else, because the place where I can stay is not just Arvis." In her heart, she only had one desire: to stand up and get out of that man's sight immediately. But looking at the teacup on the table, she told herself, "But I won't act recklessly like I did before." She remembered that flower hat, regardless of the outcome. For that was what he had taught her. Finally, she put her hand on the teacup. Then she used all her strength to drink it in one gulp. After that, she slammed the emptied teacup down on the table. Next, she reached into her handbag. She placed some coins on the table. Seeing this, Matthias spoke up in an unhappy tone, "What is this?" Layla wiped her mouth with a slight tremble. She looked at the coins on the table and answered, "The money for the tea I drank." Matthias looked on with extremely displeased eyes. He looked straight into her eyes and asked, "Do you think I am going to calculate your tea money?" Layla instinctively clenched her fists and thought, "I know I am doing something reckless." Then she closed her eyes and silently reassured herself, "But even so, I still want to make it clear at least this place is not Duke Herhardt's world." He spoke in a commanding voice, "Raise your head." She firmly replied, I do not want to. Without letting her say another word, he said sternly, raise your head, Layla. She replied without fear, I am not the Duke's servant. Hearing that, he fell silent for a moment. In the midst of his confused thoughts, he thought a servant. Next, she spoke up loudly, even though I am living off Arvis, it does not mean I am the Duke's servant. Facing that determination, he replied coldly, fine. If so, then what exactly are you? The question immediately flustered her. Her voice suddenly faltered, I. The distance between the two as they faced each other, in the quiet corner of the garden. Her eyes suddenly shed sorrowful tears. She said coldly, nothing. She then continued matter-of-factly, just as it has always been, and will be in the future. He listened quietly. Then he suddenly stood up under her watchful gaze. He slowly stepped toward her. Once again, the two were face to face. Next, he quickly took away the coin. The torment in his gradually cooling mind. He gripped that flower tightly, clenching his own pain. He gently took all the coins placed on the table. They seemed to be reaching a breaking point. His hands turned red with the effort. The flower that had seemed so brilliant was now withered, every scratch visible. He dropped the coins lightly, to her surprise. Then he glanced slightly and said, take them. Like a naked insult, he then dropped all the coins down, and this too. She asked in disbelief and confusion, what is this, exactly? Responding to her words, he only explained in a cold voice, as he said, you are not my servant, but I took up your time, so I should pay you accordingly. Then he said bluntly, you even accepted the money Claudine gave you, with gratitude, politely. At that moment, she was struggling to hold herself together. He did not hesitate to ask, you did not refuse the marriage to the man who pitied you. Hearing those words, she looked up in disbelief. After saying that, he spoke in an annoyed tone, but why must you put up a front of pride just for a few loose coins? Each coin on her dress seemed to leave a mark of humiliation. And so, her tears fell. You do not smile in front of me. He just walked away, but he could not restrain the tears. His back was straight, and so. But then a brief glance back, if it is tears I can give, then I will give you tears. She just sobbed, if it is a wound, then I will give you a wound. Remembering that day, the night he heard news she was about to marry the doctor's son. Though he had decided to return to Arvis, he still longed for her intensely. A look of heavy contemplation. He would rather she marry quickly and disappear from his world. He just kept deceiving himself, and even now when swept away by emotion, he still hoped with an unclear urge. That lonely figure remained deeply etched. Regardless, if she had to leave, then he only hoped for tears and wounds. The sunset scene of a luxurious city. She stood before a pool, next to a couple who excitedly said, try throwing it. At those words, she instinctively glanced in one direction. They said that if you hit that jar, your wish can come true. Holding a gold coin lightly, she thought excitedly, that is right, it is money the Duke left behind anyway. Throwing it straight with one breath, she thought decisively, I must use it without any regret. But surprisingly, the coin fell right into the center of the jar. Seeing this, her eyes lit up with excitement. What? It went in a wish. She threw another coin again, praying as she threw, please let Uncle Bill be healthy forever. Time after time, surprisingly, they all hit the mark, please let Kyle pass medical school. Next, she joined her hands in sincere prayer, please let me become a truly good adult. After praying, she continued to throw the coins. Since they were hitting the target, it felt very refreshing. In that moment of refreshment, she did it one more time, silently wishing in her heart. So now, the final wish. Her face now shone with determination there will be no more later. But in the middle of her swing, a voice called out, Layla. She turned around and looked up with a look of surprise, softly answering, Kyle. Kyle came running, calling out loudly, you really? Exactly what are you doing here? I have been looking for you all this time. He slumped over, completely exhausted, and she watched him with concern, saying, that is right. We had a dinner date tonight. I am sorry, Kyle. I did not realize time was passing so quickly, he replied, frustrated and struggling to catch his breath. Do you have any idea how long I have been looking for you? He spoke between gasps for air. I went to the museum because you had not returned to the hotel near dinner time. but they told me it was already closed. I searched all around there, but there was no sign of you. His voice grew more intermittent with every word. I know you never break an appointment, so I was terrified thinking something might have happened to you in a city where you do not know anyone. Hearing this, she stammered, I am truly sorry, Kyle. I should have checked the time sooner. As if suddenly noticing something, he leaned close to her face and spoke up. Wait a minute. What is this? Why are your eyes so red? This made her look up at him, bewildered. He then cupped her face, asking worriedly, have you been crying? Did something really happen while I was not around? But she immediately pushed his hand away, her tone evasive. No, it is nothing. I had a very meaningful day today. I visited almost all the museums and even took a walk in the park. She continued to ramble about all sorts of things to shift his attention. I even made some wishes. It turns out I have a talent for tossing coins. Surely all my wishes will come true, right? He widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, what? The frugal Layla actually threw coins into a fountain. She only quirked her lips and replied, it is fine to throw this money away. He grew more confused and asked, is there such a thing as money that is okay to throw away? But she immediately cut him off firmly. Yes, there is. Next, she swung her arm to throw another coin with a look of dissatisfaction, saying, one last wish, and then let us go to dinner. Under his bewildered gaze, she missed no. What a pity. But unexpectedly, that coin veered off course and fell into the water. She stood there dazed, instinctively staring after it. Seeing her dejected face, he asked worriedly, what is wrong? What kind of wish was it that makes you look so down? She replied helplessly, her face still weak, it is nothing. Let us go. He then pulled more coins from his pocket and asked, what was it? Tell me. I will make it come true for you. Seeing this, she lightly caught his hand and said, are you planning to throw those? Don't, Kyle, it is a waste of money. He asked back in disbelief, you just threw several coins away and now you are talking about wasting money. She did not hesitate to stop him, saying, regardless, do not throw them. It is better to save it for ice cream later. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, now that sounds like Layla. Let us go eat dinner first. I ran so much that I am starving. As they walked, he glanced at her with a curious look and asked, but Layla, what was your last wish, the one that failed? Hearing this, she just smiled awkwardly and replied, that. Her words were as light as a breeze. It is a secret. He let out a long ah and asked admiringly, what is it? You saying it is a secret makes me even more curious. Gently offering her an ice cream cone, he said happily, here, the vanilla you like. She immediately took it and replied, thank you, I will enjoy it. As they walked away, she nibbled on it while stealing glances at him, asking, but is it okay for you to be strolling like this? Your exam is tomorrow. He smiled and answered loudly, it is fine. I just need to test with my natural ability. Then he said pridefully, even if I study like a madman the night before, it won't change anything. An image of himself appeared, the person who actually studied like a madman before exams. She teased him slightly, saying, you are very confident, Mr. Etman. He did not hesitate to reply, of course, Miss Llewellyn. This is how a future husband should be. The moment his smile faded, he glanced at her and thought, why is not she reacting at all? Facing that beautiful face, he could not help but feel embarrassed and hurriedly asked, what? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have ice cream on my face? After a moment of awkwardness, she asked curiously, I have wondered for a long time, Kyle. Can you imagine it? He asked back blankly. Imagine what? She then explained matter-of-factly, us becoming husband and wife. Hearing that, he replied softly, of course. To me, it is no problem at all. The moment he finished, she asked in surprise, really, but I can't imagine it. Scenes from their childhood appeared. Her voice held a hint of amusement as she said, from childhood until now, we have been friends. Now getting married and becoming husband and wife, no matter how I think about it, it feels strange. He followed up with a confused tone. Why is that? It is better than marrying a stranger through a matchmaker. Nibbling her ice cream, she replied hesitantly, perhaps, but then her next words were like a bombshell. I can't imagine us engaging in reproductive acts, then having and raising children. As she continued to ramble on, adding, no matter how I think about it, it feels weird, he suddenly froze, his entire body turning bright red, and stammered, what did you just say? She turned her head to look at him, and said casually, reproductive acts. His face was practically steaming as he said, "Hey, how can you say something like that so casually?" She replied softly, "There is nothing to be ashamed of, Kyle. It is the instinct of all living creatures to preserve their species." She kept explaining, and every word she uttered made him tremble even more. "Birds do it, flowers do it. If we are husband and wife, it is only natural." Her voice faltered as she added, "But, thinking about us doing that, it is really strange, and—" He seemed paralyzed, stammering, "That." Suddenly, a thought made his eyes widen. He let his thought swirl, his face flushing crimson as he thought, husband and wife. And then, as if suddenly remembering something, he instinctively recalled. "That." Bill's voice echoed in his head. "Cal Etman, remember this. Whenever your thoughts get complicated, remember this shovel." He immediately pressed his lips together, ignoring the ice cream that had lost its shape, and thought, "Bill. Uncle Bill's shovel." On her side, unaware of anything, she kept talking, "And we would also." He immediately blocked her words with the ice cream cone and said, "It is melting everywhere. Layla. Hurry up and eat." Her mouth was full, but she still tried to add, "Kyle, listen to me once again." He cut her off. "No, stop it." Then he rushed ahead, saying, "Oh my, is it already this late? I have to go back and study." "Let us go quickly, Layla." Walking behind him, she asked softly, "Kyle, I have one more thing to ask." He asked back, "What is it?" Her hands unconsciously clenched as she asked hesitatingly, "Why do you want to marry me?" His footsteps came to a complete halt. He turned around and asked with confusion, "What?" She then said firmly, "I am not refusing a marriage to a man who pities me. Actually, that is what I am most curious about. Why do you want to marry me, if it is just because you feel sorry for me?" Then, he heard this, and his face took on an indescribable sincerity. He immediately stepped close to her. Face to face, he spoke her name softly, "Layla Llewellyn. Do you think I am a madman who wants to get married out of pity?" Seeing this, she instinctively spoke his name, "Kyle." He saw this and said reassuringly, "There might be people like that in the world, but Layla, I am not one of them." Then he spoke with a voice full of sincerity, "Why do I want to marry you? Because I love you." His final words were like an affirmation. "There is no other reason. It is because I love you." He quickly leaned toward her and said, "And think about it, how could I pity you? I am the one who has been rejected 100 times. Then he gave a gentle, reassuring smile and said, "So from now on, never think that way again." Seeing this, she could only reflect, that is right, he has always been that kind of person. Beside her, he was hurriedly turning around and exclaiming, "Oh no, the ice cream has all melted. A person who gives me a heart of pure and infinite kindness." Then she thought to herself, "The feeling of being lowly, as if I would fall into the bottom, disappears when I stand before your heart." The image of a cozy home appeared, matching her current mood like the warm light in a small house comforting the pain after a journey through a dark forest. She tormented herself with the thought, "I hoped we could always be best friends, but now after accepting your proposal, it seems I only have two choices, either marry or become strangers. Then there is only one way for me not to lose you." Then, suddenly snapping back to reality, she spoke softly, "There is something, Kyle." He asked blankly, "Huh?" She immediately said, "Thank you." He just stood there quietly, looking at her silhouette. Smiling faintly, he could not help but feel a bit disappointed. The answer to a confession is, "Thank you." Then he bowed his head slightly to look away. But then he immediately turned back and spoke loudly, "That is right. I almost missed it today." With a gentle smile, he said frankly, "Let us get married, Layla." He cheered himself up internally. This confession had a set sequence. Even knowing I would be rejected, I would still propose, then quickly accept the refusal. Fearful that my confession might make her uncomfortable, I would toss out meaningless jokes again. Then he denied the thought, and then prepared to propose again tomorrow. Anyway, I will probably be rejected this time too. Contrary to his expectation, she replied, "Okay. Let us get married, Kyle." He stood frozen at those words. The ice cream fell from his hand, lying sprawled on the ground. He hurriedly scratched his head and asked in disbelief, "Layla, I am not hearing things right. You agreed to marry me, really?" She smiled and replied, "Really?" In a flash, he rushed toward her. His whole body enveloped hers as he said happily, Layla. As if unable to believe it was true, he asked vaguely, Layla, this is not a dream, is it? She hugged him back, using her hands to stroke and comfort him. She gave a firm, gentle smile in response. The moment she finished speaking, he let out a loud shout of excitement. Then he lifted her up. Seeing this, she shyly stopped him. Wait, put me down. The scene shifted to his bedroom. That night, Cal dreamed. He dreamed of living happily in a house with a brilliant garden filled with carefully tended flowers. Beside him were Layla and children who looked exactly like her. Time passed until the next morning. Perhaps thanks to that dream, a beautiful future was about to become reality. As he walked, he laughed with confidence. Kyle had done better on his exam than expected. She waved and called out, Kyle, did you do well on the exam? He blushed as he thought, Mrs. Edmund. He really wanted to shout it like that. Instead, he called out loudly, Layla. In a scene filled with sunlight, before returning to Arvis, Kyle and Layla slowly strolled around the campus. This was the place where, in the future, they would walk together as husband and wife. This prestigious school had only recently begun accepting female students. Individual worries became clear. The number of selections was very small, making Layla uneasy, but Kyle was quite certain. He raised his hand and said confidently, Layla, I guarantee you will pass. If it is not Layla Llewellyn, who else could be more deserving? He believed there were no longer any variables that could affect their future. He reassured her, this is a highly reliable conclusion after 8 years of observation and analysis. Believe me, do not worry. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, thinking back. Has it really been 8 years? Then she laughed and said, You have really grown a lot. When we first met, we were the same height. Hearing her say that, he denied it. What? That is not true. I was already taller back then. And now, I am mature enough to be your husband. And then, in the midst of it, he asked softly, Layla, how many children would you like to have? Unconsciously, their hands found each other. She said gently, I want to have 5. That way, the children won't feel lonely. Then she added sincerely, they can lean on each other, and I think it would be wonderful if the house was always bustling with faces that look like ours. Letting out a gentle smile, every time he saw Layla's eyes light up with anticipation, Cal thought, perhaps I was born to bring happiness to Layla. Then he gripped her hand and shouted excitedly, 5 children, all right Layla, I will do my absolute best. Seeing him, she blushed and said shyly, that is not what I meant. Hearing her, he replied quickly, no, I did not mean that either. He kept holding her hand as the gentle late spring breeze blew past. He looked at her with a sincere smile. Just thinking about the days ahead with Layla made Kyle's heart feel as warm as soft down feathers fluttering in his chest. Shifting to Bill's house, the old mailman knocked gently on the door and asked, Mr. Reamer, are you home? He stepped out of the house, his face lighting up with joy. Long time no see, Mr. Postman. The old man tipped his hat and replied, have you been well? There is a letter for Layla. The letter contained news of Layla passing the university exam, delivered by the same mailman who had first brought the little girl to Arvis. He thought to himself with joy, Layla. His eyes shone with indescribable shock, Layla. She passed the university exam. Immediately after, he laughed out loud to show off, Layla passed the university exam. This is a school so prestigious that even nobles find it hard to enter. The mailman replied joyfully, really, congratulations, Mr. Reamer. The old man's voice was full of nostalgia as he said, I still remember the day I found that little girl at the train station, then put her on the carriage and brought her to this garden. Then he gave a congratulatory smile, and now that little girl has grown up and even passed into the Empire's most prestigious school. Suddenly, I feel quite emotional too. It is all because you raised Layla so well, Mr. Reamer. Bill replied with an embarrassed laugh. What do you mean? I did not do much. Then the mailman asked curiously, where is Layla? I want to congratulate her myself. Bill replied happily, she is out for a walk in the forest. Wait a moment, but the old man said regretfully, what a pity. I will have to leave my congratulations for next time. I have many more letters to deliver. Then he quickly bid his farewell. I am off then, Mr. Reamer. Bill replied politely, thank you. Hurriedly opening the letter again, Bill sat quietly on the porch chair, his gaze fixed on the acceptance notice in his hand. Then he closed his eyes, and memories of the first day he met Layla flooded his mind. Recalling her process of growing up a child who crossed borders with a paper showing her name and a letter in her hand. His eyes seemed led by his thoughts. Although he had told himself he could not raise the child and would surely send her somewhere else, in the end, he could not send her anywhere, and they spent so many days together. The image of her smile was deeply etched in his mind, the happy moments he had gained thanks to Layla. He suddenly felt a pang in his heart and quickly rubbed his forehead, thinking, is it because I am getting old? My eyes are suddenly so stinging. My eyes are suddenly stinging. In the distance, she hurried over, waving and calling out, Uncle, are you sitting out here? He heard her and stared at her intently. Glancing at her bag, a thought rose in his heart, thinking back, that old, tattered crossbody bag. Did not she bring it since the first time she came to this wooden house? She is grown up now. Then he said with mock annoyance, Layla, when are you going to throw that ragged bag away? She only smiled and replied, what? Throw it away, but it is still good. On the contrary, he said teasingly, you can throw it away now. You drag it everywhere with you, it is probably cursing you by now. She hurriedly hugged the bag tightly and said coaxingly, let me use it just a little longer. Without it, I would feel empty. Noticing something in her basket, her eyes immediately lit up as she asked, Uncle, I picked some wild strawberries and peaches. Do you want to eat them with me? He then handed the letter to her and said, there, look at this first. Taking the letter, she asked curiously, what is it, Uncle? She hurriedly opened the letter, reading every content, word for word. Before her eyes was the notice, congratulations, you have been accepted to the university. As if in disbelief, she hurriedly read it over and over again. Gently folding the letter, she said joyfully, Uncle, I passed. Seeing this, he thought to himself, at times like this, it is okay to act a bit like a child, but she keeps trying to act like an adult for no reason. Then, he called out softly, Layla. She immediately replied, yes. But then he stroked his chin and frowned in thought, saying, that. What I mean is. She only laughed and hurriedly ran to him. Then she hugged him tightly, making him say in surprise, you little brat. Leaning against his chest, she looked down happily and said, thank you, Uncle. Truly, thank you so much. It is all thanks to you. He heard this and smiled, scolding her silently, there you go saying silly things again. You passed because you studied hard and did well on the exam. I did not do anything. She gripped his hand and sobbed, no, absolutely not, Uncle, I really. If it were not for you, I. Now Bill could be sure. This little child had definitely brought a bag of tears from Lovita. She kept holding his hand tightly. On such a good day, Bill worried if Layla would burst into tears. He hoped she would not cry. He hurriedly stroked her head to reassure her. Even if they were tears of happiness, he still hoped that way. As long as she kept smiling, that was the only thing Bill wanted. Images of the present and the past appeared before his eyes. Even if he gathered all the love and care he had given to the flowers and trees he had tended all his life, it could not compare to the affection he had for this child. The silhouettes of the two were like a timeline of memories passing. Without realizing it, Layla had become an important part of his heart. Even so, Bill never forgot his precious flowers and trees, and now he was ready to accept that truth. He stroked her head while announcing, Layla, come to the capital with me next weekend. Her dejected face immediately turned radiant as she asked back, really? We are going to Rats together. He immediately replied firmly, you have passed university. So you have to pay tuition and go through the enrollment procedures. Her voice was joyful as she asked, so we are going on a trip together. Looking at her silhouette, he thought Mrs. Mona kept nagging that he did not know how to raise a girl, and that he should have taken her here and there to see good things and bought her delicious food sooner. Why did he only think of this now, when she was about to leave his arms? He tried to explain, anyway, it is just to pay the tuition. If you carried a large sum of money and went alone, it would be dangerous, so there is no other way. Besides, you can't go with Kyle when you two are not married yet. She immediately hugged him and shouted with joy, even so, Uncle. He smiled and thought, this brat seems even happier than when she received the acceptance notice. He also hugged her tightly and whispered, Layla, I have always said it, have not I? You are a wonderful adult. Congratulations, kiddo. During the same night, In front of her room, a pigeon suddenly appeared. Hurriedly drying her hair, she was startled and looked over. She then gently pampered it, saying rewardingly, "You have worked hard today too." Inside that letter it was written, "See, Layla, I told you we would both definitely pass." She read the content and smiled. The letter said, "I was so happy when I received your letter. My heart kept pounding incessantly. Truly, congratulations. I wanted to run and see you immediately, but since it is already dark, I will have to wait until tomorrow." She looked at the letter and laughed to herself, thinking, "I feel like I can hear Kyle's excited voice right in this letter." In the letter, he added, "And there is more good news. My mother wants to invite you to our house for dinner." But then her expression suddenly froze. The pigeon looked at her with an innocent gaze. Time rewound back. In the train compartment, he had said, "I know what you were worried about, Layla. Even though my mother has a daughter-in-law she wants, at this moment, she surely won't accept our marriage." Then he whispered, "But marriage is our life. I think the most important thing is still our feelings." His hand gripped hers as he said, "Everything will be fine if we live happily together." Looking at her, he said gently, "Sooner or later, Mother will truly bless us." Immediately after, he added, "It will take some time, but I believe it will be that way." Just like that, time flowed back to the present. "To be honest, I am not sure either." The pigeon still looked at her innocently. "What about the rice?" Her chin resting on her hand, she thought listlessly, "Is this courage just recklessness because I do not want to lose Kyle?" At this moment, she was still uncertain. The scene shifted to his mansion. Amidst the group of people, the maid's voice spoke with a hint of joy, "Layla, I heard you passed. I heard the news." Then she prattled on, "It is truly amazing. You have no idea how surprised everyone was." Hurriedly turning around, she asked curiously, "Passing such a difficult school? And I heard they accept very few female students, right?" Another woman also spoke up loudly, "Lately, every time people gather, they talk about you. Truly, congratulations, Layla." She heard this and smiled in response, "Thank you, everyone." Then the woman said teasingly, "Mr. Reamer must be so happy. Layla has grown up so wonderfully. He must be very happy." Another maid chirped in response, "I heard you are even becoming in-laws with Dr. Etman's family. Good news after good news." Then that maid asked curiously, "So when are you and Kyle getting married?" Another was equally curious and asked repeatedly, "The wedding will be held in Arvis, and then you will move to Rats, right?" She heard this and replied awkwardly, "That. Not yet." Then everything came to a complete halt with an announcement, "The Duke has arrived." She hurriedly bowed her head to avoid his sight. Her hands instinctively clenched, as if gripping the awkwardness before her. Stepping out from the car was him. With an elegant look and a perfectly fitted suit, he exuded an irresistible beauty. Suddenly, from a distance, Norma's voice called out softly, "Matthias, come here quickly." She hurried over and said happily, "I heard you will be living at Arvis from now on, so I feel very reassured." Elisa's gaze was fixed in one direction as she sighed softly, "Oh my." Then she asked curiously, "Matthias, that bird is not it the canary you took with you when you went to Rats?" He heard this and replied, "Yes, that is right." She exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my, how strange." She prattled on about all sorts of things, how a person who could not even keep a dog by his side like him could cherish a bird so much. But at the same time, his eyes glanced in one direction, and he immediately recognized her silhouette. A silhouette that was there but not there unimportant. Hearing this, Norma spoke up, asking, "Matthias, have you developed an interest in birds? If so, why not use this occasion to expand the greenhouse and raise various other species?" He said nothing in response. Then he replied to her in a polite tone, "There is no need, grandmother." He glanced briefly at the bird in its cage. His voice was as light as a whisper as he said, "One is enough." Time passed until nightfall. She asked anxiously, "Do I really look okay?" Hearing this, he praised her, "You look perfect, Layla." Then he took her hand and asked caringly, "What is wrong? Are you nervous?" She rubbed her neck and replied bashfully, "Of course. Today is a special occasion. Besides, this is the first time the Etmans have invited me." Speaking of this, she lowered her voice. "Most importantly, I want to make a good impression on her, since she once opposed our marriage." Seeing this, He gently squeezed her hand to reassure her. Layla, do not worry. Then he gave her an encouraging smile and said, you just need to be yourself. That is enough. Do you understand? That encouragement made her feel a sudden sense of calm. Flashing back to earlier, she had asked, Uncle, do I look all right? He had stood with his hands on his hips and encouraged her. Of course, there is nothing to worry about. It is not like you have only met Mrs. Edmund once or twice. His advice lingered in her mind. Just be yourself, Layla, that is enough. Recalling this, she could not help but smile slightly. It was exactly like Kyle's answer. She softly replied, Kyle. The scene quickly shifted to the mansion. Linda called out softly, come in quickly, Layla. She replied hurriedly, thank you for inviting me, madam. She accepted the gift from her and asked curiously, Layla, what is this? She replied politely, it is pickled peaches. Kyle chimed in, Layla made those herself, mother. She heard this and smiled in response, is that so? Thank you. Seeing this, Layla thought happily, what a relief, it seems she likes it. Then she showed them the way, saying, now, sit over here. Kyle leaned close to her and whispered, see, I told you there was nothing to worry about. The party was presented with many lavish dishes. Then she spoke politely, today I have prepared the dishes you like. I hope you enjoy them, Layla. With a flower-like smile, she replied, thank you truly, madam. Hearing this, she replied in a friendly manner, eat plenty. The conversation continued in that fashion. But inside, a storm was brewing. Finally, this day has come. Is my son really going to marry a child like this? Flashing back to a few days prior, she had said reproachfully, how could you do this to me? How could you agree to this marriage just because you listened to an ignorant child? What do you plan to do now? Kyle runs after Layla every day saying he is going to propose to her. She screamed in anger, do you have any idea what people are whispering, Dr. Edmund said worriedly, my dear, I understand your feelings, but she cut him off, ignoring his words. No, you never understand. Dr. Edmund, with your absolute generosity and mercy, could never understand. Without hesitation, he explained, I only want Kyle to marry the person he truly loves. Besides, you know Layla is a good girl. In a state of disarray and annoyance, she said, yes, she is a good girl, I know that too. But then what? Her eyes flashed with bloodshot veins as she growled, marriage is a reality. You are lowering our son's status. He explained, the world is changing. That thing called status will become a value of the past. But she did not care to listen, her lips pressed tightly together. So it really was like that. Looking at the present, she gave a silent sneer, no, you are wrong. Even if titles disappear, society will divide people by something else. Because in the human world, the thing called status will never vanish. Her face showed clear contempt. Even if Layla passed into the most prestigious university in the empire. Layla glanced over at her, but the girl's essence could not be changed. Then her gaze suddenly shifted. She immediately changed her expression, giving a slight smile as she asked, do you find the food to your taste? Hearing this, she smiled and replied, yes, it is very delicious. She could not help but think contemptuously, a child who lost her parents and was pushed from one house to another before reaching Berg. That reasoning made her feel disgusted. Just thinking about her common origins made her shiver. Then she thought irritably, I was not asking for much. If she at least came from a normal family, I would not feel this resentment. Outwardly she maintained a polite smile, but in her heart, she was repulsed. Of course, even knowing she was well-behaved, she still could not like her. That thought was like a spark that troubled her. Perhaps because she was too good, it made her even more uncomfortable. She slightly raised her head into the void. If so, at least she would not feel guilty for becoming such a bitter and contemptible person. Now, perhaps it was time to admit it. The party continued joyfully. I hate everything about Layla Llewellyn, both her beautiful face and her smile. Sipping her wine, she thought loathingly, her gentle personality, her intelligent mind, and even her pitiful appearance, all of it. Immediately after, Dr. Edmund spoke up, Layla, Professor Lorenz at Rats University is a leading expert in avian biology. He cleared his throat and added, you must definitely attend his classes. If a scholar like him accepts you as a student, it will be very beneficial for you. Hearing this, she replied politely, yes, I will definitely sign up. She also asked curiously, thinking back, you liked birds when you were young, did not you? Do you still observe birds in the forest these days? She quickly replied politely, yes, I still record the bird species living in the Arvis forest every year. Then she added, there are many diverse species there. Hearing that, she laughed along and said, there are even seasonal migratory birds. Hearing that, she sighed, I see. She stared at her, her heart filled with hatred. The girl's ambition to enter university was also an eyesore. Just looking at her unrealistic dreams was enough to see how ambitious she was. Then she silently denied it. How could a girl like that become the mistress of my family? Never. If naive Kyle marries Layla, he surely won't be happy. That thought made her heart fill with determination. So I must stop this, for my son and for my family. Finally, she made a vow, even if I have to use any means necessary. The party ended, and Kyle said happily, that was great. The two of them walked down the road hand in hand. His face flushed red as he said excitedly, today was a perfect day. She gave him a worried look and asked, Kyle, you have had too much to drink. She thought curiously to herself, if I poked him, wine would probably leak out of his eyes. Then she said caringly, your face is completely red. He replied dreamily, don't worry, Miss Layla Llewellyn. I have not drunk so much that I can't take the lady home. His words were a bit stumbling. Besides, I have a special spell that makes me sober instantly, Uncle Bill's shovel. Then he kept asking, Layla, how did you feel today? She replied in a relieved voice, Mrs. Edmund welcomed me very warmly. I was truly happy. Just as he said, I was worried for nothing. He gripped her hand and spoke hesitantly, but, you know. Actually, I was a bit worried too. Hearing this, she asked in disbelief, really, even you were worried? He replied without hiding it, because today was truly important and special for me. His eyes shone with sincerity as he said, to be honest, it still feels like a dream to me. She frowned slightly and teased him, could it be because you drank too much wine, Mr. Edmund? Immediately after, he stammered, Layla. Hearing this, she looked up at him and replied softly. He kept holding her hand tightly. He looked at her in a way that made her call his name in concern, Kyle. His hand then moved close to her face. His hand gently touched her face. Then he drew closer to her, and they were almost face to face. As they grew closer, his eyelashes fluttered and closed. Both of them touched the deepest emotions of one another. But realizing something, he paused and thought, what is this? His eyes suddenly snapped open. Something was strange. Because she had quickly used her hand to block him. Immediately, his face turned bright red, his eyes widening in surprise. She hurriedly backed away and stammered, that. She also blushed, shaking her hand and explaining in embarrassment, I find this a bit strange, Kyle. It feels like we're doing something bad. As soon as she finished, his mouth hung open in shock. What? Something bad? Are you saying kissing before marriage is something bad? He felt completely limp and thought, I tried so hard to gather my courage, but it was not even her lips, it was her hand. I kissed her hand, her hand. Behind him, seeing this, she called worriedly, Kyle. He asked resentfully, earlier you spoke as if you knew everything. She was startled and asked, what? What do you mean by that? He recounted, you said birds do it, flowers do it too. All creatures do it to maintain the species' reproductive acts. Then he pouted and said, you spoke as if you understood everything. Hearing this, she could only avoid him, murmuring to herself. Then she whispered, that. Her face was flushed red as she stammered, I. Instinctively stroking her hair, she said shyly, I do not know. Seeing this, he could not help but press his lips together, thinking, when you are at a disadvantage, you immediately pretend to know nothing. The two looked at each other. Although they were engaged, the relationship between them was still just a comfortable friendship. Could it be that he would marry Layla before ever having been her lover? Thinking of that made Kyle find it amusing. Seeing her awkwardness, he could only sigh, but he decided not to let himself be discouraged, for what he wanted most was Layla's heart. In that moment, his frustration surfaced. He could not hurt her because of a momentary worry. Then he leaned down and asked teasingly, Hey, Miss Llewellyn. If you do not even know how to kiss, what do you know? Then he stammered, that. To avoid making it awkward for both of us, let us end it here for today. Kyle, go home carefully and slowly. Then he placed a kiss on Layla's forehead. The contact transitioned into a comforting hug. Fortunately, Layla accepted Kyle's familiar tenderness as he slowly took a deep breath. Both of them were happy in the moment they created, as the sweet scent of roses from the cool night air seeped deep into their skin. Time passed. After Duke Herhard returned to the estate, he focused on the family's business. The scene shifted to the garden of Duke Herhard's mansion. Although it had been a long time since her last visit, that name had become a hot topic in Arvis, causing non-stop gossip, and even the Duke's greenhouse was no exception. In the garden, Claudine spoke with surprise. Layla Llewellyn, did she really pass into university? Seeing her reaction, Norma chuckled and said, yes, she is a very commendable child. I heard Bill Reamer was also determined to let her go to university, even though she is not blood-related, and she is a girl besides. Hearing this, Elise also smiled and said, that child must have been born with good luck. Not only did she meet a benefactor, but she is also about to marry into a prestigious family, truly rare luck in a lifetime. Claudine asked with disbelief, marriage, who is the partner? She slowly replied, do you know Dr. Ettman's son, Kyle Ettman? Kyle proposed to Layla. That once caused quite a stir in all of Arvis. Then she added, now that they have both passed into university, perhaps they will soon enjoy their married life in Rats. Hearing this, she thought to herself, in that case, I am curious for news of her. The scene of the two whispering. She seemed to understand, so that was it. Then she smiled and said, oh my, it is so good that that poor girl met with such luck. Hearing this, Norma agreed, indeed. Just as she finished, she suggested, since there is good news, how about inviting that girl for tea once? The other two heard this and replied in surprise, pardon. Then as she spoke, she looked forward joyfully. It just so happens I heard she was coming to help Bill in the garden, so I called her over. Look, there she is. At the same time, she bowed politely. Norma saw this and waved her over, saying friendly, come, sit here. She replied with a hint of shyness, pardon, yes, madam. Elise saw this and glanced her way. With just that, her whole body trembled. Opposite her, she gave a slight, amused smile and looked over. Interrupting the awkwardness, Norma asked softly, even a child from the most prestigious family finds it hard to enter that university, but I heard you passed. Then she spoke with admiration, you really are talented. Hearing this, she replied politely, it is all thanks to Uncle Bill. Immediately, she added firmly, yes, you must not forget your debt of gratitude to Bill Reamer. Maintaining proper etiquette, she added, yes, madam. Lifting her teacup, she asked curiously, I heard you come from Lovita. Hearing this, she quickly replied, yes, my mother was from Lovita, and my father was from Berg. She heard this and smiled, I am like you in that regard. Beside her, Elise only focused on enjoying her tea and listening. Claudine seemed to give a silent, mocking laugh. But this lady was the high-born daughter of a marquis from the Berg royal family. Feeling silent contempt, she thought irritably, and yet the mistress talks so intimately with her. Norma continued graciously, tell me what you want. Bill has raised you like a daughter, so I want to give you a congratulatory gift. Hearing this, she was startled and said in disbelief, a gift, it is fine, As if suddenly seeing something, she called out joyfully, Duke Herhard. As soon as she heard that name, her whole body froze. She stole a glance at him. Opposite her was his magnificent figure. Unconsciously, she bowed her head, the chair she sat on shifting slightly. Trying to avoid him, she kept her head down. He only looked at her, his face devoid of emotion. Claudine approached him and asked, you are home early today, Duke Herhard. He replied softly, the meeting ended sooner than expected. Norma introduced them with a smile, Matthias, this child has passed into university and will soon marry Kyle. I invited her here to congratulate her and have tea. He heard this and looked at her without expression. Hearing this, she looked up at him, but he only replied casually, I see. Elise immediately showed concern, asking, so you have finished all your outside schedules? Matthias replied politely, yes, mother. She said happily, that is good. It has been a long time since the whole family could have dinner together. Norma then spoke reproachfully, lately you have been going out early in the morning and returning late at night. Important as work is, you should rest a little. If it affects your health, it will be a big problem. Beside him, she also agreed and spoke up quickly. Indeed, Duke Herhard. I worry that you are overworking yourself. Just like that, everything gradually shifted. The table conversation turned to Matthias's situation and the family business. She was a bit flustered, quietly sipping her tea. Layla just sat in silence, listening to unfamiliar stories as if she did not exist, quietly drinking her tea without making a sound. She was like an outsider who could only be helpless. Though she wanted to leave as soon as possible, she could not show that attitude in front of Lady Norma, who had treated her kindly. Unconsciously, her hand stroked the handle of the teacup. The best Layla could do now was to stay quiet and then leave in silence. Reality slapped her awareness, despite her determination. She looked straight toward him every time those blue eyes looked directly at her. Then, like a shy rabbit, she instinctively shrank back. He was like a deadly allure. Those cold eyes made her recall the memory of the day her heart was trampled. The memory once again flooded her mind the moment she had to pick up the coins he had thrown away. Rewinding to their past, back to the yard behind the hut. The touch and contact there, where the dust was thick last summer. The lingering feelings of pleasure and the humiliation of that day became even more bitter today. The present appeared full of bitterness. Was it because she was in front of Claudine? The one who did the bad thing was the Duke. She instinctively avoided everything, but the one holding the feelings of guilt was always Layla. Facing it made her emotions vague. Out of resentment and injustice, Layla trembled slightly. Norma asked, thinking back, I still have not heard your answer. Have you thought of what you want? She suddenly snapped back and replied, Madam, I have already received a very great gift. That is enough for me. Hearing this, she asked in disbelief, You already received it. She replied firmly, Yes. Just being allowed to stay at Arvis, to live in Uncle Bill's wooden house, is already a great favor that I can never repay. Then she explained gently, That is the most precious gift for which I must be grateful for a lifetime. Hearing this, she said politely, I only agreed to Bill Reamer's request. She replied gratefully, but that very agreement was the gift that changed my life. She spoke in a guarded voice, and I also wished to thank the Duke and Lady Claudine. Hesitating for a moment, she said gratefully, The favor the two of you have shown me, even after I leave Arvis, I will never forget. Claudine spoke in a clinging manner. You are saying goodbye so hastily. I find it a bit sad, Layla. Regardless, she smiled politely and replied, There is no need, my lady. I only ask to accept your kind heart. Uncle Bill has already prepared the tuition. He was the one who wanted to take care of it first. Without letting her say another word, she continued to show goodwill. Is that so? Then I must think of another gift. She added, I cannot let an old friend who is about to marry leave empty-handed. But then, Hessen suddenly spoke up to announce, Duke, Count Ewald has contacted you. He wishes to discuss some matters regarding the nobility with you. After grasping the situation, he stood up quickly and said, Please excuse me, I must leave first. Norma saw this and said reproachfully, You have barely rested and you have to go already. Then go quickly, Matthias. Seeing this, she also bowed her head slightly. As soon as he left, everything gradually went silent. Norma then called out Layla. Hearing this, she was startled and replied, Yes, madam. Then she quickly announced, Before long I will call the Etman family for a meeting. Come back then, do you understand? She stood up and replied politely, Yes, I understand, madam. Beside her, Elise thought reproachfully, Mother really. Why must she care so much about these children? Then she bowed, and seeing this, Norma could only reply helplessly, All right, then go. Goodbye, Layla. Time passed again. She was staring blankly into the distance. A sigh escaped her. She thought tiredly, now it is a bit easier to breathe. Glancing around, she thought in confusion, the paradise of Arvis though it is a place everyone praises, why do I only find it uncomfortable and suffocating? As she walked, she thought worriedly, but I did not make any mistakes, did I? Her footsteps were brisk. Why on earth did she have to run into the Duke in that place? But then she suddenly froze. Because before her were him and the butler. She thought irritably, why on earth? Her gaze remained fixed on his silhouette. Helpless before fate, She clicked her tongue and thought, again. He turned his head slightly to look back. His gaze was like the emerald blue of the sea. The chance meeting was like a slap to the avoidance they both felt. Although their destinations were different, they still had to go in the same direction, entering the path through the brilliant rose garden. He immediately turned his head away in avoidance, an almost instinctive reaction because he could not overtake the person who was walking leisurely as if on a stroll. She also stood motionless, a sad expression on her face. Layla feared their eyes might accidentally meet, so she kept her head low and quietly followed behind the Duke. Though both were walking in the same direction, the rustling of the rose bushes in the wind masked the sound of her racing heart. The surrounding flowers seemed to adorn the scene. As they reached the center of the garden, the fresh scent of roses became even clearer. On that path, Layla thought about the new life that was about to begin. Just like that, memories intertwined, marrying Kyle, moving to Rats to build a home, and attending university. He kept walking, but when the roses in the garden withered and the season of falling leaves arrived, she would surely live a completely different life. And then time would pass, once the summer was over. Then he turned and nodded to the butler. She kept walking along lonely. He gradually drew closer to her. Seeing him, she glanced over in surprise. His gaze upon her made her heart waver. She thought, could it be? Her whole body instinctively stiffened. Why? And just like that, her distraction caused her to fall forward. Her arms flailed wildly. She let out a cry of fear, expecting herself to hit the ground. At that moment, she thought, exactly why. Her whole body was caught by a very strong force. He caught her just like that. Then, he asked with concern, "Are you all right, Miss Llewellyn?" She clung to his arm, stammering and trembling, "Yes, I am." Being held tightly in his arms, she thought in surprise, "Miss Llewellyn." Recalling his words, they seemed to echo in her head. "Buying a cup of tea for an orphan living on my estate whom I happened to meet in the capital. What is wrong with this kindness?" Even when he was most annoyed, "Do you think I am going to calculate your tea money?" Everything made her flustered. One moment saying those things and throwing coins down and leaving, and now pretending to be a polite gentleman saying, "Are you all right, Miss Llewellyn?" And then she stole a glance at Hessen, speculating, or is he only behaving this way because someone is watching? Then she hurriedly straightened herself and thought with a sigh of relief, "Regardless, it is lucky I did not fall. I almost showed him a foolish sight." She blushed and whispered, "Thank you for your help, Duke." He heard this and only replied with a distant nod. Then he walked away coldly. She was like a little squirrel, glancing around in total confusion. She kept looking back repeatedly. Then she thought in disbelief, thinking back, since when was Mr. Hessen walking behind us? Following behind him, she thought reproachfully, "I wish he would walk a bit faster." The Duke still has not learned how to utilize his long legs, has he? It is fine. As soon as this path ends, he will return to the mansion, and I will head to Uncle Bill's garden. She encouraged herself, "I just need to endure a little longer." Just as she thought that, he asked, "When will Miss Llewellyn's wedding take place?" Hearing this, she flinched and answered evasively, "A date has not been chosen yet, but we plan to hold it before the end of summer." Then she added calmly, "From this autumn, I will be attending university in Rats with Kyle." He came to a halt. Then he replied in a cold voice, "I see." In a momentary impulse, she spoke up, "The Duke is also getting married soon, are not you?" Hearing this, he immediately turned to look at her. Her voice was light as she said, "By then, I probably won't be here anymore." Her voice faltered slightly, "So please allow me to congratulate you in advance." He unconsciously clenched his fist and said, "Thank you, Miss Llewellyn." The sunlight filtered through, creating an even more suffocating atmosphere. She hurriedly bowed and said casually, "Then goodbye, Duke." Hearing that, he nodded and gave a faint, slight smile in response. Seeing that expression, she could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. But immediately, she controlled her emotions and bowed respectfully to him. Then she hurried away. Behind her, he still stood there, watching her silhouette. He watched her without hiding his gaze. Next, she quickly moved to another area of the mansion. Recalling those words from earlier, she thought with a heavy heart, "By then, I probably won't be here anymore, so please allow me to congratulate you in advance." She kept thinking of him, those deep blue eyes, deep as a still surface of water. Countless thoughts of him left her flustered. There were times I felt terrified before that overly silent gaze, because I could never read the emotions within it. But now I have decided I will no longer be afraid. She turned her head slightly to look at him as if saying farewell, for when this summer ends. Looking at him, she thought with a heavy heart, I will leave Arvis. Time seemed to stand still. Bill stood below, tipping his hat and calling out, Layla, did you greet Lady Norma properly? Hearing this, she called out happily, Uncle. He pointed in a direction and said, I am finished with work for today. Let us go home. She smiled and replied, yes. She walked along, vowing to herself, I will forget everything the wounds the Duke left behind. She told herself, and the humiliation I will wash away all the memories that cling to me like a stain. The scene quickly shifted elsewhere. In the drawing room, Daniel asked in disbelief, Oh my, sister, what on earth are you saying right now? He leaned forward slightly and said, that is stealing. Linda pointed her finger threateningly and said, keep your voice down, Daniel. Knowing the truth, he puffed on a cigarette and said, I can't do it, sister. Then he tried to dissuade her, I understand you want to prevent the children from marrying, but even so, stealing is out of the question. In contrast, she only remained silent with a dark expression. Her hands trembled as she thought angrily, stealing. But outwardly she still tried to explain gently, it is only for a temporary hiding, and then it will be returned. He heard this and shook his head, truly, sister. She then coaxed him, don't you also love Kyle very much? Then she said bluntly, and right now, you also desperately need my help. Those words immediately made him freeze. She added coldly, you have exhausted your entire fortune by investing in overseas mining. Surely you do not want your wife and children living on the streets. Daniel, think about it very carefully. He felt a surge of resentment. When he had come to beg for help countless times, she had flatly refused, yet now she was seeking him out to offer money to pay his debts. He lowered his cigarette and thought indignantly, as expected, nothing is free, but even so, this is beyond imagination. The cigarette ash fell onto the table as he thought troubledly, now she is telling me to sneak into Bill Reamer's house and steal Layla Llewellyn's university tuition money. She ignored his protests and spoke intently, just take it temporarily and return it at the right time. By doing this simple task, you can protect your family. She added, and I can protect my son. I do not think this deal is bad at all. Pausing for a moment, she asked threateningly, what do you think, Daniel? He had no choice but to comply, thinking resentfully, what else is there to think? Hiding behind a wild bush, he thought in shock, this truly is a crazy act, sister. He asked curiously, but sister, if the tuition is lost, won't Dr. Edmund just pay for the girl anyway? She replied haughtily, of course my husband will do that. He asked in disbelief, then why? With a sinister look, she said casually, losing the tuition is just an excuse to break that girl's spirit. Just remembering it made him break out in a cold sweat. She truly is a terrifying woman. Then he thought contemptuously, she smiles kindly while allowing this marriage, but behind her back, she hides a cruel blade. So now, that child. He hurriedly wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, constantly denying it, I do not know anything. But what good does thinking like this do now? Walking with heavy steps, he said irritably, I have to survive first. Glancing around sharply, he quickly approached her door. Then he carefully and gently turned the doorknob. Then he tiptoed quickly inside. Shifting to him, in the bathroom. His hand gently stroked the back of his neck, then slowly slid down. His mind stopped at the moment she said, the Duke is also getting married soon, are not you? That voice kept echoing in his mind, by then, I probably won't be here anymore, so please allow me to congratulate you in advance. And he was currently in a state of constant confusion. Then he wondered, perhaps I should not have returned. Another memory surfaced. From the very first moment he stepped onto the estate, Matthias had thought to be precise. It all started from the moment. The image of her silhouette from that time reappeared. He unconsciously turned his head toward Layla, who was standing among the servants greeting him. From that moment, the meticulous plans that formed his life. He bowed his head in contemplation. Matthias still could not completely understand himself even though he knew better. He still made choices that went against the plan. It was like a paradox. A perfect life where he only needed to take steady steps forward had finally begun to show cracks. Since when? Everything gradually connected from the night he tore up the service extension form, or perhaps even before then from the day he decided to delay his marriage for a year to continue his duty. The cracks gradually appeared. He thought deeply, from the day I was swept away by a common desire. Then he asked himself, or from the day I walked over to the fallen bicycle. Answering his own question, perhaps, from a day I can no longer remember. Immediately after bathing, he hurriedly put on a shirt. The gloomy drawing room made everything appear even more somber. His footsteps moved slowly forward. His back seemed to merge gradually with the silence of the room. His eyes, devoid of emotion, glanced outside. The scene intertwined with the past. I still long for you. Matthias knew the nature of this emotion very well. Then he deceived himself, thinking, that is why I also wish for you to disappear. And he knew that wish was sincere. He gently opened the door and stepped outside. A contradictory longing that could not coexist. The chaos caused by this contradiction made Matthias suddenly find it amusing. He kept hypnotizing himself. Regardless, the passage of time will resolve everything, just as the pitch-black night will fade when the new day begins. Faint light filtered into his study. The busy days would pass, summer would end, and that girl would disappear. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on it anymore. He walked quietly outside. Before the butler came to receive the work report, he went for a walk alone. Like a lost child enticing himself, crossing the greenhouse garden bathed in early morning sunlight, then stepping into the shaded forest. Then he paused and looked in one direction. Right at that boundary, Matthias abruptly stopped. Looking up at the canopy made his heart feel cleansed. A perfect life where everything was prepared even before he could desire it. Because of that, he had never truly wanted anything, and thus he did not know the feeling of longing. Remembering her in that beautiful formal attire, but then a thought even beyond that flashed through his head. He closed his eyes, letting himself sink into the stillness. Back at her house, Daniel hurried out, glancing around and thinking, is anyone here? Then he thought worriedly, this amount of money must be the tuition. I took the money, but what does my sister plan to do with it? Linda's words were like a curse that clung to him. I am just borrowing it temporarily, and it will be returned when the time comes. Then he asked himself, if she intends to return it, why do such a troublesome thing? She must have some reason. Don't think too much, knowing more only adds to the guilt. He hurriedly ran away from her house, comforting himself, I just need to give this money to her as soon as possible. I only need to receive enough paid, keep the mortgaged house, and then go back. Realizing something, his footsteps faltered. Wait. If I go this way, I will be easily noticed. Bill Reamer is out in the garden. He quickly turned around to change direction. It is safer to go around the hunting grounds toward the river. He walked slowly to the hunting grounds. As soon as he looked up, his eyes widened. Blinking several times, he thought in terror, who is that? Is it a worker at Arvis? He wondered, no. If it were a servant, why would they be strolling leisurely during the busiest time in the morning? His whole body jumped. He thought in disbelief, no. That face I have seen countless times in the newspapers. Facing him, he spoke out, Duke Herhard. And then the morning also shifted into night. Inside the house, she was humming while folding clothes. Seeing this, Bill smiled and asked, Layla, are you that excited to go to Rats? Hearing this, she said animatedly, of course I am, Uncle. Then she invited him, Uncle, do you want to visit the Natural History Museum? He heard this and asked in disbelief, the museum? She let out a surge of enthusiasm. Yes, there are many magical and interesting things there. You will surely be surprised when you see them. Hearing this, he said dotingly, all right. It would be a pity to go to Rats and not see the sights. Let us go then. Is there anywhere else you want to go? She immediately spoke up loudly, according to Kyle. Next to the museum there is an apple pie shop that is delicious. He said we must definitely try it. Let us stop by together. On his side, he gently packed things into the trunk and replied, all right, all right. He laughed silently to himself, thinking, I do not know if we are going to pay tuition or going on a vacation. Pressing down the pile of clothes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything necessary is prepared. I just need to get the enrollment form and the tuition money, and then we are done. Then he gently opened the upper cupboard. Everything seemed to stand still the moment he pulled the cupboard door open. Then, he quickly grabbed the bag of items. His whole body tensed up. His eyes widened. Why is the bag so light? He hurriedly opened the mouth of the bag to check, but it was completely empty. Immediately, he let out a sound. On her side, she was still humming and smiling, thinking, I should also prepare some snacks to eat on the train. The sound made her turn around worriedly. Her footsteps quickened as she called out in confusion, Uncle. She hurriedly flung the door open and shouted, Uncle. His whole body shook. He spoke with difficulty, Layla. The money. Someone took the money from here. Everything gradually spiraled out of control. A thief had broken into the gardener's house. This news spread throughout the estate through the servants' tales in just a few days. Everyone looked at each other in concern. Mona asked in a shocked tone, Mr. Reamer, exactly what happened, he replied helplessly. While I was out working in the garden, someone stole the money from my house. The servants around whispered in disbelief, No way. How could someone be so bold as to steal in the Duke's estate? That is right. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Then one of them asked, Is it possible, Mr. Reamer misplaced it somewhere. He clutched his forehead and said haggardly, If the whole bag disappeared, that would be one thing, but the money inside vanished without a trace. If it is not a thief, then what is it? He was nearly breaking down, saying painfully, that money was Layla's university tuition. Seeing this, she quickly supported him and lamented worriedly, Oh my, what should we do? The head servant then reassured him, At times like this you must stay calm. We will also help. The scene quickly shifted to his mansion. The black car slowly left its spot. The car moved away with a cold, detached appearance. His gaze suddenly turned toward the patrolling group ahead. Then he looked confused. His gaze kept staring intently at them. Seeing this, Evers explained, Master, I heard the gardener's house was burglarized, so they called the police. He asked in confusion, Bill Reamer's house. He hurriedly recounted the story. Yes. It seems Mr. Reamer kept his money at home instead of the bank. While he was out working in the garden, someone stole that money. I heard it was the savings for his daughter's university tuition, so the shock is significant. Everything made him vaguely remember. Matthias thought of a man immediately. As soon as they met, the man had hurriedly and politely said, Hello. Are you Duke Gerhard? At that time he did not care, and only looked coldly. The man had been running across the forest path in the early morning, drenched in sweat. He was very strange then, gasping for air and stammering, Actually, I did not expect to run into the Duke here. It is an honor to meet you. The man had acted friendly, struggling to introduce himself. He identified himself as Daniel Rayner, the cousin of Linda Ettman, the doctor's wife. Matthias was indifferent then. The man said he was visiting the Ettmans to congratulate Kyle on passing into university, and also wanted to stop by to congratulate Layla, who was to become his nephew's wife. Perhaps he saw meeting the Duke as a good opportunity. Looking at that overly friendly behavior made him recall, afterward, the man constantly introduced himself, his investment company, overseas mining rights, the stock market. And so on. It was just trivial gossip not worth listening to. Everything gradually fell into place. Only one thing, the man's behavior, traveling all that way to someone's house in the early morning just to congratulate them, felt strange to Matthias. He gradually realized, because that was absolutely not the action an educated middle-class businessman in his middle age would take. But no matter what he did, it was meaningless to Matthias, so he had dismissed it. Perhaps if he had not heard news of the theft, this meeting would have been completely forgotten. But why? In the car, his gaze was still directed outside. If he was the culprit, then why did he bypass his much wealthier cousin to travel all the way to the unfamiliar Arvis hunting grounds to steal a gardener's money, Linda Ettman? He sat in silence, thinking. Try putting Linda Ettman between that man and Layla seemed to establish a fairly logical causal relationship. The car gradually merged into the crowded flow of vintage cars. Of course, this was still just a speculation based on an assumption. He then left his seat with a polished manner. He turned slightly and called out, Evers. Upon hearing him, Evers quickly replied, Yes, master. He casually ordered, Investigate Daniel Rayner. Then his voice grew urgent, as quickly as possible. He asked back in disbelief, Pardon? Ah. Yes, master. Back at Bill's place, he was holding his face and blaming himself. It is all my fault. Keeping such a large sum of money at home without locking the door properly. Seeing this, Kyle reassured him, "It is not your fault, Uncle." Who could have imagined there would be a thief at Arvis? He blamed himself. Next week is the enrollment deadline. I do not know if that damn thief will be caught before then. He tried his best to speak. Don't worry about that, Uncle. If the thief is not caught by then, my father said he will pay Layla's tuition. She brought out a teacup and asked in confusion, "Kyle, what are you saying?" He replied softly, "Don't think about refusing. My father wanted to do that from the very beginning." Then he announced, "And father said he will contact the police station tomorrow to ask a familiar police officer to investigate this case thoroughly." He could only hold his forehead helplessly. "Because I am useless, you have to bear such a great burden of gratitude. I have no face left." Kyle hurriedly advised, "If you talk like that, I will be sad." Then he explained, "I have not even paid back half the meals I have eaten at your house." Bill felt slightly cheered, touching his shoulder lightly. "Hearing you say that, I am thankful, Kyle. Please thank Dr. Edmund for me. I will go to his house to thank him personally after this is resolved." Hearing this, he said worriedly, "Yes. Please rest, Uncle. If you go on like this, you will fall ill." As soon as they stepped out of the house, he asked with concern, "Layla, are you okay? You must have been terrified." She replied contrary to his thought, "I am more worried about Uncle Bill." Her eyes were heavy with worry as she said, "He spent the whole day looking for witnesses, and has not eaten anything today. And Kyle, about the tuition. If it is not found, I will." He called out her name, Layla. His voice held deep sincerity as he said, "Getting married means we will become a family. Helping each other when the family is in trouble is only natural, is not it?" His eyes were locked onto her figure. "So you absolutely must not think about it being a debt of gratitude. Do you understand?" Hearing this, she instinctively called his name, Kyle. His face showed deep concern. A few days ago, she had been so happy because this was her first trip with her uncle. Looking at her, he thought caringly, in just a few days, she has worried so much that her face has become gaunt. Then he said caringly, "For now, let us focus on catching the thief. Make sure you eat well." She replied, "All right. Truly, thank you, Kyle." The scene quickly shifted to his mansion. Immediately after he gave the order, as quickly as possible, Evers hurried up the stairs. Perhaps because of the condition added after that command, my heart felt rushed. He gripped the folder, his face slightly sweating. I have been the master servant since he reached adulthood, but I have never been rushed like this. Everything gradually became clear. At first I thought perhaps it was because of the master's leisurely temperament, but then I realized that was not it. Then he thought in disbelief. It is just that under the sky of the Berg Empire, there is nothing that makes Duke Herhard hurry or worry. According to what he observed and felt, he was a man who knew he would win against the world, and the tolerance and kindness he showed all originated from that. Through what he ordered, he thought, like the leisure of a well-fed predator. Therefore, when beside the master, I have the feeling that even the air flows slower. Despite his hurried steps, his mind was confused. But what does "as quickly as possible" mean? Outside, he let out a long breath. He knocked quickly on the door. Then he called out, "Master, it is Evers." He glanced over and replied coldly, "Come in." He stepped inside and hurriedly handed over the document. "This is the material on Daniel Rayner that you told me to investigate." He did not hesitate to flip through. He looked at it intently. Absorbing every piece of information, his hand gently stroked the paper. Then he rested his chin on his hand and gave a thin smile. Seeing this, he froze in confusion, thinking, there is certainly nothing to laugh at in there. The story of a man who was deceived by a near-fraudulent overseas mining right, invested his entire fortune and lost everything, finally falling into a state of having nothing. What was funny about that? He continued to smile with amusement and said, "Daniel Rayner seems to have paid off a large bank debt recently." He heard this and replied, "Yes, master. I also intended to report this. Though not the entire amount, it was enough to stop the house from being foreclosed. This happened this afternoon, so it was not included in the report yet." He set the folder down and spoke casually. "That source of funds is surely from Linda Etman." He asked in surprise, "Yes, how did you know?" But in contrast, he only leisurely lit a cigarette. The thin smoke drifted out. He held the cigarette and said in a cold voice, "You have worked hard. Call Hessen here." His image appeared behind the thin smoke in his chaotic memories. When reflecting on the situation that morning, when meeting Daniel Rayner, along with the information about him, the conclusion became clear: Linda Ettman was hatching a scheme. Immediately after, he stepped out onto the balcony with many thoughts. I thought by then she would accept her husband's decision, but the wife seems much more stubborn than I imagined. The memory returned clearly. Back then she had said, "By then I won't be here anymore. Congratulations in advance, Duke." He looked out into the distance. Her house appeared within his line of sight. He watched intently while smoking and thought, that person who knows nothing at all. He laughed to himself and thought silently, and yet she keeps acting as if she knows everything in the world. Now, it is more accurate to call her a fool. Immediately after he gave the order, Hessen quickly appeared and said, "You called for me, master." He then asked, "How is the thief who stole Bill Reamer's money doing?" He recounted, "The police have come, but there is no evidence or witness, so the case is facing difficulties." Then he cleared his throat slightly and asked, "Then what about Layla Llewellyn's tuition?" Next, he added that since there was currently no way to recover the money, the mistress had expressed her intention to pay the tuition on her behalf. Miss Brandt had agreed. And Dr. Edmund felt the same way. He remained lost in thought. As expected, the answer was no different from his prediction. Even if Linda Ettman had stolen the tuition, it would not stop Layla Llewellyn from marrying Kyle Ettman and going to university. That woman, who had planned such a bold move, must have considered these scenarios as well. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. So why would she commit such a profitless theft and even bribe those cheap pawns? He angrily ordered, "Send someone to shadow Mrs. Ettman." Hearing this, the man asked, "If it is Mrs. Ettman, you mean Dr. Ettman's wife, your personal physician, sir." He stepped forward, his voice nonchalant as he replied, "That is right, the wife of my personal physician." Then he said coldly, regarding Linda Ettman, "There is only one thing to report." Next, he gave a cold command, "Has Mrs. Ettman met Layla Llewellyn privately? If so, what did they talk about?" The man immediately obeyed and replied, "Yes, master, I will follow your orders." The scene shifts to Linda. She slowly opened the cabinet door. Looking up with a malicious gaze, she told herself, "It is all for Kyle." Recalling that time, she had asked politely, "Layla, can you spare some time tomorrow afternoon?" The girl asked in confusion, "Tomorrow afternoon?" She hesitated slightly before saying, "I have something private I want to discuss with you." The girl had quickly and firmly replied, "Yes, I will be there." Everything from that moment was etched into the woman's mind. Whenever she thought of that child, her heart felt heavy. And so her hands quietly pushed the wardrobe back to its place. There was no turning back now. She reassured herself that she could only move forward. She steeled her heart, her footsteps quickening, "For my only son, for Kyle." As she walked, trying to hide her face, she thought, "For Kyle, I can do anything." Then she muttered to herself, "Even if it turns me into a villain." The scene shifts once again to a cafe. She was sitting and waiting, wondering to herself, why would Mrs. Ettman want to meet me privately, and at a tea house in the most remote outskirts of town, although she did not know the reason. Seeing the woman personally come to the cottage to make the appointment suggested she had something private and discreet to say. Her gaze drifted far away. Yes, with the theft of the tuition, there were likely many things to discuss regarding what to do next. Her face was deeply etched with pensive thoughts. She naturally grew anxious, her hands clutching each other. The important thing is, what if the thief is not found? I go to the police station every day, but the situation has not changed. Flashing back to a few hours ago, the police officer's voice informed her helplessly, "No trace of the thief has been found, and there are no witnesses. The investigation is at a standstill." Then he asked with a slightly awkward expression, "The stolen money was for university tuition, was not it? I am sorry to say this, but perhaps you should not come here anymore. You should look for someone to lend you the tuition instead." He then added firmly, "Even if we are lucky enough to catch the thief, the chance of recovering the lost money is very low." She bowed her head in deep sadness. "Uncle Bill, my heart feels so heavy, as if everything is my fault." Just as her self-reproach began to settle, the faint ring of the doorbell caught her attention. The woman stepped inside elegantly. In an instant, She stood up and said, "Hello, madam." The woman only replied coldly, "Sit down." Next, she asked, "Did you go to the police station today as well?" Hearing this, the girl replied politely, "Yes, madam, I stopped by this morning." Then the woman continued, "What did they say?" Facing her, the girl replied helplessly, "They said they still have not found any clues to catch the culprit. They are trying to find witnesses, but they do not know yet." But she added optimistically, "Even so, it is not over yet. I won't give up." The woman just looked up at her and said softly, "We will see about that." The threat made her eyes widen. "In my opinion, that is not a good choice." Her voice asked in disbelief, "Pardon?" Without hesitation, the woman spoke in a cold tone, "That money. I am the one holding it." The girl froze in shock. The cold light made the woman's words even more rigid. "The one who took your tuition was me. I wanted to meet you today to tell you this." Hearing this, she said in disbelief, "I can't believe it. Why would you? Why would you do such a thing?" Then the woman tore off her mask of kindness and said contemptuously, "Layla, I hate you so much." She continued with disdain, "To the point where I would rather do something this extreme than accept you as a life partner for my Kyle. That is why, even though I knew it was wrong, I want to stop you and Kyle from going to university together." That information made her almost tremble. She said dazed, "This is theft, a despicable and cruel act of theft, Mrs. Etman." The woman replied unbothered, "I waited for you to leave Kyle on your own, but I did not expect you to be greedy enough to take advantage of him." Nearly losing control, the girl snapped, "Madam, what? That is not true." But the woman immediately cut her off with a barrage of terrible insults. "To be honest, have not you stayed by my son's side until now for this very purpose?" She shouted, "To use Kyle to get into university, to step into our family and change your lowly life." The girl quickly spoke up, "Use him. I have never thought that, not even once." Then the woman said mockingly, "Fine, I know you are not that kind of devious person, but clearly, now that this has happened, you and Kyle can no longer get married. And the one who will regret this marriage is my son. That is all I need." Everything became clear. In her heart, "The money I am holding, I will return it after the university admission date. If you want to tell the truth before then, go ahead and try to Kyle, or rather, to the whole world. Of course, if you choose that, Kyle will be disappointed in you, our relationship will fracture, and my harmonious family might fall apart. But clearly, now that this has happened, you and Kyle can no longer get married. That is all I need." Her face was now nearly ghost white. She asked in disbelief, "Do you hate me so much that you had to do this?" The woman stood up without a hint of pity and said, "That is right." Then, unable to contain her expression, she raised an eyebrow and said with contempt, "To the point where I have thrown away my last bit of dignity in front of you." She added indifferently, "That is how much I hate you." Then she thought disdainfully, "So do not bother running around in vain anymore. Cleverly make Kyle give up." The woman said bluntly, "Today I find myself resenting Mr. Leur again. Why did he leave you at Arvis to cause this tragedy?" Then she gracefully turned on her heel and left. Even as the girl behind her bowed her head in pain and humiliation, the woman still walked away with a straight back, her heart showing no sign of hesitation. Inside that tea house, Layla had cautiously asked to confirm, "Do you hate me so much that you had to do this?" And Linda had nodded without hesitation. "That is right. I hate you so much that I have thrown away my last bit of dignity in front of you." As if that was not enough, she added, "Today I find myself resenting Mr. Leur again. Why did he leave you at Arvis to cause this tragedy?" The man who had been sitting silently in the corner all this time suddenly let out a sigh and folded the broadsheet newspaper in his hand. It was Hessen. Next, he tucked it into his vest pocket and looked in the direction Linda had just left. Meanwhile, the girl covered her face with her hands and sobbed tragically. A moment later, Hessen also departed, leaving the table empty. Right at that moment, a heavy rain began to fall outside the great estate, the trees stretching their branches to catch the fresh droplets. Layla walked through the rain, Elise's words from earlier still echoing in her head. "Today I find myself resenting Mr. Leur again. Why did he leave you at Arvis to cause this tragedy?" She could not take it anymore and stopped by a tree, leaning her slender arm against it. Then Layla slumped down, looking utterly pitiful. Suddenly, A black car gradually approached from a distance. Claudine looked out and asked, "Oh dear, that person under the tree. Is not that Layla?" The man in the passenger seat replied, "Yes, it seems so." She leaned forward anxiously. Something must have happened to her. "The police visited this morning. It seems there is no progress in the case." Claudine could not help but continue, "I heard there is no evidence or witnesses, so it might be hard to catch the culprit." In contrast, Matthias remained silent and said nothing. A while later, someone came to speak. "Greetings, Duke. To investigate the case, I have presumed to come here again. We will try to investigate as quietly as possible so as not to disturb the ducal manor. If you do not mind, could the Duke spare some time for us?" He replied casually, "Yes, as much as you need." The man holding a small notebook for notes asked respectfully, "Thank you for your cooperation, Duke. I believe on the morning the crime occurred, the Duke was also at Arvis, correct?" Matthias nodded in confirmation. "That is right." The man continued, "So, on that day, did you see any strangers or suspicious individuals?" But even after hearing the question, he did not answer. In truth, at the very moment he swallowed the truth lingering on the tip of his tongue, Matthias knew very well that if Linda Ettman's desperate efforts to stop her son's marriage were exposed by his testimony, then he could at least prevent the worst from happening to Layla Llewellyn. Now, if he accepted a little trouble and directly intervened, everything could be resolved much more easily. And Linda Ettman was the type who valued dignity and honor as much as life, so if she knew all her plans were known to him. If that were the case, then Layla, who held the luck of a lifetime, would leave Arvis and start a new life in Rats. Layla would build a happy family, study what she loved, and fulfill her dreams. It was not hard for Matthias to imagine that. Suddenly, Matthias realized in his heart, "And what remains for me is a season of blooming roses where you are no longer present a crack in my otherwise perfect world." Finally, he replied coldly no. Matthias then remembered the scene of the car passing Layla while she stood in that curtain of rain. He had actually realized she was crying. Naturally, Matthias sensed it through intuition. And even without seeing it, he could still paint Layla's tear-stained face in his mind. On the car window, Layla's pitiful figure and his sharp, cold eyes were clearly reflected. Because, more than anyone, he understood her tears. But Matthias quickly withdrew his gaze. It should have been his own private pleasure. But now he realized it did not actually make him happy. The magnificent scenery brought Matthias back to reality as Claudine laughed and chatted cheerfully. "Suddenly Hessen approachet. You have arrived, master." He frowned, his expression extremely grave. "I have an urgent matter to report." But then Hessen did not continue. Cold sweat kept trickling down the side of his wrinkled face. Matthias stared at him, as if he understood. He then removed Claudine's hand from his arm. "Go inside first." She glanced at him then nodded toward the hurried Hessen. Seeing this, he also bowed respectfully in response. Claudine spoke understandingly to Matthias. "It seems important." "I understand. I will go in first." She bowed politely. "See you at dinner, Duke Gerhard." As soon as Claudine was out of sight, the two men stood close together. Matthias spoke in a certain voice. "It seems Linda Ettman has made her move." Hessen bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." He hesitated, "But this matter is too shocking. I do not know how to say it." Seeing this, he understood and gave a calm order, "Go to the study." Time passed quickly, and the sunset glow fell over the beautiful small town. Inside the house, Bill gently carried a tray of food over, along with a small candle. Next, he softly placed the tray on the table. On the soft bed, Layla lay there, cold sweat covering her face. As Bill wrung out a towel, he cursed angrily in his heart. "It is all because of that damn thief. Because of that, the poor girl has to suffer until she is sick." But he also blamed himself. "I should have taken her to the hospital right away." When Bill used the towel to wipe Layla's forehead, she whispered, "Uncle." Hearing her, he exclaimed in great worry, "Layla, are you really okay? Why has not your fever gone down yet?" She replied softly, "Yes, I just need a little rest and I will be better." But Bill immediately countered, "If you keep being stubborn, something serious will happen. You have been like this for several days now." Next, he was very firm. "Tomorrow morning, I will call Dr. Ettman." Layla quickly pushed herself up, No, you can't, Uncle. Her long hair hid her face. Layla stated firmly, I just need to rest and I will be fine. Bill exclaimed helplessly, Oh, this girl. Suddenly she sobbed until she shook. I beg you, Uncle, I do not want to bother Dr. Etman. His face hardened, and his brow furrowed deeply. Then you must eat properly and get enough sleep. Bill supported Layla's shoulders to help her lie down, advising with care, I will settle everything. You are just worrying in vain. From now on, do not concern yourself with this anymore, Layla. Even if we do not catch that damn thief, I will take care of your tuition. Layla pressed her beautiful face into the pillow, her whole body still shaking as she whimpered, Uncle, I am sorry. He was displeased and immediately shouted, cutting her off, Don't say that. What do you have to be sorry for? Once again, she buried her face and cried harder. It is all my fault. I will definitely find that money. Bill cried out in heartbreak, Layla continued, and one more thing, Uncle. Only then did she roll over to look directly at him. I want to stay here, by your side. Hearing these words from her heart, Bill was somewhat speechless. He gently pulled the thin blanket up for Layla. You are talking nonsense again. If you keep saying things like that, I will really get angry, Layla. Next, Bill informed her, there is a lot of work in the garden today, so I will be home a bit late. He placed his hand on hers and instructed, I have cooked soup for you. Even if you do not want to, you must eat it, okay? Don't take medicine on an empty stomach. Seeming afraid she had not heard, he asked tenderly, Do you understand, Layla? I am going now. Her beautiful face was still drenched in tears. At the same time, inside the manor, Hessen was still reporting. Linda Etman had provided amusement much greater than Matthias had expected. No one noticed that he had actually laughed a few times while listening to Hessen's report, as if he were watching a comedy play. He sat cross-legged on the large chair. The more he thought about Layla, who had been so easily deceived, the more true it seemed. Matthias remembered the scene of Layla sobbing and understood clearly, the theft was just a trap, and Linda Etman's real goal was to break Layla's heart and destroy her self-esteem so that Layla would voluntarily give up the marriage entirely. Furthermore, the image of her loneliness in the rain the moment he learned of Mrs. Etman's true purpose, the image of a woman crying without any strength left on her way back to the manor flashed through his mind, but even so, Matthias did not care. His fingers still tapped steadily on the arm of the chair. Matthias's face returned to its usual coldness. Finally, just as he predicted, everything would return to its proper place. Time passed to a rare, leisurely weekend morning, the sunlight piercing through the trees, dazzling the eyes. A pair of long legs stepped forward. It turned out Matthias was taking a morning stroll with relaxed strides. Actually, he had originally intended to rest at his private villa, but he had changed his plans on a whim. Before Matthias's eyes appeared a beautiful little wooden cottage. He put both hands in his pockets, his mind calculating. There would be no entertainment more interesting than mocking that pitiful woman. Outwardly calm as if nothing was wrong, Matthias had some dark thoughts. He had hoped Layla would be crying so that he could enjoy those tears today as well. At this moment, he could not understand himself, but when he reached the front of that quiet wooden cottage, a strange, unpleasant feeling washed over him. Matthias gradually went inside. The yard where that girl used to busily run back and forth doing all sorts of chores remained the same. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby, and he glanced over. A pigeon spread its wings and flew down from above. It was Phoebe. Next, it familiarly perched on the windowsill. He was quite surprised. A pigeon. But Matthias quickly noticed the letter clipped to Phoebe's leg and frowned. Is it? His peach blossom eyes narrowed as if calculating something. While Matthias was wondering if it was a carrier pigeon, the bird seemed to detect danger and became much more serious. Finally, Phoebe did not hesitate to spread its wings and fly up once more. He did not rush, walking step by step toward it. It turned out Matthias walked to its new perching spot. The two of them seemed to be on the same frequency. He very gently reached out his hand to receive Phoebe, and it understood, hopping onto him. Looking at Phoebe, Matthias guessed that it did not seem to fear human hands. It appeared to be a properly domesticated bird. Perhaps he did not even realize the corner of his mouth had curved up at some point as he thought, Did a bird lover like Layla Llewellyn domesticate this wild pigeon? Just then, a very faint sound came from inside the window. Despite the softness, Matthias quickly detected it and looked inside. On the bed, Layla was curled up sobbing, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. The sight made him freeze, standing there in silence. This time she lay down, her back turned to Matthias as she whimpered. His hands gradually dropped to his sides, and his luxurious vest touched the ground. A while later, after Layla woke up, she lay for a long time staring at the ceiling. Her slender arm lay helplessly on the bed. It seemed she had opened her eyes in the blue dawn, and by now, sunlight flooded the room. Time seemed to have passed 2 days, no, maybe 3 days as Layla counted the time she had lain motionless as if dead, and finally stood up. Suddenly Layla spotted Phoebe on the windowsill and guessed, "Phoebe, it seems Cal has sent a letter." She went over to take the letter from it and exclaimed, "Thank you, Phoebe." Inside the letter, Cal's words were extremely worried. "Layla, how is your body? I intended to come to your house but was worried I would disturb your rest, so I sent this message. I hope you will get well as soon as possible. I am so worried, Layla. Don't worry about future matters anymore, just rest comfortably, okay?" Finally, he did not forget to instruct, "When you wake up, please reply to my letter. I will come there right away. I miss you so much." But after reading it, Layla remained silent. She watched the golden dust motes floating in the sunlight with lifeless, emotionless eyes. Her face was still cold, as if the tears that had fallen over the past few days had washed away all her sadness and suffering. After a long while, Layla immediately remembered the first thing she needed to do. She had to see Kyle. Another moment passed, and a pair of hurried feet appeared in her sight along with an urgent voice, "Layla." When Layla slumped down, burying her face in her knees, he could not help but cry out, "Layla." Seeing this, Layla raised her head. "Ah, Kyle." Kyle sat down beside her without hesitation. "Hey, you." He spoke with nothing but concern, reaching out to wipe the tears from her face. "Your body still is not well. Is it okay for you to be out?" Layla reassured him. "I am fine." This made Kyle angry and reproachful. "What do you mean fine? You do not look fine at all. Why did not you just tell me to come to your house instead of asking to meet here?" Now she turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. "Because there is something I definitely have to say to you." But he was startled by these words and fell silent for a moment. Regardless, Kyle quickly regained his spirits. "Is that so? That is great then. I have something to tell you too. So it is fine to talk here." Layla hesitated slightly. "That is right, Kyle." Before she could speak, he turned his head toward the lake, babbling on his own. "Is about the tuition, right? Don't worry about the tuition anymore. My father has promised to pay your tuition when he goes to Rats. Oh, and I plan to go with him when he leaves." Kyle did not notice that Layla had not spoken at all as he continued to discuss their pre-arranged plans. "Won't there be many things to prepare if we want to live together? We have to find a house too, and buy furniture and equipment beforehand. But first, while you recover, I will." After a moment of hesitation, she spoke in a firm voice, "Kyle, I am not going to university." At this point, Layla raised her eyes to look seriously at Kyle. She did not stop there but added another blow, "And I am not going to marry you anymore." His whole body went into shock, his mouth hanging open. Then Kyle slowly turned back and slowly uttered, "Huh." But he could not maintain his composure, turning to jump up and shout, "Why are you suddenly saying such things? Just why?" Layla replied calmly, "Even though I pretended otherwise, I actually really wanted to go to university." She explained slowly, "I was blinded by greed for a moment. Actually, because I wanted to go to university, I wanted to marry you, because I thought that if it was you, you would surely help me." Layla sincerely admitted her fault. "I intended to take advantage of someone like you." Once again, Kyle was stunned by her words. His hands hung limp by his sides. "Don't lie, Layla. You intended to use me to get into university." Kyle still held a shred of hope, placing his hand sincerely on his chest. "You are not that kind of person." He shouted as if unable to accept it, "Layla, you love me. Am I so stupid that I can't tell the difference?" Unexpectedly, this time she did not argue but nodded. "Yes, I love you." Before Kyle could rejoice, Layla corrected herself, "Like a best friend, like an older brother, and sometimes like a younger brother. That is how I love you, Kyle." As if still fearing he did not understand clearly, She affirmed once more, I absolutely cannot love you in that way. Kyle's face hardened, rendered speechless. At this point, Layla pushed herself up to stand, still not looking at him. I cannot marry you with a heart like this. I do not want to live that way. She slightly clenched her fingers. I can't go on anymore. This is how things should have been from the very beginning. As Layla turned away, saying, I am sorry, Kyle, he suddenly scrambled to his feet and shouted, Layla. Kyle gripped her shoulders tightly and yelled, You love me anyway, right? That is enough for me. He slumped miserably against Layla's shoulder and pleaded, So, please do not say such terrible things like leaving me. Please. Despite this, she maintained her calm demeanor, her mind recalling those painful words. Mrs. Edmund was right. I do not have the courage to endure her hating me so much that she would do such things. Here, Layla quietly closed her eyes, making a firm resolution in her heart. I cannot reveal the truth either. She understood that doing so would be like stripping Kyle of his beloved mother. Furthermore, Layla thought of her uncle who was worrying for her. Uncle Bill would also be deeply hurt. She struggled to suppress her emotions. Ultimately, revealing the truth would only bring wounds that tear apart the hearts of those I love, so perhaps I must lose you. Layla believed that, ironically, this was the only way to protect everyone. As Kyle's hands still gripped her slender shoulders, she said coldly, Kyle, no matter what you think, my decision won't change. Layla spoke cruel and bitter words, and I will marry the person I truly love as a man, as a lover. I will try to live without shame. Tears welled up in the corners of Kyle's eyes, making him look pitiful. Finally, she whispered as if pleading, Let me do this, Kyle. At least let me keep our precious memories. Layla looked up at him and said, Let us leave it at that, Kyle. He stood dazed as she pulled away. In her heart, she silently decided, Let go of those beautiful, sparkling days. Let us just grow up. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. As soon as she finished speaking, Layla turned to leave, and Kyle's hand quickly reached out for her. She acted as if she did not notice and walked away with great determination. Suddenly, his strong hand grabbed Layla's slender arm. Kyle pulled back with force and shouted, Don't go. His eyes were brimming with tears, and unable to contain his emotions, he cried out, Don't go, Layla. She tried to suppress her own feelings, not daring to speak a word. Layla placed her hand over Kyle's hand. But then she pushed it away with absolute decisiveness. Layla left without a moment's hesitation, leaving him standing there in a daze. Back at the grand house, a servant brought a tray of food to the front of a large room. After a moment, she spoke tentatively, Madam. The servant looked up to report, The young master is not eating again today, madam. But Linda was not worried at all, casually continuing to arrange flowers. Is that so? Then so be it. Just leave him be. Dr. Etman, who was nearby reading the newspaper, looked up upon hearing this. Something might have happened with Layla. Have you heard anything? She speculated and then suggested, Let us see. She probably has a lot of worries. How about I try to meet Layla once? This made him exclaim in surprise. You meet Layla. Seeming prepared, Linda replied, I can't ignore matters concerning Kyle's marriage. You seem to have forgotten. Kyle is my son too. Then she turned to look at Dr. Etman, thinking, the son I love many times more than you. At the same time, at that familiar small wooden cottage. Inside, Layla was placing a large pot on the wooden table. Suddenly, sensing something, she raised her head. Outside the house stood Linda, dressed in her luxurious clothes. Layla was a bit startled but still spoke politely, Hello, Mrs. Etman. Please come inside. On the contrary, she refused, No, there is no need, while reaching into her pocket to rummage for something. Next, Linda took out a gift tied with an exquisite red string. Not understanding her intent, Layla stood there silently without answering. Then Layla took the gift with both hands. Linda said in a firm voice, It seems you have finished your talk with Kyle. As she gripped the gift tightly, the woman asked curiously, What did you say to him? Layla replied, There is nothing for you to worry about, madam. Linda let out a scoff and said with a hint of contempt, Worry. She maintained the same attitude, Yes. Layla also anticipated her question. You are likely worried that I will tell Kyle everything about that day. Having her true face exposed, Linda became somewhat agitated. I did not expect you to be such a cunning child. On this side, she remained calm. If you find that disrespectful, then I apologize, but I want you to rest assured. Layla affirmed, I did not tell Kyle. At this point, she did not forget to remind Linda, I will do this for Kyle, and for no one else. Layla's gentle voice continued, yes, because I know how much Kyle loves his mother. No matter who you are to me, to Kyle, you are still his precious mother. So I want to protect the mother that Kyle knows. As soon as she finished, the woman became furious and could not help but scream, protect you, this insolent, rude child. How could you wear such a kind and obedient mask all this time? Meanwhile, no one knew that Matthias was watching everything from a tree. She did not waver and countered, if you feel that way, then I apologize, but I am being sincere. Therefore, I can promise you that nothing will happen to cause you worry. Above them, his face remained calm as he looked down. Below, Layla made a very serious request. Instead, Mrs. Etman, please apologize. Linda screamed in disbelief, apologize. She seriously repeated it once more, I can accept your criticisms of me, even if they are not true. But at the very least, I hope you will apologize to Uncle Bill for what you said. The woman furrowed her brows deeply. Let us see. I am afraid I do not understand what you are saying. Fearing Linda might misunderstand, Layla replied displeased, I mean when you said Uncle Bill adopting me was a tragedy, and that you resented Uncle Bill for it. She repeated her demand, I ask that you apologize for those words. The woman was a bit surprised. I did not expect you to react this way. At that moment, Matthias's lips curled into a slight smirk. Linda went ballistic, pointing her finger and shouting, I did not say anything wrong, so why should I apologize? This is why they say a leopard never changes its spots. Pretending it is for Kyle, pretending it is for Bill Lermel, and then forcing me to apologize. She continued to insult her. Do you think you can keep that cheap self-esteem of yours by doing this? Say whatever you want. Up in the tree, he noticed something else. Suddenly Linda's voice rose several notches. Now I truly want to pity Lermel. Pity that pathetic old man who adopted a child like you. Unnoticed, Phoebe came to perch on his hand. Matthias recalled the image of Layla curled up and sobbing heart-wrenchingly. He toyed with the bird while sighing, how pitiful. Below, Layla continued, go ahead, if you are going to speak so loudly. She said calmly, then just say it and be done with it. Layla asked, is that not so? Matthias and Phoebe tilted their heads at each other as if in understanding. A moment later, Hassan entered the room. Yes, master, you called for me, he nodded. I have a matter that needs to be handled discreetly. Then Matthias sat down and ordered, take the person who was shadowing Linda Etman to the police station. His hand reached for a glass as he added a careful reminder, as a witness to the theft. As he raised the glass to his lips, Matthias added offhandedly, if possible, it would be better if it coincides with the time the postman arrives at the station. Hassan stood there and recalled, this was the first theft to occur in the Duke's territory, at a time when the police were paying particularly close attention. He was certain that if our person came forward to testify, an arrest would only be a matter of time. Even the fact that the case was masterminded by Linda Etman would quickly be exposed. And furthermore, if we skillfully let the postman naturally encounter the whole story, since he is like a reliable source of information among the people, then the truth about Linda Etman would spread throughout Arvis in the blink of an eye. Hassan thought to himself, it is a shame, but Kyle, Layla, and Mr. Bill Lermel will also face great turmoil. More importantly, the status and honor the Etman family had built for so long would surely be severely damaged. He was a bit puzzled. Although his master had sent someone to tail Linda Etman, since this was the family business of his personal doctor, he had thought his master would not intentionally intervene in the case. Hassan's mind was filled with confusion. Had there been a change in his master's mind? Or was there another reason? No, it was not his place to make such judgments. But he immediately recognized his current position. For someone who had served the masters of the Herhard family for decades like him, what he had to do was simple and clear. Grasp the master's will, execute orders accurately, and remain silent about everything. Next, Hassan bowed professionally. Yes, master. I will carry it out exactly as you have instructed. The luxurious room with the large chandelier fell into silence. He set the wine glass down on the table, recalling Linda's stinging words from earlier, pretending it is for Kyle, pretending it is for Bill Lermel, and then forcing me to apologize. Do you think you can keep that cheap self-esteem of yours by doing this? She had pointed directly at Layla and scolded, "Say whatever you want. Now I truly want to pity Lermal. Pity that pathetic old man who adopted a child like you." Matthias leaned back in his chair, his face still maintaining a look of unbothered calm. At that same time, the postman, after hearing the shocking news, hurried to Arvis. In the next area, the rumor spread like wildfire. Mona slammed the table angrily and stood up. "Have you all heard? The person who stole Layla's tuition from Mr. Lermal's house was actually Mrs. Etman." Immediately, everyone was outraged. In particular, the postman meeting Mrs. Mona, the #1 gossip in Arvis, helped a lot. Everyone knows Mr. Rayner, right? The businessman, Mrs. Etman's nephew. I heard he was the one who took orders from Mrs. Etman and stole the money from Mr. Bill Lermal's house. She furrowed her brows as she retold the story. Mrs. Etman even called Layla out privately and told her, "I was the one who stole that money. Do you still dare to marry my son?" And force Layla to that extent. People discussed it again, saying she possessed such a wicked heart to do those things to that poor child. The servants, after hearing the story, became advocates no less fervent than Mrs. Mona. The story was continuously passed on by the servants, and the truth began to unfold. As Mona was walking outside heroically, she remained unaware of what was coming. Very quickly, this news reached Mr. Bill Lermal while he was gardening. In less than half a day, she arrived here and let out another long sigh. Mona then went up and gripped Bill's arm tightly. Upon hearing it, the large shovel in his hand could no longer be held and fell to the ground with a thud. Then a deep, muffled voice roared, "Mrs. Etman," echoing everywhere. In front of the Etman house, Bill had almost lost control and shouted, "You, come out here, right now." Two servants were still struggling to hold him back as he tried to barge in recklessly. But Bill still would not back down and shouted, "Where is Mrs. Etman? Tell her to come out here immediately." Up in his room, Cal heard it and sat up, supporting himself with his hands. "This voice is..." He speculated with a hint of doubt, "Uncle Bill." Below, the sound of someone's hurried footsteps rang out. It was Linda, who was extremely angry. "Mr. Lermal, what on earth is all this commotion about?" As soon as she finished speaking, the servants could no longer hold Bill. His limbs escaped their grip in the nick of time. Bill lunged forward and shouted right in her face, "That thief who deserves to be torn apart was actually you," making Linda startle slightly. Even he could hardly believe it as he continued to shout, "Is that something a human being could do?" Linda herself had not thought this would be discovered, and was also terrified by Bill's questioning. "No matter how much you hate my Layla, how could you do such a thing?" Despite that, she still tried to shout to justify herself. What are you saying, me, a thief? Not long ago, my family even paid Layla's tuition. How dare you slander me with such a lowly matter?" At the same time, Cal had been standing by the wooden staircase for some time. Linda raised her voice as if to confirm. Could it be? Did Layla say that? Hearing this, the boy stood dazed. Hearing this, Bill became furious again, his hand clenching tightly over his chest. Does Layla look like the kind of child who would tattle like that? Those weathered hands shook uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with tears. If only she had tattled, my heart would not be breaking like this. But Linda naturally did not believe it. She furrowed her brows and countered to herself, "No, that is not it. Surely the girl showed it somehow." And she said she would pretend to keep quiet for Kyle. Linda thought of Layla's appearance at that time and cursed inwardly with anger. How hateful. Anyway, the money has been returned. Now she probably just wants to do things her way. Thinking so, she put on a superior air and shouted, "Mr. Lermal, I do not know what Layla did to make you treat me like this, but our family has done everything we could for her." Not stopping there, Linda let out a threat, "So if you are going to cause trouble with such nonsense, please leave at once before I call the police." Still, no one noticed Kyle, who was stunned by this new information. Bill pointed directly at her face and announced, "Unbelievable, the police." "Hey woman, those are the words the police said. It is from the police who arrested and interrogated Daniel Rayner, your nephew. The rumor has already spread everywhere." His words were full of contempt. "Are you still brazenly denying it?" This information shocked Linda. She frowned and thought, has Daniel been arrested? Only then did Kyle slowly speak up, calling out, "Mother." She spun around in panic, her face having lost its usual composure. He still asked gently, "What is all this about?" Even though he had heard everything, Kyle still held a bit of hope. "It is not true, is it?" He misunderstood, "Right?" He patiently repeated, "Right, Mother." Linda inwardly signaled a red alert. It can't be. But then she gradually calmed down, telling herself, it can't be like this. Linda lowered her eyes, remaining silent, after all. Her heart was in turmoil. What on earth happened? Kyle gripped Linda's shoulders and shouted, "Answer me, Mother." His eyes were brimming with tears as he struggled to call out, "Mother." It was a long time before she spoke. "Stop it, Kyle." At this moment, Dr. Edmund also returned. Behind him were Bill, who was trying to hide his tears, and a police officer. This time Linda was truly terrified, her beautiful hair falling limp. My husband." Before she could regain her composure, she saw the police officers behind him, which made her jump. The police. Naturally, without making Linda wait, Dr. Edmund calmly announced, "Daniel is at the police station. He has confessed everything that you instigated him." As soon as he finished, she rushed over, grabbing his hand and trying to justify herself. "My dear, that is nonsense." "But Dr. Edmund saw right through her mask and replied coldly, "Don't you dare lie to me too, Linda. Why did you do it? To my face, you pretended to accept Layla, but behind my back, you were plotting." His face was filled with disappointment. "You." Dr. Edmund gritted out every word, "My wife." Linda's whole body seemed to slide down, unable to accept this truth. She collapsed, tears falling in streams, and gritted her teeth as she screamed, "It is all because of you." Linda could not understand, covering her face and crying loudly while questioning him. "Then why did you agree to Layla? Why did you make that choice to turn me into such a terrible person?" He knelt on one knee and gripped her shoulders tightly. "Do you think that is a justification for the nonsensical act you have committed?" Dr. Edmund shouted again, "From the start, you said you did not like the girl. If you had listened to me then, it would not have come to this." These words made Bill even more heartbroken. He had to grit his teeth to stop his own tears. As Linda was about to faint, she continuously shifted the blame. "It is all your fault. If it were not for you, I would have." On this side, Kyle's heart felt squeezed. Listening to his mother's ear-piercing cries, Kyle witnessed that nightmarish scene. His tears had been falling for some time, but only in silence. Night had fallen at some point, but even that twilight light was painfully dazzling. And Kyle himself could no longer suppress his emotions, his lips slightly biting down to avoid making any sound. The world inside him suddenly went dark. Unable to take it anymore, I closed my eyes. I would rather the world be plunged into darkness than this. A moment later, inside the small wooden cottage, the lamp had been lit, casting an incredibly warm light. Bill sat silently on the chair, his teeth clenched tightly. He recalled the twilight scene talking with Dr. Edmund, who had bowed his head. "I am sorry, Mr. Lermel. Even with 10 mouths, I would not know what to say. I am sorry." The doctor looked at Linda, who was still dazed over there. "As you can see, the situation today is like this. It might be hard to have a proper conversation," he suggested. "After I settle things a bit, may I come to see you and apologize again?" At this point, Bill also looked around. Seeing Cal looking like someone who had lost all life force, he finally nodded. "Let us do that." But when he got home, Bill felt irritated inside, his hand squeezing his throbbing temples. Right then, Layla appeared with the package and the red thread in her hand. She gently placed it on the table and pushed it toward him. Bill was startled and stared at it for a moment. Layla explained a bit hesitantly, "Uncle, this is the money, Mrs. Edmund returned." Hearing this, he did not know what to say. Suddenly Bill remembered the scene of her lying face down on the bed sobbing, "It is all my fault. That money, I will definitely get it back." His whole body could not help but tremble. "I am sorry, child. I did not understand the ways of the world at all. I pushed you into this situation in vain." On the contrary, Layla's eyes were as calm as could be. "Ultimately, I was the one who accepted the proposal because I did not want to lose Kyle." Even so, in her heart, she knew, and if I said that deep down I did not have a shred of greed, it would be a lie. That truth made me feel even more pathetic. This was a marriage I should not have dreamed of in the first place. Bill looked at the money and advised, "Anyway, you should still go to university, Layla. Finding a private house will be hard, but I can help you with some of the rent money." When he wanted to propose a plan that if they tried to manage the living expenses, Layla interrupted him. "No, uncle," she announced. "I will go to university when I have enough money to support myself. For now, since I have a teaching certificate, I will look for a job as a teacher." "That was my original plan too," Bill immediately objected, "but you can't give up on the university you worked so hard to get into like that." Layla's beautiful eyes lowered as she thought to herself, expensive tuition, living costs, and then the rent too. If I think about the amount of money to be spent until graduation, going to university is already greed. I cannot go to school and push such a heavy burden onto my uncle. After a few seconds, she tried to reassure him. I am confident I can retake the exam and pass. At that time, I will pass with a better score to win a scholarship." When she looked up, tears filled her eyes. "You have always said so, Uncle. I will become a good adult." Once again, Bill fell into silence. It would be better if Layla poured out her heart. If she was sad, she should cry out loud. That would surely be better. "Clearly my heart is breaking like this, yet the girl is smiling." He buried his face in his hands, a feeling of helplessness surrounding him. What should I do with this child? Suddenly Bill remembered that young boy, another difficult problem, and what should be done with that kid Kyle. Seeing this, Layla quickly grabbed his calloused hand. "Uncle, do not cry. I am okay, really. But Kyle." She knelt beside Bill and whispered, "He must be having a very hard time right now, to the point of being unable to bear it." So, at the same time, the insolent image of that wicked woman Linda appeared in his head. "I have resolved to never forgive that woman who hurt Layla and caused those terrible things." Now Bill fell into another difficult situation. But was not that woman Kyle's mother? She is the mother of that precious child, someone as close as blood to Layla. Despite that, he still smiled at Layla. "All right, let us do that." Bill even carefully reassured her, "If your heart is set on that, then I am fine with it, Layla." The luxurious scene in Matthias's familiar room reappeared. He was pouring wine into a glass. Earlier Hessen had come to report, "Master, the police arrested Mrs. Edmund today." But Matthias ran his hand through his hair. Receiving the report from Hessen, Matthias suddenly became curious. He remembered Layla's curled-up figure. She probably cried, just like Layla. For Matthias, even if it was a cliché and predictable ending, even so, he was quite satisfied and smiled. But this game has become a bit more interesting. Matthias looked out at the large birdcage. Starting from today, the marriage between Layla Llewellyn and Kyle Edmund has crossed the point of no return. This also meant that any luck Layla might have had vanished. He imagined Layla herself struggling inside it. Layla's wings have been clipped, so Layla will forever remain within the walls of Arvis. Matthias's hand raised the wine glass again. The feeling of relief that truth brought was greater than the disgust he felt for himself late last spring. No one knew how he had once been the night he heard news of Layla's marriage and tore up the service extension papers. For the first time in his life, he had thought of murder. Matthias's eyes lowered as the memory of that terrifying night came rushing back. This moment was not so bad anymore. He thought to himself, surely this is a better ending than someone having to die. After a moment, the room became silent again. Matthias reached a brief conclusion and set down the wine glass without having taken a single sip. At this point, without needing the help of strong alcohol, he actually knew the way to throw away this chaotic mood, the way to discard his beautiful misfortune. His face briefly showed a hint of loneliness accompanied by a bit of calculation about a future not far away. In this place, news spreads fast and fades just as quickly. Thus, the scandal of the stolen tuition that had rocked Arvis drew to a close by the height of summer. Linda had grown noticeably haggard, but thanks to Uncle Bill's leniency, Mrs. Edmund escaped punishment. Despite this, Kyle could not seem to shake off the obsession. The lingering scars of the incident remained vivid. As he leaned his head on his hand to steady himself, Dr. Edmund's worried voice rang out, "Kyle, I understand how you feel, but you can't go on living like this forever, can you?" He made a suggestion, "Come to Rats with me this weekend. I have found a boarding house near the medical school. Dr. Edmund spoke as if merely making an announcement. It will be harder to live alone, so stay there for your first semester. As soon as he finished, Cal looked up. Do you mean you want me to go to university alone, father? He frowned, trying to reason with him. Yes, of course it won't be easy. But you have your own life to live. Your fate with Layla ends here. It is time to accept that. Dr. Edmund believed this was the best path for both of them. Immediately, Cal turned his head away in protest. I do not think so. Hearing this, the doctor exclaimed in brief astonishment, are you really going to throw your whole life away over a failed first love? Finally, Dr. Edmund lost his temper, grabbing Kyle by the shoulders and shouting, wake up, it is over between you and Layla. The more foolishly you act, the more you will suffer. But Kyle hastily shook off his hands and yelled, no, there must be a way. His eyes brimmed with tears as he trembled. If I just beg for her forgiveness, I can make Layla agree. Having said his piece, Kyle turned to leave. Dr. Edmund shouted back, Kyle, you know deep down that is impossible. Even so, he did not stop, quickly slamming the door behind him. The doctor could only cry out in frustration, Kyle. Dr. Edmund bowed his head, unable to control the current situation. At the same time, at a certain school, a gentle voice spoke. The schools in Carlsbad have all finished hiring new teachers. It was Norma. She suggested, however, there is a vacancy in a small town on the outskirts. What do you think about applying there? If you agree, I will help connect you. Layla, sitting opposite her, replied obediently, yes, then I will go to the school you recommended, principal. Norma flipped through some documents with satisfaction. Good, that is a wise decision. Teach there for about a year, and when a spot opens up in Carlsbad, you can transfer back. For now, this is the best way. She added, I will also ask the neighboring schools for help. Layla just listened in silence. Layla silently calculated. The school the principal recommended was about an hour away by train. Commuting every day would be difficult, so she would need to find a place to stay soon. But a brief spark of joy flickered in her heart. She was lucky to find work so quickly. She had to tell Uncle Bill the good news. As Layla was on her way home, someone called out loudly, Layla. That familiar voice made her entire body stiffen. She could not help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. It turned out to be a scene from Layla's own imagination. The image of the young man appeared before her eyes, and she whispered to herself, Kyle. Layla bowed her head, feeling a bit anxious, wondering how he was doing now. Despite that, she turned her footsteps in a different direction. She held her head high again. Perhaps, she thought. Encouraging herself to step out of the shadows of the past, she realized that leaving Arvis for a while might actually be a good thing. Layla looked around one last time, for this place held too many memories. As she sat on the bus looking out the window, the memories would not stop the paths they used to walk together, the house where they cooked and studied together. Their images were everywhere. The Arvis forest had embraced all 4 seasons, and everywhere she looked, there were only beautiful days spent with him. By this point, Layla decided that perhaps things were better this way. When she got off the bus and headed toward her house, she suddenly noticed something. It was the sturdy back of Uncle Bill, working diligently. Layla felt a pang of emotion. Although being away from him for a year would be sad, it was not a permanent goodbye. Sadness invaded her mind once more. But Layla quickly composed herself and forced a beautiful smile. She called out, Uncle. Just then, a familiar male voice shouted, Layla. Startled, Layla spun around. While she was still stunned, Kyle appeared before her and grabbed her wrist firmly. She jumped in surprise and gasped, Kyle, but he only held on tight and said, I have something to say to you. Kyle pleaded in a low, murmuring voice, let us go, Layla. Go where? Layla tried to resist. Wait, let go first and explain yourself. Why are you acting like this, Kyle? He lowered his voice and suggested, let us run away. She asked in utter confusion, What? What do you mean? Kyle's eyes sparkled with hope as he explained, anywhere is fine. Just find a place where we can be happy and start over from the beginning. The commotion easily attracted attention. A fellow gardener called out to Bill, Mr. Lermel, look over there. He frowned and turned sharply. Everyone shouted in shock as Layla was being pulled away. On the other side, Layla was struggling. Kyle, do not be like this, wait. Bill's eyes widened, a serious alarm ringing in his heart. He stepped forward and grabbed the boy's free arm. Unable to contain his anger, Bill roared, Kyle Ettman. While the boy stood dazed, Bill's powerful hand gripped Kyle tightly. Immediately after, Bill delivered a slap that sent Kyle's face reeling. Let go of her hand this instant. Despite the blow, the hand clutching Layla's wrist did not let go. As a result, Kyle pulled her down with him, and they both fell into the beautiful rose bushes nearby. Seeing this, Bill cried out in panic, Hey, kid. Layla's whole body was still trembling, her face hidden behind her thick hair. When Kyle looked up, his face was covered in fresh blood. He called out shakily, Layla. Even his hands were dotted with blood, but Kyle paid it no mind and continued to call, Layla. Blood. By then, Bill had knelt down beside her to check on her. Are you all right? Layla replied, I am fine, but are you? Bill's rage flared again as he scolded Kyle, Kyle Ettman, what on earth are you trying to do? Where were you planning to take Layla? He hesitated, Seeing this, Layla immediately tried to calm him. Uncle, I am okay. Please let me talk to Kyle for a moment. Bill stared at her as if hesitating. Next, the hand that had been gripping Layla's wrist slowly loosened. Then, Bill turned away decisively without saying another word. Only then did Kyle hurriedly check on her. Layla, are you okay? Layla called softly, Kyle. He kept stammering, Layla. Kyle hesitated, we. But she quickly bowed her head and interrupted him. Kyle, that place does not exist. Beautiful tears began to fall. But Kyle was still clinging to the hope of a place where only the two of them could be happy. Layla looked up, nearly begging, if you keep acting like this, I won't be able to bear it anymore. So Kyle, please live well. Tears continued to flow as she suggested, I will live well too. Let us both do that. Kyle, also teary-eyed, refused without hesitation. No, I can't do it. Without you. What am I supposed to do? His wounded hands reached out to Layla's hand as he whispered, Layla, I can't live without you. But she placed her hand over his and advised, no, you must walk your own path. Go to university, study hard, and become a great doctor. Layla gave a radiant smile. Do you remember what we used to say? You said you wanted to be a doctor who saves people. Kyle was speechless. She continued patiently, tears streaming down her face. You know, if you live well, I will be able to live well too. Now, we must go our separate ways. Layla comforted him, but in time, there will be a day when we can smile and greet each other again, right? Kyle wiped her tears with his sleeve. Layla, I am sorry. He could no longer control his emotions, and tears flowed freely. It is all my fault. Because of me, you. She slowly reached out her arms. Layla hugged Kyle tightly. It is not your fault, Kyle. It is not. So please, live a good life. He was a bit surprised but quickly hugged her back. Not hearing an answer, Layla repeated, You will do that, won't you? Kyle whispered, Layla. A few days later, at a crowded train station, two men stood together with two suitcases. Kyle said to himself, Layla, I am leaving today. Heading to the capital. Dr. Edmund raised his watch to check the time, while Kyle kept his head down. To the place we once promised to go together. When the train stopped in front of them, Kyle remained still, leaving alone like a coward. I won't lie and say this is best for you and me. The truth is, I am running away. Dr. Edmund placed a hand on his back as they left together. Running away from this terrible reality, leaving you behind. Kyle still had the bruise from Bill's punch on his face. Only now do I realize. I was so foolish to think everything was easy, and my stubbornness only hurt you. Layla sat leaning against a tree, holding a letter from Kyle. Layla, I do not know how long it will take, but I will definitely return in the near future, before it is too late. She leaned down, reading every word with great care. Maybe you are right. There might be no place where we can be happy. But Layla, if that place does not exist, I will find a way to create it. He added a promise, and then, I will bring you there. For that day, I will try my best to live well. Even so, Kyle hoped, so please, you live well too. At this point, Layla wept again. The sunset fell upon the lake, growing blurry through her tears. The last words Kyle left were, "My love, Layla." Layla continued to gaze into the distance. At the same time, at the luxurious mansion, the surface of the lake rippled slightly. Matthias took off his robe. His posture was perfect as he crouched down. Matthias dove into the lake, the water churning slightly. His perfect, uncovered body was clearly visible through the crystal-clear water. Matthias reached out, feeling everything in the water. In his mind, he remembered Hessen's report, "Master, everything has been handled as you ordered. A telegram will be sent to you today." He had praised him, "Well done." Hessen had continued, "I will have the car ready before the evening banquet." Matthias nodded slightly. He swam another lap. Everything in his world always went exactly as he wanted. He understood exactly what this feeling of dissatisfaction was. It had to be Layla. Matthias imagined her image. He wanted to reach out and touch her beautiful face, a lingering attachment to something he did not possess. Matthias realized that once possessed, things often became hollow and trivial. This girl would surely be no different. In the end, she was merely a fleeting desire that would eventually vanish. As he emerged from the water, he found it laughable that he was being swept away by such petty emotions, yet he also candidly accepted that intense craving. Matthias ran his hand through his disheveled hair. Now, he could do anything. By now he knew, the boy who could not hold on to his innocent love had left, and Layla was still in his world. On a tree sat Layla, still holding Kyle's letter. Matthias's eyes flashed with a sharp sense of possessiveness. Matthias wanted Layla Llewellyn. And what he wanted, he had to take. He instinctively wanted to hide himself to take her and then discard her, so his life could return to being complete. And he whispered her name on the tip of his tongue, stirring the surface of the water. A moment later, Matthias turned and walked somewhere. He was now fully dressed, maintaining his usual leisurely demeanor. He looked at the girl crying so pitifully and whispered, "Layla." Matthias observed her with cold eyes and realized something. The girl who once fled in panic at just his shadow now had no reaction to his presence in her sight. Her expression remained calm. He wondered suspiciously. It was as if her heart was somewhere far away. At the bottom of Layla's heart, was that the place for the doctor's son who had left? It was also at this moment that Matthias noticed a change in himself. The tears that once amused him no longer brought him joy. It seemed only then that Layla's vacant eyes regained their focus, her tears not yet wiped away. Seeing him, she was slightly startled. "Duke." Matthias was not surprised. He informed her quite cruelly, "I told you, Layla. He won't be coming back." As if that was not enough, he added, "No, I should say he is the one who abandoned you, should not I?" Making Layla grit her teeth in anger to keep her tears from falling further. She hurriedly folded Kyle's letter and put it inside her bag. Her slender hands went up to wipe her streaming eyes. Then, she decisively turned her head away. Layla slowly climbed down the large tree. She slid down a section of the trunk with practiced ease. But Layla's tears still would not stop falling. She stood on one side of the tree trunk, using it to hide from Matthias. But he would not let go so easily and stepped toward her. Matthias stepped around the large tree to observe Layla. She was still looking down and wiping her tears, looking utterly pitiful. When Layla looked up, her eyes were red from rubbing. But she quickly looked down again. "I did not know you were here. Please excuse my rudeness, Duke." Layla immediately made an excuse to leave. "Please excuse me, but I have urgent business." Yet she could not hide the tears falling like pearls. Layla clutched the hem of her skirt. "I will take my leave now." As she spoke, she walked past Matthias. "Good day to you, sir." Before she could go, he spoke up, "Layla." Matthias reached out his hand, blocking Layla's path. He slowly called her full name, Layla Llewellyn. Layla wiped her tears again, her voice trembling slightly. "Please step aside. Please." Her voice dropped even lower. "I beg of you, Duke." Matthias remained silent. He placed his hand on Layla's chin, making her jump in shock. He then turned Layla's face toward his own. But his attitude remained as cold as ever. Layla screamed in fear, "Please let me go." Watching the girl break down, he realized, crying over a doctor's son. "I know now." Matthias's finger touched her tears. "What should I call this emotion?" "It is humiliation." A feeling that has never existed in me since the day I was born. A moment later, he finally spoke, "Don't cry." Despite this, Layla only felt terror, her feet stepping back a bit. "What did you say? Do I now need the Duke's permission even to cry?" Matthias asked back, "And what if you do?" These words successfully made her cry even harder. "Why should I do that? You have no right." Suddenly Layla's gaze sharpened, and her voice became piercing. "Just because you are the master of Arvis does not mean you own me." On the contrary, Matthias was not angry. He pressed her closer to the tree. "Right, you say." He stroked Layla's chin again. Then, on his calm face were ambiguous words, "Let me truly be your master." When the branches were shaken violently by some force, Matthias's voice rang through the air, "Then I shall take it now." It was not a question but an assertion, "Let me truly be your master." Having said that, Layla hurriedly ran away. She ran while cursing under her breath, "Madman." Remembering the moment just now, Layla had pushed him away forcefully and shouted, "No." She braced herself. "I hate the Duke, I hate all these irrational actions, especially when you already have a fiancé." Layla's tears fell again. "I hate all of this." But Matthias had calmly retorted, "So, what does your mood have to do with me?" He truly left one speechless. He did not stop there, adding, "Because I want to." She was stunned, unable to believe it. He even told her, "Just go." Layla still felt uncomfortable remembering that moment. She held up her skirt and ran, cursing, "Madman." When she reached the cozy little wooden house, Bill was already waiting. "Layla, you are finally home. Come in, quick," she asked in confusion. "Uncle." Layla hurried inside. "What is the matter?" He handed her a notification letter. "A telegram came saying there is a teaching position for you in Carlsbad." "What? Really?" "Yes, I was worried about you going so far, but this is wonderful." Layla opened the letter and read through it, nodding. "It is true. They said before there were no positions left in Carlsbad." "How?" Bill's kind face broke into a happy smile. "God must be helping us." But she did not show any sign of joy. Matthias's image appeared in Layla's mind. Why did her uncle's words? She felt a bit annoyed with herself for thinking of that man's face, then reassured herself, "It can't be." He still did not notice her unusual mood and exclaimed, "Oh my, what a miraculous stroke of luck. This is such a happy thing, Layla." When Layla still did not speak, Bill grew alarmed. "But what is wrong? Are you not happy? I feel like I am the only one celebrating." She quickly reassured him, "No, it is just so sudden that I am a bit bewildered." Layla quickly changed the subject. "You must be hungry, Uncle. Let us have a nice dinner." "All right," he smiled brightly and suggested, "A day like today calls for a drink." She walked inside feeling that being accepted into a school in Carlsbad was like a stroke of luck. After some time had passed, at the beautiful Carlsbad school, Layla had prepared very thoroughly. As soon as the new semester began, she became a young, fledgling teacher standing at the podium. Even though she was clumsy and awkward at first. In those moments, she made mistakes and felt sad, but there were always people who came to comfort her. However, over time, Layla quickly adapted, and the students began to like her. She even doubted herself, had the girl who came to Arvis in a carriage now truly become a young teacher? Bill was both moved and proud of Layla. Layla showed him a drawing. "Look at this, Uncle. Monica drew this for me." He quickly recognized the name. "The girl who follows you around the most." Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she nodded. "Yes, she is very well behaved and adorable. And here's another." At that moment, Bill tried to understand the emotions hidden behind Layla's bright smile. He knew that this deep-thinking child always wanted Bill not to know, so she kept her wounds hidden. Suddenly, a mailman arrived and announced, "Mr. Lermal, you have mail." Bill replied politely, "Thanks a lot." The man waved him off. "It is nothing." And out of habit, once a week without fail, he carefully tucked the letters Kyle sent back into a desk drawer in his room. There was already a thick stack of letters there, kept so they would not unsettle the life Layla was trying so hard to maintain. Now Bill looked serious. He knew that one day this secret would be revealed and break Layla's heart. Looking at the sunlight outside, he calculated that protecting her was more important for now, even as the letters filled the drawer. At the same time, Hassan was sitting on a chair waiting, holding a stack of documents. By the large window, Matthias stood looking out. Hassan noted, "It has been a long time since you have seen autumn in Karlsbar, has not it?" Matthias nodded. "Yes, that is right." Memories suddenly flooded back to women in black with streaming tears, in the spring of his 22nd year. At that time, Matthias had inherited the title after his father died. Since then, he had attended school in the capital to fulfill his role properly. From that day on, he was always in Rats during the spring and autumn, so the autumn scenery at Arvis felt both strange and beautiful. The same went for the image of Layla in that scenery. Matthias returned to reality. That was also the reason he was drawn to look out the window. A moment later, Hassan reported, "Next week, the village school students will come to Arvis for their autumn picnic." At Miss Llewellyn's request, the two ladies have happily agreed. He added knowingly, "I hear she is doing very well as a teacher." Hearing this, Matthias turned his face back and gave a slight nod of understanding. Seeing this, Hassan bowed. "Then I will take my leave, master." The girl who had just been preparing to leave this place. He imagined the beautiful Layla again, now staying in his world, and living her own life. Matthias left the window and walked inside, patiently concluding that there was no need to rush. And on a leisurely afternoon, the music player was started. In the room, a piano piece played with masterful skill echoed from the phonograph. At the same time, a canary perched on his hand, chirping as if in response to the music. He likened it to an opera singer as Matthias gently stroked the canary. Over time, he discovered that the bird's song grew more beautiful, seemingly the result of repetitive practice. Possessed by a sudden, immense patience, Matthias watched it leisurely. Toward the end of its performance, he carefully covered the bird's eyes. His unexpected intention was to keep the bird from feeling fear, so it would never know who had clipped its wings, as the sharp sound of shears sliced through the air. Feathers fell, scattering near Matthias's expensive leather boots. Clipping wings was originally a task for the bird keepers, but it had now become one of the chores he handled himself. Recalling how he had once left bloodstains on the canary, he was now quite proficient, though the first time, he had cut the feathers so short that blood had drawn, even if it was not much. No one knew, but seeing a bloodied bird was not a pleasant sight, and because he disliked it, Matthias had become far more cautious. Matthias's eyes lowered to watch the bird as he removed the blindfold and set it free. Then, the bird shook itself off as if nothing had happened. In a repeating cycle, the canary perched on his hand once more and let out a crystal-clear song. It even seemed quite happy, starting its chirping again with a bright and cheerful tone. It went on like that, swaying its small, soft body, while at the same time, Bill and Layla sat together for a warm dinner. It was unclear whether he was referring to her or the bird when he remarked that it was a very beautiful song. The sky was clear blue again, with dazzling sunlight piercing through the canopy of leaves. Full of vitality, Layla announced, "Now class, today we will learn about the flowers and trees that live in the Arvis forest." She excitedly introduced the lesson. "It is going to be very interesting, is not it?" "Yes, and here is Mr. Bill Lermel, who will explain the different plant species to us." Layla pointed to Bill, who was standing stiffly due to nerves. "He will guide us through the Arvis forest." "Mr. Bill works as a gardener at the Duke's estate." Then he flashed his friendliest smile. "If you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you kids everything." The children began whispering among themselves, "Did you know? He is the teacher's father." "What, really?" But a little girl with pigtails protested loudly, her eyes welling with tears. "Liar, he does not look like the teacher at all." At that moment, Grever, who was nearby, reminded them, "Children, say hello to Mr. Bill." Bill glanced down at Layla and said, "These kids. They are so nervous, just like you were when you were little." She gasped in surprise. "Really?" He felt a wave of nostalgia. Thinking back, "You came here when you were the same age as these rascals." Layla countered, "That is not true. My students are all under 10 years old." Memories flooded back to her as well. "Besides, I was 11 then, almost 12. Bill laughed gently. "You were so small back then." Then he turned to address the class. "Now, you little mice, anyone who does not listen to the teacher today will have to walk with Bill Lermel all day. Understand? We are moving out now, so get in line." At the same time, inside a car, Evers noticed, "It seems today is a field trip day." The driver beside him remarked, "The students seem to listen to Miss Llewellyn very well." Both men agreed that teaching seemed to suit her perfectly. Outside, the little girl from earlier approached and gave Layla a beautiful flower crown. "Teacher, I made this for you." Matthias watched the scene intently, while the discussion continued beside him. Perhaps that is why Mr. Lermel's expression has been much better lately. At that moment, no one noticed that the corner of his mouth had curved upward. On the other side, Layla leaned down to let the little girl place the flower crown on her head. Suddenly, Matthias asked, "Evers, what is the schedule for this afternoon?" He turned to reply, Yes, the evening board meeting is the final item, master." But upon hearing this, he remained silent as if calculating something. The luxury car remained stopped at that spot for a long time. And Layla quickly sensed its presence. Matthias's domineering words echoed in her head, "Then I shall take it, so that I am truly your master." But she still reassured herself, those are just the meaningless words of a madman. Layla regained her composure to play with the children, telling herself not to care anymore. The children split into groups, discussing and drawing together. Another group followed Bill, listening to him teach about the plants on the farm. On this side, Layla held a thick stack of documents and asked, "Teacher, it is almost lunchtime. Should we move to the next location?" Grever checked the time on her watch and nodded. "Time flies so fast." "All right, that would be better." Just then, Evers appeared, calling out loudly, "Mr. Lermel, Miss Llewellyn." She turned politely, "Hello, Mr. Evers. Is something the matter?" he asked, breathless. "You have not had lunch yet, right?" Layla nodded. Yes, we were just about to move." Evers announced happily, "That is wonderful. The Duke has invited the students to the mansion for lunch." He was not done yet, adding, "along with the two teachers and Mr. Lermel." This information made her gasp in shock. What, an invitation? Bill, standing at a distance, was equally surprised. "Me too." Grever was so excited her cheeks flushed red. "Oh my goodness, really? Duke Herhard has invited us." Amidst everyone's high expectations, Evers confirmed, "Yes, it is true. He invites everyone to the mansion for tea." The documents in Layla's hands suddenly felt heavy. He politely added, "Everything is prepared. Please come with me." As for her, she could not stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Matthias was adjusting his tie, his meticulously designed suit hugging his perfect physique. His cold, sharp eyes were very serious as he observed, and after completing his morning schedule and returning to the mansion, the afterimage of Layla, he had caught a glimpse of remained. The image of a beautiful and radiant Layla had lingered in his mind for quite a while. And in those few seconds, it was enough to make the decision to invite everyone to the mansion. Matthias adjusted his hair again, knowing full well that this was a place even family was not permitted to enter. Furthermore, Layla Llewellyn had become his greatest entertainment lately. The more skillfully he teased her, the more vivid emotions she showed him. He remembered when she cried so pitifully, yet those emotions rarely broke past her surface. Then there was Layla's stubbornness. Matthias felt it a mixture of confusion, anger, shame, and fear, but the names of those emotions did not matter. The emotions inside him surged because Layla's act of smiling gently and pretending to be obedient was boring. Seeing her panicked, angry, and speaking insolent words was far more interesting. Recalling a memory caused Matthias to smirk slightly, just like last weekend. At that time, by the main gate of his mansion. Matthias remembered it clearly. Layla had come to help Bill Lermel tidy the flower beds in the greenhouse. When she saw him, she started, as if seeing a long-dead ghost of the estate, and dropped her basket. He walked toward her step by step. Matthias stood still, watching the bulbs roll to his feet. But contrary to expectation, he reached out his foot and then, gently. Matthias slowly used his foot to kick an onion bulb forward as he gradually approached Layla. He saw Layla crouch down, hurriedly gathering the bulbs into her basket, and then she looked at him with irritation. He realized that despite her fear that someone might see, the way she looked at him was not timid at all. Matthias's face showed immense interest as he looked at her. Layla Llewellyn was regarded by everyone as a gentle, fragile girl who would not dare say a harsh word to anyone. Matthias suddenly recalled the public's opinion of this girl and involuntarily let out a laugh. Layla lowered her eyes and brushed past him. Perhaps because of that, he was not at all bothered by her defiant attitude. Naturally, It was because he was the only one who saw this side of Layla. But Matthias extended his leg to block her path, as he was a man who did not know how to share what belonged to him with others. Layla had not expected this situation and lost her balance in surprise. The large basket of onions in her hand spilled onto the ground once more. But Layla herself was caught in his large embrace. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds, and she herself did not move. After a few seconds to regain her senses, Layla stood up abruptly and turned to walk away. Nevertheless, Matthias forced her to turn and look at him, even though the rose season had passed. The two were inches apart so close, yet Layla still carried the faint scent of roses. Suddenly, her beautiful cheeks flushed red, her lips pressed tight in a silence that could not talk back, as thin as flower petals. Her eyes and cheeks were the same. It was a truly beautiful color. The two remained in that ambiguous position. His slender hand still held Layla's arm. He wanted to dye her entire body in this color. Furthermore, it had to be a beautiful color. Matthias strode outside, fastening his buttons, looking perfect and handsome. Suddenly, a rare spark of tenderness appeared on Matthias's face for a fleeting moment. Outside, Evers had led the students there, surrounded by colors of his own making. Layla gripped the hand of the girl with pigtails, her eyes fixed intently on him. Grever bowed very politely. "It is a great honor to meet you, Duke. Simply allowing us to visit Arvis was a great favor, but to grant us this kindness as well, I am truly grateful." But Matthias replied, "It is I who should thank you for accepting such a sudden invitation." Then he turned to her, "Miss Llewellyn, could you introduce this person to me?" Layla nodded calmly, "Yes, Duke." She looked composed on the outside, but inside she was fuming, thinking, how can someone be so brazen as to have two faces like this? I am speechless. The image of him kicking her onion basket flashed again. This was the reality. This appearance was completely different in Layla's eyes. She felt irritated again, comparing him to the man who used his foot to kick her onions and block her path. Layla fell into a sense of helplessness once more, thinking, I do not know what he is thinking suddenly inviting us here, but I won't be easily fooled like I was last weekend. Despite this, throughout the process, Layla maintained a more mature demeanor than usual, introducing Miss Grever to the Duke. She also gently explained to the curious children exactly who the Duke was. Professionally poised on the outside, she bit her lip internally. Of course, most of what she said were things Layla did not believe at all, but since they were what people usually said, she followed suit. Looking at the children's admiration, Layla understood clearly that if she wanted to tell the truth, she would have to use wicked words that would harm the children. Finally, after introducing him calmly and politely, Layla did not forget to add a word of thanks as an educated teacher. She spoke up, "Thank you, Duke, for allowing us into Arvis for our autumn lessons. Because of you, the children have had a very happy time." Matthias's eyes rested on the small girl. Specifically, she emphasized the word children softly to engrave her social standing into the Duke's mind. Suddenly, he countered gently, "I do not think so. It seems the one having the best time is you, Miss Llewellyn." This made Layla gasp, "What?" But he did not elaborate, simply announcing, "Well then, please come inside." Leaving her and the others dazed, Matthias walked in alone, leaving only Evers standing in front to gesture, "Please follow me this way." Just then, Grever pointed to the top of her head and said, "Wait, Miss Llewellyn, your hair." Layla asked in confusion, "My hair?" When she touched her head, she remembered the flower crown. She realized then, so I was pretending to be a confident adult this whole time with my head full of flowers. Seeing this, the other teacher covered her mouth and teased, "By the way, the Duke is much more wonderful than what I have seen in the newspapers." My heart is pounding. If I tell the teachers in the other classes about this tomorrow, they will all go wild. Layla's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Grever happily urged, "Let us go, Miss Llewellyn." Next, Bill looked up at her. "Hey kid, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Even if it is a bit embarrassing, you did not do anything wrong." Inside, Layla wanted to scream from the awkwardness. The girl with pigtails comforted her. "It is okay, teacher. You look very beautiful, like a princess." But then she stood up straight, telling herself, "Embarrassment can't kill a person, but I wish it could at least make me faint." Once inside, the girl with pigtails exclaimed with excitement, "Teacher, I feel like I have truly become a princess." Layla nodded. "Yes, you have." Looking around at the banquet, she wondered, this does not look like a pre-arranged meal. How did they prepare it so quickly? The maid gave a professional smile. It was a small matter. Suddenly Layla understood as expected. It was the seasoned skill of the hard servants. She pulled back her smile. Being here brought back the things she had tried so hard to forget. Layla felt that sensation again, the moments of despair when she jumped into the river to retrieve the hat he had thrown in. Matthias had jumped in then to pull her to shore. But there were times he had coerced her, and the times she had to bow her head to say thank you. The high and mighty Matthias stood there, looking coldly as Layla bowed. Thank you, Duke, for saving me. Another scene appeared, and she remembered clearly, those hands touching her cheek, everything that happened when she sneaked into the mansion. The two of them were pressed close together, and Layla's only goal was to find the glasses he had hidden. Returning to reality, a bit of resistance grew in her heart. I really do not want to come here a second time. Layla's eyes looked toward the man, confirming to herself, in the eyes of others, Duke Herhard is certainly always like this. She seemed puzzled. Am I being escorted by the Duke again? Matthias was someone who exuded nobility and arrogance, displaying superiority in a relationship by showing respect to the other party. Layla herself understood one thing. Even if she exposed that man's true nature, no one would believe her. Instead, they would say the Duke was not that kind of person, then criticize her for repaying the kindness of the man who allowed her to stay on this estate in such a way. At this point, she made a wise decision. Therefore, the best thing I can do today is to avoid any contact with that man. I will just stay here quietly like a piece of furniture, and leave peacefully. This time, I will be a chair. By now, everyone had sat down at the dining table and the atmosphere became lively. Layla felt secretly glad. At least Miss Grever was there today. If she could take the initiative to talk to the Duke, Layla could naturally avoid having to face the man herself. Just then, Monica came over and excitedly invited her. Teacher, try this. It is delicious, like a cloud. She calmly declined. It is okay, Monica. You eat plenty. Then Layla elegantly raised her tea for a sip. Actually, the teacher loved ice cream too, but today she would only drink tea. Taking ice cream prepared specifically for the children was not the behavior of an adult. Suddenly, Grever's excited voice rang out. Then we are very grateful to you, Duke. Immediately, her ears perked up in alarm. The teacher cheered in high anticipation. A boat ride on this beautiful river. The little ones will love it. Grever's gaze did not waver as she asked, Don't you think so, Miss Llewellyn? Seeing that Layla did not answer, she kindly repeated, The Duke says he will take the children on a boat. Matthias glanced over to observe her. Layla's eyes widened in shock. A boat ride. She could not believe it, thinking, I have to go into the water again. Before she could react, Grever asked, Well, do you kids want to go? The children, of course, shouted in unison, yes. By now, Bill had also noticed Layla's strange silence. He did not think for more than a few seconds before standing up seriously. Bill spoke calmly, I am truly sorry, Duke, but Layla is very afraid of the water, so it might be very difficult for her to board the boat. I hope you will be generous enough to understand. These words shocked her as well. She whispered, Uncle, and he immediately turned to give her a reassuring wink. It is okay. Just then, a servant entered. Master. He leaned down and informed him in a low voice, Mr. Klein wishes to speak with you on the telephone. Matthias stood up straight upon hearing this. But he did not forget to instruct, then Miss Llewellyn can stay here and rest. She lowered her eyes and replied coldly, Thank you for your concern. Watching his broad back, Layla muttered, A man who normally always does exactly as he pleases in every situation. Naturally, she was puzzled. Why is he showing such unprecedented kindness this time, though I suspect it is because so many people are watching. Seeing this, everyone did not force Layla. Grever suggested, I will watch over the children. You do not need to worry, just stay here. Bill added, All right, I will take care of them with her. She nodded, Thank you so much. The children were very well behaved. We are going now, teacher. Watching the man through the window glass, Layla felt a bit confused by his lack of opposition. But she quickly looked away. Left alone, Layla waved to the children as they moved further away on the boat. Everyone waved back happily. Contrary to her worries, it was a peaceful moment. Layla did not forget to call out, Children, have a wonderful time. Suddenly she froze. That feeling of peace only lasted a moment. Because Layla noticed that far away, beyond her gently waving arm, a familiar white pigeon was flying toward the mansion. In an instant, Layla recognized the bird even from afar, because it was the pigeon she had raised since it was a hatchling. It also recognized her, swooping in with a rush, Phoebe. But Phoebe landed on a plate of food on the table. Layla cried out, Phoebe. On the contrary, it did not listen to her at all, pecking at the food like a starving wolf. She felt helpless and wanted to scream, no. Layla ran over and hugged it tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Phoebe, what on earth are you doing? She was terrified. An insolent pigeon coming to the home of a bird killer to steal food, what was she to do? Her mind was in a whirl, thinking that in just a moment, it had turned the table into a mess. At that moment, Layla seemed to imagine the scene of a small grave for Phoebe. Phoebe's sad future, traded for a brief moment of pleasure it seemed so inevitable. She looked down at it irritably, intending to scold it. Phoebe, you really are. Just then, a deep male voice rang out. Is that bird's name Phoebe? Making Layla jump in fright. She did not know how long Matthias had been standing there, looking incredibly handsome with his hands in his pockets. Layla whispered, Duke, but he quickly exposed her. I have seen it flying around the hunting grounds before. He remarked casually, so, that is the bird you keep. She nervously clutched Phoebe tightly in a protective manner. Nearby, the servants were already busy cleaning up the commotion it had caused. Layla sat properly, her hands on her lap. I am truly sorry, Duke. From now on, I will train Phoebe well so it does not fly here anymore. Matthias took out a long, slender cigarette. Do you want to apologize on behalf of the bird? She nodded. Yes, because it is the bird I care for. Hearing that, Layla hesitated slightly, therefore, Duke. On the other side, he lit his cigarette. Finally, she said worriedly, please do not shoot Phoebe. He paused, releasing a puff of smoke into the air. Matthias replied, your bird is not interesting. Prey that does not run away is boring. Layla immediately brightened up, then, can I take that to mean you won't shoot it? But he replied, I do not know, while crossing his arms and moving the cigarette. Then he stared at her and asked, what do you think? Layla spoke tentatively, I am sure you won't shoot it, Duke. Matthias raised an eyebrow. Why? Seeing this, she lowered her eyes and hesitated, because. After thinking carefully, Layla spoke with doubt, because the Duke is a gentleman. As soon as the words left her mouth, he let out a scoff and bowed his head slightly. The image was so handsome that it startled her, and her face turned bright red. In Matthias's mind, he remembered the Layla from before. You only call me a gentleman when you have something to ask of me, do not you? He stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. Thinking back, this was a first. Then Matthias looked up directly into her eyes, right here. You once made a fuss because you refused to accept even a sandwich I gave you. As the two drew closer, he realized, and now you are voluntarily wishing for and asking me for something, and it is also the first time you have looked into my eyes for this long. For some unknown reason, Layla hurriedly made an excuse, and I think that the Duke is not someone who would hunt such boring prey. Matthias simply uttered two words, is that so? She awkwardly flattered him. I believe that the Duke, as the best marksman and gentleman in Carlsbad, will surely do so. At this point, even he was surprised, and a beautiful smile blossomed on his face. Now you even know how to flatter me. This time, it was Layla's turn to be stunned. She thought to herself, why is he laughing? This is a bad omen. Please stop laughing and just give me a firm answer. It was not just her. The others were equally shocked, especially Evers. Seeing such an action for the first time took everyone by surprise. This is the first time I have seen the master laugh like that, since he joined the army, one maid whispered, covering her mouth. Evers nodded dazed. Indeed, it is. Evers suddenly thought of Phoebe. Could it be because of that gluttonous pigeon just now? Everyone burst out laughing. That is quite possible. Sensing that Matthias was in an exceptionally good mood, Layla grew bold and made a request. Sir, Duke, I would like to ask you a favor. If you see Phoebe in the hunting grounds, please do not shoot her, all right? Seeing him remain silent, she lowered her voice and whispered pleadingly, Duke. But Matthias took everything in. The scenery died in autumn light. Everything was Layla, and only Layla was looking at him. It was strange that pleading, beseeching gaze did not annoy Matthias at all. He even had a ridiculous and pitiful thought that this moment should last forever, but perhaps it was time to stop for now. As Layla waited, Matthias decided to end the silence, replacing a verbal answer with a slight nod. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Duke." He could feel it. Layla's eyes were overflowing with pure joy. However, Matthias himself felt somewhat bewildered. He thought, what is there to be so happy about just for the safety of a pigeon? He could not understand it at all, yet he could not tear his eyes away from that unfamiliar face. She lowered her eyes again. He observed her meticulously, because on Layla's face, there was no anger, fear, shame, or tears, but something much more radiant and vivid. On the other hand, a sense of discomfort and an unknown unrest began to rise within him. Matthias was puzzled. It felt like hunger. Layla saw the children below and waved continuously. "Children, below," the children shouted back. "Teacher," he thought in confusion, "it also feels like being full." When she suddenly turned back, while Matthias was still trying to find a name for that emotion, Layla sensed his gaze and quickly wiped the smile from her face. Layla returned to her usual self, showing her discomfort and avoiding his eyes, finally looking down at the ground. Matthias nodded slightly. Now he understood clearly. That was the emotion this woman had taught him. He looked down at his own dark shadow where the sun-like smile had vanished, leaving behind a thick darkness. He did not feel very pleasant. A moment later, someone exclaimed, "The photos in the newspapers can't even compare to the Duke's real appearance." Grever blushed as she spoke. Every small gesture radiates such elegance and noble quality. When he escorted me, my heart raced. He is the most perfect man I have ever met. Layla listened and repeated, "A perfect gentleman." Grever turned sharply to look at her. "Right, Miss Llewellyn." Layla was startled, and then nodded. "What? Oh, yes." Time wound back to the day of the picnic, in the dressing room. She stepped out and closed the door. Outside, Matthias had been leaning against the door, waiting for Layla for who knows how long. Hearing the sound, he immediately tucked away the object in his hand and turned his head. Even she was a bit shocked. But then, as if they both understood each other, they both looked down. Layla intentionally moved a bit further away from him, while Matthias was in no hurry, standing there with his arms crossed. Her blue eyes remained fixed on the ground. And what caught her sight were Matthias's polished leather shoes. He maintained his usual polite demeanor, even gesturing for her to go ahead. Seeing this, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on Layla. When she looked down, Matthias's legs were still crossed in the same position. Layla slowly lifted her feet to walk. And as he extended his leg, she quickly hopped over it with both feet. Matthias did not seem too surprised by this action. The moment Layla landed safely on the floor, he retracted his long leg. She felt as if she had achieved something. She had dodged it though her hands were still held up, not yet pulled back. Next, Layla turned around to look at the man. Matthias was also tilting his head, looking at her with an affectionate gaze. But only a second later, he turned and walked away, leaving Layla with a confusing view of his back. She remained in that awkward posture, with her bag still on the ground at her feet, unpicked. On the other side, he lightly touched his lips. This action made Layla feel incredibly embarrassed. In an instant, her face turned as red as a boiled lobster. Returning to the present, she cursed irritably to herself. What gentleman, no way. But should I believe the promise of a man who wears two masks like that? Layla thought back to her pigeon. Phoebe is a precious bird to me, but to the Duke, she is just a pigeon living in the woods. No, no. A while later, everyone parted ways. Grever waved. Well then, goodbye, Miss Llewellyn. She also nodded. Yes, goodbye. Layla put one foot on the bicycle pedal and reassured herself. Anyway, this was a promise made in front of many people, so he won't break his word. Still uneasy, she told herself again, that is right, he will keep his promise. Meanwhile, Matthias was sitting next to the gluttonous Phoebe. This bird, unaware of its owner's anxiety, flew to the annex every day after the picnic trip. He slowly evaluated it. As a bird raised in the wild, it seemed very greedy. Tomorrow and the day after, it would probably come here again. Matthias remembered very clearly Phoebe's task that day on the windowsill. because now that it had finished its role as a messenger bird, it realized that even if it flew to Kyle Ettman's window, it would get nothing. Watching its shaking beak, he made a refined observation. Unlike its foolish owner, this is quite an intelligent bird. Its vitality is good, too. Suddenly, Matthias imagined a different scene. Kyle Ettman. You must have laughed very comfortably in front of him. Then there was the image of Layla's forced expression when she was with him, even though her smile had quickly vanished in his presence. Matthias lowered his head to look at Phoebe beside him. His hand gently stroked it, making Phoebe very delighted as she continuously nuzzled against him. Matthias just stared at the bird as if he were calculating something. On the other side, Layla was very seriously cleaning Phoebe's cage. She had also prepared food and water for it. Layla said seriously, "The cage is clean, and the food is filled. Phoebe, you must stay home and be good today." Seeing the bird's attitude, she sharpened her tone. "Don't you dare go near the annex area ever again, understand, Phoebe?" Unable to stay angry, Layla just felt helpless. "Forget it. How could you possibly understand what I am saying?" She reached out to hold it. "Come here, Phoebe, into the house now." But when Layla picked Phoebe up and looked at her closely for a moment, she felt a bit suspicious. "Phoebe, did you get fat?" The bird, meanwhile, tried to look innocent. Layla observed Phoebe further. She had thought the feathers were growing thicker for winter, making her look plump, but was she actually gaining weight? Could it be like last time, eating random things outside? She looked at it in confusion. "Where and what are you eating, Phoebe? Kyle is not even here anymore." Suddenly, Layla fell silent, her whole body feeling like it had been put on pause. She just stood there, feeling a bit empty inside as she murmured, "Kyle." "That is right, Kyle is not here anymore." At that moment, Layla realized that the name buried deep in her heart had suddenly surfaced when she accidentally spoke it. Kyle. It turned out to be. That name, which she had called countless times, was still buried deep in her heart. Today, another ordinary day passed. As she prepared to go to school, Bill asked caringly, "You have not forgotten anything, have you?" Layla nodded, "No, Uncle. I am going now." He smiled brightly as he saw her off. Layla thought that perhaps it should not be called ordinary, but rather a somewhat happy day. She returned a test paper to a little girl. "Monica, you studied so hard. You got 100 this time." Even so, occasionally, when that dear name suddenly popped up, she would intentionally smile even more brightly. The image of two bleeding hands overlapping appeared again. Because she had to live well, because she had promised him. She told herself, like a mantra, that she would live well. Once again, the familiarity flared up. Even so, as she stepped onto the path they had once walked together, the loneliness she had tried to ignore all day suddenly rushed back as regret. Layla herself understood that it was a separation destined from the very beginning. In her heart, she could not understand why they had loved each other with such a love. At this moment, Layla was near despair, only to be hurt like this. On her way home, she was left alone with her emotions. The wheels of Layla's bicycle rolled slowly down the road. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she looked up. Before her eyes was Linda, someone Layla had not heard news of for a very long time. Her hands instinctively tightened, but she gave a slight nod in greeting. Thinking it was not enough, Layla nodded deeper. The woman's attitude was the same as before. She also gave a slight nod back. As she passed by Linda, the woman called out, "Layla." Layla stopped. Linda said, seemingly with concern, "You have found a path that suits you. That is good to know." Layla knew exactly what she was implying, and her whole body grew tense. Linda tilted her head to deliver the news. Kyle has also found a life that suits him now and is doing very well. Hearing information about the person she longed for, Layla was so shocked that she whipped her body around. Before she could speak, the woman continued, "Of course, everyone still looks down on my reputation. Furthermore," Linda added, "and Kyle has distanced himself from me." In that silent space, her honest words rang out, "But I really do not regret it." Linda gave her an indifferent glance. "Regardless, I managed to protect my son. For me, that is enough." She seemed to ask with concern, "What about you, Layla?" Linda carried a bit of curiosity. "Are you satisfied?" Layla's face remained calm by force. But her hand on the bicycle handlebar was shaking uncontrollably. In the end, without waiting for an answer, the woman walked away. Layla also turned around, slowly leading her bike in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a luxurious and familiar car drove in. Matthias's cold eyes suddenly spotted something outside the car window. It was the small silhouette of Layla on her bicycle. But very quickly, he retracted his gaze. When she looked up, she saw something. Her foot, which was on the pedal, slipped because of the surprise. Matthias's solid and very familiar back caught Layla's eye. Hearing the sound, he also slowly turned around. Seemingly reluctant, it was only after a few seconds that she spoke. "Greetings, Duke." Seeing that Matthias said nothing, Layla hurriedly said, "Well then, please excuse me." With that, she slowly pushed her bike, wanting to slip past him. Only now did Matthias speak. "You must become a lady, Layla." Seeing Layla stop, he continued, "You know that." Matthias reminded her nonchalantly, "If you act like a lady, I will also become a gentleman." In a flash, he was close beside her, making her jump. "And if I become a gentleman?" The next words were a threat. "Then your pigeon will also be safe." At this point, Layla could not help but frown. Looking at this handsome yet rogue face, she cursed inwardly. After all, he really does have a nasty temperament. Following his old style, Matthias once again left her with his familiar back, making her frustrated. The two remained in silence, each with their own thoughts. Suddenly, he let out a sigh. "I do not recall telling you to be a maid." Layla did not hear clearly and asked back, "What?" She slowly led her bike closer to Matthias. At that moment, he also began to take small steps. For some unknown reason, Matthias let out another long, helpless sigh. Suddenly, he decisively turned on his heel. Matthias stood still to be level with Layla, and their eyes met again. She did not understand his intent, and her hands automatically tightened their grip a bit more. Matthias's face was stern as he stared at her in silence. Under that pressure, Layla also stood frozen, as if waiting for something. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, "That hairstyle." Before Matthias could finish his sentence, her face flushed red. Her hand instinctively touched her neck. "If it is not any better, I will cut it short." At this point, as Layla led her bike past him, he still stood there motionless. Once again, it was Matthias's turn to exclaim in surprise, "Cut it." She answered without hesitation, "Yes, that way I will look much more mature, and won't be criticized for no reason." But after hearing that, he said, "Don't cut it." As soon as he finished, Layla was startled and blurted out, "What is he saying? Could it be?" However, she regained her composure and questioned him, "Does even whether I keep my hair long or cut it need the Duke's permission?" At some point, Matthias had caught up with Layla. He looked straight into those eyes and praised, "It is beautiful." Amidst her bewilderment, he continued, "Your hair." With that cold face, Matthias made a comparison, "It is like wings." Finally, he concluded, "So, do not cut it." These words once again made Layla's two cheeks explode in a blush. What? But the voice of the man saying those unbelievable words was no different from when he insulted and hurt her. She lowered her head slightly. Thinking back, even when uttering cruel words, the Duke's voice was always gentle. Those small fragments came rushing back. When she realized that truth, the memory of the summer day she first met Duke Herhard, the day she was almost shot, appeared vividly. Back then, a panting Layla ran to report, "Uncle, I just met someone in the woods." A tall man. While she was describing him, his hair is black, and his eyes are emerald blue. Bill was frozen in terror. Recalling this, Layla's cheeks reddened as she marveled. His voice was just like waterbird feathers. The truth was, the soft feathers Layla picked up by the river were treasures she cherished. To her, that was the only way to describe the Duke's voice, yet he used that very voice to give such an absurd answer. Returning to the present situation, Layla, who had tried to erase the memories of her impulsive childhood days, hurriedly avoided the Duke's gaze. She would rather he use cruel words to hurt her. Simply because the scary, annoying, and hateful person was the Duke Herhard that Layla knew. Matthias just looked at her and waited. Time ticked away, but despite the wait, the Duke only walked alongside her. No words Layla expected were spoken. Suddenly, Layla glanced at his cold expression and felt suspicious. It was as if she had misheard. There was no way those were sincere words. Why on earth would he say such strange things? She suddenly picked up speed, pushing the bike away quickly. In her heart, she thought maybe he was intentionally saying confusing things to tease her. Matthias was utterly astonished, unable to understand Layla's sudden action. His long arm instinctively reached out, wanting to grab her, but in a split second, he restrained himself and pulled back. Before he knew it, he saw Layla trip over something, sending both her and the bike to the ground, leaving him speechless. Because of that fall, all her books and papers scattered out, while she remained in that same fallen posture. Behind her, Matthias let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, a small pebble flew from ahead and tapped Layla on the head, accompanied by his doting voice, "You keep tripping, do not you?" When she looked up, she saw Matthias helping her lift the bicycle. He even very seriously adjusted the handlebars. Layla was still sitting on the ground, staring. Still in shock, her mouth hung open and could not close. It turned out Matthias was carefully using his hand to gently brush the dirt and sand off her bag. This action instantly made Layla's face turn as red as a boiled lobster. She rushed forward to snatch the bag from his hand. "Let me do it, Duke. That is my job. Layla klottet her beit. I will do it." Matthias tilted his head and stared at her. Layla's hands moved quickly to put away the books and papers scattered outside. Instinctively, he leaned down slightly to see more clearly. Her cheeks were still flushed, and a cold sweat ran down the side of her beautiful face. Without knowing when, a faint smile had bloomed on his cold face. After a while, they both finished the task. Matthias lightly brushed the dust off his hands while Layla excused herself. I apologize if I was rude, Duke." She lowered her eyes. "If my going ahead of the Duke was disrespectful, I will wait until the Duke goes ahead." Hearing this, Matthias thought to himself, "You do not want to walk with me anymore." Suddenly, he realized something. That is right. After all, once we pass the main gate of the estate, we can't walk together anyway. Thinking so, Matthias put both hands in his pockets and said, "Go on." Layla asked back in confusion, "I should go first." This time he did not answer, but gave a slight nod. She did not hesitate either, nodding gently. "Thank you, Duke." Layla sat on her bicycle seat. And as she was about to leave, Layla seemed to sense something and turned her head back. Matthias had regained his cold attitude and was observing her. Without stopping for long, Layla turned away and paddled off. But as he watched that slender back, he thought to himself, "I would rather make her cry." As he prepared to walk, he sensed something and lowered his eyes. Right at the tip of his shoe was Layla's fountain pen that she had dropped earlier. Matthias gently leaned down and picked it up. Next, he held it up a little high. Then he looked at her back as she gradually faded into the distance. His face looked as if he were calculating something. Finally, he tucked the fountain pen into the small inner pocket of his coat. At night, bright lights surrounded the luxurious villa. The fountain pen from earlier was being used by Matthias to sign some papers. After finishing, he very carefully closed the pen cap, a strange gentleness on his face. Matthias gently caressed the name engraved on the cap, Layla Llewellyn. It looked new. Layla would never buy such a thing for herself. He speculated, it must be a gift from the gardener. Matthias continued to fiddle with it. "I hope so. Because if it is a gift from Bill Remmer, she would try to get it back at all costs." A moment later, he handed the signed documents to Evers. Suddenly, Evers's eyes held a bit of suspicion. Evers spotted Phoebe and burst out laughing. "That bird is here again." As if he had expected it, Matthias smiled gently and glanced over at it. He calmly gave an order, "Go back now." Evers nodded. "Yes, master. I will have the car ready in the morning." Finally, Evers did not forget to say, "I wish you a comfortable night." Meanwhile, Matthias opened the pen cap with some anticipation. "I wonder if she has noticed by now." In his mind, he remembered that back of hers. She might be so busy running away that she has not even realized yet. He used the pen to write on a small piece of paper. He was enjoying it. If being praised as a wonderful gentleman is the case, then being a gentleman is not so bad. Matthias quickly turned his attention to the gluttonous Phoebe. It is time this messenger bird fulfilled its duty. He tied the note he had just written onto it. His mood was so good that he did not forget to comment, "You are quite gentle, unlike your owner." A few seconds later, the letter was neatly tied to Phoebe's leg by Matthias. Next, he swept his arm to let it fly away. In the dark night, it returned to its familiar windowsill. When she discovered it, Layla cried out in surprise, "Phoebe." She quickly went to open the window and questioned, "Where have you been? You were not here all evening, I was worried." Within seconds, Layla saw the object tied to its leg. Even so, she could only think of one other person. She thought a letter. Kyle. Layla opened the letter and began to feel suspicious. Could it be? After reading it, she was even more stunned. No. Layla frantically capé. It can't be. She rummaged through it. No way. Her mouth continuously muttered, "When did these stones and leaves get in here?" Finally, she slumped to the ground in disappointment. It is not here. Only then did Layla whip around to look at Phoebe. The bird's face clearly indicated, "I have eaten, and the letter has arrived." On the paper was a flourish of elegant handwriting. "Where is your pen, Layla?" Her eyes widened in shock. But she could not help it. She held her head and screamed. The next morning, as the sunlight streamed through the window, while she was combing her hair, she suddenly remembered Matthias's voice, "Don't cut it." That cold face had even offered a compliment, saying, "It is beautiful." He had not stopped there, comparing it to a pair of wings. Layla's hand paused briefly as she combed her hair. The image of the man kneeling to dust off her bag flashed in her mind. The hand holding the comb went limp and dropped to her side. She imagined Matthias's cold voice asking, "Where is your pen, Layla?" making her jump and startle. Agitated, she began combing her hair vigorously. Time passed quickly, and it was now several days after that incident. Today was the day of the Herhard family's gala dinner, and Layla was putting her hair up in a bun. Inside, the servants were bustling about, but the situation was different now that the seasons had changed and the flowers had withered. Even using all the greenhouse flowers was not enough to decorate the entire vast mansion. She was currently speaking with the mistress because, in the end, someone had to go to the city's flower shops to get more ornamental plants, and she had volunteered for the task. Layla was quite happy. Of course, this schedule was a bit exhausting since she had to work and study at the same time, but it was better than wasting time trying to understand that man's inexplicable intentions. She began to straighten her clothes, thinking, "I did not answer his letter." As Layla stepped outside, she thought that although she desperately wanted her fountain pen back, fortunately, the Duke had remained silent. She speculated that perhaps he had not had the chance yet, as the Duke had been busy for several days. In her heart, she thought of the dejected Phoebe. As for Phoebe, the bird who had been secretly communicating with him, she was now locked in a cage in the backyard. While Layla was getting food for her, she could not help but mutter, "Besides, why does he keep taking other people's things at this point? Is not it a habit of stealing?" Suddenly, Phoebe's eyes glistened as if she were pleading for something, but Layla immediately refused. "It is no use looking at me like that, Phoebe. You are grounded for a while." Seeing the bird turn away, Layla added more food and comforted her. "Just endure it, even if it is uncomfortable. It is all for your own good." But she could not stop grumbling, "And you, honestly, if you were going to go, you should have brought back the pen, not a letter." Inside the mansion, which was now magnificently decorated, Layla knew that the perfect Herhard dinner party held no special surprises for anyone. Naturally, in the Berg Empire, Herhard was a name synonymous with perfection. The noble ladies were chatting excitedly. Conversely, only if things went poorly would it truly pique everyone's intense curiosity. More specifically, at this gathering of all family members, Matthias and Claudine, busy welcoming guests, perfectly fulfilled their duties as fiancé and fiancée. Today, Claudine felt very confident that when she became the Duchess, she would sincerely cherish and love everything about this family, including the beautiful greenhouse known as the Paradise of Arvis. At that moment, Claudine asked, "Duke Herhard, Lady Norma has given me permission to expand the greenhouse once I become the Duchess. What do you think, Matthias?" Matthias replied indifferently, "As you wish, my lady." She tilted her head understandingly. "I knew you would say that. Actually, I already have a plan in mind. It is beautiful now, but it will be twice as beautiful after the expansion." Suddenly, someone appeared before Claudine's eyes. She cried out with a gentle surprise, "Brother Riet." Riet stood there with a wine glass in hand, wearing a gentle smile. He walked over and kissed Claudine's hand. "You look truly beautiful today, Duchess Herhard." She replied playfully, "Teasing me as soon as we meet." But the man did not pay attention. A servant approached and reported in a low voice, "Master, someone has requested to see you to discuss business." Suddenly, Claudine turned and asked, "Duke Herhard, the guests will likely move to the drawing room soon. Shall we take a short walk together?" But Matthias coldly refused. "You go ahead. I will follow shortly." Even so, she nonchalantly took Riet's arm. "Fine, you go ahead. I will take a walk with Riet then." Riet teased, "For Lady Brandt, I am always just a substitute for Duke Herhard, are not I?" Claudine immediately replied in a coquettish voice, "Why would you say such a thing?" while Matthias had already turned away. However, Riet's gaze sharpened as he watched the departing back. As they walked along the fountain, Claudine introduced her plan. "After the expansion, I will bring in plants from tropical regions as well." She continued, "I will build a new tea room on one side and decorate the space with specially crafted furniture." He exposed her. "Earlier you told me not to tease you, but now your mind is already that of the Duchess of Herhard." But Claudine argued that, either way, it was out of love for Herhard. Riet asked with concern, "You two are truly amazing. Matthias has always been that way, but are you really okay with this?" She feigned ignorance. "I do not understand what you are talking about." He did not stop, emphasizing, "Duke Herhard will absolutely never love you. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." But Claudine remained as calm as ever. What noble ever marries for love? Suddenly, Riet's polished leather shoes pivoted to face her beautiful high heels. He looked at her with affectionate eyes. It could be possible if Lady Brandt were determined to become the Marchioness of Linman instead. Despite this, Claudine reminded him, "Brother, I have been coming in and out of Arvis with my mother for 10 years now." The hand Riet held remained still as she asked pointedly, "You know what that means, do not you?" He informed her, "That bird is still there. The beautiful little bird living in the Duke's bedroom." Claudine did not understand. "So, has anything changed?" She withdrew her hand and turned away. A bird is just a bird. No matter how much it is loved, it can never occupy the position of the Duchess. Claudine spoke with confidence tinged with contempt. "Anyway, I wonder how long a canary's lifespan is. I only hope that noisy bird does not live too long." For a moment, Riet could not help but say, "Claudine, at times like this, I truly want to wish you and Matthias happiness." Even he had to comment that they were a terrifyingly perfect couple, while she seemed satisfied with the remark and smiled beautifully. Riet remarked, "I suddenly feel pity for that tiny bird. Perhaps it is the empathy of a tag along standing beside a terrifyingly perfect couple." Then he added, "Well then." He slowly stepped closer. "I will try to get acquainted with that bird, for the sake of my precious sister's happiness." At this point, she was curious. "Do you have such tastes as well?" Riet lightly stroked his chin. "Not my type, but she is quite pretty." Claudine's slender legs turned back around. "It won't be easy. Despite how she looks, that bird has the pride of a princess." He frowned slightly. "Lady Brandt, you underestimate me too much." She returned to her honey-sweet voice. "Not at all. I was just saying." Claudine set a condition. "I am curious to see if you can befriend that arrogant bird. If you succeed, I will gladly give you a congratulatory gift." Her slender arm hooked into Riet's strong arm. "What kind of gift?" Claudine said vaguely, "How about a word of thanks and some love?" He seemed to consider it. Thanks and love, not bad. At that moment, a steady sequence of footsteps echoed in the ambiguous atmosphere. Her emotions quickly adjusted as she called out softly, "Duke Herhard." Claudine's arm unhesitatingly let go of Riet. Within seconds, she was standing before Matthias. A flicker of hard-to-grasp jealousy flashed in his eyes. But he did not spare even a glance for Claudine. Seeming to understand his place, Riet turned away with a helpless smile. But even if it was only for a split second, Matthias had caught it. The car slowly rolled to a stop in front of the mansion gates. Matthias stopped and looked back. "You may leave." The other man bowed slightly. "Yes, then I will have the car waiting at the villa at the scheduled departure time, master." The morning sun bathed the mansion. A week had passed since he sent the note. His strides were long and steady on the stairs, but neither the messenger bird nor Layla had come. Matthias stood there in silence for a few seconds. For the first few days, he could wait patiently. He turned his head to look into the distance. Because that girl was busy helping with the gardener's dinner preparations, but now he could be patient no longer. The sunset painted the landscape orange. By now, Layla's intention was all too clear. In truth, he had vaguely guessed it from the start. He had simply been deceiving himself. Matthias checked his watch. There was still free time before his afternoon schedule. Since it was the weekend, Layla Llewellyn would likely be in the cabin. At that thought, his pace quickened. There was only one conclusion to be drawn from that fact, and he followed it without hesitation. Golden leaves fell with the wind as he left the villa for the riverbank, and then into the forest. Walking without hesitation, he thought. Matthias kept walking. He should have made her cry and hurt, as that regret became deeper than the crimson colors of the dyed forest. Not far away, he saw Layla, looking calm and relaxed. Her hair glowed in the sunlight, making his week-long wait seem ridiculous. Her hands moved quickly, grabbing a thin blanket. A steady, deliberate sound of footsteps approached. Layla stopped what she was doing and looked up. At that moment, her figure was reflected through the thin blanket. Layla bent down again, intending to continue her work. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her whole body froze. Behind the blanket, she could catch a glimpse of someone's legs. Layla was startled and spun around quickly. The blanket dropped from her hands, her body momentarily stiffening. Before her, the other person's figure appeared and disappeared behind the laundry. Realizing something, Layla was stunned into silence. The other person stepped out, 1 foot at a time. As expected, it was Matthias. Layla panicked instantly, her footsteps retreating backward. Her mouth hung open, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. Finally, she chose to turn around and run. Her pace grew faster. Layla screamed and started running the moment she saw him, as if she had just seen a ghost. Matthias, on the contrary, stood still. Because it was a completely unexpected situation, he had to stare for a moment before realizing what was happening. His heart sank slightly. Layla was running away, avoiding him. Matthias ran his hand through his hair, his lips curling up, watching her leave him behind. Facing her receding back, a serious question popped into his head. Did she really believe she could soothe the situation with such a ridiculous escape? He reached out, slowly unbuttoning his coat. Immediately after, Matthias stopped mocking and began to chase Layla. The distance between them narrowed. No matter how far she ran, the hunting grounds were in the palm of Matthias's hand. He pitted the prey that had made a wrong choice and gradually picked up speed. With his wide field of vision, he observed everything, and soon after, he found Layla crossing a vast field. Matthias narrowed his eyes, chasing her with a cold face. Layla looked back and discovered in panic. What? What is this? Since when has he been chasing me? Thinking this, she ran even faster. No. Why is he chasing me? The two of them ran, one chasing the other along the path. Besides, why is he so fast? He usually walks so slowly. Layla was suddenly blocked by a large tree trunk. Had she already been caught? She hurriedly grabbed the nearest branch. Her feet scrambled to climb but repeatedly slipped. Losing her balance, Layla fell backward. Just in time, Matthias arrived and caught her. His large hand tightened around Layla's waist. Step by step, he pressed her against the tree trunk. Matthias bowed his head and chuckled softly, his voice ice cold. Where are you going, Layla? She could not help but struggle. After all, why are you doing this to me? Matthias interrupted directly, not a question, but an answer. Answer me, Layla. His deep voice echoed above her head. Do you think ignoring my letter and not answering me is the behavior of a lady? This made her blush. What letter? I do not know what the Duke is talking about. Hearing this, Matthias leaned in even closer. The letter did not arrive. Layla guiltily looked away. I do not know about that. His gaze then shifted to Phoebe. Layla, you should think carefully before you speak. What do you think I would do with a useless messenger bird that can't deliver a letter properly? Layla argued back stiffly. You promised. You promised not to shoot Phoebe. Clearly. Matthias chuckled. Is that so? Then he muttered to himself. What should I do? I also want to pretend I do not understand what you were saying. After a long hesitation, Layla raised her voice. You already know everything. Matthias remained composed. Let us see. Is it the matter of ignoring the letter? Or the running away? Or perhaps it is an apology for lying. The small lips before him quivered slightly. I truly cannot understand the Duke. Why do you keep stealing my things? Matthias's eyes narrowed slightly. What, stealing? Layla seemed unhappy, really. Are you truly a crow? He was perplexed. Was Layla Llewellyn aware that she was the only person in all of Carlsbad, no, in the entire empire, who dared to call him a petty thief? At that moment, she continued, and I think this is unfair. The one who stole my things, the one who did. The more she spoke, the more Layla lost her restraint. Why do I always have to come and plead with you? Please, return my pen to me now. Matthias replied nonchalantly, I lost it. Layla was stunned for a moment. What? What? He explained, since he did not need it, I thought you would not come looking for it. Her body shrank slightly. Then why did you come looking for me in this manner? He did not shy away. I had to inform you after all. His warmth brushed against her ear. I am a gentleman, you see. Layla's steps grew panicked as he pushed closer. It was too close. If this continued, the Duke would hear her heartbeat. Immediately after, she turned and ran. She did not want to be near him for even a second longer. She had to escape right now. Unfortunately, her hair was quickly caught by Matthias's grip. A strong force jerked her backward. With just one hand, he pulled her into his embrace. Look at this. Is not it right, Layla? She closed her eyes, not daring to face him. The finest gentleman in Carlsbad that you spoke of. With a flushed face, Layla bashfully tried to walk away. Once she was far enough, she turned and shouted, I take that back. The Duke is absolutely not a gentleman. Absolutely not. Matthias slowly checked the time. Is that so? Such a harsh evaluation all of a sudden. Layla continued to shout from ahead. If the Duke is a gentleman, then I must be the queen. This time, Matthias did not reply, only spreading one arm slightly. Placing his hand across his chest, he bowed deeply. Layla tightened her grip on her scarf. How could a person like him even exist? She remembered that letter. A strange package had been sent, and it was sent to her school, not her home. Layla picked it up and observed it curiously. Since it had her name on it, it could not have been sent by mistake. She had never seen the sender's name and had never been to the place it was sent from. In novels, mysterious cases usually begin when an unknown package like this arrives. After thinking for a while, she decided, I will just open it and see. Seeing the object inside, her eyes could not hide her surprise. Inside the wooden box lay a single item neatly placed, a fountain pen. In that moment, Layla seemed to realize something. She sat silently on the chair for a long time. A welcoming voice rang out outside the mansion. Welcome, Riette. Riette walked in slowly. How are you, Aunt? Where is Lady Norma? Elise replied happily. She is taking a nap. Go and greet her later. Let us have some tea first. At the table, she asked after him. Is it tiring to drive such a long distance yourself? I find driving quite interesting, and I am used to the road here. Elise seemed very caring. Riette, who had been in and out of Arvis for years as Matthias's friend and cousin, was no different from family to them. She said softly, if only your sister had come as well. The morning sun shone through the window frame as Riette said politely, my mother said she was going on a trip soon, so she won't be here until next year. Elise sighed. She is planning to stay in the south again this winter. Hearing this, Riette laughed softly. Yes, my mother has always hated the cold. Thus, the conversation continued with inquiries about the family, intimate and gentle. Before them was the garden, crimson with fallen leaves. After tea with his aunt, Riette immediately went for a walk in the Arvis forest. Normally, these steps were to enjoy the scenery. He draped his coat over his shoulder, whistling as he walked, but his true purpose lay elsewhere. Layla's beautiful figure appeared in his line of sight, the girl who was causing a stir in the flawlessly perfect lives of Matthias and Claudine. A coin was dropped into her hand. Of course, he was not completely ignorant of Layla, he just had not paid special attention to her. He once pitied her miserable situation, and thought she was a rather pretty girl, but she was just one of countless servants, that was all. And yet, Matthias von Herhard, of all people, it was him. Riette stepped toward the house, finding it unimaginable that he would be interested in such a girl. He narrowed his eyes, checking the surroundings. It seemed no one was home yet. Thinking this, he draped his coat over the back of a chair. I will just sit here and wait then. Riet sat with his legs crossed and took out a cigarette. A secret romance between a young noble and a beautiful maid was a common tale, but the story would be different if that noble were Duke Herhard. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of white smoke, even if it were just a very brief, passing desire. Recalling what Claudine had said, Duke Herhard had lied to drive a wedge between Layla and the doctor's son. She had not looked back, her voice steady. Just to have a lowly orphan like that, he would lie and plot. Can you believe it, Brother Riet? At that time, Riet had laughed and asked, Matthias lied. Claudine nodded. Yes, that very same arrogant Duke Herhard. Then she muttered as if by chance, it would have been better if he had just had her sooner. These words still rang in his ears. Only by having her sooner could he discard her sooner. Riet grabbed her wrist. What on earth happened? Tell me in more detail, Claudine. Claudine turned away and did not answer. Despite his persistent questioning about what the lie was, Claudine gave no further answers. She only smiled with the face of an audience member watching a low-class, boring play. In that smile, he felt no jealousy. Riet stopped and did not press further. If Claudine were jealous and suffering, he could have spoken right then. He held her hand tightly without letting go. Don't bind yourself to a marriage that makes you unhappy. The one who can bring you happiness is me. A second later, he slowly let go, but because he knew clearly that the happiness Claudine desired still lay with Matthias. In the end, Riet had to swallow the words that had risen to his throat. As the sunset faded, Claudine left. Go home safely. Riet replied, I will be in touch. In that moment, his gaze could not help but turn toward the distance. Claudine's figure vanished into the evening light. Riet von Lindemann loved a woman who would never be unhappy because of love. He leaned forward, greedily wanting to see more, even though her unhappiness lay right there. Lost in thought, he, who loved a simple and easy life, also accepted that truth. Riet suddenly noticed something in the distance. Before him, Layla had returned. Therefore, there was no reason why he could not play a simple and easy joke. The sound of a chair leg scraping against the floor echoed. Riet opened the box and put something back, if it would bring him joy. And if it brought happiness to Claudine, it was even more worth doing. Thinking this, he stood up. Hello, bird girl living in the forest. While putting his coat back on, he greeted her. Should I call you Miss Bird now or Teacher Bird? Hearing this, Bill smiled and stepped forward. Isn't this Marquis Lindman? May I ask what brings you here? Riet tilted his head, thinking, oh dear, he is being quite overtly cautious. It would have been better if I had met her when she was alone. He walked forward slowly. I just stopped by while taking a walk. The autumn forest in Arvis is beautiful, is not it? Then I suddenly remembered the girl who used to live in the forest, so I came by. Saying this, Riet laughed and continued. I heard the girl I frequently met at the hunting grounds has now become a teacher, so I was curious to check in on her. Layla's figure appeared in his sight. She had now become a young lady. Standing beside her, Riet smiled and appraised her. Mr. Lermel has grown very beautiful roses, and his daughter has been raised to be as beautiful as a rose as well. Bill tried to suppress his anger. Yes. Riet seemed not to notice, wondering, is he smiling or is he angry? A moment later, he spoke again. It is getting late. I must be going. I have dinner with the Duke. As he passed Layla, he intentionally slowed down. Very nice to meet you, Miss Llewellyn. His eyes could not hide his blatant interest. See you again. With that, he hummed a tune and departed. The moment they entered the house, Bill cautioned her, Layla, be careful around Marquis Lindman. Layla was puzzled. Why, Uncle? Bill spoke bluntly, that lazy playboy wandering all the way out here. I do not believe it for a second. Saying that, he turned back and advised her, you must listen to me, Layla. You should not think that every aristocrat in the world is as composed and dignified as Duke Herhard. Suddenly Bill paused. Why are you making that face? Layla bit her lip hard. No. I am just hungry. She tightened her grip on her bag strap. Let us eat dinner quickly, Uncle. Bill did not ask further. All right, I will tidy up a bit and be right out. She recalled then that before coming here, people used to say to her when she was alone. She walked over to the box containing the fountain pen, thinking, I knew it. That is all you can expect from a child growing up without parents. Then Layla carefully opened the lid. The words of contempt and pity filled with prejudice even for the same mistake, the same slip-up. This world was never fair to her. Her gaze fixed on the pen was somewhat pensive. Layla's hand instinctively caressed the body of the pen. She pursed her lips as if deep in thought. Finally, she made up her mind. I will return this package tomorrow morning on my way to work. The nib was carefully dipped into the ink bottle, because she was determined and strove to not live a life where people could say, I knew it. Layla meticulously wrote each word on a piece of paper, as she always did when facing the harsh standards of this world. Afterwards, she wrapped it and the wooden box in a small bag, even for the sake of Uncle Bill, who had loved and raised her as well as anyone could. Layla carefully tied the string with lingering thoughts. I will certainly live such a life. Finally, she wrote a few lines on the box. The sender should be returned to the address and name written on this package, right? The evening sun cast its glow through the car window, while the recipient was. At that moment, someone was flipping through pages of documents, reviewing them. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pen. On the body of the pen was an exquisite inscription. Matthias smiled and began to write. The warm room echoed with melodious tunes. The sound of wine pouring followed the rhythm of the pourer. Matthias, every time I come to your room, my heart aches. Riette started a conversation while pouring wine. Leaving fine bottles like these to gather dust in a display cabinet without drinking them is disrespectful to the wine, you know. When finished, he slowly pushed the glass forward. But seriously, I am asking in earnest. His eyes focused on Matthias's actions. How long do you intend to be the master of that bird? Looking up, he said nonchalantly, as long as I want. Hearing that, Riette chuckled softly. I see. He could not help but exclaim, indeed. Matthias was gently stroking the bird, an image that, no matter how many times Riette saw it, he could never get used to. The room fell silent for a moment. Although he had observed Matthias von Herhard his whole life, whenever he wondered if he truly knew the boy, he always received the same answer. Riette's eyes silently observed everything. It was not clear, and that was the only conclusion he could draw after all the years spent together. The men sat happily chatting. And that was not just his opinion. Even other noble officers, who had faced life and death with Matthias on the battlefield where human cruelty is exposed, thought no differently. Even though Riette did not participate in that war, he could imagine the Matthias they described as clearly as if he were seeing it. It must have been a strange attitude, not intoxicated with youthful passion like other young soldiers, nor immersed in the lethargy of merely performing a duty. The image of Matthias standing coldly among the soldiers. He performed tasks systematically, not denying the achievements or the joy that came with them, but also not attaching any special meaning to them. A dazzling light of immense expectations and excellent air, a good cousin, an honorable soldier. Each facet was very clear, but when combined, somehow nothing could be visualized at all. The wine glass was soon drained. Just as mixing brilliant colors of light eventually results in white, Matthias seemed to be exactly like that. His figure stood there lonely, because from the very beginning, there was nothing inside Matthias that needed to be suppressed. Riette swirled his glass, tilted his head and smiled. And yet, for that duke, it is not any other woman but Layla Llewellyn. Is it desire, the instinct to possess a beautiful woman, perhaps? Layla's face reappeared in his mind. But even so, why that girl, the duke, who had always been indifferent to even more beautiful and noble women? He looked away, his mind drifting. Well, how hard could it be? A woman who is easy with both the doctor's son and Duke Herhard, could she really be difficult for me? In his heart, he made a silent bet. Furthermore, if it were the Matthias he knew, he would suggest, hey, we have not gone hunting in a while. I heard you are free this weekend. Watching the other for an answer, instead of getting tangled in a dirty scandal with him, Matthias would surely discard that woman. Riette told himself, just like the ending Claudine desired. Matthias looked down at the bird in his hand, remaining silent. A moment later, he spoke, you go alone. Then he did not forget to add, I will have someone prepare it. Riette was stunned by the answer. What? He asked again, a bit confused. You are saying you won't go hunting, you, seriously? Matthias turned to look at Riette, who still could not believe it. You are joking, right? That is shocking. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Master, it is Hessen. He replied, come in. Riyad immediately recognized the look that you have played enough. Now get out. Look was crystal clear. He chuckled. All right, I am going. I have to go soothe this rejected heart, so I am taking this bottle of wine. On his way to the door, he observed curiously, reporting work even late at night. Hassan, you really work hard. He waved the hand holding the wine bottle. Then see you tomorrow, Duke. Only then did Hassan speak. Master. He brought a tray forward. The package has been returned. Matthias turned his head, repeating in confusion. Package. He stepped closer and picked up the bundle. Where was the package sent from? I have never seen that name before. Hassan hesitated slightly. That is the name of my relative. He bowed and reported. When I received your orders, Master, I used my cousin's name and address. Matthias looked thoughtfully at the item in his hand. I see. Silent for a few seconds, he signaled, leave us. Hassan immediately withdrew. Yes, Master. Heat radiated, following the air to burn the corner of the paper. Matthias dropped the paper directly into the fireplace. He read the contents of the letter. On second thought, losing the pen was my fault. With a somber face, Matthias showed no emotion. Falling and not carefully picking up the dropped item. He remembered every word in the letter. Not retrieving it in time was entirely my fault, so the Duke does not need to take responsibility. At the end of the letter, she wrote, this is an item I have no reason to accept, so I am sending it back. Reading this, Matthias crumpled it in anger. The box and the pen were burned just like that. The Duke does not need to take responsibility. This is an item I have no reason to accept, so I am sending it back. The exquisite lettering engraved on it was gradually swallowed by the flames. He recalled when the pen was first introduced. This fountain pen features an exquisite design engraved with summer roses. It is a beautiful pen made by a craftsman from a famous workshop. Matthias had observed it for a moment, quite satisfied. I will take this one. At this moment, he fell into deep contemplation. His gaze fixed on the object being incinerated. On the day of the school board meeting, the sky poured down torrential rain. Because of this, even though school was over, the teachers were even busier, as they were discussing the construction of an additional building for the lower grades due to the increasing number of students. The plans were laid out neatly on the table. Layla, a new teacher, took on the task of organizing and assisting the school sponsors. Looking outside, she thought, Uncle said it was going to rain hard, and he was right. Luckily, I brought an umbrella. A flash of light startled Layla, but in her heart, she thought, why do I feel so uneasy now? Do not worry about it. I have checked everything so many times. Her hands gently arranged the cups when she suddenly remembered the story Bill Lermel had told. There is no school in Carlsbad that has not received support from her heart. Layla clenched her fists, encouraging herself. Even though she had a premonition that she would not be able to escape the shadow of that name, she still tried to calm down. Just think about work. Try to do a good job. Do not make any mistakes, Layla Llewellyn. From upstairs, someone called down, Miss Llewellyn. The sponsors have arrived. Come over here. Layla quickly replied, yes. Then she and everyone else stood in a line. Several days had passed in silence, so the Duke must have understood her heart by now. In her heart, she could not stop thinking. The silence of that arrogant man was his consent. Anyway, this was something she had to go through sooner or later, and she had prepared herself. Outside, the guests arrived. Thank you all for attending despite the bad weather. Everyone, including Layla, bowed. She did not want to be caught up in the affairs of a world that had nothing to do with her and get hurt again. Someone's long strides moved down the street, carrying her thoughts, never again. Under the rain, Matthias's gaze was somber and cold. A large hand gripped her chin. Although Layla lacked knowledge about men and women, she had a vague premonition she was of an age where she could perceive the Duke's desire, and the level of harm it would cause her. Layla bowed her head, completely blending into the crowd. Both the Duke and the Duke's desire. She thought, and all the consequences that desire would bring, then she was suddenly startled by a voice. Oh my goodness, the Duke. From outside the door, Matthias walked in with a smile. You are so busy yet you still made time to come here. A man welcomed him warmly. This is the first time you have visited our school, is not it? Truly. Thank you for coming. I will lead the way. Please, come this way. Layla's whole body stiffened for a moment. No, please. Grever beside her was excited. Miss Llewellyn, look, it is Duke Herhard. Layla kept her head down, cursing in her heart. Damn it, Miss Grever, please just leave me alone so I can pretend I do not know. Ahead, he walked in slowly. Matthias responded to the teacher's greetings with an elegant nod, truly deserving the title of the finest gentleman. Coming to stand before Layla, he did not overlook the greeting of the new teacher at the end of the line. She cautiously glanced up. When their eyes met Layla, who was gradually turning pale, he smiled. Matthias said nothing. Their eyes briefly met. The man continued to smile. The principal, ecstatic over Duke Herhard's unexpected visit, spoke a lot and led the meeting. In another corner, Layla could not focus on the meeting because every moment, her mind was focused on that man. Matthias sat at a table during the banquet. Duke Herhard, unlike her, participated in the meeting with a completely nonchalant and listening attitude. As if mocking such a Layla who was dazed, a faint calling voice sounded in her ear, Miss Llewellyn. Seeing no response, the person continued to call, Miss Llewellyn. On the third time, the other grew impatient. Hey, Miss Llewellyn. She turned back startled. Yes, Mr. Principal. The principal scolded angrily. What are you doing standing there dazed? Hurry up and bring out the tea we prepared. Layla hurriedly complied in a panic. I am sorry. From a distance, Matthias observed it all. In front of him, she said insolent words without fear. Looking at her like that, he could not help but be surprised. And yet, at just a word of reprimand from the principal, she wilted like a punished child. The principal had not finished complaining. Honestly, I have reminded her so many times, but in the end. Matthias interrupted. Please continue. Holding a document in his hand, he said with a smile, that expansion plan, I would like to hear more details. The principal was overjoyed to hear this. Yes, of course, Duke. I will explain in great detail. Now, please look at the second page of the document. Thus, Layla carefully served tea to everyone. She did everything very gently, avoiding interrupting the conversation. Her nimble hands placed each teacup on the table. She paused slightly, glancing to her side. Hesitant footsteps were forced to move slowly. Across from her, Matthias was silently observing every action. The hand holding the teacup could not help but tremble. He observed everything, not missing a single gesture. Layla, with her beautiful profile, remained focused on her work. Her hand slowly lifted away from the teacup. The corner of Matthias's mouth curled into a very small smile. He departed while everyone at the party was bustling about. The principal approached from afar, his voice welcoming. Duke, you have helped our school so much this time. I sincerely thank you. I will also be visiting to pay my respects to the two ladies soon. Matthias smiled and suggested, before I go, could I take a look at the classrooms for a moment? Hearing this, the principal could not hide his joy. Of course, for the Duke to show such meticulous interest, I do not know what to do. If you do not mind, please go ahead and look. I will see the other guests off and return immediately. Matthias agreed. Let us do that. He went over and called Miss Llewellyn. She raised her head and replied, Yes, Mr. Principal. The principal spoke directly. Leave the cleaning for later. Please guide the Duke on a tour of the school. In her heart, Layla screamed, Me. Matthias tilted his head, looking at her in silence. She bowed her head, ultimately having no way to refuse. Yes, I understand. Layla thus led him along without any emotion. This is the classroom for the upper grades. Each class has students enrolled. When conducting classes other than the main subjects. In her heart, she was a bit confused. What is this? Could I have misunderstood? Her eyes silently watched Matthias ahead. I was worried if something would happen, but he seems to truly be focused only on inspecting the school facilities. Then she reassured herself again. It makes sense, since among the sponsors, he promised to contribute the largest donation. So perhaps he thinks he needs to inspect the inside of the school thoroughly. Walking slowly, she said, I will lead you to the next classroom immediately. Please, this way. Introducing a bit, she turned her head back. This is the classroom for the lower grades. It is where the children the Duke invited to the villa during the autumn picnic last year are studying. At this point, Matthias finally spoke. Then, this is it. The sound of a door opening echoed through the space. A beam of light filtered inside. merging with the sound of torrential rain. The light from outside shone in, merging with the deep voice. This must be Teacher Llewellyn's classroom. Then, Layla's whole body stiffened, her voice suspicious. Duke. The other person's footsteps slowly approached. Matthias chuckled softly and asked, "Why do you have that expression?" Layla felt guilty and wanted to step back. Matthias pressed closer with every second, his voice softening. "Did I do something to you?" Suddenly, he turned to look to one side, Layla. His fingers gently touched the ink bottles. "It is better here." Then, without a word, he opened the lid of an ink bottle. Matthias spoke as he poured red ink down. "It is because we are here that we—" The shoulder of her coat was quickly soaked red with ink. "Can finally speak like this." Layla was startled and rushed forward. "What on earth are you doing?" She blocked the front, the red ink soaking into her. "You can't." Spinning around, she questioned him angrily. "What on earth are you doing right now?" The last drop of ink fell. He said, "Something that requires taking responsibility." With those words, the ink bottle was thrown to the ground heartlessly. She froze upon hearing his voice. "What should we do, Layla?" Matthias tilted his head, his expression cold. "I must take responsibility." The heavy rain continued to pour down. "I sincerely thank the Duke for his generosity in overlooking Miss Llewellyn's mistake." Matthias stood there, his face sincere. "This happened because she tried to catch the ink bottle I dropped. I am the one who should apologize to Miss Llewellyn." The principal hurried to dismiss it. "Even so, for the Duke who visited our school for the first time, I could not show you a better image. I can't feel at ease." He intentionally emphasized, this was a pleasant enough visit. In the distance, Grever was worried. "What should we do?" Layla looked down. "I am fine." Suddenly, he raised his voice. "Miss Llewellyn, come with me. I am on my way back to the estate anyway." Before Layla could speak, the principal hurriedly added, "That is right, Miss Llewellyn. Just do as the Duke says. It is raining hard too." Matthias chuckled softly. "I understand Miss Llewellyn's concern, but—" Pausing for a moment, he said nonchalantly, "Why do not you think about the passers-by who will be shocked to see that the police might even show up?" In her heart, Layla could not help but be furious. That Duke is really something. Grever silently pushed her forward. "Go on, Miss Llewellyn. It is not good to keep refusing the Duke's kindness." Then she leaned in. "And if not now, when else will you get to sit next to the Duke in that wonderful car on the way home?" Layla shuddered slightly. "Miss Gerber, what are you even jealous of?" While she was still flustered, Grever urged her again. "Go on, hurry up. That way we can get off work too." Outside, Matthias was already waiting in the car. In the rain, she departed amidst greetings of goodbye. Layla nodded to Hessen, then stepped into the car. Her expression was not at all comfortable. "If you will excuse me, Duke." Matthias did not speak, only raising an eyebrow slightly to signal her. Layla carefully sat down, leaving a distance between them. She bowed her head, seemingly deep in thought. Her hands constantly fiddled, showing clear restlessness. The car departed and finally stopped at a point. "We have arrived, Master." Layla looked up, startled. Hessen opened the door and stepped out into the rain. Her eyes were glued to the shop in front of her. In her heart, she thought, this is the district where the city's clothing shops are concentrated. Beside her, Matthias explained, "I told you, Layla. I will take responsibility." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Having done something that requires responsibility, naturally I must take responsibility for the damaged clothes as well." Layla jumped. "That is not necessary." She refused. "I do not need clothes," then quickly turned the door handle. "I will go from here on my own." "So." A large hand gripped her, making Layla tremble. "Duke." He glanced over, his expression cold. "What?" His leg seemed to accidentally nudge her as he asked, "Do you still think my fault is not enough?" Layla was impatient. "I want to go home." "Home?" Matthias sighed. "How selfish you are, Layla." He suddenly mentioned, "Aren't you thinking of Mr. Bill Lermel at home? If you appear in this state, how shocked do you think Mr. Lermel would be?" Her shoulders stiffened. Layla hesitated. "What are you saying? Could it be that now, the Duke, who caused this, is actually worried about Uncle Bill?" Matthias averted his eyes, remaining silent. In his line of sight, two people were standing under umbrellas. "It is not about you, Mr. Lermal is a gardener who has worked for my family for decades. Then he slowly let go of her hand. If Mr. Lermal asks what happened, do you have the confidence to explain it clearly? Layla immediately replied, of course I can. At that moment, he reached out and lightly touched her cheek. Matthias tilted his head and whispered, I suppose you could. Layla silently swallowed. She would rather have just thrown it away in silence. Recalling the pen she had received then, she had even carefully wrapped it to return it. How pitiful she felt, thinking she could end this relationship by returning the gift. The suffocating emotion made her want to burst into tears right then. A dark shadow gradually formed in her mind. Did he know? Just then, Matthias's voice sounded in her ear again. I did something that requires responsibility, so I will take responsibility for you, Layla. Today, my responsibility is to buy you new clothes, so you can return to Mr. Lermal's arms looking normal. Reacting, Layla refused loudly. I do not want to. I am going home. Let go of me. The smile on his face gradually faded, Matthias's gaze turning somber. He recalled the things consumed by the flames. Think carefully, Layla. His large back remained motionless. It should have been normal to obediently accept an apology and receive new clothes. As he spoke, his voice grew deeper. But if you continue to be this resistant and stubborn, well, how should I put it? Wouldn't that look quite strange? His hand touched her ear, lingering and caressing it gently, like a lover acting coquettishly. Matthias's gaze did not leave her. So, what I mean is, it would look just like that. When his hand dropped, a soft sensation lingered. At that moment, the car door swung open. Layla grabbed her things, desperate to rush out of the car. Layla left quickly. Hessen hurried forward, Miss Llewellyn, although. He leaned in to listen. Yes, I understand, master. The door then slowly closed. Hessen quickly caught up. You are all wet. Please, wear my coat for now. Inside the car, Matthias silently observed everything. After finishing his instructions, he ran back. Wait a moment, Miss Llewellyn. Hessen continued to stand and listen to the orders. Yes, master. The coat was held out in front of her. The action left Hessen slightly confused. Realizing the intent, he quickly replied, yes. At that moment, he called out, Miss Llewellyn. Approaching her, Hessen helped her put the coat over her shoulders. Her whole body trembling from the cold, Layla said in a broken voice, Thank you. Then Hessen helped her with an umbrella as they walked away. Matthias leaned back against his seat, watching her retreating figure. His resting hand could not help but clench into a fist. A warm golden light radiated from within the mansion. Sitting inside, Matthias checked his watch repeatedly. Hearing a sound, he looked up. At the same time, Hessen arrived, leading Layla. She was wearing a pair of sparkling heels. Layla was dressed in an elegant white wool coat. She stopped her footsteps at a certain distance. Hessen guided her carefully, Miss Llewellyn, this way. In the distance, Matthias had already been sitting and waiting. The eyes of the two met for a brief moment. Earlier, Hessen had not quite understood why they were headed there. The master had said that after offering Miss Llewellyn a cup of tea as an apology, they would return to Arvis. Layla had shyly refused, saying the coat was a sufficient apology. He was a bit flustered. That is not for me to judge. She hesitated, but finally, he bowed and interrupted, I am only following my master's orders, as Miss Llewellyn knows. And so, they both entered the restaurant. Let us go, he is waiting. Inside, every carved detail was bathed in golden light. Before entering, Hessen suddenly said, Actually, the master also keeps a bird, just like Miss Llewellyn. Layla was surprised. The Duke keeps a bird, he shared. Yes, it is much smaller than the pigeon that flew into the annex, and it is a very beautiful bird. Layla's eyes scanned the exquisite details of the room. Could it be? She shuddered slightly. Is it for hunting? No, Hessen replied, confused. What? Layla stared intently at the man. Hessen bowed and lowered his voice. I will have the car ready in 1 hour, master. Layla stood there with the waiter, their eyes meeting. Then she suddenly realized and hurriedly unbuttoned her coat. Matthias watched her clumsy movements. Taking off the coat, Layla revealed an exquisite blue dress underneath. He admired her with satisfaction, then slowly took a sip of water. A moment later, pastries were served on the dining table. Seeing her eyes light up, he signaled, "Eat." After saying that, he could not resist teasing, "Do you need me to feed you?" His hand brushed lightly over a fork. "If you want, I will also take responsibility for feeding you." Hearing this, Layla turned pale. "Oh my goodness, what are you planning to do now?" Her hand holding the fork was ready. She reached for a piece of cream cake. "I will eat." "I will eat, all right." Layla took a bite and tried it. Then she lowered her eyes, her expression somewhat pensive. Matthias held his teacup, a small smile playing on his lips. Then he saw her reach out with the fork again. Suddenly, Matthias asked a question that made her pause. "What do you like?" She withdrew her hand and put the fork back in its place. Layla looked down, her face showing displeasure. "I suppose I like everything except for things I am forced to eat in front of the Duke." Thinking to himself, "After all, you are just putting on an act," he made a suggestion. "If you have no intention of piquing my interest, why do not you try a different approach?" Layla looked startled by his words. "Because if you continue to behave this stubbornly, I find it quite entertaining." He added with a smirk, "If you are this interesting, I might just go mad." She swallowed hard as he continued, "Wouldn't it be better if you behaved obediently and gently?" His voice was flat. "Why do not you try that elsewhere?" And Matthias swallowed the words rising to his throat along with a sip of coffee. Layla bowed her head, remaining absolutely silent. Although her trembling, fearful appearance irritated him, he also did not want to share this side of her with anyone else. Matthias's eyes widened. Thinking that he was perhaps the only one who knew this side of her aside even Bill Lermel did not know, he felt a strange sense of exhilaration. The two sat opposite each other in the restaurant. Layla had decided to be boring, so throughout the tea, she acted obedient and gentle, answering whatever he asked. She held a napkin and gently wiped the corner of her mouth, yet she still glanced at Matthias with dissatisfaction and displeasure, her cheeks occasionally flushing. He leaned back calmly in his chair. Occasionally, her cream-stained lips would move. It had only been over an hour, and thinking that this was time gained after committing a fault, Matthias felt a bit of a letdown. Objects began to blur in his vision. One must break something to be able to give it away, and only then can one possess it. How ridiculous. She seemed to notice as well, if so, Layla. For a moment, she was dazed. Sensing his gaze, Layla turned back. "Break what?" Matthias's gaze did not waver for a second. "Then I can finally have you." The warm lights in the restaurant bathed the two figures. Elsewhere, Dr. Edmund concluded after an examination. "Fortunately, there are no worrying symptoms. However, you should still rest to avoid exhausting your strength in the coming days." Norma tilted her head and smiled. "I am indebted to you again today, Dr. Edmund. That this old woman is still alive is all thanks to you." Dr. Edmund replied politely. "You say that makes me feel quite embarrassed." Suddenly, she inquired, "Is Kyle doing well?" Dr. Edmund fell silent for a moment. Thinking of his son, he replied softly, "Yes, fortunately, the boy is studying hard." Kyle sat silently in the library. Winter break was coming soon, so he would probably return to Carlsbad. He bit his lip as if deep in thought. Then, he continued writing. It seemed he had not made a specific plan yet. At that moment, Elise walked in from outside. Indeed, since it is the first break, staying in the capital for social activities or traveling to broaden one's horizons would be good. If possible, going to the warm south would be ideal. Dr. Edmund's gaze was somewhat evasive. Regardless of how he spends his time, I intend to respect Kyle's wishes. The room was quiet for a moment, then Elise continued, "Tell me when a plan is decided. I will recommend a proper social club. If he travels, I will also provide support." Hearing this, he replied softly, "Thank you truly for caring about Kyle, my lady." Elise smiled gently. "It is nothing at all, not a difficult task." She then added, "Also, please convey my regards to Mrs. Edmund." Dr. Edmund nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will do so." Having finished, he prepared to leave. "Then I shall take my leave now." Elise nodded. "You have worked hard, Dr. Edmund." Norma leaned back against the headboard. "You care about Kyle quite a bit, Elise." After adjusting the blanket, Elise explained with a smile, "I thought about what you said, Mother, and you are right. If Kyle becomes a good doctor, it will benefit our Matthias." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Of course, I have cut ties with Mrs. Edmund, but I still intend to respect the Etman family in their capacity as doctors. Norma seemed satisfied. I am glad you agreed. As if remembering something, Elise recounted, I heard Matthias attended the school board meeting today. I was impressed that he cares even about such small matters. Seeing this, Hassan could not help but be happy. It seems Matthias is learning to become the head of the family much faster than we expected. Elise smiled and said softly, of course, he certainly will. The words that followed seemed deliberately emphasized. Become the most perfect Duke Gerhard. At the same time, she and Elise left the restaurant. Soon enough, the car stopped before the gate. In the car, Layla was incredibly restless. They had reached the main gate, and she had to get off here, so she could enter the house without being seen. She remembered earlier, when leaving the restaurant, because he said she would be boring if she stayed obedient, she had intentionally climbed into the car as if to challenge him. But now, unexpectedly, they were returning to the estate together in the state. At that time she had refused. I will go by myself from here, so please let me out. Hassan immediately dismissed it. No, I will take you all the way home, Miss Llewellyn. What Matthias had reminded her still rang in her ears. I did something that requires taking responsibility, so I will take responsibility for you, Layla. Buying you new clothes and bringing you back to Mr. Lermel's arms looking normal is my responsibility today. This thought made her worry uncontrollably. Could that mean he intends to take me all the way to the cabin where Uncle is? Matthias's face with his standard smile appeared in her mind. It could not be. Startled, Layla panicked and refused. No, I really do not need it. Hassan finally compromised. I will take you right to the front of the house. And so, the car slowly rolled down the road. The wheels moved over the ground through the screen of rain. Pressing her face against the window, Layla stared wide-eyed as the forest moved past. Before long, the cabin with its lights on appeared before them. There was a figure inside. She whispered to herself, Uncle. Determined, she sat up straight. As expected, this was not good. Matthias glanced at her as she was lost in thought. It would be better to change clothes in the warehouse before going in. He reached out if Mr. Lermel asks what happened. Do you have the confidence to explain it clearly? Layla hesitated. Of course. Hearing this, Matthias smiled with satisfaction. At that same moment, the luxury car came to a stop. Hassan turned around. We have arrived. Let me get the things. Without waiting for him to finish, Layla hurriedly opened the door. He was a bit panicked, Miss Llewellyn. Sighing, he stepped out of the car. Honestly, if you just waited a moment, I would have done it for you. Layla asked urgently, Hassan, where are my bag and clothes? Hassan replied calmly, I will get them, so please stay in the car. She refused to listen. No, give them to me quickly, hurry. At that moment, someone shielded her head from the rain. Layla was startled and momentarily froze. Blushing, she slowly turned her head back. Standing before her was Matthias, drenched in rain. Embarrassed, Layla immediately turned away. The rain has not stopped yet. He suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. She was pulled close to him. Matthias reminded her gently, get under the umbrella, Teacher Llewellyn. At that moment, the wooden door in front of them swung open. Bill stepped out and instantly froze Layla. Before him, Matthias held an umbrella with one hand and had his other arm around Layla. Bill frowned, wondering who the man was, then suddenly recoiled in surprise. He bowed hurriedly. Why is the Duke here with Layla? Matthias stepped to the door. There was a small incident at the school sponsor gathering. Bill was suspicious. What? An incident? The hand around her shoulder slowly let go. I accidentally spilled ink and ruined Miss Llewellyn's clothes. Taking advantage of the moment, Layla quickly stepped inside. Seeing she could not leave work in that state, he turned and signaled to Hassan, so I compensated for the ruined outfit first, and we returned to Arvis together. Taking the items, Bill could not help but be surprised. Oh my, this is... He smiled and said gratefully, even so, despite what happened, for you to show such kind concern, I truly thank you, Duke. Hearing this, Matthias smiled. It is nothing. It was something I had to take responsibility for. He did not forget to bid her goodbye. Well then, see you again, Teacher Llewellyn. The two bowed at the same time. We wish you a safe return, Duke. Layla's eyes secretly glanced at him. Matthias's back gradually disappeared into the rain. Once inside, Bill spoke up, You have had a hard time, Layla. Anyway, thanks to the Duke's help, you escaped trouble, right? Layla nodded. Yes, uncle. As if noticing something, he praised her, and wearing such beautiful clothes, you look just like a noble lady. For a moment there, I almost did not recognize you. Layla was surprised. Is that so? Bill laughed and teased happily. Layla, I told you, among the nobility, there is no one as dignified and wonderful as our Duke. Pausing for a moment, he asked, he truly is our Duke, is not he? Her face flushed. What? Oh. Yes. Sunlight bathed the buildings on the street. If one had to say, it was a coincidence, as it was a leisure day with no special schedule, and Matthias had accepted Riette's proposal to go to a social club together. Riette, beside him, babbled incessantly on the way back after spending a time that was just enough fun and just enough boring. His eyes accidentally flickered over, and he saw Layla on that path. Riette noticed that girl. Looking at her figure, he asked curiously, that is Layla Llewellyn, right? Then he turned to probe. What? That girl who loves birds. Layla was cycling happily, not noticing them. She works as a village schoolteacher, I believe. Probably on her way home from work. At that moment, Matthias also turned his head to look in that direction. A moment later, he looked away, perhaps. As if thinking of something, Matthias tilted his head and asked, is there something you want to say? Riette had no intention of explaining. About the hunt this weekend, you are not planning to be absent, are you? Hearing this, Matthias narrowed his eyes. I believe that is a question I have already answered. On the contrary, Riette still would not let it go. The fact that you refuse to hunt is something I find hard to believe. Hey, if you really hate hunting that much, at least show up for appearances, Duke her hard. Outside, Layla suddenly stopped. She slowed her pace and stood before the luxury car. Voices could be heard from inside. Just think, we have even invited guests, but Matthias did not care. Layla had also seen him. Riette was completely oblivious. If the master of Arvis does not join in, won't it look very strange? She just stood there, her eyes fixed on them. I can't exactly play host in your estate, can I? Matthias finally compromised. Fine then. Riette interrupted excitedly. I knew it. That is Duke her hard for you. The dry leaves on the trees were gradually falling. Finally, under Riette's persistent persuasion, Matthias agreed to the proposal, as Layla would be in the forest over the weekend. Deep in the forest, there was a cabin hidden behind the foliage. Inside, someone was cleaning. Layla had changed her clothes and was busy cleaning up. Matthias's face in the rain that day appeared again in her mind. His smiling face as he held the umbrella was deeply etched in her memory. Even his retreating back left behind a sense of longing. Layla bowed her head, her hand movements pausing for a moment. Then she began to scrub the floor vigorously again. Bill called out from inside the house, Layla. She replied, yes, uncle. As he shaved, he instructed, I have to go into town for a bit today, so go ahead and eat lunch first. Layla poked her head out. Yes, I will eat first, uncle. Silent for a moment, Bill said while washing up, and do not go out into the woods today. She was momentarily stunned by the next sentence. I heard the Duke is going hunting with friends. Layla's eyes showed a flash of loss. It had been quiet for a while, but it turned out the Duke had not changed his hobbies after all. Bill did not notice her reaction. It would be a waste for a good marksman to let his skills fade. Finished, he stood admiring himself, saying no more. Layla looked down, her voice mixed with disappointment. You seem to be a supporter of the Duke. Bill did not understand the point. What, supporter? It is just. I find it normal. In his mind, he was slapping himself. This mouth, this annoying mouth. Layla muttered softly. Everyone at Arvis seems to like the Duke. Bill paused his movements. Is there any reason to hate him? And there is no noble as good as he is. Saying that, he dusted off his hat and added with a smile, that proud young lady of the Brandt family has chosen a good husband. Layla gripped the wooden handle tightly, standing there in silence. Only a long while later did she bow her head and reply, yes. Thinking to himself, this girl, she is already so gloomy, he asked, have you fed the pigeons outside yet? Layla said softly, no, not yet. Bill turned to leave. I will feed them and then go. I will buy some dinner on the way back. The sound of the door echoed. Layla finally came to her senses. Go safely, uncle. While feeding Phoebe, Bill blamed himself. Honestly, me and my big mouth. saying unnecessary things. Soon the food tray was filled. Here, eat. This should be enough. And so Bill left with a confused heart. Phoebe tilted her head, watching blankly. The cage latch suddenly popped open. Her eyes went wide as she looked straight through the opening that had just appeared. Outside, the sun was shining. Layla's angry face appeared in her memory. How dare you go to the Duke's villa to eat? Do you know what kind of place that is? Another time, she had scolded. From now on, you are grounded. Understood. The words from that time still haunted her. All of this is for your sake, Phoebe. Remembering this, she spread her wings and flew out of the cage. The bird's wings spread wide as she flew high, leaving the empty cage behind. She then flew past the window where Layla was cleaning. Layla was focused only on wiping the glass, completely oblivious. In front, a crowd of people on horseback arrived noisily. They were accompanied by aggressive-looking dogs. Matthias held a hunting rifle, his gaze scanning the area. Layla stood there, momentarily startled. Beside him, Riette was laughing and talking happily. Seeing this, Layla's eyes filled with an undeniable sense of displeasure. A second later, she decisively pulled the curtain shut. Matthias was still intently looking in that direction. Soon, the sounds on the ground moved further away. The hunting dogs were set free. The rifle barrel was also aiming straight at a wild deer. Matthias tilted his head, preparing to pull the trigger. His eyes were calm, without a single ripple. The gunshot rang out, piercing through the animal's neck. Seeing this, the crowd around him applauded. Matthias, are you finally taking an interest in moving prey? Blood fell to the ground amidst the cheers from all around. Truly impressive, hitting a fast-running target like that in just one shot. The rifle barrel was still emitting white smoke. Lowering the gun, Matthias thought to himself, as long as it is not a bird, it is fine. Gazing toward the distant forest, Layla thought that hearing the constant gunshots meant it must have started. This won't do. Layla walked hurriedly, thinking it best to leave the house until the hunt was over. Her footsteps suddenly froze. She turned her head and looked in one direction. Before her eyes, the cage was empty. Layla froze, her heart sinking. At that moment, she was perched on a tree branch in the forest. Phoebe. Matthias also seemed to be heading in that direction. Panic-stricken, she ran along the path. Layla rushed along the forest trail, deciding to start by searching the places Phoebe usually visited. As she ran, she called out loudly, Phoebe. The cold, damp air stabbed at her lungs, but she could not stop. Stopping in her tracks, a large pool of blood appeared before Layla. Her face flushed red. Layla turned to search. Each time a gunshot rang out in the distance, the image of a bloody Phoebe grew clearer. She searched desperately, her heart feeling as if it were being squeezed. He might have shot Phoebe. He is a heartless, cruel man who hunted all those birds just to lure me out. Why did I believe that man's promise? Layla ran from tree to tree. I knew very well what kind of person he is, but I let my guard down, all because of a promise. She did not even have time to catch her breath. What does a promise mean to a man like that? It is probably something so small he forgot it long ago. Everything around her began to blur. If I can't find Phoebe. Her panic steps did not stop. At the very least, I must see the Duke. The deeper she went, the more worried Layla became. That way, she could plead with him one more time. In her line of sight now were Matthias and the hunting party, even if it was completely useless. Layla's eyes went wide, as if finding a savior. Ahead, Matthias raised his rifle high once more. He tilted his head, preparing to aim at a target. Not far away, Phoebe was perched on a branch. The moment she started running was also the moment he prepared to pull the trigger. Matthias tilted his head, paying no attention to what was behind him. The finger resting on the trigger began to apply pressure. The shot rang out, and even the tree branch was shattered to pieces. From the branch, Phoebe plummeted downward. One wing slowly lifted. Then, it exerted effort to raise both wings high. Phoebe, terrified, flew away in a huff. Matthias watched in that direction, falling silent for a long time. Whispers reached his ears. What is this? Matthias even Duke her hard missed. The crowd then laughed and joked. I saw something quite interesting today, did not I? Riette looked up, momentarily surprised. How? Looking at Layla, he wondered, why is that girl here? At that moment, Layla seemed as though she had not yet regained her composure. Everyone present turned their gaze toward her simultaneously. Matthias followed suit, shifting his eyes toward her as well. Layla gasped for breath, looking up at him. Someone stepped forward proactively. Why did you travel such a long way to get here, Layla? I clearly told Mr. Bill that today was the Duke's hunting day. Layla lowered her head and said hesitantly, I am sorry, I got the dates mixed up. The person advised, the hunt might last quite a while longer. Go back quickly. She lowered her eyes and replied, yes. Matthias turned away, without saying a single word. The cold air blurred the bare tree trunks. Layla stood there, watching the figures ahead gradually distance themselves. It was not an accident. Matthias's silhouette appeared vaguely in her sight. I know all too well how that man hunts birds, so there is no way I could be mistaken. Her lips parted slightly. He had intentionally hit the tip of the branch so that Phoebe would be scared into fleeing. Matthias and the group moved further away, to a place where they would not be hit by other stray bullets. Now, she was left standing alone, far, far away. In her heart, she seemed to realize one thing: the Duke had kept his promise. The evening sun gradually faded over the roof tiles. Welcome back, Uncle. Bill entered the house with a smile. Layla, you must be hungry. The smell of bread on the way back was so fragrant that I bought a few loaves. Let us eat them with a bowl of hot soup, Layla said happily. That looks delicious. Putting down the bags, he asked, Are you working? Layla immediately replied, Yes, I still have some students' homework to check. She quickly rolled up her sleeves. I will prepare dinner right away. Bill stopped her. It is okay, I will cook the soup quickly, so you just finish your work. Hearing that, Layla happily agreed. Yes, thank you, Uncle. Inside her room, she focused on her work. Her eyes suddenly stopped at one spot. Outside the window, a small figure was reflected. Layla jumped up and rushed toward it. Phoebe. The door burst open. Her words died in her throat when she saw Matthias. The two of them just stood there, their eyes locked. Layla's face flushed bright red, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Her stiff legs instinctively took a step back. Layla opened the bedroom door, peeking out stealthily. The living room looked empty, with not a soul in sight. Seeing this, she carefully closed her room door again. Her trembling hand turned the lock on the doorknob. Layla turned away, wondering to herself, why did he show up at such a time? Looking at Matthias outside, she could not understand. Why? Suddenly, he looked in one direction. Your bird is there. Layla poked her head out to look. Phoebe, you little rascal. Matthias continued, Have you thought about it? How will you repay this favor? At these words, Layla's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Favor. She then countered loudly, Can we really call it a favor when the Duke simply kept his word? Of course. I think it is something to be grateful for. Matthias probed further, Just grateful. Layla shyly looked away. I also thought you were an upright gentleman who always keeps his promises. Hearing this, he let out a soft laugh. Didn't you take those words back yourself? You said I was not a gentleman. He took a slow step forward. On the contrary, I have been too careless. A gentleman for a moment, then not a gentleman, and then a gentleman once again. From a close distance, Matthias lowered his voice. So, does that make you a queen? Remembering back then, she had shouted, If the Duke is a gentleman, then I will be a queen. Layla, now ashamed, avoided his gaze. I am sorry for that day. Her voice trembled. And thank you sincerely for keeping your promise. I am truly serious. Her face was held once more. Matthias leaned in close, his warm breath fanning her ear. What should I do, Layla? Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her glasses down. Their lips were nearly touching. I did not do all of this just to hear such empty words. With that, he gave her a light kiss. Layla was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to do. One of her hands was held by Matthias, while he pressed firmly against the back of her neck. Pulling back slightly, Matthias said tenderly, What should I do, Layla? I did not do this to hear such polite social chatter. Immediately after, he pulled her into a deep kiss. Their lips and tongues tangled passionately. Neither had any intention of ending it first. As the kiss deepened, the strength in Matthias's hands grew more intense. Layla squinted her eyes, her face wrinkling slightly. It was difficult. Her hand was gripped so tightly, she could not escape. It was hard to breathe. Matthias became more and more immersed. He himself could not break away. Suddenly, her arm was pulled by a strong force, making it impossible to continue. Matthias pulled the person in his arms close. Her hand, placed on his chest, could clearly feel his heartbeat. Layla's face was flushed as she looked at the man before her. Startled, she turned around, wanting to run away. Matthias stood up accordingly. He wrapped his arm around her, easily gripping her waist tight. Layla was held so firmly, she had no way to escape. Matthias's hand gently toyed with her thin lips. The price for Phoebe's life. He leaned down to kiss her again. Is this all? Layla wanted to push him away, but her hands lacked the strength. Finally, those hands gently clung to his shoulders. The two of them shared a lingering kiss that would not end. At this time, bowls of hot soup had been ladled out. Bill called out loudly, Layla. Both of them were startled and turned at the same time. Hearing the silence, Bill called again, Layla. Only then did she snap out of it, realizing the situation. Beside her, Matthias lowered his eyes and smiled softly. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth. Matthias also carefully helped Layla wipe away the smudged lipstick. He reached out and picked up her glasses. Then, he gently helped her put them back on. When finished, Matthias pressed the handkerchief into her hand. He leaned over and instructed, wash it and bring it to me. Bill approached from the living room. Layla. He reached out, about to turn the doorknob. What is this girl doing that she is not answering? Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Layla walked out with a bright red face. Did you call me, Uncle? Bill asked curiously. I called you several times and you did not answer, so I thought something was wrong. She hurriedly explained. I am sorry, I fell asleep. Hearing that, he turned to leave. All right then, come out and eat. She quickly followed. Yes, Uncle. Before leaving, Layla looked back into the room one last time. Through the window, Matthias was still there, mounted on his horse. And then, he rode away. Only then did Layla dare to sink to the floor. She covered her mouth, her face burning red. She opened her hand. It was the handkerchief he had given her earlier. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed Layla felt as she clutched her face. The next morning, the principal asked in disbelief, why are you suddenly applying for a transfer like this? Do you truly want this, Miss Llewellyn? Layla replied firmly, yes, that is what I want to do. The principal was still puzzled. I really do not understand. Didn't you say our school is the one closest to your home? Furthermore, there are currently no suitable positions left at other schools. In Carlsbad. Layla bowed her head slightly. Yes, I am well aware of that. He continued, if there is any problem at this school, just tell me. If it is something I can resolve, I will help you. Hearing this, she hurriedly explained, it is not like that at all. It is just. I made this decision because I want to experience a slightly larger world. The principal was skeptical. A larger world. He hesitated a bit. If that is what Miss Llewellyn wants, then I understand, however. Outside, the sky was covered in white mist. Currently, you seem to have gotten the hang of the work at school, and the children are very fond of you. Instead of quitting immediately, try to think more carefully until next semester. Her bicycle rolled slowly down the road. I told the principal I understood, but this conclusion will not change. Leave Arvis, that is the conclusion I reached after many sleepless nights of anxiety. Layla walked with her bike for a while, even though giving up her precious daily life with her uncle was a heartbreaking thing. On the distant branches, only a few leaves remained. But I have decided to summon all my courage, because I learned from losing Kyle that if I stubbornly hold on, I might lose even more. She walked along the familiar path. Anyway, it is just going back to the original plan. I can still see Uncle on the weekends. Opening her school bag, she told herself, as long as I can leave Arvis and stay away from that man. Recalling that day, he had instructed, wash it and bring it to me. Layla bolstered her determination. Now I understand that man's methods. She stood there with her thoughts. In the end, If I have to face him as he wants, it would be better to return it when we happen to cross paths on the road. Before long, it had grown dark. Because I do not want to go through the trouble of seeking him out. The sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. If I wait at the place where the Duke's car passes every day, I will surely meet him. Layla suddenly heard the sound of an engine. She turned her head and saw a car approaching. The headlights shone brightly, illuminating the entire road. Layla's cheeks were flushed red from the cold. At that same moment, a large figure slowly approached her. Standing in the dark beside her bicycle, Layla spoke up, startled. That person is Marquis Lindman. Hello, Marquis. Riette stepped closer and asked, what are you doing here? He flashed a suggestive smile. Are you waiting for someone? Since the doctor's son is not here, it must be Duke Gerhard, right? Riette continued to press her. The man Miss Llewellyn is waiting for. It is Matthias, is not it? Hearing this, Layla did not quite understand. Pardon. Riette's eyes narrowed slightly, a malicious intent flashing through them. Did I hit the nail on the head? I have always been sensitive to these things. He glanced to the side as if signaling something else. You were also following him at the hunting grounds a few days ago. Layla instinctively hid her bag behind her back, looking like someone who definitely had something to convey to Matthias. Then, she hurriedly took her bike to leave quickly. I am sorry, but please excuse me. Riette stepped forward to call her back. Wait a moment. He grabbed the front of Layla's bike, blocking her path. Are you just going to go home like this? You have not met Matthias yet. Layla kept her head down, seemingly not daring to face him. Get out of my way, Marquis. He continued to ask shamelessly, do you know where the Duke you are so desperately waiting for is right now? In the darkness, Riette's words grew increasingly grim. Duke Gerhard has gone to pick up his fiancée. Poor Miss Llewellyn. He leaned down slightly, smiling as he probed, honestly, is not Matthias quite dull? If it is Matthias, his attitude toward a mistress probably would not be much different. Layla opened her shimmering eyes wide in disbelief. What did you say? His voice became even more mocking. Riette gripped the bike even tighter. The Duke's mistress. Oh dear, that was a bit crude. If so, my apologies, Miss Llewellyn. He smirked with a roguish, philandering expression, offering a proposition. How about choosing me instead? Just ignore that Duke Gerhard who is happily with his equally dull fiancée, and play with me. Using a teasing tone, he added, I am sure I can make you happier than Matthias. Meanwhile, Layla, trembling with rage, said, get away. Riette held his hands out in front of him in a gesture of mock compromise. All right, Miss Llewellyn. It makes me feel a bit sad that you like both the doctor's son and the Duke, but hate only me. However, he still did not give up on his goal, snatching the bag right out of Layla's hand. Even so, Riette pulled it with force while she was in a state of shock. You should deliver what needs to be sent before you go. The two of them struggled back and forth. Are you really going to let the effort of waiting in this cold weather go to waste, Marquis? Then, a wicked thought occurred to Riette. Well, if necessary. Layla snarled and screamed, what on earth are you trying to do? For a split second, he felt a strange surge of emotion. Looking at this woman, standing here waiting without knowing Matthias's whereabouts, he suddenly felt an irrational sense of irritation. He looked at the frightened Layla before him, because it felt like looking at himself, the one who had waved goodbye to Matthias as he went to pick up Claudine, then drove off alone, wandering aimlessly. While Riette was lost in thought, she quickly grabbed the bag and slung it over her shoulder. Perhaps it was a bit of self-pity. Layla appeared as a young woman defensive against danger, or should it be called empathy? Layla hurriedly ran away, leaving her bicycle behind, despite Riette calling out, where are you going? Then she suddenly stopped. One of her shoes had slipped off a distance away. I am sorry, Miss Llewellyn. She kept running, despite Riette repeatedly shouting, I won't tease you anymore. He slowly picked up the shoe she had just dropped. Even if I was a bit excessive. Riette led the bicycle and held the shoe high. You should put your shoe on before you go. Do you hate me so much that you would abandon both your shoe and your bike to escape? He calmly walked with the bike, his mouth softly calling her name, Llewellyn. In the late night sky, shooting stars continued to fall. Riette stepped lightly, searching around, calling softly Miss Llewellyn. By the time he found her, she was lying curled up on the road. People gathered around in panic and worry. What on earth happened, Layla? It is Layla, right? Riet ran over anxiously to ask, Miss Llewellyn, are you okay? Can you move? Layla looked up, her tears falling in bitterness. Riet's image in her eyes also gradually blurred. Claudine stepped out of the car, gasping with her hand over her mouth. Good heavens, Layla. Her eyes immediately locked onto the scene in front of her. Claudine's face went blank for a moment. Riet covered his face, rubbing his head slightly. After that, another person stepped out of the car. It was none other than Matthias, stepping out coldly. His tall, large frame approached. Layla, in pain and covered in mud, stood up unsteadily. She walked slowly, her face still lowered. Matthias cast his eyes toward Layla, observing her silently. Then a voice rang out. Is it okay to let her go like that? Claudine showed a worried face. It seems like a fairly hard impact. I tried to persuade her, but she said she did not want to go to the hospital. Layla's silhouette faded into the darkness as she cycled home. She probably was not seriously injured. Claudine breathed a sigh of relief. If so, that is good. My heart still has not settled down. She quietly glanced over. And also, Riet. But what surprised her was that she had not expected him to act so rashly, almost revealing his raw emotions right then and there. Claudine felt a bit uncomfortable. But does not Duke Herhard feel anything? This raised suspicion in her mind. How can he be so cold in a moment like that? A few thoughts flashed by and left a deep impression on her mind. He did not show any doubt about the situation just now, nor did he reveal any emotion. She put her hand to her chin, thinking more deeply. In those eyes, she could not find worry for Layla, nor could she see anger toward the one who had hurt her. The corners of Claudine's mouth curled up slightly, for some reason. In another space, I suddenly feel so sorry for Layla. It is me, Riet. Coméine. Matthias, sitting in his study, asked pensively, what is it? Riet quickly announced, the owner of this wine is working hard while I drink it all alone. My conscience is stinging. Have a drink with me. When will you be done? He chuckled softly and replied gently, soon. He sat in the opposite chair, bringing up the earlier incident. You must have been quite surprised earlier, because of that accident. He turned his face away and went on. That girl who lives in the hunting grounds named Layla Llewellyn. I intended to strike up a conversation since we happened to meet. But it seems her personality is rather timid. His voice echoed in the room. Who would have thought she would be hit by a car like that? Matthias asked while flipping through documents. So it turns out there are times when even Riet von Lindman is rejected by a woman. Riet stopped abruptly. What? Matthias remarked. You looked quite pathetic. He somewhat agreed. Well, it did look a bit ridiculous. Then Matthias thought to himself, if this keeps up, won't only I and Claudine be the fools? Later, Riet went to Claudine's place. Riet. She looked toward the beautiful garden. About that girl. Does not she look exactly like the canary living in Duke Herhard's bedroom? Riet looked as well and offered his thought. Could it be you are saying the reason Matthias suddenly kept a canary is because of that girl? Claudine remained silent, staring outside. To his disbelieving question, Claudine only smiled silently. It was an affirmation. And Riet had his own thoughts as well. Since then, he had observed Matthias very closely for a while. Because someone as rational as Matthias meticulously cherished the golden bird in his hand. His attitude of cherishing and caring for a bird species he had never valued also looked very suspicious. And then the two of them walked and talked. When he heard that he had even devised a scheme to separate Layla Llewellyn and Kyle Ettman, he agreed that what Claudine said was an undeniable truth. This matter still made Riet's head ache as he rested his chin on his hand. However, if Matthias really has such feelings, should not he not act like this? The image of the disheveled Layla suddenly appeared in Riet's mind. He knew I was approaching the woman he cherishes like that, and even because of that, an accident happened that injured his woman. He slightly gripped the arm of the chair. Or has their relationship already ended? If so, how to explain the canary still living in the bedroom? Then Riet pulled a book from the shelf. Matthias lit a fire and called, Riet von Lindman. At this moment, Riet truly snapped back to reality. He smoked a cigarette and asked a serious question. Why does not Lindman place an order at Lindman's own estate? Riet seemingly did not see it. just sitting there blankly. Then he suddenly reacted. Huh. Matthias tilted his head slightly, answering the question himself, because I will do whatever it takes to protect the Order of Arvis. He even gave a hidden answer to Riette. Naturally, that is something you know better than anyone. A pigeon cooed outside. Layla had returned home, and was lying listlessly on her bed. Phoebe let out a soft cry. Her blurry eyes followed the sound. Phoebe. She tried to sit up from the bed. Layla opened the window to let Phoebe in. In her eyes, Layla suddenly noticed something. A letter was tied to its leg. She gently opened the paper and read it. The lines of text appeared before her eyes. You should have brought the handkerchief, Layla. If you do not come, I can also come find you. After reading, she clenched the paper in her hand. Finally, she loosened her grip, crumpled it, and dropped it. She dropped the paper on the floor and turned to walk away. I feel like I am going crazy. Layla walked toward the red bag, wanting to take something. Far, far away. She clutched the handkerchief tightly. If only I could run away to a place where that man is not there. Layla turned her foot slightly. If I do not go to him, he will come to me. This led her to a decision. It had always been like this, and in the future, he was someone who could do that at any time. Every step she took was filled with determination. He certainly would not care in the slightest about being discovered by Uncle Bill. She walked far into the forest. Along with memories suddenly rushing back, you will become a pretty wonderful adult. Accompanied by a tender smile, layered over her uncle's voice containing warm sincerity. The Duke's mistress, those cold words muddied her precious memories. Layla's eyes were filled with tears of resentment. I hate that man. I hate him so much my chest feels like it is going to explode. Step by step, she approached Matthias's mansion. Although it was unfair to blame him for the pain of her injured body, she had no desire to be fair to him. He was always standing outside waiting, because he was that kind of person by nature. Matthias spoke in a deep, warm voice, slightly tilting his head. You have come. Her cheeks were flushed red, her eyes filled with choked-up resentment. I was just about to go looking for you. Matthias showed concern. Aren't you cold? Layla lowered her face slightly, her hands trembling as she handed it to him. The Duke's handkerchief. It is here. Then she uttered a cold sentence. I do not want to meet you this way ever again. She was so angry that her hands shook violently. Absolutely, never again. Matthias could only call her name, Layla. She decisively said her farewell. Then, goodbye, Duke. Having finished her task, Layla turned around decisively. Seeing this, Matthias commanded in a stern voice, stay right there. But Layla's feet would not listen, and she continued to stride away. At the same time, his hand clenched tightly. His voice was a low whisper as he called her name, Layla. Matthias immediately grabbed her arm tightly. Layla. Layla's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Matthias also took notice of it. Without hesitating for a single second, he picked her up in his arms. Layla struggled irritably in those strong arms. Let me go, let me go. Matthias ignored her and carried her away. I do not want to. Her screams grew shriller. I do not want to. As Matthias's footsteps entered the mansion, Layla continued to curse him. I already returned your handkerchief, so we should be even. I want to go back. Put me down. She kept crying out. Put me down, Duke, Duke. Matthias pulled Layla closer to his chest. He placed her directly onto the bed. Layla opened her eyes wide in shock and bewilderment. He ordered in a low voice, stay still. He even issued a warning, if you keep moving around. But she refused to stay still, her whole body struggling. Matthias quickly grabbed her wrists, Layla. Then he pinned her down firmly onto the bed. But that action did not last long. He slowly let go of her hands. Layla refused to give up, constantly tossing and turning. She slowly began to crawl up on that king-size bed. Matthias remained silent and pensive. He thought to himself, I am only worried about that injured body. He understood Layla better than anyone. He knew the stubborn and obsessively clean girl would never tell Bill Remmer about the accident. Matthias watched her slender back. Because he was concerned, he had brought medicine to the villa and written a pathetic letter just to find any way to call her out, tying it to a pigeon's leg before releasing it. After that, Matthias made a bold decision, perhaps because of those very feelings. Once again, he wrapped his arms around Layla's waist. Her firm rejection and piercing screams were tearing at his every nerve. He pressed her whole body down onto the bed despite her shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! I do not want to!" Her screams tore through the air, "I do not want to." Matthias, however, was thinking of something else, the anger that should have been directed at that bastard Riet von Lindman. His thoughts were calm, yet they were exploding toward this girl. Her voice screamed out tremulously, "Don't do this, please." Layla kept calling out, "Duke." She trembled uncontrollably. "It hurts so much." Layla looked straight into his eyes with a glistening gaze, as if pleading, "Truly, it hurts a lot." Her voice grew lower and lower. It hurts so much." Matthias did not even blink, just staring at her like that. He gently toyed with Layla's hand. Then he gripped those small hands tightly. Matthias slowly spoke, "Riette." His deep, warm voice asked, "Did he touch you?" Layla answered with a tremble, "No." Her tears began to fall. "He did not do that." Tears streaming down. She cried in fear. "He suddenly approached me to talk and it scared me, so I just avoided him. That was all." Matthias was looking straight at the girl beneath him. He toyed with her hand and called her name, Layla. Matthias leaned in close and whispered, "Just lie still like this." Matthias tried to reassure her, "I won't hurt you." Meanwhile, a thought echoed in Layla's mind. If she pushed this man away and ran now, would she escape this place? No. That was just a vain hope. She glanced away because she did not want to face him. Ironically, the only hope she could find right now was the Duke. And Layla relaxed more than ever. Specifically, she relied on the minimum kindness of this man. Matthias's hand slid gently into her palm. He sat up. Matthias pulled a handkerchief from his coat. He gently wiped away the tear on Layla's cheek. He moved slowly and looked at her with deep affection. Matthias gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Then he cradled Layla's exhausted face. Matthias slowly got off the bed and turned to walk away. Layla instinctively opened her eyes to follow him. He took off his suit jacket. His gaze flickered toward her. As for Layla, her face darkened as she turned away. He stepped back toward the bed. The fire in the room was still flickering. Matthias picked up a tray containing some medical supplies. Layla sat up, still not understanding what was happening. He approached her and said politely, "Let me see the wound," while she sat in a corner and answered, "No, I am fine. I am not hurt." Matthias suddenly repeated, "Weren't you just in pain?" She toyed with her hands and stammered, "About that." Matthias moved closer, showing his authoritative side. "Do you want me to find it myself?" Startled, Layla blurted out, "How could I let that happen? It is on my back. My shoulder and back are a bit injured." He ordered, "Take it off." Layla could not believe her ears. "What did you say?" Matthias gave her an alternative. "If you do not want me to look, I will call a doctor for you." "If it is a doctor." "I am referring to Dr. Etman." Provoked, Layla raised her voice. "How could you do that? You can't." She absolutely refused to accept it. She would rather throw herself into the Schulteo River than let Dr. Etman, Kyle's father, see her in this state. Matthias chuckled softly, forcing her to decide. "Choose, Layla." His voice was gentle yet full of power. "Either take it off, or see Dr. Etman. It is up to you." In the end, Layla compromised. After all, none of the choices were to her liking. He would achieve his goal no matter what he had to do. She turned around and slowly unbuttoned her shirt. If she continued to resist, the time she had to endure this man would only grow longer. The first buttons were opened. The space inside suddenly became silent, to the point where the situation felt beyond salvation. Layla's tears once again rolled down her cheeks. Layla slowly peeled off her outer layer of clothing, thinking, "You must be very happy this time, are not you?" Her fair shoulders appeared in the dim light. A bruise became visible. "It is because I am crying." This immediately caught Matthias's eye. His whole body froze for a few seconds. Her smooth back sent him into an unknown void. The image of Layla in Matthias's mind seemed separated from the normal flow of time, and everything in that breathtakingly slow moment was etched deep into his brain. Matthias was mesmerized by the curves of her body, the slender neck, the shoulders, and the soft lines of her back. It was so different from the image in the dark. A Layla who could still spring up in this condition, even the foolish girl who had biked away, which left him surprised, even astonished. Those thoughts passed gently through his head as he realized that if he left her alone, she would hide the wound and endure it by herself. Matthias slowly reached his hand toward the bruise, an emotion akin to anger suddenly surging within him. He helped Layla adjust her posture slightly. Tell me if it hurts too much. Matthias's hand rubbed the wounds gently. He tried to suppress the hot emotions rising within him, slowly observing her bones and muscles, as if to check the extent of the injury. Layla reacted a bit. Occasionally when she whimpered, he would stop and wait for her. Fortunately, compared to the bruising, moving was not too difficult. There was a trace of sadness in Matthias's eyes. Her ribs and spine seemed undamaged. Only after confirming that could he somewhat soothe the boiling emotions in his heart. Seeing her body like that, he had to wonder. She was so thin that he questioned if she was eating properly. At times, accompanied by an inexpressible helplessness at the realization that she was truly such a small girl, he let out a soft sigh. He gently caressed Layla's wounded body as she continued to tremble with her head bowed. Matthias's hand glided over those slender shoulders. The sensation of touching that small, thin body was so soft and smooth. He softly called her name, Layla. Layla flinched slightly when she heard her name and looked up. She immediately saw the image of the two of them in the mirror. She saw the blue eyes of the man behind her own pathetic reflection. Those were the eyes she had seen countless times since she was a child. She felt a surge of doubt, for somehow, at this moment, his eyes felt so foreign. Because of that, Matthias buried his face in her hair. Though she was trembling with fear, she could not avoid his gaze. He leaned down to toy with the bruised shoulder. Matthias wanted to look closely at that wound. Then he looked up once more. Matthias met Layla's eyes in the mirror. He pulled those shoulders into his arms, as if a curse was about to escape his lips. And he placed a passionate kiss on the bruise, as if to ignore this strange sensation. Layla turned her head slightly to look, or perhaps it was to soothe the wounds. Matthias wrapped his arms around her waist. It is okay, Layla. Every action was comforting his lover, Layla. So Layla chose to keep her eyes tightly shut while the Duke's lips and breath brushed against the aching wound. He left kisses on that shoulder, his lips leaving the wound not long after. Matthias continued the task of applying medicine. The Duke began treating the injury as if nothing had happened. With extremely skillful long fingers, he applied the ointment. Finally, it came time for the bandaging. His actions were slow and gentle, his bandaging technique as skillful as a doctor caring for a patient. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Unlike when they first entered the villa, Layla obediently entrusted her body to him. As soon as the treatment was done, she prepared to leave. Matthias suddenly called her back. Wait. Layla turned her head slightly. Then she turned back and said nothing. Matthias opened a medicine bottle and handed it to her. Drink it. It is a painkiller. Layla looked down slightly, making no move. He glanced at her, waiting for her next move. Matthias slightly tilted Layla's chin up. He placed the medicine tube directly into her mouth. Once finished, he placed it back onto the tray. And picked up the handkerchief. Matthias carefully and gently wiped her mouth. He leaned in close and whispered softly, "The medicine is a bit bitter, but it is effective." Matthias was so careful that he had even prepared candy. He slowly put a peppermint candy into her mouth. He took out a piece of candy he had brought along with the painkiller and fed it to Layla. Layla could not stop crying. Tears fell continuously from her slowly blinking eyes. Even she herself did not understand why, but it was after the candy had dissolved a little. Memories suddenly came rushing back. The times when Layla was in her most desperate states. She used to hug him and cry bitterly. Bill had comforted her since she was a child. Layla would snuggle into his arms and fall asleep. And the days she spent alone in that dark room, lonely eating that green candy. Tears had fallen before she even realized it. And now, she remembered it all. Matthias asked worriedly, "Layla." His two hands tenderly wiped away her tears. Along with his deep, warm voice, "Does it still hurt?" Layla's eyes were wide, and she said nothing. She only gave a silent nod. That small action was enough for Matthias to understand everything. Just like that, Layla sobbed, large teardrops falling without end. Matthias pulled her into his embrace, her tears soaking his hands as he wiped them away with a confused heart. In the end, he could not find any words to say. He comforted Layla's fragile soul, only knowing how to hold the weeping Layla in his arms, the woman sobbing with a piece of candy in her mouth, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. Matthias held the suffering girl tightly. He held her in his arms for a long time. Like an inexpressible consolation, her painful cries soaked through his shirt.